Yang Chu was initially an ordinary office worker, but by a twist of fate, he found himself transported to a world reflecting urban life, where he was bestowed with a system that allowed him to live a splendid life until the age of 120, preparing for a return to dust. However, to his astonishment, his system introduced him to another system, leading him to the world of Naruto, where he became the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Let us observe how the story unfolds. Chapter 1. The Origins of Naruto and the System. Yang Chu, once an average office worker, unexpectedly traversed into a world mirroring urban life, endowed with a system that granted him the opportunity to flourish until the age of 120, ready to embrace his final rest. Yet, much to his surprise, his system presented him to another one in a small, chaotic room. Yang Chu awoke, attempting to digest the memories he had just received. He discovered that he was now Naruto from the Naruto series, a mere 4 years old, having been placed in an independent living arrangement by the third Hokage for 6 months, which meant he was left without adequate food or shelter. Sighing, Yang Chu began to communicate with the system through his consciousness. "You cannot treat me this way, even if I'm working for you. This is far too arduous." As soon as he voiced his complaint, his consciousness was transported to another realm at a moment of disorientation passed, and before him stood a cat resembling the DG Beat, with a somewhat awkward smile on its face. Well, this is just how it is. Naruto's beginning is destined to be like this. Even if I wish to change it, I cannot. Why can't you make me someone else? The benefits of other characters do not compare to those of Naruto. Yang Chu sighed, looking at the cat, and inquired, "Then what am I supposed to collect in this world? Surely it's not just luck." "Not quite. You simply need to survive." Yang Chu pondered the simplicity of this task, but upon reflection, realized he had only watched up to the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Naruto and Sasuke engaged in their duel. He had not seen beyond that. It appeared that living to a natural end would not be as straightforward as he initially thought. Given Naruto's current circumstances in Konoha, it seemed that a comfortable life until his demise would be far from easy. Turning to the cat, Yang Chu exclaimed, "You might as well end my life. If I am to perish, I could exhaust all my sign-in points. After all, the Flora Fairy allowed me to live a lavish life, but this I refuse to comply." The cat chuckled. "Oh, there's no need to be so pessimistic. If you check in daily, you will still have access to essential resources for living, and good days will come. Moreover, you will gain various bloodlines, jutsu, and Kekkei Jinkai for Naruto. Don't you wish to show off and make a mark?" Yang Chu felt a flicker of temptation at the prospect, but ultimately composed himself, shaking his head. "I do not desire that. To exist amid schemes while also living a vibrant life is a hellish challenge I refuse." After a prolonged silence, the cat finally spoke. "All right, you're already here, so state your conditions." Yang Chu grinned. "Now we're talking. If I'm to work for you, I must receive some benefits. Fine. What do you want?" "Very simple. I want a space that belongs solely to me, where both my soul and body can reside, fully equipped with living necessities, covering at least 10,000 square kilometers." Before he could finish, the cat interrupted him. "Enough. I can grant you a space, but it will not be that large, maximum 5,000 square kilometers. Anything beyond that is out of the question. That won't do, it's too small. What if I need to practice a jutsu or conduct an experiment? It will be too confined. The space can be shaped by your will. Even if you damage it, a mere thought can restore it. Does that suffice? No, I still feel shortchanged. I need a healing spring. Should I sustain injuries, I could recover swiftly." After a moment of contemplation, the cat replied, "That can be arranged." Yang Chu considered a situation the priority was to ensure his survival, and everything else could be contemplated later. Now let us discuss the living resources. Before he could finish, the cat sent him flying back, and his consciousness returned to Naruto's form. Moments later, the cat's irritated voice echoed, "You're pushing it. Now that you've crossed over, you have only the space and the spring. Everything else is off the table. If you wish for a better life, you must sign in gradually." "I'm leaving." Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his demands had indeed been excessive. Just then, the system's loading sound began to resonate. "Loading life assistance sign-in system. 1849 88 99. System loading complete. Congratulations, host. You have received a system gift package. Would you like to open it? Today's sign-in not completed. Would you like to sign in?" Naruto gazed at the system panel, grinning widely. It seems the space has arrived. Open the package. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a 5,000 square kilometer space and a healing spring. Rubbing his hands together, Naruto exclaimed, "It's here. Finally, it's here." Into the space. As his words faded, he found himself standing on an endless grassland, a spring-like object floating above him. This must be the healing spring. As soon as he thought this, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Please confirm the placement of the spring. Naruto inquired. When I next enter the space, will I return to this spot? Ding. The next entry point is determined by the host. This space can be manipulated at will. Nodding, Naruto cheerfully stated, then give me a grand villa. Yet, nothing appeared. What's going on with the system? Ding. The host's imagination is too vague. Please provide detailed specifications for the villa. Great. It seems I need to think this through. As Naruto began to envision the villa, he suddenly realized that living alone didn't necessitate extravagance. So, he conceived a simple house with a courtyard, placing the healing spring in one of the rooms. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld a wooden house, surrounded by wooden walls, with the spring settled in a designated room. He then imagined a bamboo grove around the house, along with pandas and other creatures. However, to his surprise, although the bamboo grove appeared, not a single panda or animal was present. Even without asking, Naruto understood while inanimate objects could be conjured from thin air, living beings could not evolve in this world. Chapter 2. Regret. I am fire. As Naruto contemplated the details of the courtyard, a virtual screen materialized before him, displaying the scene beyond his original house that he noticed several masked figures standing outside. Inwardly alarmed, he thought, he entered in physical form. They must have realized him not in the house. Quickly, he focused on exiting the healing spring space. In an instant, the scene shifted from darkness to light, and Naruto found himself back in his disheveled room that he hastily feigned sleep. Moments later, the sound of a door creaking open reached his ears, prompting him to act as though he had just awakened, groggily uttering, "Who's there?" Two masked figures observed Naruto in the room, cautiously surveying their surroundings before beginning to search the area. Naruto, noticing their presence, stood on the bed, indignantly exclaiming, "Who are you? What do you want? You better not lay a finger on me, for I am quite formidable." Despite the trepidation evident in his expression, he feigned confidence, his words seemingly having no effect on the two intruders. After a thorough inspection, the masked figures simultaneously shook their heads and, without uttering a word to Naruto, turned and exited his room. Once the door was closed, Naruto hung his head, his face clouded with discontent. He had not anticipated such intense surveillance. From this moment on, he vowed to be more vigilant. Konoha harbored not only a duplicitous third Hokage, but also a sinister Danzo. If he were to be so careless again, it was highly likely that Danzo would take him away, leading to grave troubles. As Naruto brooded in silence, the familiar voice of the system chimed in. "Beep. You have not checked in today. Would you like to sign in?" Upon hearing the system's voice, Naruto ceased his anxious thoughts, deciding to sign in first and see what rewards awaited him. Sign in. Beep. Congratulations. You have received a full banquet of Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Please place it in the Spirit Spring Spaces small house. Beep. Claim successful. It has been placed in the Spirit Spring Spaces small house. From now on, please place all items obtained through sign-ins near the small house in the Spirit Spring Space. Beep. The distribution location has been modified. Is this confirmed? Confirmed. After adjusting the distribution location, Naruto entered the Spirit Spring Space with mere thought, where he beheld 108 exquisite dishes of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast neatly arranged before the small house that he then envisioned a large warehouse beside it. Adjusting the time ratio within to 0, and with his mind he stored the 108 dishes inside. Having completed this task, fatigue overcame him, and he lay down on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on a cigarette, gazing out at Konoha as he listened to the reports from his Umbu subordinates. Are you suggesting that Naruto indeed vanished for 3 minutes? Yes. And there was no one else present, nor any unusual circumstances? Correct. Very well. You may leave for now. Ensure closer monitoring in the future should anything like this occur again. You must respond immediately to assess the situation. Just as one of the Umbu was about to respond, the office door swung open. Hiruzen. I've heard the Nine-Tails brat has encountered a problem. Halfway through Danzo's statement, he noticed an Umbu kneeling in the office and, no longer brimming with bravado, fell silent and took a seat nearby. Hiruzen addressed the kneeling Umbu. "You may leave." "Yes." Once the Umbu had closed the door, Danzo's urgency resurfaced as he insisted, "Hiruzen, the Nine-Tails brat. Enough, Danzo. He is Minato's child, Naruto. Please be mindful of your words. Such talk could tarnish the village's reputation." Danzo paused, nodding slightly. "Understood. I heard that Naruto vanished for 3 minutes today. What exactly transpired?" "It's nothing." The Umbu misinterpreted the situation. "Hiruzen, do not shield the Nine-Tails brat. The Jinchuriki should be under Root's supervision. That is out of the question. I will not hand over the Jinchuriki to you. Return home. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." "Danzo, I am the Hokage." With that, the door slammed shut behind him. Danzo, leaning on his cane, stormed out of Hiruzen's office, and upon returning to Root, immediately issued an order. "Bring the Nine-Tails brat to me." A voice echoed in the shadowy environment. "Yes, Lord Danzo." Shortly thereafter, sounds of a fierce struggle erupted from the vicinity where Naruto resided, rousing him from his slumber. Sitting up, Naruto stealthily peered outside and observed two factions engaged in combat, both masked. Yet, Naruto was certain one group belonged to the Umbu, while the other was from Root. The incident of his disappearance must have alerted Danzo, and it appeared that Hiruzen and Danzo had once again become entangled in their schemes. With a sigh of resignation, Naruto returned to his bed, silently resolving to exercise utmost caution until he possessed the means to defend himself. He turned onto his side, contemplating the opportunities that might grant him strength. First, there was the storyline. Initially, he could steal the sealing book, but that was still years away and would not address his immediate concerns. Then there was the seal on his abdomen, housing the powerful tailed beast, the Nine-Tails fox, Kurama. However, Kurama currently harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humanity, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade him to aid Naruto. Lastly, there was Jiraiya, but his whereabouts were unpredictable, and he was not in Konoha. Persuading Jiraiya to impart any ninjutsu or means of self-defense seemed nearly impossible. The more Naruto pondered, the more overwhelmed he felt, and just as he was at a loss for what to do, he was abruptly pulled into a pitch-black space, the ground beneath him damp. Recognizing his surroundings, Naruto remarked, "Since I'm here, I might as well pay a visit to that arrogant big fox." After walking for a while, he arrived at a large fence, spotting two enormous lanterns within. Taking a few steps forward, he finally laid eyes on the true form of the Nine-Tails fox. Upon seeing Naruto, the Nine-Tails smirked, its voice dripping with seduction. "Little brat, you've come. Come closer. Take a few more steps." Naruto, caught between amusement and exasperation, retorted, "Why should I take more steps? Are you trying to scare me? You can't even escape from that cage. How would that frighten me?" The Nine-Tails glared fiercely at Naruto, letting out a thunderous roar that rustled Naruto's clothing. Once the roar subsided, Naruto cheerfully replied, "All right, no need to be so aggressive on our first meeting. My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. What about you? Do you have a name?" Chapter 3, Meeting Minato Namikaze. The Nine-Tails, taken aback by Naruto's words, sensed the lack of malice or fear emanating from him. Bored, the Nine-Tails lay down, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto as it said, "Leave. No need to be so cold. Let's have a chat, shall we? I have no desire to converse with you." "Leave." Naruto shook his head with a smile and noticed a seal affixed atop the large fence. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The seal contained some of Minato Namikaze's chakra and a trace of his consciousness. This was a golden opportunity to grow stronger. Approaching the seal, Naruto muttered to himself, "This is quite high. I can't reach it." The Nine-Tails, with its keen ears, caught Naruto's murmurs. "Little brat, are you planning to tear down that seal?" Naruto nodded, "Yes. It seems a bit cramped in there. If you tear down the seal and open the door, you should have more space." The Nine-Tails, unconcerned with Naruto's intentions, realized that if the seal were broken, it could finally escape and enjoy a more comfortable existence. With a sly grin, the Nine-Tails replied, "All right. Would you like me to help you reach it?" Naruto eagerly nodded. "That would be splendid." The Nine-Tails was perplexed by Naruto's thoughts. He seemed far from a mere child. However, the Nine-Tails did not dwell on it for long, and used some chakra to elevate Naruto before the seal. Upon realizing he could reach the seal with his hand, Naruto joyfully extended it, only to have his hand seized midway. "Naruto, you must not. That seal cannot be torn away." The Nine Tails roared upon seeing Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze. This was soon followed by a series of furious roars from the Nine Tails. Minato, employing some unknown technique, raised his hand slightly, silencing the Nine Tails' wrathful cries. Naruto paid no heed to the Nine Tails' outbursts or to what Minato was doing. Instead, he smiled brightly at Minato and asked, "Oh, why can't it be removed? The place where the big fox resides is so small, it must be uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be better to let it out?" "Naruto, the Nine Tails harbors a deep-seated hatred for humanity, and its power is far too great, posing a significant danger to the village." Minato's words were abruptly cut off by Naruto. "Since you know it's so dangerous, why seal it within me? Did you ever consider the danger I might face?" "Naruto, you're still young. Do not be swayed by the Nine Tails." Once again, Minato's plea was interrupted by Naruto. "What's wrong with it? It hasn't harmed me. Yet, the villagers you care so much about see me as a demon fox. When they see me, they either beat me or curse me. They refuse to sell me anything, even when I try to buy with money, and the food I manage to procure is often nearly expired or spoiled, all for an exorbitant price. In comparison, I find the Nine Tails quite agreeable." After Naruto spoke, Minato stared at him in a daze, and even the enraged Nine Tails quieted down, watching Naruto with a blank expression. Naruto smiled gently and turned to the Nine Tails, saying, "You must have seen my situation outside. Why not show him what I endure?" The Nine Tails grinned ominously and nodded. "Very well. Let's see if he dares to look." With that, the Nine Tails clenched its fist and extended it beside the bars, awaiting Minato's fist bump. Naruto, with a serene smile, challenged Minato. "Do you dare see?" Minato was bewildered by Naruto's thoughts, and even more so by the pact forged between Naruto and the Nine Tails. Yet he approached the Nine Tails as Minato was about to make contact. He looked up at the Nine Tails and stated, "I do not know how you have manipulated Naruto, but I trust my teacher Jiraiya, and I believe in my son Naruto. He is the child of prophecy as my teacher has described." Seeing Minato's insistence, Naruto scoffed, "I don't care about any prophecies first, except the memories of my growth." Minato glanced at Naruto and then focused intently on the Nine Tails' outstretched fist. After considerable hesitation, he finally clenched his fist and met the Nine Tails' punch. In an instant, scenes from Naruto's life began to unfold in Minato's mind that IT was uncertain how many images Minato witnessed, but the child who was meant to be the hero's son, basking in adoration and affection, had instead become a reviled demon fox. Minato was not ignorant of the plight Naruto faced as a Jinchuriki. It was precisely because he understood this that he wished for Naruto to earn the villagers' respect and kindness as the hero's son. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not only embezzled the inheritance and properties left for Naruto, but had also concealed the truth, forcing Naruto to bear the village's hatred and malice. Minato's expression grew increasingly grim as he observed the scenes, causing his chakra to destabilize, rendering his form ever more ethereal. Naruto, witnessing Minato's demeanor, remarked, "This is the village you cherish. This is how they treat your son. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Minato, hearing Naruto's voice, spoke with a hint of despondency. "It should not be like this. There must have been some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Is that what you call this? Have you not seen the environment I live in? Doesn't that say it all?" Perhaps Naruto's words had struck a nerve, for Minato's chakra grew increasingly erratic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto thought to himself that he had pushed too hard. He quickly addressed Minato. "If you wish for me to suffer to death at their hands, you could disperse now." Minato, alarmed by Naruto's words, hastily controlled his chakra and looked at Naruto, asking, "Do you truly hate the village?" "I don't know." Naruto was honest in this regard. He had been in Naruto's body for less than 10 hours. To say he hated them would be untrue, yet the memories he possessed certainly did not foster any fondness. Minato, lost in thought, lowered his head and said, "I understand. You seek my enlightenment, do you not?" Naruto nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I currently have no means of self-defense. Just before I arrived here, 2 masked individuals were fighting outside my room. Can you guess who they were?" Minato, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze on Naruto, likely piecing together the situation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Minato looked at Naruto and said, I know the villagers have wronged you, yet I still hope you can find it in your heart to forgive them. You may not understand all that I say, as you are still young, but I will grant you time to grow. Chapter 4. The bewilderment of the Nine Tails. After finishing his words, Minato Namikaze formed several hand seals, and an array of intricate characters emerged on the bars of the Nine-Tailed seal. Minato gazed at Naruto and said, These inscriptions contain my insights and all the jutsu I have mastered. Once you complete your studies at the Ninja Academy and learn to read, you will naturally be able to master these techniques. You will also understand which is more significant, the village or the grievances you have endured. As Minato concluded, his form began to fade, and after a burst of white light, he vanished completely. Naruto, feeling a sense of despondency, shook his head. In the end, Minato's heart remained with the village. He feared that if Naruto learned the jutsu, he might pose a threat to it. Yet, as Minato's son, he could not simply disregard him, hence inscribing all the jutsu on the ceiling bars. This was both an opportunity for Naruto and a chance for the village. Should the village improve its treatment of Naruto, he would have no reason to retaliate. Conversely, if they continued their ill treatment, Minato could not allow his son to suffer. The Nine Tails, witnessing Minato's disappearance, scoffed, "Foolish human." Naruto snapped back to reality, glancing at the Nine Tails before shifting his gaze to the seal. He noticed that half of the seal had been torn away, and Minato had not reinforced it upon leaving. With a smile, Naruto remarked, "I suppose he ran out of chakra while trying to leave his insights and techniques for me." Naruto shook his head and asked the Nine Tails, "Should I fully tear off that seal?" The Nine Tails looked at Naruto in astonishment. "You little brat. How do you know so much?" Naruto grinned, clenched his fist, and proposed, "How about a fist bump?" The Nine Tails paused, contemplating, before finally raising its fist to meet Naruto's. Prior to their fist bump, Naruto had the system compile the information from Naruto, Shippuden, and transmitted it to the Nine Tails during their contact. Upon receiving the memories, the Nine Tails stared at Naruto in disbelief. "Where did you acquire these memories?" "No, you are not from this world." Naruto nodded and then shook his head. "My soul does not belong to this world, but I am indeed a being of this realm. You could say I am Naruto, or perhaps not." After digesting all the information, the Nine Tails lay weakly. "I never imagined anyone still knew of the 10 Tails. It was that detestable Uchiha clan that brought it forth. What are you planning to do next?" Naruto raised his gaze slightly. "I have no particular plan. Once I find a way, I will free you, and your fate will no longer concern me." "Do you even realize what you are saying, little brat?" "I do, and I am acutely aware that without you, I could hide in one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries or the ruins of Lulan and remain safe. My peril stems from you, does it not?" The Nine Tails found itself speechless. It could not deny that Naruto's misfortunes began with it. From the outset, Naruto had always been ensnared by its influence. While the Nine Tails was lost in thought, Naruto began to absorb the insights left by Minato. Minato had meticulously chronicled his experiences from the onset of his training to the moment of his demise, detailing every nuance. Beyond the body flicker technique, he detailed the chakra extraction technique, shadow clone jutsu, flying thunder god technique, water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water barrier, wind release, great breakthrough, lightning release, lightning ball, and finally, the Rasengan, which even included advanced directions for its use. Next, Naruto approached the opposite side of the bars, where he discovered techniques related to Sage Mode. However, Minato had noted that to practice Sage Mode, one must have the assistance of Toad Oil. Naruto, upon seeing this, quickly moved on to examine the next techniques. The final few were the 4-symbol seal, 8-trigram seal, 5-element seal, and the dead demon consuming seal. However, next to the dead demon consuming seal, there was a warning stating that this technique was one of mutual destruction and should only be used as a last resort. Remember, remember, remember. Upon reading the repeated admonition, Naruto understood that Minato was reluctant for him to use the dead demon consuming seal. Finally, Minato shared some of his cultivation insights, revealing that his chakra affinities comprised 5 elements: wind, lightning, fire, yin, and yang. In his earlier years, Minato had relied on simple ninjutsu in battles. However, after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he became accustomed to utilizing taijutsu and the Flying Thunder God in combat, rendering those simpler techniques obsolete. After absorbing all of Minato's insights, Naruto turned to the Nine Tails, saying, I cannot remove that seal for you just yet. I have just reviewed Minato's insights. And if I were to tear off that seal now, I would be unable to contain your overflowing chakra. It would surely lead to trouble. My apologies." Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Nine-Tails closed its eyes and retorted, "Leave. Hypocritical human. I will control my chakra and will not let it overflow again." Naruto shook his head, choosing not to engage with the proud fox, and began to contemplate exiting the sealing space. After Naruto departed, the Nine-Tails sighed. "The boy with azure eyes has been replaced. What should I do now, old man?" After uttering those words, the Nine-Tails once more closed its eyes. When Naruto's consciousness returned, he was still aware of the ongoing sounds of battle outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He possessed everything but time. Thankfully, in his past life, he had the system's assistance to learn Japanese. Otherwise, he would have been unable to comprehend Minato's insights today. However, even with Minato's insights, he found himself unable to cultivate. He was under constant surveillance. The moment he attempted to extract chakra, it would quickly be discovered, adding to Naruto's frustration. The more Naruto contemplated, the more his headache intensified. And amid the sounds of the ongoing battle, he ultimately succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, a quarrel erupted in the third Hokage's office, with Danzo ultimately retreating in defeat. However, as he departed, the third Hokage imparted a crucial statement to him. "The Uchiha are our foremost concern." Danzo understood the implication behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and replied, "Understood," before slamming the door shut. Sighing, Hiruzen gazed at the closed door of the office and reflected, "The will of fire can only flourish in the light. Roots can never become Hokage. Why can't you grasp this truth?" Upon returning to the root, Danzo summoned the individuals responsible for bringing Naruto back to the root. Chapter 5. The Third Hokage's Special Concern. The following day, after waking up, Naruto surveyed his disheveled home. He contemplated tidying up, yet fearing the third Hokage's suspicion. He settled for merely washing up before sitting on his bed, pondering his next steps. Just as Naruto felt lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found the third Hokage standing kindly at the entrance. Recalling how he had previously interacted with the third Hokage, Naruto quickly adopted a semblance of composure. The third Hokage, as ever, delivered his insincere, brainwashing rhetoric, but this time, unlike before, he concluded his grandiloquent statements by inquiring, "Did you spend the night alone at home, Naruto?" Naruto internally braced himself, realizing this was the true purpose of Hiruzen's visit. He feigned a melancholic demeanor, lowering his head and lamenting, "Everyone scorns me and shuns me. I had no choice but to sleep alone." Later, two masked individuals came, and I thought they were here to harm me, but after searching the house, they left. Hiruzen, having gleaned no useful information, directly questioned Naruto. "So, you didn't go anywhere last night?" Naruto looked at Hiruzen in surprise. "No, I didn't." As nightfall enveloped the world, I found myself too apprehensive to venture outside, thus resigning to the confines of my home. Sarutobi Hiruzen, perceiving Naruto's obliviousness, remarked, "I merely overheard those two masked individuals last night mention that you were taken away for a brief moment, which prompted my visit. Now that I see you are unharmed, I can breathe easy." With large, innocent eyes, Naruto gazed at Sarutobi and inquired, "Did someone really take me away last night? I was unaware of such an event." Sarutobi chuckled lightly. "Perhaps they were mistaken. Take care of yourself, young Naruto. I must take my leave. Here is your allowance for the month." As Naruto glanced at the 500 ryo left on the table, a wave of frustration washed over him, yet he maintained a cheerful facade as he replied, "Thank you, Grandpa Third." Once Sarutobi departed, Naruto's expression darkened. Staring at the meager 500 ryo, he felt a sense of nausea. A typical bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs 60 ryo. The amount left on the table barely covered 10 bowls. Considering Naruto's circumstances in Konoha, he couldn't fathom what this paltry sum could procure. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. This situation could not persist. Although the Spirit Spring space contained a plethora of dishes, they could not be made public. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he resolved to adopt the method from his original story and venture to the river to catch fish. Upon exiting his home, Naruto endured a barrage of insults and disdainful glances, yet he persevered, following the familiar path to the river's edge, a secluded area on the outskirts of the village that had once served as his secret hideaway. Here, no one berated him, assaulted him, or scrutinized him with disdainful eyes. Surveying the surroundings, Naruto envisioned constructing a small wooden cabin where he could reside. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that while there were plenty of trees, felling them and building a shelter was beyond the capabilities of a mere child. With a resigned sigh, he approached the river to commence his fishing endeavor. The chosen spot was quite suitable. The water flowed gently, making it a manageable task to catch fish. Naruto waded into the river and soon captured 2 fish. Remarkably, the aquatic life in this world proved abundant, possibly due to the influence of chakra or the pristine water quality. In the past, Naruto had struggled with fishing, partly due to his lack of skill and partly due to his timid nature. He had always feared being swept away like the fish. However, now he felt liberated from such concerns. Even if he were to be carried away by the current, it wouldn't be a significant issue. After hauling the fish ashore, he prepared to process them, only to realize that his previous self had never cleaned a fish. He had always cooked them whole, scales and insides intact. Unbeknownst to him how he managed to consume them. With a sigh, Naruto scouted the area and discovered a stone suitable for scraping off the scales. He removed the scales, yanked out the gills with his hands, and, for the entrails, he employed a stone to pierce the belly, tearing it open to extract the innards. Finding the tools he had used to start a fire before, he arranged a pile of firewood and set the fish aside to roast slowly. Once cooked, he took a bite, only to find it devoid of flavor, save for a charred taste mingled with the fish's natural essence. Naruto reflected on his past life as a business magnate, where desires were easily fulfilled, only to find himself in such dire straits now. Too wary to even enjoy a meal. After laboriously finishing 1 fish, he decided to jog around the woods. During this time, he realized that since he could not currently extract chakra or learn ninjutsu, he should focus on physical training first, as this would facilitate future ninjutsu studies. Observing through the lens of a telescope, Sarutobi noticed Naruto, as he had done before, grilling fish by the river and resumed his duties. When the time was right, he glanced back at Naruto only to find him running, which prompted a slight frown. Nevertheless, Sarutobi dismissed any concerns and turned his attention to a nearby bathing beauty. On the first day of his training, Naruto did not overexert himself. Feeling fatigued, he lay down at the site where he had roasted fish. However, after a brief rest, he sensed something amiss. He had access to the spirit spring space and had yet to drink from it. Consuming the spring's essence should alleviate his fatigue. Resolving to enter the spirit spring, he hesitated due to the watchful eyes around him, ultimately sighing and mentally entering the space. He drew the spring's essence to his lips and took a generous sip. Immediately, he felt revitalized as the weariness dissipated. Realizing this method was effective, Naruto concluded that he could indeed focus on physical training, enhancing his stamina, and eventually learning the 8 gates technique from Guy. With determination, he turned and resumed his run, understanding that physical conditioning required perseverance and was not a complex endeavor. Thus, over the following days, Naruto settled near the river, often neglecting to return home, as that dwelling offered little difference in his life. The items he received from the system were merely mundane necessities, lacking significant utility. Chapter 6. Extracting Chakra. Seeing Naruto's situation, Sarutobi grew concerned and approached him while he was grilling fish. "Little Naruto, are you here grilling fish again?" "Yes, Grandpa Third. Would you like a piece?" "Sure. I am indeed feeling hungry." Upon hearing this, Naruto inwardly cursed the old man for his shamelessness, arriving only after he had finished grilling, likely just to ensure he was not faring too well. Nonetheless, he picked up a fish and handed it to Sarutobi, ensuring it was the least well-cooked of the lot. Sarutobi glanced at the fish, then compared it to the others cooking by the fire, pondering whether Naruto had done this intentionally or not. Fearing Sarutobi might see through him, Naruto looked up with eager eyes and asked, "Grandpa, why aren't you eating? The others are still cooking, but this one should be done by now. It's dark, so it must be ready." Sarutobi, realizing the implication, chuckled and replied, all right, I shall eat." However, he mused that perhaps Naruto was merely worried about undercooking it. Maybe he had overthought the situation. With a cheerful demeanor, Naruto continued, "I once ate fish that wasn't properly cooked and spent the whole night with stomach issues. Now, I make sure to char it a bit, so I need not worry about it being undercooked." Sarutobi nodded, no longer suspicious, convincing himself that children do not harbor such complex thoughts. After finishing their meal, Sarutobi maintained his feigned benevolence and inquired, "Little Naruto, why have you not returned home lately?" Naruto, recognizing the true purpose behind this question, had already prepared a response. With a dejected demeanor, he lowered his gaze and replied, "The villagers do not like me. They despise me. So, I thought it best to avoid appearing before them. Truth be told, it's quite pleasant here. I am spared from their insults and abuse, and no one harms me. This is not acceptable, little Naruto. There are wild beasts roaming these areas. If you were to be injured, no one would know. You should return to the village." But Naruto shook his head, asserting, "It's all right. Recently, I have been practicing running. Even if a beast were to approach, I would surely escape." Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Naruto's reluctance to return, felt a twinge of urgency. It would be quite detrimental if Naruto lacked a sense of belonging to the village. Thus, as if having made a momentous decision, Hiruzen gazed at Naruto and said, "Little Naruto, if you choose to reside in the village, I can teach you the ways of a ninja. You could even aspire to become Hokage. Isn't that your dream?" Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Naruto lowered his head in contemplation. The concepts of ninja, Hokage, and foundation swirled in his mind, and he looked up at Hiruzen with excitement. "What do you mean, third grandpa? Please, tell me. If you give me this, I will return to the village." Hiruzen chuckled at Naruto's enthusiasm, secretly thinking how easily he could be swayed. "Very well, I shall grant you this." With that, Hiruzen handed Naruto a scroll. Naruto opened the scroll and, to his dismay, discovered it contained the chakra refining technique of the Uzumaki clan. However, he quickly realized that he was not yet enrolled in school and could not read. Thus, he feigned disappointment, saying, "I don't know how to read. What is written here? I can't understand it." In truth, Naruto had mentally noted the chakra refining technique of the Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen, catching Naruto's words, paused briefly before smiling. "No worries, I will first teach you how to refine chakra. Once you return, I will arrange for someone to help you learn to read." Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but feel frustrated with himself for creating such a predicament. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of joy and exclaimed, "Really? Truly? That is wonderful. I can become Hokage." Hiruzen watched with amusement as Naruto danced about in delight. Once Naruto had settled down, Hiruzen began instructing him on chakra extraction. Chakra is a synthesis of mental and physical energy, requiring mental focus to harness physical strength for its refinement. Following Hiruzen's guidance, Naruto attempted to extract chakra. He realized that the technique Hiruzen taught him was the same as that of Minato Namikaze, rather than that of the Uzumaki clan. Sitting cross-legged, Naruto tried to extract chakra and sensed its presence, but quickly halted, fearing that such rapid success might lead to being labeled a genius, thus attracting the attention of Danzo. Feigning multiple unsuccessful attempts, he looked at Hiruzen and said, "Why isn't it working?" Hiruzen chuckled gently. "The first time extracting chakra can be quite challenging. It can take up to a week to succeed. Take your time when you return home." Naruto nodded. "All right, I will return. Farewell, third grandpa." With that, he jogged back to the village. As Hiruzen watched Naruto's departing figure, he felt something was amiss but could not pinpoint it. He turned to the hidden Umbu and instructed, "If the Jinchuriki exhibits any abnormalities, report to me immediately." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Upon returning home, Naruto closed the door and drew the curtains. He understood that this action was likely futile, yet it was all he could do at present. Unsure whether to extract chakra, he realized that if he did, those monitoring him outside would notice immediately. After contemplating for a while, he decided it would be prudent to wait 4 or 5 days before attempting to extract chakra. Oh, and it seemed he had not checked in today. Check in. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained chakra concealment technique. Would you like to learn it? Chakra concealment technique? If I learn this, can others not detect my chakra extraction? Ding. Indeed. If the host learns the chakra concealment technique, you can freely control how much chakra others perceive. Excellent. This is precisely what I need. I shall learn the chakra concealment technique. Ding. Chakra concealment technique learned successfully. Please practice diligently. Chapter 7. Hinata Hyuga as the system's voice faded. Knowledge of the chakra concealment technique filled Naruto's mind. After absorbing all the information, he couldn't help but grimace. Learning the chakra concealment technique still required chakra. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to extract some chakra first. Sitting cross-legged, he followed Hiruzen's chakra refining method instead of the Uzumaki clan's technique. Naruto was unaware if Hiruzen had indeed taught him the Uzumaki method. If it were not, and he was discovered, it could reveal much about him, especially if his hair changed color. Seeking stability, Naruto was unwilling to reveal himself prematurely. He wanted to ensure he had the means to protect himself first. Soon enough, he successfully extracted a small amount of chakra, sufficient to learn the chakra concealment technique. Thus, in the following days, Naruto focused on chakra extraction, checking in, and mastering the chakra concealment technique. Half a month later, Hiruzen visited Naruto's home again, sensing a change in Naruto's chakra, which made him frown. Yet, Hiruzen smiled kindly at Naruto and said, "Little Naruto, you have successfully extracted chakra." "Yes, third grandpa. Did you not learn from the scroll I provided?" Naruto feigned helplessness, shaking his head. "I cannot read. I do not understand what is written." Hiruzen felt a bit awkward, realizing he had forgotten to find a teacher for Naruto. "This is my oversight. I shall ensure you have someone to teach you." "Thank you so much, third grandpa." "No need for thanks. I am here to provide you with living expenses." After placing the money on the table, he continued, "Little Naruto, you must also venture outside more often. You cannot remain cooped up at home." Naruto shook his head. "It's better if I don't. People often scold me when I go out." "Little Naruto, have you not always aspired to be Hokage?" What followed was Hiruzen's extensive persuasion, and Naruto had no choice but to feign attentiveness. However, internally, he was exasperated with Hiruzen. After Hiruzen departed, Naruto resolved to learn the shadow clone technique. Perhaps he was particularly suited for it, as he successfully created 20 to 30 clones on his first attempt. Aware that he was expending too much chakra, he quickly dispelled the excess clones, retaining only one as his true form entered the spirit spring space. "Damn you, Sarutobi. Why should I be beholden to you? When you pass, I shall dance on your grave." After venting his frustrations for half an hour, Naruto took a sip of the spirit spring water to soothe his parched throat and fatigue. Once he regained his composure, he utilized all the chakra within him to create shadow clones. "From now on, you will learn the body technique, water treading, tree climbing, and the hand seals." After issuing his commands, the clones divided into groups, each diligently following his instructions. Naruto then exited the spirit spring space, dispelling the remaining clones. The shadow clone technique would merely enhance his proficiency. The physical training and chakra mastery still required his true self to cultivate. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested that he take a stroll, Naruto decided it was an opportune moment to exercise. Upon venturing outside, he was met with the same disdainful glances and scornful remarks, leaving him perplexed as to why Hiruzen would subject him to such derision. After jogging for a while, he felt an unyielding gaze upon him. Turning the corner, he quickly spun around to find a flustered young girl. She was petite and delicate, walking with a light and somewhat bashful gait, her head slightly bowed, exuding an air of fragility and quietude, as if a gentle breeze could sweep her away, evoking a natural instinct to protect her. Indeed, it was none other than his destined partner, Hinata Hyuga. When Hinata realized that Naruto had noticed her, she became flustered, unsure of how to react. Observing her predicament, Naruto sighed and approached her, asking, "Is there something you need while following me?" Hinata, feeling nervous and shy, could hardly formulate a response. I. Noticing her distress, Naruto sighed again and offered, "I am merely exercising, if you don't mind. Would you like to jog alongside me?" "Yes," she replied eagerly. With a smile, Naruto turned and resumed his light jog. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. And you?" "I am Hinata Hyuga. You can just call me Hinata." "All right." As they jogged, their conversation flowed, but soon Hinata lagged behind. Turning to encourage her, Naruto called, "Hinata, keep going. You'll catch up in no time." "Yes, Naruto-kun." Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at Naruto's usual fishing spot. He jumped into the river, caught a few fish, and started a fire to grill them. Meanwhile, Hinata watched him from a distance, panting heavily, silently motivating herself. "I'm almost catching up to Naruto-kun." As Hinata approached, Naruto cheerfully remarked, "We can't sit just yet. If you do, you'll be sore tomorrow. Let us keep moving to loosen up those muscles." "Yes, Naruto-kun." Naruto grinned and said, "Just call me Naruto. No need for such formality." "But isn't that a bit impolite?" She responded, "Not at all. Haven't we become friends? If you're overly formal, it might seem like you don't consider me one." Hinata, panicking, shook her head vigorously. No. I truly want to be friends with you, Naruto-kun." After expressing herself, she suddenly froze, overwhelmed with emotion, and fainted. Surprised, Naruto rushed to support her, gently laying her on the grass. He hadn't anticipated seeing Hinata's bashful demeanor in reality. It was indeed too adorable. Shaking his head with a smile, He resumed grilling the fish while waiting for her to awaken. Just as the fish were nearing completion, Hinata finally stirred. Upon sitting up, she instinctively replied, yes. But upon seeing Naruto, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she nearly fainted again. Hey, you can't faint again. If you do, the fish will burn. Hinata quickly shook her head. I want tea faint. I want tea. Naruto chuckled, thinking how endearing Hinata was. I've prepared plenty of fish today. Make sure to eat. Yes. Hinata accepted a grilled fish, gazing at it, then glancing at Naruto. Smiling, he declared, I'm starting. Hinata responded softly, I'll start too. They both lowered their heads, quietly enjoying their meal. The silence lingered, possibly due to Naruto's uncertainty on what to say or Hinata's strict upbringing, which dictated silence while eating. In total, Naruto grilled 8 fish. He consumed 3, while Hinata finished the remaining 5. Are you full? If not, I can catch more. No, that's all right. I can eat more at home. All right then. Next time, I'll prepare a bit extra. That is not necessary, Naruto-kun. Just 1 or 2 is fine. Naruto chuckled. You call me Naruto-kun again. Yes. Naruto. Hinata blushed again, nearly fainting once more. Relax. You're from the Hyuga clan. I'm sure you have strict manners. Since you've come out, let us enjoy ourselves without worrying too much about rules. Yes, Naruto-kun. Realizing she had called him that again, Hinata quickly corrected herself. Naruto. Naruto laughed, standing up and looking at Hinata. Let us head back. I'll walk you home. Okay. Instinctively, he reached for her hand but quickly withdrew it, placing it behind his head instead, recalling how mature the girls in the anime were. Hinata, feeling a mix of nervousness and relief, noted his retraction but felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. Walking side by side, they soon arrived at the Hyuga residence. Miss, you've returned. Hinata nodded in acknowledgement. But the clan member's gaze remained fixed on Naruto. Understanding the protective intent of her clan, Hinata turned to the member and said, let us go back. Yes, miss. She then addressed Naruto. Goodbye, Naruto-kun. Naruto. Naruto waved with a smile. Take care. I'll be heading back too. With that, he turned and left the Hyuga compound. After his departure, the clan member warned Hinata, Miss, it would be best to avoid contact with him in the future. Why? I can't elaborate. You should consult the clan leader. Hinata nodded silently, her head bowed as she made her way home. Upon her return, Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, regarded her sternly. You're back? Yes, father. Where did you go today? I went jogging for exercise. Didn't play much. Very well. After you freshen up, it's time for dinner. Yes, father. Hinata had intended to share her newfound friendship with Naruto with her father, but recalling the clan member's warning, she decided against it. Meanwhile, while Naruto was at his usual fishing spot with Hinata, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, met with Hayashi Hyuga. Their discussion led to Hayashi's decision not to send anyone to retrieve Hinata. After returning home, Naruto summoned a shadow clone and immediately entered the spiritual spring space. Within the spring, his clone was diligently practicing various techniques, including water walking, tree climbing, and hand seals. Naruto scooped up a bowl of spring water and dispelled all the clones. Instantly, a flood of memories surged into his mind, nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, he was prepared. He drank the spring water, alleviating the mental turmoil considerably. Naruto rubbed his temples and mused. This is merely the memory of 30 shadow clones. I can't fathom how the thousands of shadow clones in the original narrative managed to endure the memory of learning the spiral shuriken. Just as Yang Chu's words fell, the system chimed in. Ding. In fact, this practice is beneficial for the host. Oh, how so? Ding. The host frequently employs shadow clones for learning, which, while exerting pressure on the brain, simultaneously enhances the host's mental strength. With increased mental fortitude, most genjutsu will have little effect on the host. Naruto's lips twitched in realization. So, Naruto in the original story was less affected by genjutsu because he practiced multiple shadow clones? I thought it was due to the 9 tails. Ding. The system does not possess that information. It merely performs standard detection. Alright. Naruto acknowledged the system's validity, regardless of its utility. The most effective way to accumulate experience at present was through the use of multiple shadow clones. Arriving at a large lake, Naruto walked atop the water before breaking into a light run, chuckling. This is quite simple. He then approached a nearby tree stump, executing a precise 90-degree step onto it. Not bad. Subsequently, Naruto practiced the body replacement technique, transformation technique, and clone technique in succession. Noticing some deficiencies in the transformation technique, he summoned shadow clones to have a portion of them continue mastering the three-body technique. Some might argue that the three-body technique is the simplest form of ninjutsu. However, it is also the most frequently utilized, making its mastery significantly beneficial. He then directed the other shadow clones to study sealing techniques, as Naruto's chakra reserves were currently limited, making the learning of Flying Thunder God or other ninjutsu somewhat challenging. It was better to first grasp some theoretical knowledge. Chapter 9. Might Guy and Tsunade upon awakening. Naruto completed his morning routine and ventured out to exercise. While on his way, he encountered Might Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit. Guy, noticing Naruto also engaged in physical training, leaped in front of him and exclaimed, "Would you like to share the vigor of youth with me, young one?" Naruto nodded, replying, "Sure. Today I meet someone willing to revel in youth with me, so I shall reward myself with 500 frog jumps. Let us embark on this journey together." Although Naruto felt a tinge of embarrassment, he followed Guy, recognizing him as an excellent teacher of physical techniques. It must be said that Might Guy's physical prowess was formidable. Naruto struggled to keep pace with Guy's frog jumps, needing to drink from the spring water several times to barely keep up. Guy, surprised that Naruto could match his endurance, paused, prompting Naruto's instinct to reach for the spring water to alleviate his fatigue. However, he reconsidered, realizing that if he relieved his tiredness now, Guy would surely notice. Seeing Naruto lying on the ground, Guy gave a thumbs up, showcasing his pristine white teeth, and said, "You cannot rest on the ground right after frog jumps. Youth does not permit such laziness." Naruto, with a wry smile, replied, "Uncle, please let me rest. I am utterly exhausted." "That won't do. If you lie down now, you won't be able to get up tomorrow." "But I can't move." "What to do then?" With that, Might Guy seized Naruto and began shaking him vigorously, nearly causing him to regurgitate. After a while of shaking, Naruto felt dizzy. "Uncle, I can't take it anymore. If you keep shaking me, I might vomit." In truth, Naruto sensed Guy's intention to loosen his muscles through the shaking. Yet, it seemed Guy did not hear Naruto's protests, continuing to shake him until Naruto finally fainted. At the precise moment Naruto collapsed, two masked individuals appeared, observing Might Guy. "Kakashi, what brings you here? Let us engage in our 43rd duel." One of the two Umbu was indeed the silver-haired Kakashi. Kakashi, with a serious expression, addressed Guy, "I have a mission. Hand him over to me." However, Might Guy shook his head, lifting Naruto's body behind him, asserting, "No way. This is my prized disciple. You cannot claim him." Kakashi's forehead twitched with 3 black lines. Looking at Guy, his situation is rather unique. If you wish to take him as your apprentice, you must obtain the 3rd Hokage's consent. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Might Guy seemed to contemplate something, then nodded, saying, "All right, I will seek the 3rd Hokage's approval." Following this, Might Guy entrusted Naruto to Kakashi. After escorting Naruto home, Kakashi reported back to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Not long after returning home, Naruto regained consciousness, but his entire body felt utterly depleted, even lacking the strength to move a finger. Using his mind, he summoned some spring water from the spring space and drank deeply to alleviate his fatigue. Just as he intended to sit up, he forced himself back down, aware that the watchers outside would be concerned about his condition. If he sat up now, he would surely be discovered. Quickly, Naruto entered the spring space and placed a shadow clone where he had been lying, ensuring there would be no problems. In the spring space, Naruto rubbed his sore muscles, accelerating the effect of the spring water. Within 10 minutes, all feelings of fatigue and soreness dissipated. Naruto hopped a couple of times, remarking, "Today's workout was quite intense. I never imagined Might Guy's morning training would surpass the cumulative intensity of my recent training." Observing the shadow clones still diligently engaged in their tasks, he dispelled them and resumed his previous training. Seizing the opportune moment, Naruto returned to his room and swiftly dispelled the shadow clones within. Now he needed to carefully plan how to train without being discovered. Today, he had left a favorable impression on Might Guy. Even if Guy had been warned by Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would not refuse Naruto should he seek guidance on physical techniques in the future. That alone was sufficient. As for mastering the 8 gates, there was no rush. First, he needed to build up his physical ability, and mastering the 8 gates would come naturally afterward. However, persistence in training physical techniques was essential. Even after achieving success, one could not become complacent, which posed a challenge. How wonderful it would be if he had access to the Cloud Village's lightning release body forging technique, allowing him to constantly refine his body with lightning. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Naruto suddenly sat up. Since he lacked the Cloud Village's lightning release body forging technique, why not develop his own? By dispatching shadow clones to experiment gradually, he could make progress. Just as Naruto felt he had found a solution, he realized it was still a daunting task. The lightning release body forging technique stimulated cells using lightning to enhance physical strength. Without a clear direction, any attempts might be futile. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, feeling overwhelmed by the knowledge he still needed to acquire. To develop ninjutsu, one must possess a thorough understanding of the chakra pathways, which inevitably led to the study of medical ninjutsu. While Naruto was absorbed in his thoughts, a knock echoed at the door. Internally, he mused at this hour. Who could be knocking? Nevertheless, he opened the door, revealing a striking woman with flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders and captivating ruby eyes. If Naruto recalled correctly, this was Tsunade, known for her proficiency in Jinjutsu. What brings you here, beautiful lady? As the setting sun painted the sky in hues of red, Yuhi Kurenai noticed a glimmer of pity in Naruto's eyes, though it was quickly concealed as she responded to his inquiries. The third Hokage sent me to teach you how to read. The third grandfather sent you? That's wonderful, Naruto exclaimed, eagerly ushering Kurenai into his home. She, feeling no need for formalities, stepped inside. However, upon entering, Kurenai found herself regretting her decision. Naruto's home was scarcely better than her own. A chaotic and filthy mess akin to a rubbish dump. Chapter 10. The Art of Reading clearing her throat, Kurenai said to Naruto. I think it would be better if we found a different place to teach you how to read. Naruto, sensing her discomfort at the state of his home, also felt a twinge of embarrassment, but he quickly masked it, nodding enthusiastically. Sure. As long as I can learn to read, anywhere will do. Soon, the two found themselves in a secluded grove. Kurenai instructed, look at me. Naruto blinked, instinctively gazing at her face. But that fleeting glance caused both to blush. As they walked, Kurenai, leading the way, suddenly halted, turning to bend down so Naruto could focus on her. Caught off guard, Naruto raised his head just in time to avoid crashing into her, the proximity making his cheeks flush. Kurenai's own blush stemmed from her failed attempt to cast a Jinjutsu on him. Clearing her throat again, she asked, why didn't you fall under my Jinjutsu? Naruto, slightly twitching at the corners of his mouth, replied, should I have? How can I learn to read if you don't use it on me? Should I learn each character one by one? Hearing this, Naruto realized why he could read the ceiling scrolls despite being a misfit. It was evidently due to the use of Jinjutsu. He surmised that his recent training with the shadow clone technique had significantly bolstered his mental fortitude, making him resistant to such illusions. Moreover, the presence of the Nine Tails made it even more challenging to fall under any Jinjutsu. Feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his face and suggested, why not give it another try? Put in a bit more effort. Kurenai nearly faltered at his words, which, while innocuous, struck her as rather suggestive. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she prepared to cast the Jinjutsu once more. This time, she channeled more chakra, successfully ensnaring Naruto within her illusion. Within the Jinjutsu, multiple versions of Kurenai appeared, each calling out various phrases, their roles clearly defined. Although Naruto was trapped in the illusion, his mind remained lucid, recognizing it as an illusion but remaining compliant for the sake of learning. Just as he began to feel bored, the Jinjutsu finally dissipated. Blinking, he saw Kurenai slumped on the ground. Rushing over, he asked, are you alright? Kurenai felt disheartened that despite exhausting her chakra, Naruto appeared completely unaffected. You still haven't fallen under my Jinjutsu? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Weren't you just teaching me to read? I've already learned. Frowning, Kurenai questioned. Are you certain you've learned? I think so. How about you rest for a bit while I grab a book? I can read it to you, and we can see if there are any issues, Naruto suggested. Kurenai, seeing the logic in his words, nodded in agreement. As Naruto prepared to sit beside her, contemplating how to express his gratitude for her efforts, he finally said, you rest here for a moment. I'll be right back. Assuming he needed to use the restroom, Kurenai nodded and allowed him to leave. Upon his swift return, however, he bore several fish and a bundle of firewood. Kurenai, puzzled, inquired, what are you planning to do? Well, I wanted to thank you for today, but I don't have enough money to treat you to a meal. So I thought I'd grill a few fish for you, Naruto explained. Hearing this, Kurenai felt a pang in her heart. The the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had fallen to such depths. No need for that. This is a command from the third Hokage, and I must follow it, she replied. Naruto shook his head firmly, insisting, "It's different. The third grandfather's order is a duty. You are helping me learn to read, so grilling fish for you is my personal gratitude." Kurenai nearly shed tears at Naruto's earnestness, thinking to herself how considerate he was, despite being in such a dire situation. While she was lost in thought, Naruto had already set up the fire pit. When Kurenai returned to reality, she saw him had nearly finished grilling the fish, albeit with a slightly awkward expression. "What's wrong?" Kurenai asked, confused. Do you have any salt or seasonings?" Naruto asked, embarrassed. Kurenai, taken aback, questioned, "You don't season your fish when you grill it?" With his head lowered, Naruto admitted, "The third Hokage gives me 500 ryo each month. Just enough for some simple vegetables. I can't afford anything else, and I can't even buy salt, so I've never added any seasoning to my grilled fish." Hearing this, Kurenai's discontent with the third Hokage deepened, although she masked her feelings with a smile. "Since there are no seasonings, let us enjoy your unseasoned grilled fish. I'm curious to taste it," she said. Realizing he had successfully elicited Kurenai's dissatisfaction with the third Hokage, Naruto beamed and handed her a grilled fish. "All right. My cooking skills are quite good." Kurenai took a bite of the fish, and although it lacked seasoning, the taste was still quite delightful. In terms of grilling, Naruto certainly excelled. She had to admit that even her adult skills might not surpass his. After finishing a fish, she turned to Naruto. "I'm full. What about the rest?" Before she could finish, Naruto interjected, "You should take the remaining fish home. Just heat it up a bit and add some seasoning, and it will taste even better. I know my gratitude may seem insufficient, but once I become a ninja and earn money, I will surely repay you properly." Chapter 11. Kurenai's subtle defense. Kurenai felt tears well up again at Naruto's words and quickly composed herself, playfully rolling her eyes at him. "What are you thinking? This fish is your way of thanking me. Of course, I will take it home to savor slowly. Now, let us test your reading skills and see if you truly recognize those characters." "Okay," Naruto replied enthusiastically. Kurenai smiled, standing up to retrieve the grilled fish and leading the way, while Naruto followed closely behind, his head bowed. It remains unclear whether Yakumo Haruno acted with intention or by chance. She led Naruto to the Konoha Ninja Library. After borrowing a book, she exited the library with Naruto, explaining as they walked, "Anyone can enter this library. It houses a plethora of books, including strategic warfare texts and basic medical ninjutsu. If you find yourself with free time, feel free to come here and read. However, remember that no one is allowed to make a ruckus." Naruto grasped her meaning. If no one was there to instruct him, he could certainly visit the library as long as he treated the books with care. Yet, he nearly chuckled at the realization that Yakumo had begun to devise ways to protect him. Soon, they arrived at a secluded area where Yakumo handed the book to Naruto, urging him to read it aloud. Initially indifferent, Naruto took the book and began to read diligently. However, as he progressed, he sensed something amiss. The book contained fundamental knowledge about ninjutsu and the principles of their interactions. Halfway through, he looked up at Yakumo, who smiled gently and nodded in encouragement. "You're doing well. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, sister. I still don't know your name," he inquired. Yakumo chuckled softly, shaking her head. "You will learn my name in due time. Let me escort you home." Naruto declined, saying, "No need. I know my way back. Goodbye, sister." With that, he dashed away. Once he departed, Yakumo wiped the smile from her face and reported to the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to her account and nodded approvingly. "You did well. You may leave now." "Yes, Lord Third." Yakumo had intended to mention that 500 ryo might be insufficient for Naruto, but for reasons unknown, she held her tongue. In truth, 500 ryo could sustain an ordinary family for a month, provided they purchased basic staples and vegetables and cooked at home. However, Naruto was no ordinary child, and thus 500 ryo would not suffice. Upon returning home, Naruto retrieved the Uzumaki clan's chakra refinement technique. Perhaps due to his lineage, he found himself particularly attuned to it, refining his chakra to 10 times its previous amount. The following day, Naruto awoke and signed in as usual. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Uzumaki bloodline. Would you like to utilize it?" "Yes," he exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, he inquired, "Did you just say Uzumaki bloodline?" "Indeed, host. Can you also sign in bloodlines from the Uchiha clan?" "Correct. The stronger the host, the broader the items that can be signed in. In the future, you might even sign in the Tsutsuki bloodline. Please continue your efforts. Naruto was surprised to learn that the sign-in system was linked to his strength. Contemplating the virtual display asking whether to use the Uzumaki bloodline, he decided, use the Uzumaki bloodline. Ding. Uzumaki bloodline successfully activated. As the system's voice faded, Naruto felt a surge of vitality coursing through his cells, invigorating his entire being and significantly increasing his chakra reserves. This Uzumaki bloodline was truly remarkable. No wonder they were able to establish their own nation. With such chakra reserves, coupled with the learning of powerful ninjutsu and sealing techniques, he could easily become the second largest ninja village. Sighing, he asked the system, is my chakra capacity greater than Kakashi's now? Ding. The host's chakra capacity is on par with Kakashi's. A mischievous smile crept across Naruto's face. I am now a person of considerable stature. After enjoying a brief moment of glee, he began his morning routine. While washing up, he noticed his hair had turned red, a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. System. Can I change my hair color? Ding. Yes. You can revert it to its original color. Ding. Host's hair color has been changed. As he gazed into the mirror, his hair gradually shifted from red back to its familiar yellow hue. Naruto did not dislike red hair. However, given the current circumstances in Konoha, particularly with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura, he knew that even the slightest deviation could lead to complications, especially as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. After completing his morning routine and having breakfast, he followed the same regimen as the previous day, running and exercising, drinking from the spring water thrice, until he collapsed from exhaustion. With the previous day's experience, he was unperturbed by the prospect of not having anyone to carry him home upon fainting. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a white-haired Umbu whisked him back. Upon returning home, Naruto did not awaken immediately. When he finally regained consciousness, it was already midday. He summoned his shadow clones to guard the house while his true self entered the spring space, replenished himself with the spring water, and then began meditating to refine his chakra. In the days that followed, Naruto established a structured routine, morning runs, afternoons spent reading at the library, and evenings dedicated to chakra training. His shadow clones in the spring space, now equipped with newfound knowledge, explored various ideas and directions for sealing techniques and the redevelopment of ninjutsu. This led to noticeable progress in the lightning release techniques he had been contemplating, though success still eluded him. Just as he prepared to head out for his studies, the third Hokage visited him again. Naruto felt a twinge of annoyance upon seeing Hiruzen, but he greeted him with a smile. Grandpa Third, you've come. Yes, little Naruto. How have you been lately? Inwardly, Naruto cursed. How would you know? You've been monitoring me around the clock, peering at me through your crystal ball. However, he maintained a cheerful facade, responding, I'm doing well. I've been quite fulfilled lately. Though I feel like my learning pace is too slow, if only I could split myself into 10 or 20 to study simultaneously. Hiruzen paused, then chuckled. I actually possess a jutsu that allows for such a feat. It's up to you to master it. What jutsu is it? I can definitely learn it. Please. Grandpa Third, teach me. Hiruzen nodded. I will have someone deliver it to you shortly. As he spoke, he patted Naruto's shoulder while discreetly checking the seal on his abdomen. Naruto understood now why Hiruzen had always given him a pat before leaving. This is for next month's living expenses, little Naruto. Be sure to use it wisely. Thank you, Grandpa Third. I will indeed be frugal. With a nod and a smile, Hiruzen departed. Once he was gone, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. If it weren't for the need to establish a legitimate source for the multi-shadow clone technique, I wouldn't bother engaging in conversation. Before long, Hiruzen indeed sent someone to deliver the multi-shadow clone technique to Naruto. Upon reviewing the scroll, he found it identical to the one given to him by Minato. He rolled it back up and approached the library. At the entrance, he activated the multi-shadow clone technique, producing 15 clones alongside his original self. Each clone entered the library and picked up a book, creating a striking scene of 16 identical figures engrossed in reading, leaving many patrons in the library utterly astonished. Observing Naruto's Umbu, he promptly reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi remained remarkably composed, though he hadn't anticipated that Naruto would master the multiple shadow clone technique so swiftly. He was well aware that Naruto, being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, possessed a considerable amount of chakra, renowned throughout the ninja world. With the endorsement of the third Hokage, Naruto became increasingly audacious. In the library, which boasted 6 floors. He deployed 15 to 20 shadow clones on each level, creating quite a spectacle within the Konoha library. Naturally, Naruto's grand actions caught the attention of various clans, yet they remained perplexed by the purpose behind his endeavors. Only Nara Shikaku from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans surmised a vague idea of what was transpiring. However, Shikaku refrained from pursuing his conjecture, recognizing Naruto as the orphan legacy of the 4th Hokage, and he was cautious not to inadvertently reveal any emotions. For the clans, there was still a lingering goodwill towards Naruto, as the 4th Hokage had been a commendable leader, albeit he had passed away too soon, leaving them to conceal their goodwill silently. Half a year later, during one of his early morning training sessions, Naruto realized that his routine running was no longer sufficient for his physical conditioning. He contemplated purchasing some weights, but found his funds lacking. Just as he was at a loss, he encountered Might Guy, who had been avoiding him since their first meeting. Naruto could only mentally chastise Sarutobi for this. Despite having been subtly advised by the 3rd Hokage, Might Guy kept a close watch on Naruto, recognizing his daily commitment to training. From his observations, Naruto's physical capabilities were barely sufficient to unlock 2 of the 8 gates. However, Guy could also see that Naruto lacked weights. Without them, his training would stagnate, offering little hope for surpassing his physical limits. It would likely be years before Naruto could finally obtain weights after graduating from the Ninja Academy and undertaking missions. Thus, on this day, Might Guy intended to present Naruto with weights. Upon arriving at the riverbank where Guy usually lingered, Naruto stumbled upon a pile of weights. Initially frowning, he thought someone had claimed the spot and prepared to leave. However, seeing the situation, Might Guy grew anxious and theatrically exclaimed that the weights were of no use to him and could be left there, claiming that no one would witness it. In an instant, he vanished as if utilizing the body flicker technique. Naruto's forehead twitched at Guy's antics, and even Kakashi, who was observing from a nearby tree, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Nevertheless, Naruto smiled and approached the weights, only to find even lifting one was a struggle, let alone the 30 or so present. He realized it would take days to transport them home. Looking at a nearby tree, he dug a small hole and left 2 weights behind, burying the rest and marking the location to avoid losing track of them in the future. Might Guy, witnessing Naruto's actions from a distance, felt a twinge of embarrassment, having forgotten that the weights were far too heavy for Naruto to carry alone. Kakashi, seeing the commotion, simply shook his head and leaped to the branch where Guy stood. "You shouldn't be doing this," Kakashi reprimanded. Might Guy, his spirits low, replied, "Naruto is an exceptional candidate for physical training. Even if the 3rd disagrees with me taking him as a pupil, that should not hinder Naruto's progress. If the 3rd truly valued such a talent, he would recognize that Naruto desperately needs weights." Kakashi fell silent, pondering the 3rd Hokage's intentions. He understood the complexities of the situation but felt powerless to voice his thoughts. Despite his blunt demeanor, Might Guy sensed Kakashi's despondency and reverted to his energetic self. "Let us engage in a contest, Kakashi. Youth must not be squandered." Upon hearing Guy's challenge, Kakashi immediately activated the body flicker technique to escape the scene. With weights to adapt to, Naruto opted not to visit the library that day and instead strolled through the streets. Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter with Uchiha Shursui as Naruto walked down the street. He was met with the same insults and vitriol. "That damn fox brat. Why is he still in the village? That wretched fox child. Why hasn't he perished yet? What misfortune to encounter this demon once more. My wife went to cheat last night. It must be that accursed fox's fault. I woke up with a stomachache this morning. It surely stems from that demon." Naruto had grown accustomed to the barrage of insults, though a lingering discomfort remained. The Uchiha Guard, similarly unwelcome, frequently clashed with petty merchants. Observing this, Naruto shook his head in resignation. The Konoha security force's efforts were akin to those of urban enforcers, unappreciated and often met with disdain. Yet, the 3rd Hokage failed to provide proper guidance, allowing prejudices against the Uchiha to fester over time. Just as tensions escalated between the merchants and the Uchiha Guards, another Uchiha member intervened. "You're openly assaulting a member of the guard. Come with us," the guard warned. "What right do you have to arrest me?" the merchant retorted. But his protest was cut short as he was taken into custody. "Let it go, Yinwa. He did not even strike you," another Uchiha guard interjected. "Shursui, are you truly an Uchiha? Our duty is to uphold the law. This man not only attacked a guard but also disrespected the Uchiha name. Our honor cannot be trampled upon." Naruto, overhearing their exchange, turned to see Uchiha Shursui. It was evident that he was overly compassionate for such a minor offense. The merchant would likely face only a few hours of detention. Was it necessary to embarrass the Uchiha in public? As expected, the merchant and Yenhua began to argue vehemently, escalating to physical resistance. Naruto, witnessing the unfolding drama, could foresee the outcome. The merchant would be beaten, Shursui would intervene, and the merchant would leave in a huff. After walking for a while, Naruto spotted Ichiraku Ramen. Having been in this world for over half a year, it would be his first visit. Should I give it a try? He mused aloud. Just then, someone called out, "Come on, I'll treat you." Turning around, Naruto recognized Uchiha Shursui and smiled, nodding in agreement. All right. With a grin, Shursui led Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen, where a bowl of tonkatsu ramen awaited them. Ultimately, it is simply a pork bone soup ramen. After Uchiha Shursui ordered the noodles, he turned to Naruto and asked, "What flavor would you like?" Naruto smiled and replied, "This is my first time dining out. Could you please help me choose?" Uchiha Shursui, slightly taken aback by Naruto's words, soon comprehended the situation and nodded before addressing Otsutsuki Ichiraku. "2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had not issued an explicit decree, the various clans were wary of approaching Naruto. However, the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were transparent to the clans. They were reluctant to provoke Hiruzen's warnings or draw the attention of Danzo's route. Otsutsuki Ichiraku swiftly prepared the ramen, squinting as he presented it to Naruto and Shursui, saying, "2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Enjoy." Uchiha Shursui expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Ichiraku." Naruto echoed the sentiment. As Naruto was about to lift his chopsticks to eat, he noticed Uchiha Shursui placing his hands together, with his thumbs gripping the chopsticks, and saying, "Itadikamasu." This sight made Naruto feel somewhat awkward. He was aware of the custom in the Land of Waves to express gratitude before meals, but he had never been accustomed to it. He felt caught in an uncomfortable limbo between eating and not eating. Uchiha Shursui, mistaking Naruto's hesitation for ignorance, hurriedly explained the significance of the gesture, believing that Naruto had not been properly taught. Naruto, embarrassed, nodded and said, "Oh, I see. I understand now." Following this, he imitated Uchiha Shursui and said, "Itadikamasu." With that, Naruto cast aside his reservations and began to eat voraciously, determined not to let any further awkwardness interfere with his meal. Uchiha Shursui smiled with satisfaction upon seeing Naruto's understanding and also began to eat. After they finished their noodles, Uchiha Shursui and Naruto strolled leisurely down the street, unknowingly arriving at the edge of a forest. Suddenly, Uchiha Shursui inquired, "What do you think of the village?" Naruto replied, "It's quite nice." After a pause, Uchiha Shursui, noticing Naruto's lack of further elaboration, asked in surprise, "Is that all?" "Yes, that's it. Isn't it good enough?" Naruto replied with a grin. "I walk the streets daily, facing insults and sometimes even physical assaults. What more can I say about the village?" He continued, "But I know what you want to say. You want to express that the village is our home, and despite its flaws, it is a place to live. The insults and abuse are merely due to their inability to understand me. Once they truly comprehend who I am, such behavior will cease, right?" Uchiha Shursui nodded in agreement. "Since you understand all this, why the mere quite nice appraisal?" he asked. Naruto retorted, "I described it as quite nice in comparison to the outside world, where banditry and violence abound. Life is perilous out there. Don't you think my description is accurate?" Uchiha Shursui was aware of the dangers outside the village. Yet Naruto's response was not what he had anticipated. "What about inside the village?" Shursui pressed. "Inside the village?" Naruto scoffed. "The tiger rules over the wolves. The wolves dominate the sheep, who strive to become like the wolves. Yet the sheep remain oblivious to the fact that the tiger also preys on them." Uchiha Shursui frowned, interpreting Naruto's words as a pointed commentary on the hierarchy within their society. Uchiha Shursui, perplexed, asked, "Both wolves and sheep require a leader, and the leader ensures the wolves protect the sheep, even at the sheep's expense." "You are correct," Naruto acknowledged. "However, when the tiger senses that certain wolves threaten its dominance, it manipulates the sheep to pressure the wolves, forcing them to live in fear. Do you still think that is just?" Uchiha Shursui understood the deeper implications of Naruto's words. Naruto was implying that the Uchiha clan posed a threat to the Hokage's authority, who was utilizing public sentiment to suppress them. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Shursui replied, "Yet, there are indeed wolves that are overly domineering and the sheep cannot accept them, which inevitably leads to conflict. Naruto scoffed again. I have already stated, the tiger, wolves, and sheep, each knows its place in the food chain. The sheep, under the protection of the wolves, lack the audacity to resist. From where does this audacity stem? After finishing his thought, Naruto stood up and said, well, I must be off. If I linger any longer, someone will come looking for me. I wish for you to keep our conversation today confidential. As Naruto departed, Uchiha Shursui sat in contemplation, pondering who had given the sheep the courage to defy the wolves. During his musings, a masked Umbu approached him, stating, Uchiha Shursui, the Hokage wishes to see you. Uchiha Shursui sighed inwardly. Even a 5-year-old could predict the Hokage's next move. Was he truly in the wrong? Shortly thereafter, he found himself before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage, with his familiar benevolent smile and attentive demeanor, helped Uchiha Shursui shake off his earlier doubts. Shursui, I hear you met with the Jinchuriki? You spoke for quite a while. Could you share what you discussed? Uchiha Shursui was about to recount his conversation with Naruto, but recalled Naruto's prior request and quickly altered his response. We spoke about the village and his views on the Uchiha. Oh, what did the Jinchuriki say? Hiruzen probed. He said it is quite nice. Quite nice? Hiruzen repeated, puzzled by the implication of Naruto's words. Uchiha Shursui, sensing Hiruzen's confusion, elaborated. Naruto mentioned that life in the village is significantly better compared to the outside, where banditry and violence are rampant. He simply feels uncomfortable due to frequent insults and disrespect. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, grasping the situation. Shursui, you understand the importance of the Jinchuriki, so it would be wise not to meet with him too often. Uchiha Shursui recognized Hiruzen's warning. Understood. Today was merely a chance encounter. That's good to hear. You may go now. Yes, Hokage-sama. Once Uchiha Shursui left, a figure emerged from the shadows of the Hokage's office, a man with half his face wrapped in bandages, leaning on a cane. Hiruzen's words cannot be trusted. The figure declared, Danzo, you are overthinking. Shursui is the inheritor of the will of fire. He is entirely trustworthy. The two engaged in a heated exchange, ultimately concluding with a stalemate of you regret. I am Hokage. Upon returning home, Naruto entered the Spirit Spring space, where he undertook a series of integrations and subsequently created shadow clones. After several days of consolidation, he no longer felt the overwhelming sensations that had plagued him before. Relaxing in a rocking chair, Naruto organized the ninjutsu he had learned, along with the newly developed techniques. Fortunately, I had already signed in, which made it relatively easy to learn the ninjutsu left behind by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The most challenging technique was the Flying Thunder God technique, but I have managed to master it to the extent that I can utilize it as a form of teleportation without any issues. However, in actual combat, Naruto still struggles to effectively employ it. Next, I delved into sealing techniques, mastering the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal without any complications. I have also learned various ninjutsu, including all forms of lightning release and wind release techniques, primarily to develop the lightning release body forging technique and the advanced Rasengan, as well as the wind release Rasen Shuriken. As for water release techniques, I have yet to begin my studies, as I currently lack a clear direction. Nevertheless, I have acquired some minor fire techniques for convenience in igniting flames. The Rasengan was a piece of cake. I mastered it in just 2 days and within 3 months. I had devised numerous variations such as the Big Ball Rasengan and Mini Rasengan. Now, I can also employ the Wind Release Rasen Shuriken, although it is not entirely stable. Thus, during this period, Naruto has predominantly focused on refining his chakra control and elemental transformations. He aspires to exhibit the effects of advanced ninjutsu with his skills. Even when Naruto ventures outside, he cloaks his feet in a layer of chakra, mimicking the ability to walk on water. Just as he finished organizing his ninjutsu, the system suddenly activated. Ding! The host can fully summon the character panel, which displays all of the host's information. Why didn't you say so earlier? Open personal panel. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Age, 5 years. Ninja rank, none. Chakra attributes, wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin-yang. Chakra amount, 13 cards. Bloodline, Uzumaki bloodline. Techniques, chakra extraction technique. Uzumaki clan chakra extraction technique. Ninjutsu, chakra concealment technique, body replacement technique, seduction technique, harem technique, multi-shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, flying thunder god, Rasengan, Big Ball Rasengan. Mini Rasengan, wind release. Wind cutter, wind release. Wind blade, wind release. Wind wall, wind release. Raisin shuriken, lightning release. Body flicker, lightning release. Thousand birds, lightning release. Lightning cutter, lightning release. False darkness, lightning release. Raisin shuriken, for symbol seal. 8 trigram seal. Evil sealing method. Corpse demon seal, solar fist. Upon seeing the seduction technique, harem technique, and solar fist, Naruto felt somewhat speechless. One of his shadow clones inadvertently transformed into a woman he knew from his previous life while practicing the transformation technique, resulting in the creation of the seduction technique. Once this technique was acquired, the other clones seemed to trigger a switch, transforming into various women from his past life, thereby forming the harem technique. As for the solar fist, it was developed unintentionally by another shadow clone while experimenting with the lightning release body forging technique. This technique, while capable of momentarily blinding an opponent, lacks substantial utility since numerous sensory ninjas exist within the ninja world. Even if they cannot see, they can still sense their surroundings. At most, it may catch an opponent off guard, serving little purpose beyond mere escape or shadow play. Chapter 15. Shadow clones meet Nara Shikaku suddenly. Naruto sat up with a realization. Yes, it could be used for shadow play. He could certainly barter the solar fist with the Nara clan. However, a wave of despondency washed over him. No, given the intense scrutiny he was under, approaching the Nara clan recklessly would undoubtedly lead to trouble. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. Despite having the system after his reincarnation, he still faced numerous constraints. Anger was futile, especially in a world rife with death. His status as a Jinchuriki, while significant, hardly amounted to a grave matter. No, I must negotiate with the Nara clan. Relying solely on shadow clones to develop a specific ninjutsu carries too much uncertainty. What if it takes another decade to accomplish? By then, it would be too late. With this thought, Naruto began to contemplate meticulously. Gaining access to the Nara clan would not be a simple endeavor. First, he would need to infiltrate their territory, followed by an audience with the clan leader, Nara Shikaku. Naruto had considered approaching Shikaku openly, yet he was constantly under surveillance. If he were to meet Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly inquire about it. Nara Shikaku was a staunch supporter of the Hokage. In fact, the Nara, Akamichi, and Yamanaka clans are the unwavering factions of the Hokage. This designation does not refer specifically to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but to the Hokage in general. Put plainly, regardless of who held the title, the trio would lend their support, albeit contingent upon their clan's interests. In the following days, Naruto marked several secluded spots throughout Konohagakure with the Flying Thunder God technique. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, employed a distinct symbol, while the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, utilized the Sword of Love. Naruto's mark, however, was simply the character for shinobi. Even if someone stumbled upon it, unless they conducted a thorough examination, they would likely dismiss it as mere childlike scribbles, never suspecting its connection to the Flying Thunder God. Having completed the mark, Naruto seized an opportunity during a turn to swiftly employ the Flying Thunder God, creating a shadow clone in an isolated area. The clone then utilized the transformation technique, while Naruto's true form hastily returned to the corner and headed toward the library. The shadow clone, now disguised as a cat, concealed itself near the Nara clan's residence, awaiting nightfall. As the clone prepared to wait until night to approach Nara Shikaku, it was unexpectedly met with Shikaku's solitary return just before dusk. The shadow clone promptly positioned itself in front of Shikaku. Upon seeing a cat blocking his path, Shikaku sensed something amiss and immediately went on alert. The shadow clone, still in the form of a cat, noticed Shikaku's vigilance and quickly transformed into an indistinguishable passerby. Nara clan leader, I mean no harm. I have come to propose a trade. Trade? Sorry, but I am not interested in your proposal. I advise you to leave immediately, otherwise I won't hesitate to apprehend you for questioning. The shadow clone shook its head and replied, Rest assured, Nara clan leader, I have no intention of causing any harm to the village. I merely wish to exchange a ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? Exchanging ninjutsu isn't a significant matter. There is no need for secrecy. I suspect your intentions are nefarious. The shadow clone sighed. I'm not sure how to explain it. I genuinely wish to exchange a ninjutsu. Allow me to demonstrate it first. You'll see it is a potent technique for your Nara clan. But do prepare yourself as it may be a bit blinding. Nara Shikaku hesitated for a moment before nodding, signaling his readiness to observe the demonstration. Seeing Shikaku's agreement, the shadow clone promptly executed the solar fist, using minimal chakra, resulting in a brightness akin to that of a light bulb. Nara Shikaku raised an eyebrow, slightly disdainful. Is this it? The shadow clone smiled. I only utilized a fraction of my chakra. If I were to unleash my full power, the entrance to the Nara clan would shine as brightly as day. Shikaku regarded the shadow clone for a moment before nodding, grasping its implications. Although it was not yet fully dark, the sun had descended, and unleashing the technique at full strength would certainly attract unwanted attention. What ninjutsu do you wish to exchange? The shadow clone grinned. I wish to trade for the lightning release body forging technique from the hidden cloud village. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself about the lightning release body forging technique. Staring in disbelief at the shadow clone, he stammered, Why you? The shadow clone, sensing the situation, sighed helplessly and remarked, The Nara clan certainly possesses a remarkable intellect. I merely mentioned the lightning release body technique, and you immediately deduced my identity. Nara Shikaku chuckled wryly. Was it truly that simple? Although many in Konoha practice body enhancement, only a select few pursue the path of physical cultivation. Their techniques have already formed a systematic approach, while you are only at the beginning. Even if you wish for me to feign ignorance, I cannot. The shadow clone awkwardly shook his head and admitted, Indeed. I overlooked that. Come, let us discuss this inside, Nara Shikaku said with a smile. The shadow clone hesitated, glancing at Nara Shikaku. Will it be all right if I accompany you inside? Fear not. Though the Nara clan is few in number, we possess our means of self-defense. The shadow clone understood Shikaku's intent. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen held considerable power, he would hesitate to confront the Nara clan openly, should he dare to send individuals to surveil them. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio would likely rise in protest against Sarutobi the following day. The shadow clone soon arrived at Nara Shikaku's residence, where Shikaku led him into a quiet room. Sitting cross-legged, he inquired, Will you not dispel your transformation technique? The shadow clone pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, it would not be wise. Should others see me, it may cause you trouble. Sighing, Nara Shikaku understood the implications, despite the Nara clan's lack of grand ambitions. Any connection with a Jinchuriki would undoubtedly raise suspicions from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nara Shikaku nodded, deciding not to press the issue further. What was that glowing jutsu you showed me earlier? Naruto sighed. You know I have been training my body for the past year, but as you are aware, I am still quite young. Soon, I will have to attend the Ninja Academy, and I fear I will have little time for physical training thereafter. Nara Shikaku nodded. So you thought of the lightning release body technique from the village hidden in the clouds, is that correct? Indeed. I agreed to exchange jutsu. But you must answer a few questions first. Ask away. I will do my utmost to respond. How did you come to know about the lightning release body technique? This is not knowledge one would expect from a mere 5-year-old. The shadow clone chuckled. Ah, so that is your inquiry. There is no need for concealment. I have met the 4th Hokage. He left some chakra within me to prevent the Nine Tails from going berserk. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Shikaku grasped the situation and tentatively asked, Now that you are aware of your identity, have you considered? Hesitating, he could not voice his question. The shadow clone sighed. As you mentioned, I am not yet 5 years old. What can I possibly do? Indeed, you are still quite young. What can your abilities achieve? Shikaku sighed and said, Well, I have no further questions. I will procure the lightning release body technique as swiftly as possible. However, I feel somewhat disadvantaged. That glowing jutsu of yours hardly qualifies as a high-level technique, yet I am expected to trade a high-level jutsu for it. Surely, you could offer something more substantial in exchange? The shadow clone smiled and replied, Come now, Uncle Nara, do not test me. It is merely a transaction. Why the need for a quiz? After speaking, the shadow clone produced a scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Nara Shikaku. This jutsu was an accidental creation while I was developing the lightning release body technique. It has no name yet, but I shall call it the Solar Fist. Feel free to rename it as you see fit. Nara Shikaku received the scroll with a grin. Solar Fist? That name is quite fitting. Let it be known as the Solar Fist. Once I obtain the lightning release body technique, how shall I deliver it to you? The shadow clone contemplated and asked, How long do you think it will take to acquire the lightning release body technique? Shikaku reflected for a moment. It could take as little as a month or as long as 3. After all, I must exchange with the Exchange Bureau. The Exchange Bureau? Indeed. You are not unaware of the Exchange Bureau, are you? Did the fourth Hokage not inform you? Naruto shook his head. No, I know of it. I am merely surprised that you would resort to the Exchange Bureau for jutsu. There is nothing surprising about it. All major clans in the ninja world utilize the Exchange Bureau to trade information and resources. It is hardly a secret. I see how naive of me. Nara Shikaku shook his head. Now, back to the matter at hand. Once I acquire the jutsu, how shall I deliver it to you? The shadow clone smiled and left a flying thunder god seal on the table. Once you have prepared the jutsu, you may visit Ichiraku Ramen on the 1st, 10th, or 30th. I will be nearby during those days. Nara Shikaku gazed in astonishment at the flying thunder god mark on the table. I did not expect you to have mastered the flying thunder god technique. The shadow clone smiled wryly. It serves well as a means of transportation, but in actual combat, I might still lack some finesse. That is already impressive, considering your age. Naruto chuckled and asked, do you have any further questions? Nara Shikaku fell silent for a moment before advising, for now, it would be best not to reveal your abilities to avoid drawing unwanted attention. I understand. Shimura Danzo. Shikaku nodded, realizing that the fourth Hokage must have confided everything to Naruto. Well, I have nothing more to say. Until the third Hokage steps down, I will deny any transaction with you if questioned. Naruto smiled. Do you believe the third will resign? Nara Shikaku fell silent, uncertain how to respond. He knew well that as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen lived, he would retain the position of Hokage. Observing Shikaku's silence, the shadow clone chuckled and dispelled himself. The sound of the shadow clone's dispelling snapped Shikaku back to reality. How cautious you are. But perhaps that is for the best. Naruto received the memories of the shadow clone and smiled wryly, realizing he had been seen through so easily. Yet, this also indicated that Nara Shikaku harbored some dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. Muttering to himself, Naruto pondered another matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have long been aware of the discontent among other clans regarding his continued leadership, which likely prompted the extermination of the Uchiha clan to silence dissent. Even if the Ino, Shika, Cho, and Hyuga clans held opinions, the smaller clans would hesitate to take a stand. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was likely a warning. If I can eliminate the most powerful Uchiha clan, what fear do I have of these lesser clans? Such thoughts were chilling indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly a skilled politician. For the time being, Naruto focused on physical training in the mornings and chakra refinement in the afternoons and evenings. Given the limited number of books in the library, he quickly exhausted their contents. With no other tasks at hand, he resorted to meditating by the river to refine his chakra. As Naruto prepared to return home, Uchiha Shisui approached him. Seeing Shisui, Naruto frowned. Both he and Shisui were under scrutiny, particularly Shisui, who was being watched by Danzo's root. Are you quite idle? Uchiha Shisui did not expect Naruto to speak so rudely. My apologies for intruding. I simply, before Shisui could finish, Naruto interrupted, I have no interest in your affairs, especially those of one who is on the verge of death. Uchiha Shisui frowned at Naruto's words. What do you mean by that? Naruto glanced at Shisui and, seizing the opportunity to push past him, discreetly left a flying thunder god mark on Shisui's weapon pouch before departing. Uchiha Shisui reached out, intending to halt Naruto, yearning to inquire further. However, upon perceiving Naruto's demeanor, Uchiha Shisui's heart sank with the realization that even if he succeeded in stopping Naruto, the latter would not engage in meaningful conversation. Any words exchanged would likely be insincere. Lost in thought, Uchiha Shisui murmured to himself, has the Uchiha clan truly reached such a dire state? When Naruto returned home, he cautiously closed the door behind him and promptly created a shadow clone. His true self utilized the flying thunder god technique to arrive in a secluded alley. Once in the alley, Naruto quickly transformed into a cat, attuning himself to the flying thunder god markings on Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 17. Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan. The flying thunder god markings on Uchiha Shisui were easily detectable. Most of the markings Naruto had left in Konoha were immobile, yet Uchiha Shisui's markings were unique in their rapid movement. Initially indifferent towards the Uchiha clan's demise, Naruto's encounter with Uchiha Shisui ignited a sense of risk-taking within him. He contemplated seizing Uchiha Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan, regardless of its future utility, as long as it remained out of Danzo's grasp. For 3 consecutive days, Naruto, under the cover of his shadow clones, sensed Uchiha Shisui's flying thunder god markings drifting increasingly off course, indicating that Danzo was about to take action. Swiftly, Naruto attuned himself to the nearest flying thunder god marking associated with Uchiha Shursui and teleported there, maintaining his feline guise while waiting for Uchiha Shursui to pass. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Shursui veered off course, prompting Naruto to curse under his breath. Reluctantly, he resorted to using his cat form as a disguise and executed the body flicker technique to catch up. As he neared his destination, he witnessed Danzo falling into a trap, with Uchiha Shursui turning to depart. Seizing the moment, Naruto fixated on Danzo's movements, knowing that the instant Danzo extracted Uchiha Shursui's eyes, he would utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Carefully observing Danzo's every action, Naruto silently counted down 3, 2, 1. The moment Uchiha Shursui's eye was plucked, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Coincidentally, Uchiha Shursui took 2 steps back, facilitating Naruto's acquisition of the Sharingan from Danzo's grasp. Danzo, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a cat, attempted to retreat, but Naruto's transformed feline form had already secured the Sharingan, swiftly employing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the scene. In a fit of rage, Danzo barked orders to his root operatives, "Capture Uchiha Shursui. We must secure the other Sharingan." Cursing under his breath, he pondered, spatial fluctuations? Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? Or perhaps the Nico clan? As Danzo grappled with the identity of the thief, Uchiha Shursui had already made his escape. Frustrated with his subordinates, he realized their failure had exposed their intentions. With one Sharingan lost, and the other unattainable, he could only seethe as he retreated with his root operatives. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to sense Uchiha Shursui's Flying Thunder God markings. Discerning that Uchiha Shursui seemed to be moving in circles, he refrained from pursuing immediately. As the clock neared 2 in the morning, Uchiha Shursui appeared to be heading toward the Uchiha clan compound. Naruto surmised that Uchiha Shursui had perhaps been wary of Danzo, which is why he had been meandering throughout Konoha. Sensing no followers, Uchiha Shursui must have felt safe enough to return to the Uchiha compound. Naruto swiftly employed the body flicker technique to reach the Uchiha compound. Soon, he detected that Uchiha Shursui had come to a halt. Although situated within the Uchiha compound, he lingered at the village's edge, effectively placing the Uchiha compound between himself and Konoha. It was evident that Uchiha Shursui remained cautious of Danzo's pursuit. However, this predicament was awkward. Neither Danzo nor Naruto could close the distance. If Naruto took his time to approach, he would undoubtedly be late. In his feline form, using the body flicker technique would surely raise suspicions. As Naruto contemplated his next move, he suddenly sensed Uchiha Shursui gradually moving again. Muttering to himself in exasperation, he thought, "Great. No need for clever plans now. I'm already at a loss." Just as he was about to depart, he remembered the Flying Thunder God marking. If he did not retrieve it, Uchiha Shursui's corpse would be discovered, prompting a thorough investigation that could expose the Flying Thunder God marking. Thus, Naruto mimicked an ordinary house cat, settling down to monitor the unchanging Flying Thunder God marking. To his surprise, as the clock edged past 4 in the morning, Uchiha Shursui's marking began to inch closer to the Uchiha compound. "Damn it, Uchiha Shursui, you sly fox. Pretending to be dead almost caught me off guard," he thought. Should I retrieve the Flying Thunder God marking? In the midst of his indecision, Naruto concluded that Uchiha Shursui had likely deduced his involvement, albeit tentatively. Furthermore, Uchiha Shursui probably refrained from confronting him due to uncertainty, employing such tactics instead. Having unraveled these thoughts, Naruto resolved to act. Since Uchiha Shursui had already suspected him, there was no need for further concealment. As Naruto prepared to unleash the Flying Thunder God technique to find Uchiha Shursui, a new concern struck him. Uchiha Shursui possessed another Sharingan. What if he employed the Kodoame Tsukumi against him? That would render him powerless. Consequently, Naruto summoned another shadow clone, instructing it to meet Uchiha Shursui. As anticipated, when the clone appeared before Uchiha Shursui, the latter exhibited no surprise. Instead, he regarded the clone with a sorrowful smile. The clone, witnessing Uchiha Shursui's expression, shook its head in empathetic dismay. "You truly are in a pitiful state. Indeed, it is quite tragic. Did you foresee the events of today?" Uchiha Shursui replied, his tone tinged with resignation. "Absolutely. I had my suspicions long before," Uchiha Shursui admitted. Falling silent for a moment before speaking with a hint of despair, "Is there truly no way for the Uchiha to integrate into the village?" The shadow clone, taken aback by Uchiha Shursui's words, gazed at him incredulously. You can't possibly still be unclear on this matter. It is not the village that rejects the Uchiha. It is the higher-ups who refuse to accept you. Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you mean by that? The Hokage has always wished for the Uchiha to assimilate into the village. Are you harboring some misunderstanding regarding the third Hokage? The brainwashing of Sarutobi Hiruzen is truly remarkable. It has left Uchiha Shursui utterly deceived, still placing his faith in Sarutobi Hiruzen even in these dire circumstances. The shadow clone sighed, shaking its head. In your heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen embodies Konoha. Regardless of what I say, you will always believe in him. Do you think I still need to say more? Uchiha Shursui, gazing at Naruto's clone with one of his Manjiki Sharingan, struggled to comprehend the message being conveyed. Isn't the Hokage the highest leader of Konoha? Can the Hokage not represent the village? However, the tone of Naruto's words suggested to Shursui that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not represent the entirety of Konoha. After a lengthy silence, Shursui finally said, I still wish to hear your thoughts. Chapter 18. Elucidating the third Hokage to Uchiha Shursui. Naruto, sensing the weight of Uchiha Shursui's plight, took a moment to reflect before responding, You should not be concerned with my thoughts. Rather, you should observe how Sarutobi Hiruzen has acted. Do you believe that the will of fire today reflects the will of fire that was established during Konoha's inception? Burning the leaves of the old generation to nourish the roots, allowing the new sprouts to thrive. Indeed, this is the will of fire that the first Hokage imparted. But does the current will of fire still resonate with the ideals left by the first Hokage? Uchiha Shursui found himself at a loss regarding what Naruto was about to articulate. With one of his Sharingan eyes fixed intently on Naruto, he urged him to continue. Naruto sighed and proceeded. In the past, when Uchiha Madara defected, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, pursued him personally and returned gravely injured, ultimately succumbing to despair. The second Hokage faced an onslaught from the Cloud Villages Kinkaku and Ginkaku, bravely sacrificing himself to ensure the escape of the new generation of Konoha. These two Hokages exemplified the will of fire. But what of the third? What did he accomplish? During the Third Great Ninja War, how did Sarutobi Hiruzen act? He sent those who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy to serve as cannon fodder, sacrificing the new generation of Konoha to preserve the few remaining in the Hokage building. Is this what you call the will of fire? Uchiha Shursui quickly interjected. At that time, Konoha was severely depleted, and the number of ninjas was insufficient. It was a last resort to involve freshly graduated students. Naruto's shadow clone let out a scoff. Fine, let's say you have a point. But what of Hatake Tsukumo? I may not know the specifics of the mission he undertook, but it is certain that it was no trivial task. How could news of his actions spread throughout the entire village overnight, leading to a collective hunt for him? Was his mission so mundane that it warranted such a reaction? If it were indeed trivial, what would it matter if he failed? Shursui fell silent, lowering his gaze. He sensed that there was indeed something amiss regarding Tsukumo, but this isolated incident could not overshadow the legacy of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his will of fire. As Shursui prepared to counter Naruto's assertions, Naruto continued, If you're intent on defending the third Hokage, there's no need for excuses. I'm merely presenting facts. You are aware of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, right? Do you know how many lives were lost due to his human experiments? No, you don't. And neither do I, but I can safely speculate it must be a considerable number. Yet, compare the outcomes. One is common knowledge, the other remains concealed. One result led to a suicide as an apology, while the other saw the third personally leading a siege, yet managing to escape. Do you not find this utterly absurd? Perhaps Naruto's words stirred deep contemplation within Uchiha Shursui. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his belief that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a commendable Hokage and a capable leader. Ignoring Shursui's thoughts, Naruto extended his hand towards him, handed over. Shursui retrieved his tool pouch from his waist, gazing at the character for ninja inscribed upon it, and inquired, You harbor animosity towards Konoha, do you not? Naruto's shadow clone shook his head. You asked a similar question earlier, and my answer remains unchanged. Things are quite well. Shursui looked at Naruto in confusion. From what you've said before, I can ascertain that you are dissatisfied with the village. Your claim of quite well is hard to believe. Naruto shook his head. You are indeed Navi. I have been speaking of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He does not represent the entire village. While I do hold grievances against the third Hokage, I bear no such feelings towards the village itself. When danger befalls the village, will you lend a helping hand? Certainly not, came the resolute reply from Naruto's shadow clone, surprising Shursui. You are only dissatisfied with the third Hokage, correct? Indeed, I am solely displeased with Hiruzen, but I also harbor no fondness for others in the village. You must surely be aware of how the villagers treated me upon my birth, right? The fact that I bear them no ill will is a testament to my restraint. Do you expect me to feel gratitude towards them? So, if Konoha were to face peril, you would neither assist nor obstruct? Exactly. I simply wish to live my life in peace. The fates of others are of no concern to me. But you are. Shursui began, but hesitated, aware of the sealed orders regarding the Jinchuriki. Naruto's shadow clone chuckled. Is it merely about the Jinchuriki? What is there to obscure? You knew all along. Of course. Did you think my mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique came from nowhere? Shursui appeared to connect the dots, realization dawning upon him. I see. No wonder you possess such formidable power. It is hardly surprising. I trust that the fourth son would not engage in actions harmful to Konoha. After Shursui finished speaking, he tossed the tool pouch to Naruto. Naruto's shadow clone caught the pouch and looked at Shursui. Do you not wish to employ the Koto Amatsukami on me? Wouldn't that be a safer option? Shursui stared at Naruto in astonishment. You are aware of this too? Why wouldn't I? Do you think I have nothing better to do than evade your Manjiki Sharingan? Had your Sharingan not been unique, I wouldn't have bothered. And how do you intend to use my Sharingan? I never even considered using it. I plan to destroy it upon acquisition. Shursui gazed at Naruto in disbelief. That is a Manjiki Sharingan. You would truly be willing to part with it? Naruto scoffed. Do not speak of a single Manjiki Sharingan. Even if it were a pair, I would still destroy them without hesitation. Shursui sighed. I had intended to entrust this eye to you, but it seems I must reconsider. Uchiha Itachi? Precisely. He is the only one you can entrust it to. With his obsession and the pressure you place upon him, within 3 years, Konoha will be left only with the name Uchiha, with no Uchiha remaining. As Naruto's shadow clone finished speaking, another figure appeared beside Uchiha Shursui. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi. What do you mean by that? Chapter 19. Living in fear, leaving a backdoor. Naruto's shadow clone regarded Itachi with a smile. I was quite curious as to how Uchiha Shursui, despite being gravely injured, dared to meet with me. It appears he had an escort. Answer me. What did you mean by your earlier statement? Itachi paid no heed to Naruto's demeanor and urgently sought clarification. Naruto's shadow clone, however, maintained a calm gaze at Shursui and Itachi. Is my meaning not clear? With the cunning of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the rift between the Uchiha and the village will only deepen, ultimately forcing you, the young leader of the Uchiha, to choose between the village and your clan. Which will you select? Upon finishing his words, Naruto's shadow clone activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished. Shursui intended to pose further questions to Naruto. Yet the immediate departure of Naruto's shadow clone left him in dismay. Itachi remained silent for a while before inquiring, is what he said true? It was unclear whether this question was directed at himself or at Shursui. After returning to his original form, Naruto absorbed the memories of his shadow clone. Holding the tool pouch for a moment before shaking his head, he spoke too freely. If Uchiha Shursui reports my situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will have no choice but to flee. With the task completed, Naruto returned home using the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon arriving home, he immediately entered the Spirit Spring space, placing Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan in a teacup, adding some spring water to steep it. Well, this will have to do, since I lack any nutrient solution. If it proves useful later, it will be a boon. If not, then it will have been a futile endeavor. After speaking, Naruto recalled all his shadow clones, redistributed them, and then returned to his room to rest. This has become a daily routine, rising early to retract the shadow clone, then reissuing the shadow clone, and repeating the cycle in the evening. The following day, as Naruto finished his morning wash and breakfast, he casually signed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Reward, Kagura's Heart Eye. Naruto paused mid-bite, inwardly exclaiming at the fortunate acquisition. He swiftly closed his eyes to learn the workings of the Kagura's Heart Eye. Before long, he mastered its application and soon discerned the presence of 4 individuals surveilling his location. However, he quickly encountered a dilemma and ceased using the Kagura's Heart Eye. Upon realizing he had detected them, it appeared they too were aware of being watched. Subsequently, Naruto felt the 4 gazes warily fixed on his room. After finishing breakfast, the sensation of being watched dissipated. Sighing in relief, Naruto was grateful not to have been discovered. Upon stepping outside, he proceeded with his physical training, albeit with a slight alteration in his route. Given his extensive conversation with Uchiha Shursui the previous night, he felt compelled to prepare for a hasty retreat. Thus, he adjusted his running path slightly, heading toward the gates of Konoha. Typically, this area was frequented by merchant caravans and travelers departing the village, providing an opportune moment to leave a flying thunder god mark on one of the carts. While the four individuals monitoring him were somewhat perplexed by his deviation, they resumed their exercise upon seeing him turn back. They assumed Naruto had merely taken a wrong turn and continued their surveillance. Sensing their presence remained, Naruto exhaled deeply and, upon reaching the gate, discreetly left a flying thunder god mark on a cart before hastily departing. After completing his physical training, he made his way to the riverbank to grill fish. Unfortunately, the third Hokage still allocated him a meager 500 ryo each month, leaving him with no choice but to sustain himself through such means. Fortunately, most of his sign-ins yielded everyday necessities, though one time, he merely received a needle, a mere embroidery needle, which left him somewhat speechless. After finishing his grilled fish, Naruto returned home and released a shadow clone to rummage through the house. Meanwhile, he attuned himself to the flying thunder god mark located outside the village. Detecting the mark was at least 15 kilometers away, he promptly utilized the flying thunder god technique. Fortunately, no cart followed him, and as he observed the departing cart, he swiftly employed the body flicker technique to conceal himself behind a large tree. He left a flying thunder god mark on the tree, and then created shadow clones that left a mark every 10 kilometers until his chakra was exhausted. Meanwhile, Naruto's true self returned home to dispel the shadow clone and retrieved an axe from the spirit spring space before heading out. He resolved to construct a wooden cabin at his favored fishing spot, intending to reside there if circumstances permitted. While en route to the riverbank with his axe, he overheard two members of the Uchiha Guard discussing the death of Uchiha Shursui. Slowing his pace slightly, he attentively listened to their conversation. The content was largely consistent with the original narrative. Shursui's body had been discovered near the river close to the Uchiha compound, both eyes having been gouged out, with suspicions pointing towards Uchiha Itachi as the perpetrator. As for whether Shursui had met with Hiruzen Sarutobi, that remained uncertain. The Uchiha clan was undoubtedly in turmoil, and regardless of whether Shursui had informed Sarutobi of his situation, the Hokage had to remain at his post, lacking the time to intervene. The news of Naruto's tree-cutting activities quickly reached Sarutobi, who found himself somewhat exasperated by Naruto's actions and thus dispatched a shadow clone to find him. "Little Naruto, what do you intend to do with all this lumber?" Upon seeing it was Sarutobi, Naruto's heart tightened, but he feigned nonchalance. "I want to chop some wood to build a cabin here, so I can stay. Why not stay in the village?" Naruto shook his head. "There's nothing wrong with the village, but I find it more convenient to live here." "More convenient? What do you plan to do?" Naruto sighed. "I've read all the books in the Konoha library. Now, I can only practice some physical techniques. Training in the village might disturb others. So it's better for me to move here where I won't bother anyone." Chapter 20, Bullying the Innocent. Sarutobi grasped the underlying implication in Naruto's words. He had exhausted all learning opportunities within the village. Relocating to the outskirts of Konoha would at least allow him to practice physical techniques. Understanding this, Sarutobi fell into contemplation. In half a year, Naruto would be attending the Ninja Academy, and now that he was distanced from the village center, the journey to school would be lengthy. However, given Naruto's current disposition, he was clearly unwilling to waste this half year, so Sarutobi needed to find him meaningful activities. After pondering these matters, Sarutobi addressed Naruto. "You've finished all the library books? I'm curious if there's any particular subject you wish to delve into. I can arrange for someone to bring them to you." "Really? I want to read books on medical ninjutsu." "Is that possible?" "Books on medical ninjutsu?" "Yes, books on medical ninjutsu." Sarutobi furrowed his brow regarding Naruto. "Are you aspiring to become a medical ninja, Naruto?" After a moment's reflection, Naruto nodded before shaking his head. "I haven't thought about what kind of ninja I want to be. I just want to be able to heal myself if I ever get injured by someone in the village." Naruto's words struck Sarutobi, evoking a sense of guilt towards Minato and Kushina. He sighed. "I will arrange for books on medical ninjutsu to be delivered to your home. You should head back now." However, Naruto made a decisive choice not to return, shaking his head. "I won't go back to that house. It's better for me to stay here. It's quiet, and I can study without interruptions." Sarutobi perceived the firmness in Naruto's tone. Glancing at the axe in his hand, and the tree he was felling. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Very well. You may return. I will have someone build the cabin you desire. You've been busy studying. You should also take some time to relax and perhaps visit the village." This time, Naruto did not outright refuse. Rather, he hesitated and shook his head. "Forget it. I'll stay here." Sarutobi noticed Naruto's inner conflict and frowned. "Is there something troubling you, little Naruto? Is it the people in the village?" "It's not the villagers. It's just that I'm out of money." Sarutobi felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. A boy who had to fish daily to make ends meet had little spare cash for leisure activities in the village. Clearing his throat, Sarutobi found himself at a loss for what to do. He was merely a shadow clone and had no money on him. "Wait a moment, little Naruto. I'll get you some money." Saying this, Sarutobi utilized the body flicker technique to locate the nearest Umbu, procured some funds from them, and returned to Naruto. With an awkward smile, he produced 200 Ryo and handed it to Naruto. "Here, take this and treat yourself. You deserve a break today. Your cabin should be ready by tomorrow." Naruto's lips twitched slightly as he accepted the 200 Ryo from Hiruzen Sarutobi, offering him a faint smile. "Well, I suppose I'll take a stroll around the village." Go on, Hiruzen encouraged, and with a smile, Naruto turned to head into the village. However, inwardly, he was cursing Hiruzen for the meager sum he had received. 200 Ryo. What could he possibly do with that? A bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs 60 Ryo, and a deluxe bowl is 120 Ryo. What could he buy with 200? Once Naruto had departed, Hiruzen dismissed the shadow clone. After absorbing its memories, he sighed in resignation and summoned an Umbu ninja to assist in constructing a house for Naruto. In reality, Naruto had only walked a short distance and had not yet reached the village when he turned back, contemplating Hiruzen's words and his own responses. Upon reflection, he realized that Itachi Uchiha had likely not sought out Hiruzen. Hiruzen merely came to check on what had transpired with him. Having understood this, Naruto exhaled deeply. At that moment, the ninja assigned to build his house arrived. As Naruto prepared to speak to the masked Umbu, the ninja pressed his palms together and clapped them on the ground. 4 pillars technique. A quaint 2-story wooden house rapidly emerged from the earth, surprisingly well-crafted. Naruto guessed the identity of the Umbu and smiled, approaching him. "Could you also make some tables, chairs, and a bed for me?" The masked ninja nodded silently, performing additional jutsu to create the requested furniture. As for the bed, he merely fashioned a few smooth wooden planks. However, Naruto did not complain. Instead, he turned to Yamato, saying, "Please construct a fence around the house, not too high, lest small animals wander in." Yamato nodded and used his jutsu to enclose the area, also crafting a door. Naruto smiled in approval and continued, "Could you harden the ground a bit? I do prefer not to step in mud when it rains." Yamato nodded again and pressed his hand to the earth. Earth release, earth rockification technique. After the technique was completed, the ground sounded solid underfoot, resembling rock. Even the surrounding fence had turned to stone. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes gleamed with further ideas. "It appears you neglected to lay a foundation for the house. If it rains, water will surely seep in." Yamato acknowledged Naruto's point with a nod and performed another technique. Earth release, earth platform technique. Now, the entire house was raised slightly, and Yamato thoughtfully added 2 steps leading up to it. Realizing the convenience of such a capable assistant, Naruto eagerly took Yamato by the hand and led him outside the small yard, pointing towards his usual fishing spot. "Please harden the ground from here to there as well." Yamato nodded once more and employed the earth rockification technique. "And over there, could you create a wooden training post? I may need it for practicing ninjutsu." Yamato nodded again. "And over there." Naruto, directing Yamato to reinforce the areas around him, ensured everything capable of being fortified was done. He then requested a wardrobe, teapot, and cups. And to ensure warmth, he asked Yamato to fortify the wooden house with an additional 2 layers. He even requested a small bridge over the river for aesthetics, along with planting 2 trees at the entrance. Chapter 21. The sage body of the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi, who had been monitoring Naruto, could no longer bear to watch. He slapped his forehead and stepped out, addressing Yamato, who was clearly overexerted. "Yamato, your task is complete. You may return." "Yes," Yamato responded, hastily departing from the daunting scene. Kakashi scrutinized Naruto for a moment, preparing to leave, but Naruto called after him, "Leave your lightning release techniques, preferably the lightning body strengthening technique." Kakashi hesitated, then replied, "I am under no obligation to provide you with those." With that, he turned to leave once more. Yet, Naruto spoke with calm indifference. If you have no obligation to stay, then there is no need for you to continue monitoring me. Kakashi paused, realizing from Naruto's tone that he had discerned his identity and likely understood his background. However, knowing this only made Kakashi more reluctant to share his techniques with Naruto. Apologies. I cannot comply with your request. With that, he vanished using the body flicker technique. Naruto watched Kakashi's retreating figure for a while before summoning several shadow clones to carry the furniture and other items into his new home. He then dispatched more clones to gather bedding and linens from the village. Perched in a tree, Kakashi observed Naruto busily arranging his new residence, his eyes narrowing with concern. He wondered how the third Hokage would react upon learning of Naruto's current situation. I hope you soon acquire the ability to protect yourself. The techniques you requested may merely be a fade. What you truly desire is likely the lightning body strengthening technique. Is it possible that you wish to pursue a physical training path? As Kakashi pondered these thoughts, another Umbu ninja approached Naruto, prompting him to become vigilant once more. However, the Umbu simply presented a sealed scroll and unsealed it. This is a book sent by the third Hokage. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Thank you. The Umbu nodded and departed. Naruto gazed at the book on the ground and couldn't help but smile. It contained a comprehensive collection of medical ninjutsu, including foundational techniques, sage arts, extraction methods, chakra surgical techniques, and their applications. What delighted Naruto even more was the presence of several sealing technique scrolls from the Uzumaki clan beside the medical texts. As he examined the sealing techniques, he noted that most were foundational, already learned from Minato's notes. Among the new scrolls from Hiruzen, only the diamond lock, contract sealing, and tail lock techniques remained unlearned, while the rest were familiar. However, Naruto noticed the absence of the 8 trigram sealing technique, finding only 4 sealing scrolls, which perplexed him. Despite his confusion, he moved the books into the house. By evening, after a long day of organizing, Naruto had finally settled in, making the place feel like a home, though it still lacked a female presence. After expressing this thought, he summoned a multitude of shadow clones to delve into the books sent by the third Hokage, while his true self discreetly entered the spirit spring space, retracting the clones and resplitting them. After satisfying his hunger, he returned to his room. Outside, Kakashi, observing Naruto's frantic activity, furrowed his brow. This is becoming chaotic. Previously, he summoned only 10 or so clones. Now, he has created over 50. I hope nothing goes awry. The following day, Naruto retracted his shadow clones and resummoned them, repeating the process of entering the spirit spring space. Upon emerging, he washed up and, while enjoying breakfast, checked in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in, acquiring the sage body of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing this, Naruto paused mid-bite, nearly leaping from his seat in joy. With the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, his chakra would undoubtedly surge once more, and the rate of chakra extraction would accelerate significantly. As Naruto was about to utilize his abilities, he realized that this was not the appropriate setting. After swiftly finishing his breakfast, he entered the spirit spring space and activated the sage body of the Uzumaki clan. Immediately, a vortex of chakra enveloped him, swirling around for over 20 minutes before dissipating. The sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. System. Open personal panel. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Age, 5. Ninja rank. None chakra attributes. Wind, lightning, fire, earth, water, yin-yang. Chakra amount, 763 cards. Bloodline, Uzumaki bloodline. Uzumaki sage body. Techniques. Chakra extraction technique. Uzumaki clan chakra extraction technique. Ninjutsu. Divine Eye of Kagura. Chakra concealment technique. Body replacement technique. Seduction technique. Harem technique. Shadow clone technique. Body flicker technique. Flying thunder god. Spiral sphere. Great ball spiral sphere. Mini spiral sphere. Wind release. Wind cutter. Wind release. Wind blade. Wind release. Wind wall. Wind release. Spiral shuriken. Lightning release. Body flicker. Lightning release. Thousand birds. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. Lightning release. False darkness. Lightning release. Spiral shuriken. 4 symbol seal. 8 trigram seal. Evil sealing technique. Corpse demon sealing technique. Solar fist. Naruto gazed in disbelief at the astounding amount of chakra he possessed. Had his chakra truly surged to such an extent? It was 75 times the amount he had previously. This was beyond excessive. After all, he was merely 5 years old. The time until he learned the wind release, spiral shuriken in the original narrative was at least a decade away. Back then, he only had about 100 times Kakashi's chakra, and now, with the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, he had already achieved 76 times. This was indeed quite extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Naruto calmed himself, accepting the reality of his chakra amount. He once again employed the chakra concealment technique, his chakra now nearly matching Kakashi's system. Is it possible to sign in for ocular techniques like the Sharingan? Ding. All signed-in items are randomized. I cannot control them. However, host need not worry. With diligent training and persistent sign-ins, you will undoubtedly acquire such ninjutsu before you turn 10. Wow, I can actually sign something like that. Upon returning to his wooden house, Naruto organized his shadow clones for study and training. Some were engrossed in books, others engaged in sparring, while a portion practiced sealing techniques. And yet another group explored the lightning release, body refinement technique. Meanwhile, Naruto's true self focused on physical training. Kakashi, observing Naruto, could not help but shake his head, muttering, "This is quite chaotic. There's no conventional way to develop ninjutsu like this." Chapter 22, Body Refinement. In the following days, Naruto utilized his shadow clones to study medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. A month later, while enjoying a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, he encountered Nara Shikaku. A smile crept across Naruto's lips. He had finally grasped the lightning release, body refinement technique. That evening, Naruto, using his shadow clones, visited Nara Shikaku's home. Shikaku greeted Naruto with a smile, saying, "It seems you are quite eager." "Of course. I have been looking forward to the lightning release, body refinement technique for quite some time." With a chuckle, Shikaku tossed 2 scrolls to Naruto. One was for the lightning release, body refinement technique, and the other for the lightning release, chakra mode. Naruto, astonished, looked at Shikaku and exclaimed, "You managed to acquire the lightning release, chakra mode? Is the Exchange Institute really that formidable? You even obtained the chakra mode trained by the Reikage of the Cloud Village." Shikaku laughed heartily. "The Exchange Institute is indeed impressive, but it's not as extraordinary as you might think. The lightning release, chakra mode, is merely a high-level ninjutsu. It's not as rare as you imagine." Naruto furrowed his brows, stating, "But in the Konoha library, I read that only the 3rd and 4th Reikage mastered the lightning release, chakra mode. Isn't it a forbidden technique of the Cloud Village?" Shikaku shook his head with a smile. "The reason few have mastered it isn't due to its rarity or danger, but rather the immense difficulty of its training, which has eliminated countless candidates. The lightning release, chakra mode, requires a formidable physique, and achieving such strength demands relentless perseverance." Naruto nodded in realization. "I see now. Thank you for your guidance, Shikaku-senpai. It's no trouble at all. I heard you moved to the outskirts of the village. May I ask why?" Naruto chuckled. "There's nothing to hide. It's simply for the convenience of my training." Shikaku smiled. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that it's not as simple as you claim. That's just overthinking it. It's indeed for training, and perhaps also due to the villagers' attitude towards me." Shikaku nodded, deciding not to press further. Regardless of the truth, Naruto provided a reasonable explanation. "If Shikaku-senpai has no further matters, I shall take my leave." "None at all." Just as Naruto was about to depart, Shikaku suddenly remarked, "In a few months, the ninja school will be starting. I'd appreciate it if you could look after my lazy son." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Looking after him is no problem. But what exactly do you mean? Should I ensure he isn't bullied? Or should I encourage his studies? Or perhaps something else?" Shikaku chuckled. "Naturally. I mean to encourage him to strive for improvement. My son is quite capable in many aspects, but he tends to be rather lazy, which is quite the headache for me." "Understood. I will make sure he recognizes the difference." "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his riverside cabin. 2 days passed, during which Naruto employed a shadow clone to demonstrate the lightning release, body refinement technique, allowing Kakashi and the others to witness the countless shadow clones sacrificed to develop this ninjutsu. Kakashi, astonished, raised his forehead protector, activating his Sharingan to observe the shadow clone's use of the lightning release, body refinement technique. He had genuinely replicated it. Was he a genius or merely incredibly tenacious? Kakashi dispatched a shadow clone to promptly inform the 3rd Hokage. Meanwhile, Naruto's true self began practicing the lightning release, body refinement technique. However, less than a minute into it, He felt an excruciating tearing pain in his muscles. He quickly drank a couple of mouthfuls of spring water, alleviating the sensation of paralysis and tearing. This body refinement technique was undeniably formidable. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived. Glancing at the arcs of electricity dancing across Naruto's body, feeling a tinge of apprehension. "Little Naruto, are you all right?" Naruto gritted his teeth, nodding. "I'm fine. I can endure it. Perhaps you should pause the lightning release body refinement technique for now and resume it in a few years. You're still quite young." Naruto shook his head with a smile. "No worries. I've examined my body with medical ninjutsu and practicing the lightning release body refinement technique for half an hour daily is manageable." The third Hokage intended to offer further advice, but seeing Naruto's unwavering determination, he turned to Kakashi, who was concealed nearby. "If he encounters any danger, intervene immediately." "Understood, Hokage-sama." After Hiruzen departed, Might Guy suddenly leaped out from nowhere, standing beside Kakashi. "This is my prescription for body refinement. Please give it to him, as his current training regimen could lead to physical deterioration over time." Kakashi glanced at the package and the prescription, shaking his head. "I can't deliver this." "Kakashi, if you refuse to assist, I will have no reservations and will take him on as my apprentice." Since Might Guy's request to take Naruto as his disciple was rejected, he has become remarkably composed. A stark contrast to his previously boisterous demeanor, which has left Kakashi feeling quite unsettled. However, Kakashi understands the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen is determined to be the guiding light in Naruto's life, resolutely disallowing any interference. Nevertheless, Might Guy has recognized Naruto's tenacity and physical training and does not wish to miss out on nurturing this promising talent. Observing Might Guy's earnest gaze, Kakashi reluctantly accepted the package of medicine and the prescription. That evening, as Naruto meditated and refined his chakra, Kakashi placed the medicine and prescription before him, stating, "Someone asked me to deliver this to you. Prolonged physical training without proper care could lead to complications. This medicine is meant for a therapeutic bath." Naruto glanced at Kakashi, his white-haired mentor, and retorted, "Did you ask for this, or did they give it to you?" After a moment of silence, Kakashi replied, "Someone requested that I convey it to you. Leave it. Though I have no need for it, I still appreciate the gesture." Kakashi narrowed his eyes behind his mask, uttering no further words before vanishing in a flash. Caught between Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi found himself in a difficult position. He was well aware of Naruto's background, yet he could only speculate about Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Kakashi knew he could not overstep his bounds. His priority was to ensure Naruto's safety, but beyond that, he felt powerless and hesitant to act. Although Naruto understood Kakashi's predicament, it did not equate to forgiving him for witnessing his suffering without intervening. Thus, when they first met, Naruto conducted a subtle test, and now he openly displayed his disdain towards Kakashi. In the ensuing 6 months, Naruto fervently trained using lightning release techniques. Kakashi, noticing that Naruto had not utilized the prescription for his therapeutic baths, grew increasingly concerned for his well-being. However, rather than deteriorating, Naruto's physique appeared to strengthen remarkably. Though Might Guy had provided Naruto with the prescription, he remained unaware that Naruto had not followed through with the baths, as he observed Naruto's growing resilience. His desire to take Naruto as his disciple intensified. Luckily, Naruto had the spring of clarity to alleviate any hidden injuries. Otherwise, his condition might have indeed faltered as Kakashi had suggested. During these 6 months, considerable events unfolded within the village. The tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village escalated, with frequent clan meetings exacerbating the strained relations. Consequently, the Uchiha Guard became increasingly aggressive in their enforcement of order. Amidst this turmoil, the Ninja Academy finally commenced its new term. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader and father of Sasuke and Itachi, urged Sasuke to attend the academy, aiming to mend the rift between the Uchiha and the village while fostering connections with other prominent clans. Similarly, Naruto was compelled by Sarutobi Hiruzen to enroll in the academy. Naruto was acutely aware that attending the Ninja Academy was imperative. If the Jinchuriki could not become a ninja, he would merely be a tool. Standing at the academy's entrance, he watched parents escorting their children, a flood of emotions washing over him. At that moment, several adults, accompanied by their children, spotted Naruto. Why is that demon fox here? Indeed, why hasn't that cursed fox perished yet? The unfounded accusations had rendered Naruto somewhat numb. Just as he was about to step into the academy, he saw Itachi leading Sasuke, both of whom had also arrived at the school. Itachi's piercing gaze seemed to convey countless unspoken words, while Sasuke glared at Naruto, as if blaming him for stealing his brother's attention. Then, he caught sight of Hinata, accompanied by Hayashi, arriving at the academy as well. Hinata, as bashful as ever, blushed and hid behind her father upon spotting Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto flashed a smile and nodded in greeting. Hayashi, however, cast a dark glare at Naruto, vigilantly protecting his daughter from any perceived threats. After all the formalities were concluded, a welcoming ceremony for the new students commenced. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the podium, passionately delivering a speech about the will of fire. Naruto, feeling drowsy, yawned and noticed Hinata stealing glances at him. With a playful grin, he silently mouthed to Hinata, "Shall we go fish grilling after school?" Hinata shyly lowered her head, but, after ensuring her father was not watching, discreetly nodded in response. Naruto nearly burst into laughter at Hinata's adorably secretive demeanor, reflecting on how precociously mature she was for her age. After Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his speech, it was time for class assignments. Unsurprisingly, Naruto found himself placed in the second-generation class, a cohort predominantly comprising the heirs of various ninja clans. Among his classmates were Nara Shikamaru from the Nara clan, Yamanaka Ino from the Yamanaka clan, Akimichi Choji from the Akimichi clan, Inazuka Kiba from the Inazuka clan, Waihai Kurenai from the Waihai clan, and Uchiha Sasuke from the Uchiha clan, making this class a gathering of the next generation of Konoha's prominent families. Naruto had hoped to sit beside Hinata, but as he noticed someone already occupying her side, he settled into the favored spot of Minato Namikaze, at the back, by the window. In the corner, just as he took his seat, a commotion erupted nearby, drawing his attention to Inazuka Kiba arguing with an unknown classmate. Ignoring the ruckus, he felt someone sit beside him. Turning, he saw a figure clad in a dark gray sleeveless trench coat, the high collar obscuring the lower half of their face, complemented by black glasses and a hood that concealed their features. "Hello, I am Waihai Shino. May I sit here?" Naruto nodded and replied, "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. There's no one here, so of course you can." "Thank you." As soon as Shino's words fell, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Both Shino and Naruto turned to see a blonde girl and a pink-haired girl squealing, exclaiming how handsome Uchiha Sasuke was as he leaned coolly against the entrance. Naruto, at a loss for words, could only shake his head in disbelief. Just then, he caught a fleeting glance from Nara Shikamaru, who quickly averted his gaze. As Naruto followed Shikamaru's line of sight, he noticed the Nara heir and Choji taking their seats in the row ahead of him. Likely prompted by some prior directive from Nara Shikaku. Before long, most students had settled into their chosen places, and the homeroom teacher made his entrance. "Hello everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Irika Yumino. You may call me Irika-sensei. I have a fondness for Ichiraku ramen, a dislike for unruly students, and my dream is to become an outstanding teacher. Now, let us begin with self-introductions, starting from the first seat in the front row on the left. Hello. I am Taijima Takashi. I love curry rice, dislike bell peppers, and dream of owning my own curry shop. Hello, everyone." After introducing everyone one by one, it finally came to Naruto. Standing up, he addressed his classmates, saying, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, known as the Nine Tails by the villagers. You may call me Naruto, or even the monster, the Nine Tails. I have no preference. I currently harbor no dislikes, but I shall not disclose my likes, and my dream is simply to live." Chapter 24. The class. Upon hearing Naruto's self-introduction, Irika frowned slightly, but chose to remain silent. Before taking on this class, Sarutobi Hiruzen had briefed him on the situation, particularly advising him to look out for Naruto. However, Irika's parents had perished during the Nine Tails incident, and sensing an undercurrent of hostility emanating from Naruto, he recalled Hiruzen's instructions and decided to act as though nothing had occurred. As for how he would treat Naruto moving forward, Irika had yet to form a clear decision. Meanwhile, the other students erupted into a commotion upon hearing Naruto's introduction, murmuring phrases like, "So he is the Nine Tails. How could the Nine Tails be in our class? How did the Nine Tails get into the ninja school?" The second-generation heirs of prominent clans merely cast curious glances at Naruto without uttering a word. Once Naruto finished his introduction, Irika instructed the students to distribute the textbooks. Naruto glanced through them and found, apart from the basics of chakra refinement and the fundamental transformation techniques, a collection of elementary arithmetic and other materials that primarily extolled Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a cursory examination, Naruto stuffed all the books into his cabinet. Yamanaka Shino, observing Naruto's actions, quietly advised, even if you have no desire to study, you should keep a book or two as a cover. If the teacher catches you, you might end up standing outside. Naruto smiled and nodded, saying, "You make a valid point. Your glasses are quite cool. Where did you get them? Could you possibly lend me a pair?" "Absolutely. I'll bring you a pair tomorrow." "Thank you. Anytime. We are classmates after all." As Yamanaka Shino finished speaking, Shikamaru and Choji turned towards them. Choji offered Naruto some chips, saying, "Here, have some chips." Thank you," Naruto replied, taking a chip and popping it into his mouth. Genuinely taken aback by Choji's gesture, Shikamaru chuckled and said, "Choji is a bit shy. His way of making friends is by sharing his food. I hope you don't mind." "I don't mind at all," Naruto responded. "By the way, how long are we going to be at this school?" "Are you asking how long we stay today, or how long we attend this school?" "Both. Once we finish distributing the books, we can head home. And school will resume as usual tomorrow. As for how long we stay here, it's a 6-year program, graduating at the age of 12. Although early graduation is an option." Naruto nodded, saying, "I see. I just glanced at the textbooks, and it feels like attending this ninja school is a waste of time." Shikamaru smirked slightly, saying, "To the families of the elite, attending ninja school is not solely about education." Naruto paused, pondering Shikamaru's words, before realizing the implication. It was essential to provide a platform for commoners to rise, and the ninja school served precisely that purpose. The second-generation heirs attended to demonstrate to ordinary citizens that even the prominent families had to enroll in ninja school to become ninjas. Moreover, these families sent some of their children to the school to make the commoners aware of Konoha's notable clans while establishing a sense of authority. Naruto smiled at Shikamaru, saying, "Does that mean we can skip classes?" Shikamaru shook his head, saying, "As long as it's not too obvious, skipping classes is fine, but if you're caught, you'll still face penalties. Then as long as we don't get caught, it's all good. Let us go. I'll take you all to grill fish." Shikamaru was taken aback by Naruto's boldness. It was the first day, and Naruto was already disregarding the teacher's authority when they hadn't even finished distributing the books. "I think you should hold off for a bit. Once the books are all handed out, we can leave. If we skip now, the teacher might keep a closer eye on you, and that could lead to trouble." Choji nodded in agreement, offering Naruto more chips, saying, "If you're bored, I'll share my chips." Seeing both of them urging him otherwise, Naruto chuckled, taking 2 chips and munching as he said, "All right, let us give the teacher some respect. We'll leave after the books are distributed." Shikamaru quipped, "If you stay, Irika-sensei might just thank you." Naruto, with a playful grin, replied, "Of course. I'm the Nine Tails. Waiting for him to finish distributing the books is certainly a sign of respect." "Huh, you think you can fool us with that? You're just deceiving those ordinary folks." Naruto glanced at Irika and said, "But he is one of the deceived too." Shikamaru paused, understanding Naruto's point. He had noticed Irika's gaze towards Naruto, indicating that Irika was not aware of Naruto being a Jinchuriki. Shikamaru smiled at Naruto, choosing not to delve further into the topic to avoid any sensitive issues. After the books were distributed, Irika informed the students of tomorrow's schedule and allowed them to engage in free activities. Though termed free activities, it essentially meant the children could explore the school and familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Naruto turned to Shikamaru and Shino, saying, "I reckon you all aren't keen on staying in school any longer. How about joining me for grilled fish?" Shikamaru nodded, saying, "I'm in, and so is Choji." Yamanaka Shino coolly stated, "I'm in too. Do you mind if I invite Hinata from the Hyuga clan?" Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, saying, "Of course not. If you hadn't mentioned it, I was going to invite Ino from the Yamanaka clan. I have no objections, since we'll all be classmates. It's natural to get acquainted." After sharing a smile, Naruto and Shikamaru went off to invite their friends. Naruto approached Hinata, saying, "I invited our classmates to join me for grilled fish. Would you like to come?" Hinata shyly nodded, saying, "Okay," before lowering her head in bashfulness. Seeing Hinata's demeanor, Naruto smiled and led her to where Shikamaru and the others were gathered. However, to Naruto's surprise, in addition to Ino, Haruno Sakura also decided to join them. Chapter 25. Off to grill fish. Yamanaka Ino looked at Naruto and said, "Hello Naruto. I'm Ino Yamanaka. You can just call me Ino. This is Sakura Haruno. You can call her Sakura. I heard you're going to grill fish. Can I join?" "Of course," Naruto replied. Just as he finished speaking, a loud voice interjected. You're going to grill fish? Count me in. I want to go too. Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged glances upon seeing Inuzuka Kiba, both nodding in agreement. Naruto smiled at Kiba, saying, no problem. But you'll need to bring some seasonings. I only have fish, and you know my situation in Konoha. Even if I had money, I might not be able to buy any. Kiba, whether genuinely oblivious to Naruto's hint or pretending not to understand, boisterously replied, leave the seasonings to me. Shikamaru chuckled as he looked at Ino, and said, you all go buy some vegetables for the barbecue. We'll prepare the charcoal and meet at Naruto's cabin. Ino nodded, ready to leave, when Sakura suddenly asked, where is Naruto's cabin? Ino wrapped her arm around Sakura's and replied, I know where the cabin is. You don't need to worry about it. Let us go buy some vegetables. After assigning tasks, Shikamaru turned to Naruto. The fishing task is up to you. No problem. Naruto responded, turning to Hinata. Let us go catch some fish. All right. Shikamaru watched as Naruto and Hinata walked away. He hoped Naruto wouldn't clash with the Hyuga clan in the future. Kiba, not caring about what Shikamaru had taken, turned to him and said, Shikamaru, let us go. You and Choji prepare the charcoal while I buy the seasonings. Okay. Naruto and Hinata arrived near his cabin, and Hinata was surprised when she saw it. Is this where you live, Naruto-kun? Yes. I've been living here for half a year, but unfortunately, you haven't come by. I was waiting for you to join me for fishing. Hinata, not realizing Naruto was joking, nervously explained, it's not like that. I really wanted to come fishing with you, but Hinata couldn't admit that her father was strict and wouldn't let her out. But lying was not an option, and she was on the verge of tears. Seeing her about to cry, Naruto quickly said, don't cry. I was just teasing. I know your family is strict, unlike my free-spirited life. Please don't cry. As he reached out to wipe her tears, Hinata froze, feeling his touch on her face. Her tension causing her to forget her tears. Just as Naruto was drying her eyes, Hinata fainted, resembling a steam engine with a flushed face. Naruto, slightly twitching his mouth, released his lightning body technique and caught Hinata before she fell. Great, this joke went too far. He laid her on a deck chair and then launched back into action, using the lightning body technique to catch fish. Since adapting to the technique, Naruto had been using it continuously to strengthen his physique. After catching enough fish, he created several shadow clones, instructing one to clean and gut the fish while the others went after wild rabbits and chickens. After all, they couldn't live on just grilled fish and vegetables. By the time Shikamaru and the others arrived, Naruto had already processed 30 to 40 fish. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow and said, you caught too many fish. We might not finish them all. Naruto smiled and replied, the Akimichi clan is known for their appetites in Konoha. I doubt this will suffice. Right, Choji? Choji nodded with a hearty smile. Kiba chimed in. I don't think it's too much. I can eat 5 fish with Akamaru, right? Akamaru barked in agreement. Just then, one of Naruto's shadow clones brought out a barbecue grill. Shikamaru looked surprised and asked, you have a grill? Self-sufficient. Naruto replied, dismissing a shadow clone to inform the ones catching rabbits and chickens to return. Ino and Sakura arrived, carrying vegetables. Wiping sweat from her brow, Ino exclaimed, you guys should help. I'm exhausted. Naruto laughed, creating more shadow clones to assist Ino and Sakura with their load. Shikamaru, who had previously been astonished at Naruto's shadow clones handling fish, felt slightly disheartened seeing Naruto use them so adeptly. Ino gasped, wow, Naruto, you're incredible. You can create so many shadow clones. Naruto chuckled and pointed behind the cabin, saying, this is just the beginning. There are many more clones back there studying theoretical knowledge. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru and Ino looked back, shocked to see at least 50 shadow clones diligently learning. Shikamaru, with a serious expression, asked Naruto, are you using the multi-shadow clone technique? How many can you create now? If unimpeded, I can produce around 80 clones. Any more would be uncomfortable when dispelling them. Naruto understated this. In the Spirit Spring space, there were at least 200 clones practicing chakra refinement and attribute changes. The outdoor clones focused on medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Shikamaru's mouth twitched as he said, your chakra levels are quite exaggerated. Naruto smiled without further explanation, though Shikamaru had an inkling. Ino looked at Naruto with admiration, saying, I envy you so much for having such abundant chakra. The others didn't say much, but their envious gazes were evident. Naruto grinned and said, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. My surname should give you a hint as to why I possess such vast chakra. Ino glanced at the others, realizing they too were puzzled, except for Shikamaru, who was deep in thought. What does your surname have to do with it? Naruto, while preparing the barbecue ingredients, smiled and asked, Haven't you heard of the Uzumaki clan? Ino, Sakura, and Kiba all shook their heads. Chapter 26. Completing Jiraiya's task sighing. Naruto explained the history of the land of whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan to Ino and the others. Sakura, in disbelief, looked at Naruto and said, Are you saying that the Uzumaki clan and Konoha were allies? But why didn't Konoha come to their aid when the land of whirlpools fell? Naruto smiled at Sakura, but said nothing. Shikamaru patted Sakura on the shoulder and said, Some questions are better left unasked. Ino seemed to recall something and quickly hugged Sakura's arm, saying, That was so long ago, knowing one change anything. Just then, Naruto's shadow clone returned with wild rabbits and chickens, having thoughtfully caught a few rabbits for the three girls to play with. Seeing the cute rabbits, Ino squealed and rushed to Naruto's shadow clone, exclaiming, You're not planning to barbecue those adorable rabbits, are you? Naruto laughed and replied, Those rabbits are gifts for you. The larger ones are for grilling. Ino happily snatched a small rabbit from one of Naruto's clones, squealing, Naruto-kun, you're so thoughtful. At that moment, Hinata, who had been resting in the rocking chair, awoke to Ino's squeals. Shyly lowering her head, she sat beside Naruto. He handed her a black rabbit, saying, This is for you. Thank you, Naruto-kun. The boys, while indifferent to the rabbits, didn't mind the girl's fondness for them. Kiba took the game from Naruto's shadow clone and went to clean it by the river. Once all the ingredients were prepared, Naruto dismissed all the shadow clones, including those practicing behind the cabin. To avoid raising suspicion from anyone monitoring, he pretended to be a little dazed. Shikamaru reached out to support Naruto's arm, but Naruto stopped him with a hand gesture, saying, Don't touch me. I am currently practicing the body forging technique. And should you dare to touch me, you may find yourself injured. I am fine. A brief respite is all I require. Ino, Sakura, Kiba, and Shino gazed at Naruto in disbelief. This was somewhat outrageous. The shadow clone learning theoretical knowledge while his real body was continuously honing itself left them unable to fathom just how formidable Naruto had become. After a moment, Naruto, feeling that the act had been sufficiently performed, rubbed his temples and declared, All right, I'm fine. The rest of the cooking shall be left to us. Ino chuckled and shook her head, replying, Of course, we must do it ourselves. If we let your shadow clones handle everything, would that even count as a day out? Shikamaru and the others nodded in agreement, each picking up various ingredients, marinating what needed to be marinated and grilling what needed to be grilled, occasionally consulting Naruto for guidance. Halfway through the barbecue, it became evident that there was not a single question Naruto could not answer, even when he chose to remain silent on certain inquiries. They could surmise that those questions were perhaps inappropriate or unanswerable. Naruto excused himself briefly to fetch some beverages from the spirit spring space. We are still children and cannot drink alcohol. These beverages will have to suffice. Beverages? What are those? Naruto found himself momentarily flustered. Could it be that there were no drinks in the world of Hokage? Glancing at the orange juice he held, he felt relieved that there were no carbonated drinks. How should he explain this? Consider it as me having mashed fruits, added some water, and a sprinkle of sugar to create this. Ino rolled her eyes and remarked, So? It's akin to vegetable juice, right? Well, it seems to be somewhat similar, Naruto replied sheepishly. Shikamaru, having overheard their exchange, understood Naruto's living conditions and recognized that it was entirely normal not to know certain common knowledge. Thus, he quickly interjected to Ino. You all are aware of Naruto's circumstances in the village. There are some things he is simply not familiar with, so let us not put him on the spot. Ino playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, I'm not blaming him. Naruto, you mustn't be angry. With that, she took a couple of steps closer. Attempting to wrap her arms around Naruto's. Startled, Naruto quickly used the body flicker technique to evade her. Ino seemed a bit disheartened by his reaction, puffing her cheeks and glaring at him. Naruto, you are being too much. Before she could finish, Naruto interrupted. You misunderstood. I possess the lightning release body forging technique. And I fear injuring you. It is not that I am unwilling to be close to you. To prove his point, Naruto removed his upper garment. Instantly, everyone beheld the arcs of electricity dancing across his body. Ino gasped, staring at Naruto. That is terrifying. Kiba winced, commenting, That must hurt a lot. You are truly harsh on yourself. Naruto chuckled. I have grown accustomed to it. Shikamaru frowned sympathetically at Naruto, saying, Let today be a day of relaxation. We have come together to enjoy ourselves, and it would be unfortunate if you were to injure someone. After contemplating for a moment, Naruto nodded. All right. I will take it easy today. Once Naruto ceased his body forging, the atmosphere grew considerably somber. Aside from Sakura, who was not part of the Konoha elite, the others were all scions of esteemed clans, and they were somewhat aware of Naruto's circumstances. However, his rigorous training had cast a shadow over them. Although Naruto had fulfilled Danz's request, he had inadvertently dampened the mood. Then, with a clever glint in his eyes, Naruto turned to Ino. Your skewers are burning. Ino shrieked in panic, hurriedly tending to the skewers, only to realize they were not actually charred. Irritated, she shot a glare at Naruto. Naruto, you are so annoying. Naruto laughed heartily. Whose fault is it that your thoughts wandered astray? Even if you see my diligent training, you should focus on your own practice, but not today. Once this day concludes, you can resume your efforts. Overthinking will ruin our fun and our meal, and it will not aid in your training. Why bother? Shikamaru shook his head with a smile. Naruto is correct. From now on, we should frequently come to train with Naruto. His dedication will surely provide us with greater insight, and we can consult him with any uncertainties. Everyone nodded in agreement and resumed their joyous barbecue. Chapter 27. Training Plans. Naruto smiled and said, in truth, I cannot teach you much about your training. Each of you has your family's secret techniques to master. Even if I were to offer guidance, it would be limited. At most, I can assist in planning. They all understood Naruto's meaning. Each had their own family legacies, and he could not provide detailed insights, as he was unfamiliar with their practices. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and inquired, since you say you can help us plan, what would you suggest for me? After a moment of thought, Naruto replied, Shikamaru, as a member of the Nara clan, you practice shadow manipulation techniques, which fall under the category of in-release. Training in this area hinges not only on your chakra volume, but also on the refinement of your chakra. I advise you to practice water walking and tree climbing diligently. Shikamaru nodded. My father has mentioned the same. Chakra refinement is indispensable at any time. Indeed, at our current age, enhancing our chakra volume is unlikely. So aside from physical techniques, we can only focus on refining our chakra. As for more powerful jutsu, there is no need to learn them yet. You must understand that once chakra refinement reaches a certain level, even basic techniques can yield powerful results. Shikamaru gazed at Naruto in disbelief. Are you joking? If basic techniques can achieve the effects of advanced ones, doesn't that mean advanced techniques can produce effects akin to high-level ones? Naruto shook his head with a smile. You should not dismiss it. If you practice chakra refinement well, you can completely control your chakra volume and elevate basic techniques to advanced levels. If you doubt it, I can demonstrate it once we graduate from the Ninja Academy. At that moment, Shino interjected, I believe what Naruto says. My family elders have also mentioned that chakra refinement can significantly enhance jutsu power, though not to the exaggerated extent Naruto implies. However, I trust that if Naruto claims it, he can certainly prove it. Sakura frowned at Shino. Are you that certain? Shino nodded yes. I am quite certain. Just earlier, when Naruto ignited the charcoal, he used the great fireball technique. Yet the fireball was no larger than my thumb, yet it still ignited the charcoal. Such precise chakra control is likely beyond what even your family can achieve. Shikamaru, realizing this, stared at Naruto in astonishment. Naruto smiled. Regardless of the jutsu you train in, chakra refinement is essential. Not only does it make techniques more potent, but it also minimizes chakra consumption. Shikamaru nodded. You are right. At our age, the techniques we can train in are indeed limited to physical techniques and chakra refinement. Can you share how you practice chakra refinement? I do not believe that merely walking on water and climbing trees can refine your chakra to transform the great fireball technique into a smaller fireball. Naruto chuckled, standing up and circling around Shikamaru and the others. Notice anything? Shikamaru shook his head in confusion. Notice what? Hinata cautiously chimed in. The sound. Sound. Yes, precisely, Naruto replied. As he walked, there was not a single sound emanating from his footsteps. Shikamaru and the others looked down in surprise at Naruto's feet. Naruto chuckled softly, raising his foot and stating, while I walk, I always have a layer of chakra on my feet, ensuring I leave no footprints wherever I tread. However, it is not yet perfected. What happens when it is perfected? He mused. Once completed, I plan to tie a rubber ball to my feet and walk upon it every day. Shikamaru, with a serious expression, responded, what if the ball is completed? It wouldn't be a balloon, would it? You are quite astute, Shikamaru. it is indeed a balloon. I intend to practice walking on it without bursting it before graduating from the Ninja Academy. Is this your plan for yourself? Naruto nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed. This is merely one of my plans. Do you have others? Naruto offered Shikamaru a grin, but chose to remain silent. Shikamaru understood, as did the others, that Naruto's numerous shadow clones were engaged in theoretical studies, while his true self focused on physical training and chakra refinement. In the midst of their silence, Hinata, her head bowed, shyly approached Naruto with her fingers touching, asking, Naruto-kun, may I come to practice with you often? Upon finishing her sentence, her face turned a deep crimson. Naruto, observing Hinata's endearing demeanor, replied, of course. You are always welcome. He then directed his gaze towards Shikamaru and Ino, adding, you are welcome as well, anytime. They nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comments. Shikamaru surmised that Naruto had invited them for fish grilling today due to his father, Narashikaku's, arrangements. However, Shikamaru was acutely aware that he had grown somewhat complacent. In comparison to Naruto's circumstances, his own were akin to night and day. Yet Naruto's relentless dedication to training far surpassed his own. Among them, only Sakura seemed to disregard Naruto's words, believing that Sasuke must be stronger than Naruto simply because he belonged to the Uchiha clan. The barbecue concluded, each lost in their own thoughts. Naruto then escorted Hinata to the Hyuga clan residence. This time, no members of the branch family appeared. Instead, Hyuga Hayashi awaited them at the entrance. Hinata, feeling anxious, stepped forward and greeted, Father. Hayashi, maintaining a stern expression, nodded and continued to glare at Naruto. Naruto complied and approached Hayashi respectfully, greeting him, Clan Head Hyuga. Hayashi, still with a serious demeanor, replied, do not return so late next time. Understood, Clan Head Hyuga. Hayashi provided no further response and turned to leave with Hinata. After walking a few steps, Hinata shyly waved back at Naruto. He reciprocated the gesture, mouthing, see you tomorrow. Hinata, embarrassed, lowered her head and departed with Hayashi. Naruto smiled and turned back towards his riverside cabin. Chapter 28. The Nine Tails emerge, however. As Naruto took a few steps, two masked individuals appeared before him. Uzumaki Naruto. The Hokage wishes to see you. Please come with us. Upon hearing their tone and observing their demeanor, Naruto discerned that they were not from the Umbu, but rather from Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen had always approached him personally, never sending others to convey messages. Only Danzo, the elusive rat, would present himself with an air of superiority. As Naruto hesitated, contemplating whether to take action, he suddenly recalled that Kakashi was nearby. Thus, he smirked and addressed the two. What if I refuse to accompany you? Should you refuse, do not blame us for being impolite, one of them threatened. I am intrigued to see how you intend to be impolite, Naruto retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. The Root ninjas, dismissing further dialogue, executed a body flicker technique, attempting to seize Naruto. However, he remained resolute, waiting for Kakashi's arrival. To his surprise, both Root ninjas managed to grasp him, and Kakashi had yet to materialize. As Naruto grappled with the decision to retaliate, Sarutobi Hiruzen unexpectedly emerged from the shadows. Danzo has overstepped his bounds. You may return and inform him that I will seek him out, he commanded. The Root members hesitated, having already captured Naruto, unwilling to abandon their mission. After a moment of indecision, one of them took off with Naruto, while the other positioned himself in front of Hiruzen. Hiruzen, frowning at the obstructing ninja, was taken aback by their blatant disregard for his orders. He silently resolved that once the Uchiha matter was settled, Root would be next on his agenda. Ignoring the ninja blocking his path, Hiruzen strode purposefully towards the Root base. As the obstructing ninja prepared to halt Hiruzen, an Umbu ninja appeared, engaging in combat with the Root operative. Meanwhile, Naruto was being whisked away by the other Root ninja. Feeling a sense of humiliation being carried in such a manner, Naruto contemplated retaliating against the Root ninja, but ultimately refrained, recognizing that this was merely a power struggle between Danzo and Hiruzen. Taking action now would be detrimental to him. He resigned himself to endure the disgrace of being carried away. Just as they neared the Root base, Kakashi finally arrived, positioning himself in front of the Root ninja holding Naruto. Release him. You may leave, Kakashi ordered. The Root ninja drew a kunai, preparing for a fight. Kakashi revealed his forehead protector, activating his Sharingan, ready for a swift resolution. At that moment, more Root members arrived, surrounding Kakashi. Realizing the precarious situation, Kakashi understood he had to buy time. Just then, Naruto spoke up. You should go. I'm planning something drastic. Kakashi furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you intend to do? With a cold smile, Naruto said nothing further and closed his eyes, seeking the Nine Tails. When the Nine Tails sensed Naruto's presence, it felt a mix of resignation and intrigue. Having observed Naruto's actions over the past year, it now recognized that Naruto's memories were genuine, yet Naruto's sense of belonging to this world rendered the Nine Tails at a loss. What brings you here? The Nine Tails questioned. Naruto replied with a smile, I am here to release you. The Nine Tails stood upright, regarding Naruto with skepticism. Are you truly willing to set me free? Naruto gestured towards the outside, stating, you are aware of the current situation. I do not wish for my years of training to be disrupted. Do you understand my intention? The Nine Tails, frowning, responded, I can lend you my power. I do not require that. What I desire is for you to unleash chaos once you are free. Without further ado, Naruto approached the seal, ripping off the sealing tag affixed to the iron bars and subsequently releasing the 8-trigram seal. The Nine Tails was taken aback by Naruto's swift actions, unable to contain its chakra as it surged forth uncontrollably. This resulted in Naruto's chakra expanding rapidly, enveloping him in the form of a tailed beast cloak, and 4 chakra tails sprouted from behind him. Unfazed, Naruto urged the Nine Tails, go forth. Create chaos once more. Let us witness another Nine Tails rampage. It was uncertain whether the Nine Tails aimed to assist Naruto or if its prolonged suppression had finally taken its toll, but it seized control of Naruto's body, amplifying its chakra output. The Nine Tails had emerged. Roar. Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's unexpected declaration. The Nine Tails was not a foe to be trifled with, prompting him to swiftly employ the body flicker technique to escape. Neither Hiruzen Sarutobi nor Danzo Shimura anticipated the Nine Tails' emergence at such a critical moment. The villagers, alarmed by the beast's furious roar, fled their homes towards the designated shelters. Prominent clans readied their defenses, instructing their family ninjas to escort the younger generation to safety. Kakashi quickly approached Hiruzen and stated, the root has captured Naruto and unleashed the Nine Tails, intentionally withholding the truth that Naruto had orchestrated the release of the Nine Tails. Kakashi surmised that anyone aware of Naruto's deliberate act would likely not survive the night. Hiruzen's expression darkened. What is Danzo planning? He ignited the signal flare to summon all A and BU ninjas. Upon witnessing the Nine Tails, Danzo unleashed a torrent of curses. Incompetence. What good are you to me? Gather everyone and head to the Uchiha compound. Subdue all Uchiha members. The Nine Tails, coerced into appearing by Naruto, was filled with rage. Spotting a few fleeing ninjas, it unleashed a small-tailed beast ball. Naruto, observing the chaos the Nine Tails was causing, chuckled and encouraged, give it your all. After being confined for so many years, you've got plenty of pent-up frustration to release. Silence, brat. The Nine Tails retorted telepathically before commencing widespread destruction. As Hiruzen arrived, the Nine Tails swiped at him with a massive paw. Hiruzen narrowly avoided the attack using the body replacement technique and turned to Kakashi, asking, when will the sealing team arrive? They'll need at least 10 more minutes to reach us. If we prepare thoroughly, it could take 20 minutes, Kakashi replied grimly. Hiruzen, glancing at the rampaging Nine Tails, realized that while he might endure for 20 minutes if it merely wreaked havoc, the beast's relentless sprint made that untenable. Furthermore, the sealing team required the Nine Tails to be immobilized to set up the sealing array. Chapter 29, Susanoo emerges, the Nine Tails retreats. Hiruzen lacked the capability to restrain the Nine Tails. His only option was to allow the sealing team to inscribe the sealing array first, then lure the Nine Tails into position or use the Rui Jingu Bang to push it away. Having devised a battle plan, Hiruzen began a game of cat and mouse with the Nine Tails. Utilizing a 5-elemental great bombardment, regardless of its efficacy, he used the body flicker technique to vacate the area. He then employed Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, but the Nine Tails' massive tail swept through, obliterating one of his shadow clones. Amused, Naruto laughed heartily in his mental space, addressing the Nine Tails. Are you foolish? Why follow the third Hokage's rhythm? Just launch a tailed beast ball at the village. Let us see if Hiruzen dares to dodge. The Nine Tails, feeling both embarrassed and infuriated by Naruto's words, roared and began gathering chakra for a tailed beast ball. Hiruzen, sensing the imminent threat, broke into a cold sweat as he summoned the Monkey King, Enma. Upon Enma's arrival and seeing the Nine Tails, he solemnly remarked, how did this creature break free? No time for idle chatter. Transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Enma understood the urgency and promptly complied. Just as the Ninetales prepared to unleash its tailed beast ball, Hiruzen shouted, Rui Jingu Bang, extend. With that, he planted one end into the ground, angling the other towards the Ninetales' abdomen, intending to deflect the beast or redirect its attack away from the village. Sure enough, the Ninetales stumbled from the impact of the Rui Jingu Bang, causing its tailed beast ball to veer skyward. The Ninetales, humiliated, bellowed in fury. Meanwhile, Naruto in the mental space erupted in laughter, further aggravating the Ninetales. In retaliation, the Ninetales unleashed a smaller but faster technique, the false dog cannon, a concentrated chakra beam propelled by a miniature tailed beast ball. Though less powerful than the tailed beast ball, the speed of the false dog cannon was daunting, and Hiruzen knew he could not withstand it. As the Ninetales initiated the false dog cannon, Hiruzen positioned himself in front of the beast, commanding the ANBU, Earth Release, Earth Wall, Defend. Although he issued orders to the ANBU, all capable ninjas converged to create an Earth Wall. Naruto, witnessing the rising Earth Wall, could not help but exclaim in awe. This must be the most impressive Earth Wall in history. But what good is it? No sooner had he spoken than the false dog cannon shattered the Earth Wall, hurtling toward the village. Just as Naruto prepared to laugh, a massive purple figure emerged to intercept the false dog cannon. Susanoo. Uchiha. Is it Itachi Uchiha or Fugaku Uchiha? Seeing Susanoo, the Ninetales seemed to lose all rationality, roaring defiantly and preparing to charge at the towering figure. Naruto, concerned, urged, enough. You're no match for him. Retreat. Brat. Do you underestimate me? The Ninetales snapped back. Come on. Don't you realize you have no resistance to the Manjiki Sharingan? Do you truly want to be controlled before you consider returning? Though the Ninetales seethed with indignation, it acquiesced to Naruto's counsel, gradually retracting its chakra and retreating to the mental space. Once there, the Ninetales addressed Naruto. If it weren't for you, I would have torn that wretched Susanoo to shreds. Indeed, you are formidable. Now, it's my turn to clean up your mess. Just stay put, Naruto replied before preparing to exit the mental space. However, the Ninetales suddenly interjected. Brat, you should employ that barrier sealing technique. Naruto scoffed. Not necessary. You can emerge and cause chaos anytime. I have no objections. Brat. The Ninetales glared angrily at Naruto, but found itself powerless to retaliate, ultimately lying down and shutting its eyes. As Naruto readied to awaken, he sensed numerous ninjas converging towards him. After a moment's contemplation, he feigned unconsciousness, allowing his spirit to enter the spiritual spring space. Kakashi and Hiruzen promptly arrived at Naruto's side. Kakashi, noticing the burns on Naruto inflicted by the Ninetales chakra, felt a pang of sympathy but masked his trembling voice as he asked Hiruzen, should we summon a medical ninja? Hiruzen shook his head, not yet. Let me assess the ceiling first. As he spoke, Hiruzen lifted Naruto's shirt, only to furrow his brow upon discovering the sealing technique was absent. He then placed his hand on Naruto's abdomen, probing for the Ninetales chakra. The Ninetales, sensing Hiruzen's spiritual presence encroaching upon its mental space, opened its eyes and forcefully expelled Hiruzen's consciousness. Hiruzen staggered back, nursing his head. The Ninetales remains within Naruto, yet the seal has vanished. Kakashi, alarmed, exclaimed, does that mean the Ninetales can emerge at any moment? In theory, yes. Hiruzen replied. What do we do now? Just then, a multitude of ninjas and ANBU arrived on the scene. Hiruzen realized he could say little more at that moment, instructing the medical ninjas to attend to Naruto's injuries. However, the medical ninjas, unaware of the situation concerning the Jinchuriki, mistakenly believed the Ninetales had resurfaced and hesitated to approach for treatment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the situation, had no choice but to issue an order, prompting a few medical ninjas to cautiously approach Naruto to tend to his wounds. Meanwhile, Danzo trembled at the sight of Susanoo. Whether from fear or excitement was uncertain. Just as Danzo was about to command the capture of Uchiha Fugaku, other Uchiha clan members arrived, standing behind Fugaku and revealing their crimson Sharingan. Faced with this, Danzo hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed with the order to forcibly detain Fugaku. Before he could make a decision, an Umbu agent stepped forward, positioning himself between the two factions. By order of the third Hokage, Uchiha clan leader Fugaku Uchiha, alongside Elder Danzo, is to immediately proceed to the Hokage building for a meeting. After delivering the message, The Umbu swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to depart, well aware of the potential for conflict and wishing to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 30. The Uchiha's Rebellion. After a lingering gaze at Fugaku, Danzo instructed his root operatives to retreat. Fugaku, maintaining his stare at Danzo for a moment longer, replied, "You should also withdraw. I will attend the meeting at the Hokage building." Both understood that a confrontation was ill-advised. Danzo was wary of the Uchiha's combat prowess, fully aware of their strength. Otherwise, he would not covet their Sharingan. Conversely, Fugaku was reluctant to engage in battle, convinced that the Uchiha could integrate into Konoha. Furthermore, having revealed Susanoo to protect the village and become a hero, he believed the villagers' perceptions of the Uchiha would soon shift positively. Meanwhile, as Naruto was nearing recovery, Hiruzen instructed Kakashi to escort him back to the riverside cabin and also arrange for the sealing team to be stationed nearby. Kakashi, gazing at the unconscious Naruto, found himself in a quandary, muttering, "What are you truly thinking? Do you really intend to destroy Konoha?" Naruto, though unconscious, longed to open his eyes and inform Kakashi that his intention was to leverage Danzo's capture as a means to inflict a significant blow to Konoha. Curious to see how Hiruzen would handle Danzo, Naruto's reasoning was straightforward. Regardless of whether Danzo faced consequences from Hiruzen, the elder would likely refrain from troubling him in the future, especially now that the Nine Tails was unsealed and could erupt at any moment. Inside the Hokage building, clan heads and elite shinobi gathered in the conference room. Seated at the head table were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Danzo Shimura, and Mito Tobarama. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, as none dared to speak first, awaiting Hiruzen's cue. After all, Hiruzen had previously decreed that no clan members were to approach the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, with the Ninja Academy's commencement, the young clan leaders had interacted with the Jinchuriki, leading to the Nine Tails rampage. Hiruzen was certain to use this incident to confront them. As the silence grew increasingly oppressive, Kakashi entered the conference room. "Hokage-sama, esteemed advisors, and clan leaders, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is no longer in critical condition, and the Nine Tails is calm. However, the Jinchuriki remains unconscious, and we are unsure when he will awaken. Medical ninjas estimate he should regain consciousness by tomorrow morning." Hiruzen nodded, acknowledging the information. "Understood, Kakashi. Please take a seat." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied, settling down. Hiruzen then addressed the gathered clans. "Speak up, everyone. What should we do now?" After Hiruzen's inquiry, silence reigned once more. Just as he was about to speak again, Fugaku interjected. After all, the Uchiha still held sway over the village's police force, keeping them well informed about the situation. "Before we discuss a course of action, may I inquire why the Nine Tails went berserk? Surely it cannot be simply due to a meal or gathering with the young clan leaders." Fugaku's words caused the clan heads to frown, suspecting he intended to shift the blame onto them. However, Fugaku was no fool and continued, "To my knowledge, the Jinchuriki was enjoying himself with the young clan leaders and even escorted Hyuga Hinata back to her clan's territory afterward. The Hyuga clan leader should have some insight into the events that transpired. Perhaps he would care to share?" Hyuga Hizashi understood Fugaku's implication, recognizing that this was a challenge directed at Danzo. Yet, Hizashi, being naturally timid, hesitated to offend Danzo. However, with Fugaku having broached the subject, he felt compelled to speak the truth to avoid Hiruzen placing blame on him. "Fugaku-san makes a valid point. As far as I know, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki escorted each clan leader back to their respective territories, and since the Hyuga clan's territory is furthest from Naruto's residence, it was only natural for him to return my daughter last. Are we to assume this is somehow problematic?" Hizashi's assertion bordered on excessive. He merely wished for Hizashi to speak candidly about what transpired after the Jinchuriki returned his daughter, not to imply that anything untoward happened along the way. "What is there to discuss? After receiving Hinata, I instructed the Jinchuriki to leave. Should I have kept him overnight in the Hyuga compound? Moreover, if you wish to know what occurred, it would be better to inquire with the Umbu. After all, they are tasked with protecting the Jinchuriki at all times." Hizashi's words were tactful, framing surveillance as protection, thus sparing Hiruzen some embarrassment. Fugaku had been waiting for such a statement. "Oh, so the Jinchuriki has been under protection all along? We Uchiha were unaware of this. I extend my apologies to the Hyuga clan leader for any misunderstandings. After all, we Uchiha have often been marginalized, leaving us unaware of many developments." Fugaku's remarks were laden with implications aimed at Hiruzen. The village's upper echelons had consistently sought to exclude the Uchiha, yet it was the Uchiha who had saved the village. If the village did not provide an explanation today, it would raise questions about the Uchiha's future relationship with the village's governance. As Fugaku's rhetoric escalated, the other clan leaders began to contemplate their positions. They were well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Ninetales rampage, but had refrained from voicing their thoughts. Now, with Fugaku edging closer to implicating Danzo, they understood that failure to resolve the matter today could lead Hiruzen to exploit the situation to their detriment, particularly since each young clan leader had interacted with the Jinchuriki. The clan leaders of Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi exchanged glances. Nara Shikaku understood the course of action required, but they were determined not to be the first to speak. He discreetly signaled to Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza to remain patient. The other clan leaders were similarly astute, unwilling to be the scapegoats. However, among those present were also representatives of the common shinobi, who were oblivious to the underlying tensions. Chapter 31. Hiruzen's favor. Just as a common shinobi prepared to voice his thoughts, Kakashi subtly gestured, redirecting the focus away from Hiruzen and instead aligning with Fugaku's narrative. The words spoken by the Uchiha clan leader were somewhat peculiar. I comprehended them, yet felt a certain ambiguity. It would be preferable for Fayake, the clan leader, to speak more plainly, allowing us, the common ninjas, to grasp the specifics of the situation. The representative of the common ninjas posed a question that was relatively tactful, neither offending Sarutobi Hiruzen nor disregarding the Uchiha clan sentiments, effectively navigating a path that displeased neither party. However, this inquiry inadvertently provoked Danzo. For today's events were widely known to be orchestrated by him, with Sarutobi Hiruzen backing him. The forceful removal of the Jinchuriki could only be questioned if Hiruzen chose to pursue the matter. Otherwise, anyone who brought it to light would find themselves at odds with the two titans of Konoha. Currently, no one wished to offend Danzo, much less Sarutobi Hiruzen. While the representative of the common ninjas initiated the dialogue with sensitivity towards Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan, he neglected to consider Danzo's position. Uchiha Fayake felt elated internally, yet he maintained an outward guise of helplessness, remarking, I too wish to address your inquiries, but as I mentioned earlier, the Uchiha clan has been excluded from the village's core. I am unaware of the precise happenings. I believe it is best left to the Umbu to elucidate. As Fayake was on the verge of clarifying matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer feign ignorance. Casting a glance at Danzo, he suggested, the protection of the Jinchuriki has always been the responsibility of Kakashi. Let him recount the details of today's events. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Kakashi proceeded to recount the day's occurrences in detail, emphasizing the impersonation of Umbu and the false transmission of the Hokage's orders to summon the Jinchuriki. Upon concluding, Uchiha Fayake slammed his fist on the table, glaring at everyone, and exclaimed, what audacity! How dare one impersonate the Hokage's orders? This matter must be thoroughly investigated, otherwise, will anyone simply don a mask and claim to convey the Hokage's commands? Can anyone then issue orders under the guise of the Hokage? Fayake had set the stage for confrontation, and how could the other clans resist seizing the opportunity, especially with Danzo's notorious reputation? The first to speak up was Shibi Aburame, the leader of the Aburame clan, whose talented members had been forcibly taken by Danzo. Indeed, how many Hokages does Konoha truly have? This issue must be resolved post-haste. Upon noticing Shibi's cue, Yamashiro Aoi immediately joined in, asserting, Fayake is correct. This matter demands clarification, for otherwise, anyone could don a mask to communicate orders from the Hokage. While Yamashiro echoed Fayake's sentiments, he inadvertently shielded Shibi. They were not aiming to target Danzo or Hiruzen, but rather to address the situation collectively. The other clan leaders understood Yamashiro's intentions and aligned themselves with Uchiha Fayake to confront Hiruzen and Danzo. Fayake indeed hoped for the other clans to rally behind him, showcasing the Uchiha clan's prestige. However, what Fayake failed to realize was that relations between clans were driven solely by mutual interests, lacking any genuine camaraderie. Confronting Danzo and Hiruzen aligned with the interests of the clans, thus positioning the Uchiha clan at the forefront. Recognizing the united front of the clans against the Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that Danzo could no longer be protected. From this day forth, Danzo's advisory position is revoked, the root is disbanded, and Danzo is confined to the Shimura clan grounds. He then shifted focus back to the Jinchuriki, asking how they should proceed. The clan leaders furrowed their brows at Hiruzen's handling of Danzo, feeling somewhat disheartened, particularly the Yamashiro and Aburame clans, who had suffered greatly under Danzo's machinations. As Hiruzen diverted the discussion back to the Jinchuriki, the clans, despite having potential solutions, refrained from voicing them. After all, their proposals would merely benefit others, leading to unappreciated efforts. Hiruzen, observing the silence among the clan leaders, sensed their dissatisfaction with his lenient treatment of Danzo. However, completely eliminating Danzo did not align with Hiruzen's interests, hence the stalemate. Mito Gate Ino realized that Hiruzen had done his utmost to protect Danzo. If he persisted in pressing the clans, they would only offer superficial compliance, secretly refusing to follow any orders, rendering the Hokage a mere figurehead. With a sigh, Mito suggested, "Now that the Nine Tails is unsealed, the Jinchuriki poses a danger. I propose that the Jinchuriki refrain from attending the Ninja Academy, since he has relocated to the village's outskirts. We should simply monitor him closely." The clan leaders appeared to ignore Mito's words, maintaining a stoic silence. Hiruzen, observing the situation, sighed inwardly. If the Jinchuriki did not attend the academy, he would lack the bonds with the villagers. Without such connections, could he still be considered a villager of Konoha? Yet, Mito's assertion held merit. The unsealed Nine Tails rendered the Jinchuriki exceedingly perilous. Allowing Naruto to roam freely within the village was akin to gambling with the lives of its inhabitants. No one dared to wager the safety of the entire village. Currently, the only individuals who could forge a bond with Naruto were the young clan leaders of today. However, would the clans consent to allow their youth to interact with Naruto? After all, it had become evident that Naruto was excluded from the village's core, offering no benefit to the clans, and instead provoking suspicion from the Hokage's faction. In such circumstances, no one would undertake the burdensome task that offered no reward. With these thoughts in mind, Hiruzen gestured, "Let us proceed as Advisor Mito suggested. The hour grows late. You should all return and rest." Without a moment's hesitation, the clan leaders departed from the Hokage building. Yet once outside, their pace slowed, exchanging glances discreetly. Ultimately, their gazes settled on Kakashi, who awkwardly met Yamashiro's eyes. Chapter 32. The Plight of Konoha. For Yamashiro Aoi, perceptive to the unspoken communication, leaned toward Kakashi, employing the mind transfer technique. Nara Shikaku utilized the shadow imitation technique to connect with Kakashi's shadow, and as Yamashiro's spiritual energy entered Kakashi's mind, Nara controlled Kakashi to walk slowly along the path. Kakashi appeared momentarily dazed before being drawn into the mental realm. In the mental space, Yamashiro cheerfully inquired, "So, what exactly transpired?" Kakashi shrugged, stating, "What else could it be?" Naruto intentionally released the Nine Tails. Yamashiro gazed at Kakashi in disbelief. That's quite a revelation. If Naruto did indeed release the Nine Tails deliberately, does that imply he can control it? Kakashi replied, "I am unsure of the details. All I know is that when I intercepted those root ninjas, Naruto urged me to leave, and before I could react, he had already undone the seal." Yamashiro, lost in thought, pivoted the topic. "Why didn't you mention this during the meeting?" Kakashi shrugged again. "No one asked." Yamashiro chuckled, choosing not to press further, and released the mind transfer technique. Nara Shikaku, noting Yamashiro's spiritual energy returning, subsequently dispelled the shadow imitation technique. In the mountains, Yamashita Hachi cast a knowing smile at Nara Shikaku, who instantly recognized it as good news and quickened his pace. Just as Nara Shikaku was about to depart hastily, Hyuga Hizashi approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Is the Nara clan leader free tonight? How about visiting the Hyuga clan for a while?" Nara Shikaku rolled his eyes in silent disbelief. It was nearly midnight. And who would go visiting at such an hour? He sighed and glanced at Yamashita Hachi, who understood what was required and promptly leaned against a Kimichi CHG. He then employed the mind transfer technique on Hyuga Hizashi. Nara Shikaku, well practiced, utilized the shadow mimicry technique. Soon, the Yamanaka clan joined Nara Shikaku's side, their intentions clear. Other clan leaders from smaller families, recognizing the situation, gravitated towards Nara Shikaku as well. Selecting a few clan heads, Nara Shikaku instructed Yamashita Hachi to perform the mind transfer technique again, deliberately bypassing those aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, TKK Rin, and Mito Gaiden. The clan leaders who received the message understood what to do and yawned, departing swiftly. Nara Shikaku and Yamashita Hachi quickened their steps, ensuring that the necessary clan leaders were informed before making their own exit. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the retreating figures of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, letting out a subtle sigh. Was the village truly incapable of accommodating the Uchiha? Indeed, Nara Shikaku had also bypassed the Uchiha clan, failing to inform Uchiha Fugaku of Naruto's potential control over the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing through a crystal ball, witnessed all that transpired. Tikake Rin sighed, remarking to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "This matter is becoming increasingly difficult to manage." Mito Gate and concurred, indeed. The various clans are beginning to harbor distrust towards the Hokage. The plan to eliminate the Uchiha clan needed to accelerate. When Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of third Hokage, the Leaf Village's elite were aware that the prominent clans were discontent with his leadership, particularly the Senju and Uchiha clans. Thus, he contemplated ways to weaken both families. However, undermining two powerful clans was no simple feat, leading to the idea of utilizing wood release for human experimentation, enticing the Senju clan members who had become commoners to volunteer. Yet, human experimentation was hardly a noble endeavor. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tikake Rin, and Mito Gate-un, being astute individuals, were reluctant to engage in such nefarious activities. Consequently, they pushed Shimura Danzo into the fray to handle these unsavory tasks. As for the Uchiha clan, the Leaf Village exploited warfare to diminish their strength. However, the Uchiha clan only grew stronger with each conflict, bolstered by an abundance of prodigies, remaining robust even after the Third Great Ninja War. The Leaf Village was compelled to seek alternative strategies, thus resorting to the use of the security department to marginalize the Uchiha clan, waiting for the opportune moment to eradicate them as an example to the other clans. Other clans sensed this impending threat, and given the Uchiha clan's unpopularity within the village, they turned a blind eye to the ongoing conflict between them and the Hokage's faction. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after a prolonged contemplation, stated, "Now is not the time to act." Today, Uchiha Fugaku manifested Susanoo, indicating he has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. A confrontation with the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly result in catastrophic casualties, severely draining the village's strength. Moreover, Humo and IWA would likely seize the opportunity to launch significant attacks on our territory, leading to a situation that would yield more losses than gains. Furthermore, given that Uchiha Fugaku saved the village today, public sentiment will surely shift. Now is not the ideal moment. We must wait. Tikake Rin and Mito Gate-in recognized the validity of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, yet the various clans had already begun covertly colluding, placing the Hokage's faction in a precarious position. Shimura Danzo, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, "Restore my advisory position, and I will devise a plan to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku." Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a glare, "Silence. Do you not see how dire our situation is? You brought this upon yourself by losing your advisory role. I did not authorize the unsealing of the Jinchuriki. If it was not you, then who else could it be? I have warned you repeatedly to distance yourself from the Jinchuriki. You have disregarded my commands. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Is releasing tailed beasts within the village also for its benefit?" Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to continue his argument with Danzo, Tikake Rin interjected, "Is it possible that Kakashi unsealed the barrier?" Sarutobi Hiruzen responded without hesitation, "Impossible. Kakashi lacks the ability to unravel the 8 trigram seal." Tikake Rin continued, "Then could it be that Naruto Uzumaki unsealed it himself? I have heard that you entrusted all of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques to him." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "Naruto is still too young. How could he master the sealing techniques, let alone the complex 8 trigram seal?" The other 3 concurred with Sarutobi Hiruzen's reasoning, but if neither Kakashi nor Naruto were responsible, the most suspicious individual left was Shimura Danzo. Danzo, aware of his predicament, protested, "I reiterate, it was not me." His denial was met with skepticism not only from Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also from Tikake Rin and Mito Gate-in. To avoid further conflict between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gate-in quickly advised, regardless of who is responsible, refrain from interfering with the Jinchuriki matter in the future, and do not let your roots monitor them any longer. No. Danzo's protest was cut short by Sarutobi Hiruzen's interruption. "Enough. Let us proceed as Mito Gate-in suggests. Do not forget, your roots have already been disbanded." Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned the glare. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo, incensed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's authoritative demeanor, stormed out, slamming the door behind him. TKK Rin and Mito Gate in exchanged weary glances, having witnessed this scene countless times. Hiruzen, we shall take our leave, TKK Rin announced. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, allowing them to depart, before sitting alone in the Hokage office, smoking in solitude. The following day, Naruto rose early as usual to exercise and, during breakfast, checked in with the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the 8 gates technique. Naruto stared in astonishment at the system panel, incredulous at receiving the 8 gates technique. System, explain yourself. How could I possibly check in for the 8 gates? Ding. The items obtained through check-in are random. Materials and items may repeat, including techniques, ninjutsu, bloodlines, and Kekkei Genkai. Once the host has mastered a technique, it will no longer be available for check-in. Naruto scowled. So, I could just check in every day and become stronger? Ding. Theoretically. Yes. However, in practice, the items obtained through check-in are linked to the host's current strength. If the host does not diligently cultivate, akin to the sage body of the Uzumaki clan, there will be an opportunity to sign in only after at least 15 years. This system serves as an auxiliary sign-in mechanism, capable of aiding the host in becoming stronger, but cannot directly enhance their abilities. Naruto understood this. If he were to remain idle and merely sign in, the system could only ensure his survival, without guaranteeing his strength. After pondering for a moment, Naruto continued to inquire of the system. Can I sign in for sage techniques? Or perhaps spells of some sort? Ding. Once the host's strength reaches a certain level, sage techniques can indeed be signed in. As for spells, while they can be signed in, the chances are exceedingly slim, bordering on the impossible. Why? Ding. Due to differing cultivation systems, even if the host signs in for sage techniques in this world, they will not be the authentic techniques from a fantastical realm, thus making it impossible to obtain genuine sage techniques. Can the sage techniques in this world extend one's lifespan? Ding. Yes. The sage techniques in this world possess effects similar to those in the fantastical realm, capable of healing hidden injuries and nurturing the physique, albeit not in the orthodox manner. Understood. One final question. Now that I have cultivated chakra, will I need to merge it 1-to-1 when I cultivate sage techniques in the future? Ding. No need. The sage techniques acquired through the system can directly absorb natural energy, requiring no fusion with chakra. What about the chakra I have cultivated now? Surely it won't go to waste? Ding. Once the host cultivates sage techniques, the chakra within will naturally transform into sage energy, or in the terminology of this world, it will automatically convert into natural energy. Naruto nodded, feeling reassured that his current cultivation would not be in vain. The very last question. Can I teach the sage techniques I sign in for to others in this world? Ding. Yes. However, according to the cultivation rules of this world, they will never surpass your level of mastery. Upon hearing this rule, Naruto suddenly had a thought. Could it be that in this world, no matter how one cultivates chakra, they can never exceed the level of the first person who cultivated it? Ding. This question exceeds the system's authority and cannot be answered. Got it. With such clarity, Naruto discerned the implications. The inability to answer was already an indication that Naruto's guess was correct. After closing the system panel, he attempted to activate the 8 gates. Just as he was about to break through the first gate, he heard someone approaching outside. Naruto quickly retracted his chakra, thinking to himself that he had acted impulsively and nearly exposed himself. Upon opening the door, he saw Kakashi standing there with his mask, stating, "The Hokage has issued an order. From today onwards, you are no longer required to attend the Ninja Academy." Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking at Kakashi, and said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I just received my textbooks, and now I can't attend the academy? This is the Hokage's command." Naruto shook his head in disbelief and said, "Fine. Tell him that I will send a shadow clone to school. If there's nothing else, you might as well go hang out in the trees." With that, Naruto slammed the door shut. Rubbing his head, he murmured, "This feels a bit excessive. Now I can't even enter the village." At that moment, the Ninetales in his mental space suddenly spoke up. "Little brat, who told you not to reseal me? Without a seal, I can leave at any time. Do you think they would trust you in the village? TCH. It's not like I have to go to the village. If I wanted to stay there, I wouldn't be living on the outskirts." Naruto's words left the Ninetales speechless. After seeing the memories Naruto shared, The Ninetales felt at a loss. Given its understanding of Naruto now, it knew he would not concern himself with the impending ninja world war, nor with the fate of the tailed beasts. Little brat, I wish to discuss something with you. Chapter 34. Experimenting with the 8 Gates. Without hesitation, Naruto replied, I have nothing to discuss with you. The moment I find a way, I will expel you from my body. Little brat, aren't you afraid I might take us both down with me right now? With my current strength? You lack the qualification to do so. Little brat, you underestimate us tailed beasts. Naruto scoffed and said, have you forgotten? When I released you last night, Kushina did not appear. The Ninetales recalled this, realizing that during the unsealing, Uzumaki Kushina should have manifested, but she did not. What could this mean? After a prolonged silence from the Ninetales, Naruto smirked and continued, with my current strength, combined with the safeguards left by Kushina, if you wish to perish with me, you are still lacking. If you don't want to remain comfortably in this mental space, I wouldn't mind sealing you again. After stating this, Naruto ignored the Ninetales and sent a shadow clone to the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, he created another shadow clone to wander outside, while his true self entered the spiritual spring space. After gathering all shadow clones in the spiritual spring space, he drank from the spring and adjusted his body to its optimal state before beginning his endeavor to open the 8 gates. Open. The first gate. Naruto successfully opened it on his first attempt without any sensation. He proceeded to the second gate. Heal gate. Open. Still feeling nothing, he continued to the third gate. Life gate. Open. His entire body turned a shade of red, and his muscles felt slightly uncomfortable, but after a moment of adaptation, the sensation faded. Thus, he activated the fourth gate. Wound gate. Open. This time, Naruto felt a surge. Green chakra steam enveloped his body, accompanied by intense muscle pain. He recognized that he could only easily open up to the fourth gate. To effortlessly breach the fifth would require further training. Eager to test the effects of the fourth gate, he began performing the 8 Extremes Fist, which he had practiced in his previous life. Undeniably, the 8 Gate state was particularly suited for the 8 Extremes Fist, the fierce tiger climbing mountains, the direct cannon, the yellow warbler embracing claws. The left and right hard opening gates, the unfazed 3-in-1, the windward rising sun hand, the overbearing break, the king of hell s 3 points hand. Each move held tremendous power, akin to that of a wind release, Rasengan. After completing the entire set of 8 extremes, he released the 8 gates. However, to his surprise, as soon as every muscle in his body felt as if it were being torn apart, causing him to wail in pain even with the slightest movement. Naruto had to close his eyes, using his mental energy to draw some spiritual spring water to alleviate the pain throughout his body. Wow, this pain is truly beyond what an ordinary person can endure. It seems I must continue to strengthen my body. After creating shadow clones in the spiritual spring space, Naruto assigned some to develop ninjutsu, some to learn medical ninjutsu, and others to study sealing techniques. Once everything was arranged, his true self returned to the wooden house. Upon exiting, Naruto summoned a multitude of shadow clones to engage in practice battles, accumulating practical experience. Meanwhile, his true self practiced lightning release body strengthening technique with weights. By the time the Ninja Academy let out in the afternoon, Hinata, Ino, Shikamaru, Shino, and Choji arrived at the riverside wooden house to find Naruto. Surprised to see the 5 of them, Naruto asked, "What brings you here?" Shino pulled out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and handed them to Naruto, saying, "This is what you wanted yesterday, right? Today, I specially brought it for you." After Naruto received the sunglasses, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I do like these sunglasses." In truth, Naruto was not particularly fond of the shades. He merely wished to prepare in advance. Long before signing in for the Sage Mode, he had inquired with the system about the possibility of acquiring the Sharingan or something similar. To his surprise, the system confirmed that it was indeed possible, compelling Naruto to prepare ahead of time. If he were to awaken the Sharingan during the sign-in and was discovered by others, it would lead to complications. Therefore, from that moment on, he donned the sunglasses, ensuring that even if he activated the Sharingan, it would not be easily noticeable. Moreover, the sunglasses from the Yamanaka clan were specially crafted. Once worn, they would remain secure even during vigorous movements. After putting on the sunglasses, Shino smiled and remarked, "As long as you like them." Naruto returned the smile and looked at Shino and the others, asking, "You must have come here today on the family's instructions, right?" Shikamaru shook his head with a smile, saying, There's no one's instructions. Don't overthink it or pry. Some matters are better left unspoken. With Shikamaru's clear statement, Naruto realized that pressing further would be rather tactless. Just as he was about to respond, his shadow clone, who had been sent to school, returned, carrying some condiments and vegetables. After placing the items down, the clone dispelled itself, and Naruto absorbed the memories of the day's school activities. As expected, upon arriving in the village, the villagers' attitudes had worsened significantly. Had it not been for the clone's use of body flicker technique to reach the ninja academy, it might have been overwhelmed by the villagers' hostility. Once at the academy, the children from commoner families looked at Naruto with a mix of fear and dread, with some even wanting to confront him. If Iruka had not intervened promptly, Naruto might have ended up in a serious altercation. Naruto chuckled, observing Hinata and the others, saying, "Ignorance truly seems to be a sin." Shikamaru shook his head, laughing, and remarked, "It's not entirely their fault. The Nine-Tails is indeed quite fearsome." He then asked, "Are Kiba and Sakura also afraid of the Nine-Tails?" Shikamaru nodded and then shook his head, saying, "Kiba is frightened because of Akamaru's fear of the Nine-Tails aura. As for Sakura, I'm not quite sure." Ino sighed, expressing her frustration. Sakura is scared, but let us not dwell on her. Naruto understood the implication. It was simply that Sakura viewed him as the despised demon fox and feared that being close to him would bring her trouble. Hence her refusal to join Ino in seeking him out. After their barbecue, they commenced their training. Each individual trained differently, yet they could all sense their own progress. Chapter 35. Lack of consideration. Teaching Hinata Tai Chi. Naruto approached and asked, "Hinata, have you ever considered practicing physical techniques?" Hinata looked at him, puzzled, and replied, "The 8 trigrams 32 palms I practice is a form of physical technique." Naruto shook his head, clarifying, "That is not what I mean." Hinata, still confused, listened intently, and even Shikamaru and Ino paused their training to join them. Naruto asked Hinata, "How far can your Byakugan currently see?" Although Hinata did not grasp Naruto's intent, she responded honestly, "I can observe up to a radius of approximately 5 kilometers with my Byakugan." Naruto nodded, continuing, "Have you ever thought about drawing a bow and shooting arrows directly at an enemy 3 kilometers away once you activate your Byakugan?" Hinata was taken aback by Naruto's suggestion. Not only was she surprised, but so were Shikamaru, Ino, Shino, and Choji. If physical techniques were mastered to a certain extent and combined with a good bow, coupled with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, long-range enemy elimination would be entirely feasible. The Hyuga clan had a 95 activation rate of the Byakugan. The only variation was the distance. Even the closest could detect enemies beyond 3 kilometers, making the prospect of archery quite formidable. Shikamaru, realizing the implications, said nervously, "Naruto, please don't say any more. This cannot get out. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan is in danger." Naruto paused, then realized that if others learned of this advantage, particularly the Leaf Village's elite, the Hyuga clan could be next after dealing with the Uchiha clan. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Naruto nodded, acknowledging, "I was indeed a bit reckless." "Hinata, just pretend I never mentioned it." Shikamaru shook his head. Looking at Naruto and Hinata, this matter must be reported to clan head Hayashi, so he is aware. After contemplating, Naruto agreed, "That would be wise." He then turned to Ino and the others, instructing, "What I said earlier must remain confidential, or Hinata could be in danger." Ino, Shino, and Choji nodded in understanding of the situation's seriousness. However, Hinata looked at Naruto and said, "But I'm willing to follow your guidance, Naruto-kun, and train physically." Naruto pondered for a moment, shaking his head. "I've been inconsiderate. Let us not pursue physical training for you. I don't wish for you to face any danger." Hinata replied, "All right, I'll listen to you, Naruto-kun." Seeing Hinata's obedient and endearing demeanor, Naruto smiled, saying, "How about this? I will teach you a set of boxing techniques, and let us see if you can grasp it." He then took a couple of steps forward and began performing Tai Chi as he executed the movements. He recited, "Grasp the sparrow's tail, single whip, rising hand. White crane spreads its wings, embrace the knee, step forward and block, like sealing and closing, crossed hands. Embrace the tiger returning to the mountain." After completing the Tai Chi sequence, Naruto explained, Tai Chi is characterized by the principle of striking slowly to counteract speed, using stillness to control movement, and embodying the interplay of yin and yang. The essence of this martial art lies in the 16 principles, maintaining a light and agile spirit, relaxing the chest, and lifting the back, loosening the waist and lowering the hips, and sinking the shoulders and dropping the elbows. It is purely driven by intention and should avoid forcefulness, achieving unity of mind and spirit. Naruto then asked Hinata, "How much of that did you remember?" Hinata shyly lowered her head and counted on her fingers. "I remembered everything you said, Naruto-kun, but I couldn't recall all the movements." Naruto chuckled. "No worries. I will teach you slowly." Just as Naruto finished speaking, Ino exclaimed, wanting to cling to Naruto's arm. Seeing this, Naruto quickly utilized the body flicker technique to evade her grasp. Ino, realizing Naruto had darted away, remembered his physical training. However, she still shouted, "Naruto, you're so biased. I want you to teach me a technique too." Naruto sighed. "I don't have a suitable ninjutsu for you right now." "I don't care. I want it. I want it." "You can't be so biased," Ino insisted. Naruto, witnessing her playful determination, felt a twinge of helplessness, saying, "Actually, I have a concept for a ninjutsu, but it hasn't been realized yet." "Really? What ninjutsu?" Ino asked excitedly, ready to embrace Naruto, but recalling his physical training, she hesitated and gazed at him eagerly. Naruto rubbed his nose and explained, "This ninjutsu is merely a concept. It involves using the movement of the lips to channel chakra, allowing spoken words to be transmitted directly into the recipient's mind." Ino's expression fell as she stared at Naruto. "That ninjutsu is utterly useless to me. I can easily use mind-body switch technique and communicate with you in your mental space." "Ah, but your mind-body switch technique also requires hand seals." "The ninjutsu I'm proposing does not necessitate seals. It only requires moving your lips and utilizing mental energy and chakra to convey your words." Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "This ninjutsu is remarkably useful for covertly transmitting information. It allows one to send messages even in the presence of adversaries, rendering it virtually silent. However, developing this ninjutsu poses quite a challenge." Naruto, shrugging in resignation, glanced at Shikamaru and said, "Thus, it is only the Yamanaka clan that is truly suitable for its development. It would be exceedingly difficult for other clans to undertake this task." Ino, looking at Shikamaru with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Is this ninjutsu truly effective?" Shikamaru solemnly nodded and replied, "When you return, mention it to Uncle Inoichi." "All right, I will inform my father," Ino agreed. Yet, she still wore a disgruntled expression as she turned to Naruto, lamenting, "In the end, you still haven't taught me any ninjutsu." Naruto helplessly shrugged and responded, "I have medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Which would you prefer to learn?" Ino awkwardly shook her head and replied, "Never mind. I suffer from a peculiar ailment that makes me sleepy when reading, so spare me." Naruto shrugged again, "Then that's settled." In truth, Naruto had intended to teach Ino the Rasengan, but without a proper guide, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Seeing that Naruto genuinely had no suitable ninjutsu for her, Ino huffed and turned to continue her training. Shikamaru and Choji followed suit, opting to train alongside Ino. Naruto had also wished to train, yet he noticed Shino standing there, intently watching him. Sighing, Naruto remarked, "Your clan excels at manipulating insects. You could easily cultivate some that possess healing properties." Shino pondered this thoughtfully before nodding and expressing gratitude. "Thank you." He then turned and left to train. The ensuing year was remarkably tranquil for both Naruto and the village. Naruto's daily life adhered to a strict routine. He would rise early to sign in, dispatch his shadow clones to the ninja academy, and in the evenings, he would train with Hinata, Ino, Shikamaru, Shino, and Choji by the riverside cabin. Throughout the year, Sarutobi Hiruzen visited Naruto monthly, providing him with a modest allowance of 500 ryo, which left Naruto frustrated, as it barely sufficed for his basic needs, let alone clothing and other expenses. Fortunately, Hinata and Shikamaru often brought supplies, slightly improving Naruto's circumstances. During this year, Naruto and his companions experienced notable growth in their abilities. One day, while Hinata sparred with Hisashi using Tai Chi, she unexpectedly knocked him off balance, which startled her. Hisashi, taken aback, recognized that Hinata had employed a new form of martial arts, distinct from the traditional Hyuga techniques. Observing Hinata's nervous demeanor, he furrowed his brow and, after regaining his composure, inquired about the origins of her technique. Upon learning that Naruto had taught her Tai Chi, Hisashi felt reassured about his decision. He advised Hinata to ensure she trained diligently with Naruto, but cautioned her to return home at a reasonable hour. excited by her father's approval. Hinata promised not to stay out late. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka clan's Inoichi successfully developed the ninjutsu known as Inush Metsu, though its dissemination remained limited. Aside from the leaders and heirs of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, only Naruto possessed this technique. After a year of rigorous physical training, Naruto could easily open the fifth gate of the 8 gates, although releasing the technique still left him in considerable pain. Recently, the Uchiha clan faced renewed hostility, with their security force often subjected to insults from the common folk, resulting in increasingly violent enforcement actions. One particularly brutal incident left several civilians severely injured, drawing the ire of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha guard had become as despised in the village as Naruto himself. Naruto surmised that the night of the Uchiha massacre loomed near, and he found himself contemplating whether to seize some Sharingan while he had the chance. Even if he had no use for them later, he could not allow them to fall into the hands of those with malicious intent. After much deliberation, he resolved to act. Even if he had to destroy all the Sharingan, they could not be allowed to remain with those who harbored ill will. Having made his decision, Naruto utilized shadow clones, transforming one into a cat to mark the Uchiha residence with his flying thunder god technique. On the third day after marking the location, Itachi Uchiha arrived at his doorstep, holding a piece of wood inscribed with Naruto's technique. Upon seeing the wood, Naruto deduced it was cut from a door panel. Itachi regarded Naruto and demanded, "Are you not going to explain yourself? Do you believe I owe you an explanation? Are you not afraid I might take this wood to the Hokage?" "Do as you wish," replied Naruto. Itachi, observing Naruto's demeanor, noted the absence of the reaction he had anticipated, which deepened his frown. After a long silence, Itachi inquired, "Are you so certain the Uchiha clan will be exterminated?" "What else could it be?" Naruto retorted. "Have you not already contemplated the clan's destruction?" Itachi showed no outward emotion. Yet the rapid rotation of his Sharingan revealed his surprise and, more importantly, a flicker of fear. Naruto had foreseen the Uchiha's fate upon Shirsue's demise and had already deduced Itachi's destiny. Today, he had bluntly articulated his intentions, leaving Itachi's emotional state easy to imagine. "Is the third truly untrustworthy?" Naruto inquired. "Do you not already know the answer?" "I wish to hear you say it," Itachi pressed. "Does it hold any significance? Even if I altered your perspective, could you integrate the Uchiha into Konoha?" Painfully, Itachi shut his eyes at Naruto's words. "In 3 days, I will take action. Do you have anything else to say?" After a prolonged silence, Naruto replied, "Preserve your parents' eyes. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan does not solely rely on the eyes of biological siblings. Direct relatives are equally valuable." As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Itachi's Sharingan spun wildly, ultimately forming the Mangekyou Sharingan, fixating intently on Naruto. Such secrets surrounding the eternal Mangekyou are known to only a handful within the Uchiha. How did you come by this knowledge? Do you think I am obliged to reveal it to you? After a lengthy pause, Itachi remarked, "Please take good care of Sasuke from now on." "I have no interest in Sasuke's future," Naruto replied, shaking his head. "I can relinquish Shirsue's other eye to you. I have no need for it. The Mangekyou Sharingan holds no value for me. Even if you offered it, I would destroy it outright." Hearing Naruto's resolute words, Itachi became convinced of their sincerity. Naruto truly regarded the Mangekyou Sharingan with disdain. Itachi realized he had nothing that could persuade Naruto to care for Sasuke. After a long moment of silence, Itachi dropped the piece of wood he had been clutching and turned to leave. As Uchiha Itachi took a few steps forward, Naruto suddenly interjected. "Do your utmost to prevent Sasuke from awakening the Sharingan too early. An early activation can lead to the ocular disease known as bloodline disease. You are already afflicted with it, and given your current physical condition, you may not live beyond 30. If you frequently utilize the Mangekyou Sharingan, reaching the age of 25 would be a considerable challenge." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Itachi froze at the doorway, puzzled by how Naruto had knowledge of a condition that even the Uchiha clan was unaware of. Chapter 37. The Night of Annihilation. Itachi had initially intended to use the clan's extermination as a means to urge Sasuke to awaken his eyes sooner. But Naruto's warning had completely derailed his plans. After a prolonged silence, with a tremor in his voice, he inquired, "Is there any basis to your claims about the ocular disease?" "No. I merely offered a timely reminder. You are free to disregard it." "What age is suitable for awakening the Sharingan?" Naruto shook his head. "The awakening of the Sharingan is not determined by age, but by mental fortitude. Members of the Uchiha clan can awaken their eyes without any external stimuli if their mental strength is sufficiently robust. Those like you, who activate their eyes prematurely, do so under immense mental strain, pushing their bodies and bloodlines to their limits, thereby enhancing their mental power at the cost of physical and genetic deterioration. It is impossible for there to be no side effects. How could one not succumb to the ocular disease? Though Itachi remained uncertain of the veracity of Naruto's statements, he found the reasoning compelling upon reflection. Do you possess any methods for cultivating mental strength? Naruto shook his head again. I have a rather crude yet effective method to enhance mental power. What method? Multiple shadow clone technique. Frequent use of this technique can bolster mental strength, but you should be aware of its drawbacks. The brain cannot endure excessive information and risks becoming impaired. Precisely. The moment one inundates themselves with information is when their mental strength is heightened. It is up to each individual to gauge their limits. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Itachi summoned a raven, one of whose eyes contained the Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. After extracting the eye from the raven, Itachi handed it to Naruto, saying, "This eye is yours now. However, I implore you not to destroy it. Should Sasuke come to harbor hatred towards the village, I hope you can use this Sharingan to help him return." After receiving Shursui's eye, Naruto swiftly exchanged it with the eye of a wild boar in his spiritual space. Once Itachi finished speaking, Naruto shook his head and replied, "Sasuke has his own path to tread. Any route imposed upon him is not one he would willingly choose. If I were to control him with this Sharingan, he would be no different from a puppet." Upon saying this, Naruto crushed the wild boar's eye. Itachi was taken aback by Naruto's resoluteness, yet he had anticipated this reaction, struggling to accept Naruto's disdain for the Mangekyou Sharingan. Feeling somewhat despondent, Itachi departed from Naruto's riverside abode. His mind preoccupied with Naruto's words about the premature awakening of the Sharingan leading to the ocular disease and the notion that orchestrating Sasuke's future was not a path of his choosing. The volume of information Itachi had gleaned from his encounter with Naruto was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily unable to process it all. 3 days passed, and upon not receiving a report from his shadow clones, Naruto surmised that Itachi had already commenced his assault on the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the shadow clone that had been masquerading as a cat had also been dispelled. After assimilating the memories, Naruto sighed. The devoted son has reached this point. Well, it matters not. Utilizing the transformation technique, Naruto then employed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive near the location where his shadow clone had transformed into a cat. Watching the massacre of the Uchiha family unfold, he let out a slight sigh. Once Itachi entered a household, Naruto immediately activated the Flying Thunder God to move to the sites of previous slaughter. Observing the lifeless bodies in pools of blood, he murmured, "To gouge out others' eyes is truly a difficult task. Alas, it must be done, otherwise, those two vermin will come for me." After smacking his lips, he swiftly formed a chakra scalpel with his fingers and efficiently extracted 2 pairs of Sharingan, one pair with 3 tomo and another with 2. Storing the Sharingan in his spiritual space, Naruto designated a special room for them, ensuring they were separated by pairs to avoid confusion for future use. From that point on, Naruto's pace in collecting the Sharingan quickened, establishing a seamless rhythm with Itachi as they executed their grim task. As Itachi neared the completion of the massacre, he suddenly addressed Naruto. "It is time for you to leave. Someone is likely on their way." After speaking, Itachi tossed a scroll to Naruto. "This contains the Sharingan extracted from the deceased Uchiha. You may choose to destroy them or preserve them, but it is imperative that you depart swiftly." Naruto contemplated before creating numerous shadow clones, instructing them all to transform into cats. "Leave the rest to the clones. You need not concern yourself." Itachi nodded. "That works too. You should make your exit promptly." Naruto acknowledged this and employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear atop one of the Uchiha family homes, transforming into a raven to observe the unfolding events. As the shadow clones, still in cat form, collected more Sharingan from 2 more households, a distorted space materialized near Itachi. And Uchiha Obito, adorned with a tiger-striped mask, emerged. "Is your side not yet concluded? I have dealt with the entire security detail." The shadow clone in cat form cursed under its breath at Obito's words, realizing it had forgotten the Uchiha security detail, which comprised individuals who had awakened their 3 tomo. The shadow clone stealthily retreated to a corner, using the Flying Thunder God technique to dispel itself. and allow Naruto's main body to decide whether to confront Uchiha Obito. After processing the information, Naruto hesitated, contemplating whether to engage Obito in battle. Primarily, he wished to ascertain the extent of his own strength. After much deliberation, Naruto resolved to confront Uchiha Obito, reasoning that he could always escape using the Flying Thunder God if necessary. With determination, he employed the transformation technique to assume a form with vibrant red hair, retrieving a mask from his space and donning it. Then, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God, positioning himself in Obito's path, awaiting his arrival. Before long, Uchiha Obito sensed the chakra emanating from Naruto. Fearing an unforeseen event, he utilized Kamui to materialize before Naruto. Chapter 38. A battle against Uchiha Obito. Naruto fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Obito, silent and unyielding. Obito, in turn, scrutinized Naruto intently. After a prolonged silence, Naruto broke the stillness. "You were the one who killed Kushina Uzumaki, weren't you?" Upon hearing Naruto's remark and observing his striking red hair, Obito assumed Naruto was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, seeking vengeance for Kushina. Clearing his throat, Obito rasped, "Indeed. I am Uchiha Madara, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Killing her was of little consequence." Naruto scoffed derisively, addressing Obito. "When has Uchiha Madara ever operated in secrecy? You, a coward hiding in the shadows, dare to impersonate him. I have no need to debate with you." TCH. The title of the Shura of the ninja world is not earned through subterfuge. It is a badge of honor achieved through valor. There is no need for me to engage in debate with you. Since you have confessed to killing Kushina Uzumaki, we must come to a resolution between us. Such audacity. Naruto ceased his verbal sparring with Obito Uchiha and unleashed the adamantine sealing chains. 7 chakra chains swiftly sprouted from behind him. Observing this, Obito hastily activated Kamui to evade into the Kamui dimension, while the chains pierced through his afterimage. Naruto, undeterred, was well aware of the weaknesses of Kamui's intangibility. He commanded the chains to weave through Obito's afterimage. Sensing Naruto's intent, Obito grew anxious. Realizing that Naruto seemed to know his vulnerability, he desperately maneuvered left and right, attempting to evade the chains. However, Naruto would not allow Obito to escape. Each chain ensured that at least one would intersect with Obito's afterimage. As time elapsed, Obito found himself unable to extricate himself from Naruto's adamantine sealing chains. Just when he felt he could no longer withstand the pressure, Itachi Uchiha arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing a masked figure in red engaging Obito, Itachi unleashed the Great Fireball technique aimed at Naruto. Reacting swiftly, Naruto retracted 2 chakra chains and entwined them into a shield to block the fireball. With his line of sight obstructed, Naruto activated the Kagaya's heart eye to ensure Obito could not escape. Obito sensed Naruto's tenacity and decided to create distance before launching an attack. Itachi, recognizing Naruto's persistence, prepared to execute another jutsu, but was interrupted as the 2 entwined chakra chains targeted him once more. This left Itachi in a predicament, unable to gather chakra for his technique. Just as Obito was on the brink of collapse, several white zetsu emerged, seizing the chakra chains that were aimed at him. This development frustrated Naruto as he attempted to regain control of the chains to continue his assault. At that moment, the Black Zetsu, the progenitor of the Shinobi War, appeared, urging Obito to flee and cease his entanglement. Understanding the urgency, Obito activated Kamui and departed hastily, but not before telling Itachi, "I will wait for you outside Konoha." As Obito made his exit, Itachi acknowledged that it was also time for him to leave. Naruto, having ceased his aggression towards Itachi, retracted the chakra chains and declared, "Begone." Itachi gazed at Naruto for a moment before expressing his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." He then transformed into a flock of crows. Naruto chuckled, remarking, "I did not anticipate that Itachi's genjutsu would affect me as well. Clearly, my training remains insufficient." As soon as he finished speaking, all his shadow clones utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to gather around him, delivering the Sharingan before dispersing. Naruto stroked his chin, surveying the Uchiha compound, and summoned additional shadow clones. This time, he sought to amass resources, wishing to alleviate his financial burdens. Though he could claim sustenance from the system, it was time to acquire better clothing and equipment. The process of gathering wealth was remarkably swift. Within half an hour, a small mountain of money appeared before him, amounting to at least 300 million ryo. Just as Naruto prepared to depart, One of his shadow clones brought forth a collection of scrolls. Curious, Naruto inquired. Where did these come from? The clone replied, I am unsure. They likely belong to Sasuke Uchiha. His family possesses numerous scrolls. And I merely took some to gauge your interest. After pondering, Naruto decided, let us investigate further. He then stored both the money and the scrolls within his spiritual space. Soon, Naruto and the clone arrived at an opulently adorned residence, presumably belonging to Sasuke. Over there. Follow me. The clone guided him to a study where an entire wall was lined with compartments brimming with scrolls. Without scrutinizing their contents, Naruto collected all the scrolls into his spiritual space. He felt compelled to continue searching for any hidden compartments or secret rooms. As the shadow clones attending the academy dispelled, Naruto absorbed the information, realizing that Sasuke was on his way back. Numerous clones soon utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear before him, depositing their belongings before dispersing. Once he had gathered everything from the ground, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God to return to his riverside cabin. However, one clone, transformed into a cat, remained concealed at the entrance of the Uchiha compound. Naruto was curious whether Itachi, having acquired so much information, would still employ Tsukuyomi on Sasuke. Before long, the cat clone spotted Itachi perched on a telephone pole, awaiting Sasuke's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke indeed appeared, and Naruto was bemused to witness Itachi, true to the original narrative, cast Tsukuyomi upon his brother. Realizing there was no further need to observe, the cat clone dispelled itself. After absorbing the memories, Naruto sighed. After all that, you still chose to act on your own. Why then seek my counsel? It is as if you have willingly gifted me Shirsue's eye. Just as Naruto's words faded, Itachi's voice resonated, that I was intended for you by Shirsue. Naruto looked up towards the ceiling to see Itachi, suspended there. When did you arrive? Naruto asked, slightly exasperated. Itachi replied, I entered when you used the Flying Thunder God to reach the Uchiha compound. You certainly arrived early. Naruto remarked. It is not that I came early. Rather, you returned late. Naruto nodded in agreement. That is true. I gathered some items that hold no value for you. Itachi furrowed his brow in confusion, but did not press Naruto for details. I must leave the village as a rogue ninja, and once again, I implore you to look after Sasuke. You sent a shadow clone merely to convey this. Itachi silently nodded, a glimmer of hope in his gaze. Naruto sighed helplessly. If Sasuke seeks me out, I will naturally care for him. However, if he does not, I cannot force him. You are aware of my circumstances, constantly under scrutiny. I understand. Thank you, Itachi stated before dispelling his clone. Sighing, Naruto rubbed his temples. There certainly were a multitude of shadow clones today. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door. Irritated, Naruto called out, Who is it? At this late hour. It is I, the Umbu. Naruto's mouth twitched as he replied. Come in. Must I invite you in? As his words fell, Kakashi, with his white hair, entered the room. What brings you here at such an hour? Why are you still awake? Kakashi observed Naruto for a moment before stating, You should have awakened the Kagaya's heart eye of the Uzumaki clan, shouldn't you? Naruto cast a nonchalant glance at Kakashi, saying nothing, neither confirming nor denying. Kakashi paid no heed to Naruto's attitude and continued. Use the Kagaya's eye to survey the surroundings for any potential observers. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, pondering briefly, and soon grasped that Kakashi had something significant to convey. Reluctantly, Naruto activated the Kagaya's eye and reported, There is no one monitoring within a 2-kilometer radius. What do you wish to discuss? However, to Naruto's surprise, Kakashi shook his head. I have nothing to say. You should rest. Oh, and it would be best if you attended school in person after tomorrow. Naruto, with a dismissive expression, replied. If Danzo wanted to make a move against me, he wouldn't care whether it was day or night. With that, he lay back down, pulling the covers up, and resumed his slumber. Observing Naruto's sleeping form, Kakashi found merit in Naruto's reasoning. After the Uchiha clan's eradication, the various families had distanced themselves from the Hokage's faction, and it was unlikely that any conflicts would arise now. The subsequent struggle appeared to be one between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. With these thoughts in mind, Kakashi shook his head and departed from Naruto's room. Once Kakashi left, Naruto opened his eyes, contemplating why Kakashi had asked him to investigate the surroundings. After a moment of careful reflection, Naruto discerned Kakashi's intentions. It seemed Kakashi had noticed his departure from the wooden cabin or perhaps discovered that Itachi Uchiha had arrived, prompting him to have Naruto check for any further watchers. If anyone remained, Kakashi might seize the opportunity to eliminate those monitoring Naruto during the Uchiha clan's fateful night. Meanwhile, while Naruto was deep in slumber, Danzo was furiously raging within the Uchiha territory, plotting the Uchiha's demise to amass a sufficient collection of Sharingan. However, with the Uchiha decimated, not a single eye had been procured. After a lengthy bout of anger, Danzo calmed himself. Aside from Itachi, the masked individual, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who else could be responsible? The masked figure could only gather a limited number of Sharingan, primarily from the Uchiha security division, leaving no time to collect from the rest of the Uchiha clan. Itachi, too, could not gather the Sharingan. This left only Sarutobi Hiruzen. Realizing this, Danzo gritted his teeth and muttered, "Hiruzen, your schemes run deep. I shall bear the blame while you reap the benefits." How can such a situation be acceptable? After voicing his frustrations, Danzo commanded, "Search. Bring me all the Uchiha clan's finances." "Yes, Lord Danzo." Just as the root members prepared to search for the funds, Danzo recalled Itachi and issued an additional directive. "Do not disturb the wealth of the Uchiha Fugaku family." "Understood, Lord Danzo." However, it was not long before the root personnel returned with a meager collection of scattered bills, stacking them before Danzo. Glaring at the paltry sum on the ground, veins bulged on Danzo's forehead. "Is this all there is?" Reporting to Lord Danzo, it appears the Uchiha clan has already been searched. All valuable scrolls and funds seem to have been taken. Danzo roared in fury, "Hiruzen, you've gone too far." With that, he turned and stormed out of the Uchiha territory, heading toward the Hokage building to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. To Danzo's surprise, as soon as he entered Hiruzen's office, Hiruzen remarked, "Leave me half of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Do not touch the wealth of the Uchiha Fugaku family, and bring me 70% of the remaining funds." Listening to Hiruzen's demands, Danzo's forehead throbbed with anger, his grip on his cane tightening with visible strain. Once Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo erupted, "Hiruzen, you have gone too far. It is one thing to gather all the Uchiha clan's wealth, but now you expect me to relinquish the Sharingan as well? Your greed is truly insatiable." Danzo assumed Hiruzen sought to hoard all the spoils for himself, prompting him to preemptively demand his share. "Danzo, you have overstepped. Not a single one of my Umbu moved. They were merely monitoring the Uchiha from the periphery. How could they gather Sharingan or wealth? You should hand over what is rightfully mine, otherwise. Do not blame me for being unyielding." Hiruzen believed Danzo was attempting to monopolize the Uchiha's assets, which prompted his defensive stance. Danzo, interpreting Hiruzen's threat as a sign of guilt, adopted a confrontational approach. "I have taken nothing. When Itachi annihilated the Uchiha, I arrived only to find not a single pair of Sharingan. All cash and scrolls had been completely looted. I have nothing to show for it." Danzo thought that revealing the truth would compel Hiruzen to concede. Chapter 40. Return to the village. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen grew agitated. Danzo continued to evade accountability, seeking to claim the fruits of the Uchiha's downfall for himself. Given the enormity of the Uchiha's demise, the various clans within the village would undoubtedly speculate about the Hokage's involvement. Even if Danzo attempted to shift the blame entirely onto him, the clans would surely realize that it was under Hiruzen's orders that Danzo had the audacity to act so brazenly. Regardless of the outcome, Hiruzen's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. If he did not secure some benefits, he would be at a loss. "Danzo, I care not for your excuses. You must bring me 40 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan and at least 200 million Ryo. Otherwise, do not expect to reclaim your advisory position, nor should you show your face in route again." Hearing Hiruzen's exorbitant demands, Danzo gnashed his teeth in fury. 40 pairs of Sharingan. That amounts to 80 eyes. Can you truly provide them? Perhaps, but doing so would leave Root's reserves nearly depleted. As for the 200 million Ryo, that is simply unattainable. Danzo glared at Hiruzen, veins pulsing in his temples. "I can provide you with 40 pairs of Sharingan, but 200 million is out of the question." With that, he turned to leave. Yet Hiruzen's voice, laced with frustration, halted him. Not a single Ryo less than 200 million. Hiruzen's relentless pressure only escalated Danzo's ire. Yet he was left with no choice but to comply with the demand for the 200 million. Without turning back, he seethed, "Hiruzen, you will regret this. I am the Hokage." The office door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, mused darkly, "Danzo's ambitions are growing ever bolder." The following day, news of the Uchiha clan's massacre at the hands of Itachi spread throughout Konoha. Many villagers flocked to the Uchiha territory, witnessing the bodies being removed. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha lay unconscious in the hospital. Naruto, utilizing a transformation technique, wandered the streets of Konoha, absorbing the various rumors regarding the Uchiha clan. Upon arriving at the ninja academy, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino took seats beside Naruto. In a hushed tone, Shikamaru urged, "You should disperse your shadow clones and send your true self to school." Naruto, taken aback by Shikamaru's suggestion, noted that Kakashi had said the same thing the previous night. "What does this mean? I am somewhat perplexed." Shikamaru, employing a low voice for secrecy, explained, "Last night, news from the Hokage building revealed that the Hokage and Danzo had a dispute, seemingly over the uneven distribution of profits. This morning, when the Umbu went to collect the Uchiha bodies, they discovered that the Uchiha Fugaka household had been thoroughly ransacked, with not a single Ryo left behind. Once again, the Hokage and Danzo clashed." Naruto stifled a chuckle at the unexpected consequences of last night's impromptu decision. Naruto, employing a covert communication technique, inquired of Shikamaru, "But doesn't this seem unrelated to me?" "You are mistaken. Danzo has always aspired to become Hokage, and as the Jinchuriki, you are a formidable weapon that both Danzo and the Hokage wish to control. Therefore, your situation remains perilous. My recommendation is that, starting today, you refrain from returning to the riverside cabin and instead remain within the village. If it proves inconvenient, you may utilize transformation techniques. Within the village, both Danzo and the Hokage will exercise caution and refrain from overt actions against you." Naruto acknowledged the wisdom in Shikamaru's words. The riverside cabin had merely served as a cover for his ninjutsu training, and most of the individuals left behind by Minato had already mastered their skills. Currently, Naruto's shadow clones were focused on refining chakra control, sealing techniques, and medical ninjutsu, all of which could be practiced within the spirit spring space. As for the physical training of his true body, he could employ lightning release for his training within the village. Moreover, with ample financial resources at his disposal, he could easily procure weights. Thus, returning to the riverside cabin seemed rather pointless. Having concluded these thoughts, Naruto nodded and replied, "All right. I shall refrain from returning to the riverside cabin for the time being, but I must leave behind some means to prevent others from taking it over." Upon seeing Naruto's understanding, Shikamaru smiled and refrained from further comment. During the break between classes, Naruto utilized shadow clones to remain at the ninja school while his true self ventured around Konohagakure to acquire materials for setting up barriers. Upon returning to the riverside cabin, Naruto established a large-scale illusionary barrier encompassing the cabin and his usual training grounds. "I may not return here for a while," he murmured before departing. However, 2 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought out Naruto. "Naruto, did you set up the illusionary barrier at the riverside cabin?" Acknowledging the truth, Naruto nodded. "Indeed, it was I who set it up." "What of it?" Hiruzen blinked, seemingly lost in thought, yet he pressed on, "What prompted your sudden decision to reside within the village? Am I not allowed to return to the village?" Naruto retorted, "Not at all. It's just that when you set up the illusionary barrier, did you happen to notice someone in a mask protecting you?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's lips twitched as he glanced at Hiruzen. "You don't mean someone is trapped within the illusionary barrier, do you?" Hiruzen, somewhat evasive, nodded. "It's possible they may indeed be trapped within. Perhaps you should check?" Naruto agreed. "Very well, I shall go and see." Upon entering the illusionary barrier at the riverside cabin, he spotted Kakashi wandering about, seemingly searching for an exit. Amused, Naruto deactivated the barrier and looked at the bewildered Kakashi. After regaining his composure, Kakashi noticed Naruto, and although his expression was concealed behind a mask, Naruto could ascertain that Kakashi was not pleased. "Let South leave this place quickly. I intend to reopen the barrier," Naruto cheerfully urged. With a sigh, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique to swiftly distance himself from the cabin, observing Naruto as he tinkered. Once Kakashi had departed, Naruto reopened the illusionary barrier. Chapter 41. The Duel with Uchiha Sasuke. Upon returning to the ninja school, Naruto found Uchiha Sasuke also present, accompanied by Haruno Sakura, who was attending to him. Shikamaru approached Naruto and quietly asked, "What did the Hokage want with you?" "Nothing significant. I merely trapped some Umbu in an illusionary barrier at the riverside cabin. The Hokage requested that I release them," Naruto explained. Shikamaru nodded, realization dawning upon him. "I see. So your illusionary barrier was capable of containing the Umbu?" Those are elite jonin, after all. Your sealing technique is quite remarkable. Naruto chuckled. It was a simple feat. The Uzumaki clan established their reputation in the ninja world through sealing techniques and barriers, so do not underestimate our capabilities. Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully. Yet a look of concern crossed his face as he observed Naruto. What else with that expression? Naruto inquired, puzzled. With a serious demeanor, Shikamaru communicated. You have revealed your strength. The third Hokage is likely harboring suspicions about you. Naruto paused. Understanding why Hiruzen had reacted so peculiarly upon discovering the source of the illusionary barrier. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed with his current abilities. Even if he could not defeat the ninjas of Konoha, he could certainly escape. Furthermore, now that Hiruzen was aware of his adeptness with the Uzumaki sealing techniques, he would be wary of provoking Naruto, the vessel of the Nine Tails. Having grasped this, Naruto smiled and assured Shikamaru, it's of no concern. Do you forget? I wield a powerful weapon, capable of unleashing the Nine Tails at any moment. The third wouldn't dare act foolishly. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. But do exercise caution. Even a cornered dog may leap the wall. Understood. The ensuing 2 years in Konoha were relatively tranquil, though this tranquility was merely surface level. Behind the scenes, the intricate power struggles between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were unbeknownst to them. Naruto maintained a low profile at the ninja school, avoiding any ostentatious displays. However, today brought him some vexation, as Irika had organized an outdoor duel. Whether this was a deliberate arrangement by Irika or a scheme by the third Hokage, Naruto's opponent turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke. For the past 2 years, Sasuke had been consumed by vengeance, training relentlessly. As a result of Naruto's actions, which had left Uchiha Fugaku's household in shambles, Sasuke found himself financially strained, leading to a somewhat malnourished appearance reminiscent of Naruto in the original story. Upon taking the stage, Naruto addressed Sasuke, "What happened to you? You've changed so much." "Shut up. Are we so familiar?" Sasuke retorted, charging at Naruto with a fist raised. Naruto, hands in pockets, deftly dodged, retreating without any intention of engaging. Sasuke, witnessing Naruto's ease in evading his attacks, escalated his speed. Naruto shook his head, remarking, "Swinging wildly without precision is futile. Speed without power is of no consequence. If your movements are erratic, merely chasing agility will lead you astray." Before Naruto could finish, Sasuke roared, "Shut up. I don't need a bottom tier to lecture me." With a sigh, Naruto crouched, evading a punch aimed at his face, and executed a sweeping kick that sent Sasuke tumbling. Recovering quickly, Sasuke performed a backflip, distancing himself and beginning hand seals. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, tiger. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Naruto, smirking at Sasuke's hand signs, contemplated voicing that the fireball jutsu was not lethal. However, as the fireball neared, he shouted, "I concede." To everyone's astonishment, Irika seemed oblivious to Naruto's plea. Faced with this predicament, Naruto leaped forcefully, narrowly avoiding the fireball jutsu, and promptly executed the multi-shadow clone technique midair. Several shadow clones propelled Naruto's true self towards Sasuke. In midair, Naruto formed hand seals, preparing to cast a sealing technique upon Sasuke. As Sasuke saw Naruto approaching, he readied his defenses. However, to Sasuke's surprise, Naruto merely brushed aside his hand, using the momentum of his descent to place his hand upon Sasuke's body, sealing away his chakra. Following this, Naruto executed a backflip, landing on the arena while declaring, "It seems I have emerged victorious." Struggling to rise, Sasuke looked at Naruto and inquired, "What have you done to me? I can't access my chakra. I practice sealing techniques." "Naturally, I sealed your chakra," Naruto replied. Then turned his attention to Irika, stating, "I surrendered just now. Didn't you hear?" Irika, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, responded, "I indeed did not hear." "Oh, that's good. However, next time someone surrenders, be sure to listen closely. If I cause harm or worse, and you claim you didn't hear, I hope you don't regret it." Irika's expression darkened as he understood the blatant warning. Should Naruto face off against someone again, he might not hold back, and there would likely be casualties. After saying this, Naruto placed his hands in his pockets, preparing to leave the arena. Yet, Uchiha Sasuke called out, "Wait, I have not yet lost." Naruto glanced back at Sasuke and asked, "Are you planning to continue fighting me with taijutsu?" "Indeed. I may not be able to use ninjutsu, but I can still employ taijutsu." Naruto scoffed, retrieving 2 heavy weights from the bandages around his legs and tossing them onto the arena, causing a resounding thud. These 2 weights are merely 1/10 of what I typically carry. Do you still wish to fight me? Sasuke stared at the craters left by the weights. Disbelief etched on his face. You were fighting me with those weights on. Correct. And those weights are only 1/10 of your usual load? As Naruto was about to nod, he changed his mind and said, I haven't actually calculated. Even if I told you how much I usually carry, do you think that would enable you to defeat me? With that, Naruto turned and leaped off the arena. Chapter 42. Sasuke, gazing at the 2 large craters left by the weights, furrowed his brow. Astonished that such a formidable opponent could exist within the confines of the humble ninja academy. After school, Naruto, along with Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Hinata, headed towards the training grounds. Along the way, they spotted Sasuke leaning against a wall, while Sakura stood a short distance away, her hands clasped over her heart as she gazed at him. Observing this, Naruto turned to Shikamaru and the others and asked, should we invite him to join us? Shikamaru shrugged, indifferent. Choji nodded, unconcerned about the numbers. Ino glanced between Sakura and Sasuke before saying, let us go. It's just training together. Ever since training alongside Naruto, Ino had ceased her infatuation with Sasuke. Finally, Naruto looked at Hinata and Ino, who both nodded in agreement. With everyone in accord, Naruto turned to Sasuke and commanded, come along. He then led the way to the training grounds. The training facilities in Konoha were limited, requiring a rental fee for use, and were maintained by dedicated ninjas. Each clan had its own training grounds, scheduled by the respective families. The training ground utilized by Naruto and his friends had been rented year-round by Hinata's family for their use. Upon arriving, the group dispersed to various corners to commence their routine practice, while Sasuke found himself at a loss for what to do. After settling in, Naruto beckoned Sasuke over, saying, come sit here, we need to talk. Sasuke, keen to converse with Naruto, took a seat opposite him. Naruto queried, what do you typically train in? Taijutsu. Ninjutsu. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Sasuke's response, causing the latter to redden slightly. I practice striking wooden posts, the great fireball technique, and shuriken throwing, Sasuke admitted, lowering his gaze. After a brief pause, noticing Sasuke had fallen silent, Naruto shook his head and remarked, that approach won't suffice. Your training needs a plan. For Taijutsu, consider adding weights during your practice. As for the great fireball technique, shouldn't you refine your chakra usage to expend less while enhancing the technique's power? And with shuriken, members of your Uchiha clan possess the Sharingan, which allows for more efficient training. Although practice is essential, it doesn't need to be excessive. Occasional refinement will suffice. Sasuke, with a scowl, replied, I'll find a way to add weight to my taijutsu practice, and I'll strive to learn chakra refinement. Noticing Sasuke's somber expression, Naruto frowned. Did I say something wrong? If there's an issue, speak up, I can clarify. It's nothing. What you said is fine. Seeing Sasuke's reluctance to cooperate, Naruto, a bit frustrated, retorted, if you maintain this attitude, I don't see the point in training together. We train together to discuss problems and assist each other. If you don't express your issues, your diligent practice is merely a waste of time. Anger sparked within Sasuke at Naruto's words, as the pride of the Uchiha clan forbade him from bowing to Naruto and his friends. Yet, Naruto's subsequent statement held merit. Without a proper plan, relentless practice would yield fruitless results. Ultimately, driven by his desire for revenge, Sasuke revealed his struggles. My current life is fraught with challenges. I can't afford weights. And no one has taught me chakra refinement. Though the Uchiha clan has perished, their wealth should remain. How can you be out of money? Naruto thought it prudent to feign ignorance. He certainly couldn't admit to having confiscated all the funds. Sasuke, lowering his gaze, confessed, I don't understand either. When I returned home after waking in the hospital, everything was in disarray. I searched everywhere, but found no money. Then how have you survived these past 2 years? Sasuke, unwilling to share how he had lived, was reluctant to lose his Uchiha pride in front of Naruto. Frustrated, Naruto exclaimed, Sasuke, if you truly consider us comrades, you shouldn't harbor such reservations. If you keep things concealed, I won't be able to help you. Sasuke recognized Naruto's genuine concern, but still felt a sense of shame. Growing impatient, Naruto said, if you refuse to see us as companions, then I have no obligation to help you. Sasuke sensed the anger in Naruto's words. After much contemplation, he finally divulged, these past 2 years, I've mostly been scavenging, living off the Uchiha clan's remaining supplies. Understanding the situation, Naruto stood and declared, Let us go to the Hokage's office and demand justice. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, replying, is that appropriate? Will the Hokage even concern himself with such a trivial matter? Of course. You are now the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. And in essence, you embody the spirit of the Uchiha, a once noble family that, despite its tragic demise, had its assets mysteriously vanish. It is only fitting that you seek an explanation from the Hokage. Naruto's words resonated with Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Hinata, who all listened intently. Shikamaru stepped forward and said, Naruto is correct. You represent the entire Uchiha clan, and certain matters must be clarified. Hinata, Ino, Choji, and Shino also approached, standing resolutely behind Naruto as they gazed at Sasuke. Sasuke understood that Naruto and the others were rallying behind him and nodded affirmatively, saying, all right, I will accompany you to the Hokage's office. The 7 of them set off to the Hokage building, drawing attention as they moved through the village. After all, they were accompanied by the infamous Nine-Tails Naruto and the last Uchiha, Sasuke, both of whom were the subject of much discussion. Added to that were the heirs of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, as well as the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, making their procession even more conspicuous. Chapter 43. Sarutobi Hiruzen's silent struggles. This gathering attracted even more followers, and by the time they reached the base of the Hokage building, they were trailed by at least 100 villagers. The Umbu reported the assembly of villagers to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, upon receiving the news, gazed into the crystal ball to assess the situation. Upon seeing Naruto leading the group, he furrowed his brow, uncertain of their intentions. Hiruzen then descended the stairs of the Hokage building to await them at the entrance. Noticing that Hiruzen was already there, Naruto glanced back at the villagers and recognized that Sasuke's financial stability was now assured. Hiruzen addressed Naruto and Sasuke, asking, what brings you here? Naruto stepped forward, pulling Sasuke with him, and inquired, is Sasuke not a member of the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen, still puzzled, nodded. Of course, Sasuke is a member of the Uchiha clan. Is there a problem? Since you acknowledge Sasuke as an Uchiha, may I pose a question on his behalf? Naruto continued. What question do you have? Please, go ahead. Though the Uchiha clan has been annihilated, their wealth should still remain, correct? Sasuke told me he found no money in the remnants of his home, and for the past 2 years, he has been subsisting on the clan's leftover provisions. I recall that 2 years ago, the bodies of the Uchiha were collected by the Umbu. Shouldn't the Hokage provide an explanation? Naruto's words struck with a certain harshness, highlighting the neglect of the village towards the last Uchiha. Instead of caring for him, they had seized the clan's wealth. Hiruzen felt a headache coming on as Naruto mentioned the Uchiha's finances. Danzo had yet to return the 200 million ryo, let alone the wealth of the Uchiha clan. Cornered, he realized he needed to provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, the village would be rife with speculation come morning. As Hiruzen contemplated his response, Shikamaru interjected, to my knowledge, the Uchiha clan should have had shops and such. The rent from those establishments would likely cover Sasuke's expenses. Is it possible that the shop owners have withheld Sasuke's rent? While Shikamaru's words were delicately phrased, it was clear to all present that the Hokage had failed to appropriately manage the Uchiha properties, allowing others to exploit them. Hiruzen felt the weight of the situation, though he had only acquired 40 Sharingan after the Uchiha's demise. He had allocated the clan's shops to the Sarutobi clan under the guise of his Hokage duties. Now confronted with this matter, he was compelled to address it. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen conceded that the rent from the Uchiha shops must be accounted for. The funds had been directed to the Hokage's treasury, but it was Sasuke's failure to claim them that had led to this predicament. Just as Naruto was about to refute this, Shikamaru swiftly communicated, Naruto, stay calm. What we seek is compensation, not to put anyone in a difficult position. Recognizing the wisdom in Shikamaru's words, Naruto turned to Hiruzen and asked, and what of the Uchiha's wealth? Surely it couldn't have been taken entirely by Itachi? If he had the capacity to seize it, he would also need the means to transport it. The Uchiha were a prestigious clan. The valuables alone would require a cart to transport. Naruto's assertions left Hiruzen momentarily speechless. It was implausible that Itachi could have stealthily extracted all the clan's wealth. Furthermore, the Umbu had been the ones to collect the bodies, leaving ample room for speculation. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he replied, when the Umbu collected the Uchiha bodies, the clan had already been stripped of their wealth. They found no remaining assets. Hiruzen's statement was met with disbelief, The Uchiha's extermination was an internal affair instigated by Itachi, yet the subsequent loss of their wealth became a matter for the village. Shouldn't the village owe Sasuke an explanation regarding the missing assets? Naruto. Hiruzen retorted, if Itachi took the Uchiha's wealth, that remains an internal issue. Then, according to your logic, Hokage, does this imply that Itachi cannot be deemed a rogue ninja, since it pertains to the Uchiha's internal affairs? Caught in a bind, Hiruzen realized that if he classified the Uchiha massacre as merely an internal family matter, it would undermine the village's authority over clan matters and their ninjas. If he were to label the Uchiha's demise as an internal affair, the other clans would surely follow suit, claiming their own internal issues to dismiss any interference from the village. While it wasn't uncommon for clans to deal with their own ninja indiscretions, they typically provided the village with a reasonable explanation. If Hiruzen were to classify the Uchiha massacre as an internal affair, he would lose the village's influence over all clan-related matters. However, should Hiruzen decide to treat the Uchiha's demise as a village concern, the responsibility for the missing assets would fall upon the village, given that it was the Umbu who collected the bodies. Ultimately, Hiruzen would be held accountable for the lost wealth. This predicament arose from Hiruzen's own guilt, leading to the hasty collection of the Uchiha bodies, rather than consulting Sasuke during the process. Had he involved Sasuke, any subsequent issues would have lacked grounds for dispute. However, fearing the exposure of the Sharingan's removal, Hiruzen hastily covered up the evidence, inadvertently leaving himself vulnerable to scrutiny. In this moment, Hiruzen found himself trapped in a dilemma with no easy resolution. Chapter 44. The Matter of Heritage. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Sasuke and Naruto, stating, I shall discuss this matter with the elders of Konoha and will certainly provide Sasuke with a response. Naruto nodded in agreement, saying, in that case, I kindly request the Hokage to expedite a resolution. Rest assured. Naruto smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued, now that you have decided to address the inheritance of the Uchiha clan, I would like to bring up another matter of inheritance that requires your attention, esteemed third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, looking at Naruto. Whose inheritance are you referring to? With a slight smirk, Naruto replied, the inheritance of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared as though struck by lightning, his entire body stiffening as he stared at Naruto. Naruto, still smiling, said, according to the records in the Konoha library, the fourth Hokage and his wife were expecting a child at the time of their sacrifice. If that child is still alive, they should be of a similar age to us. Moreover, as far as I know, the former residence of the fourth Hokage is currently inhabited by members of the Sarutobi clan. Will the Hokage provide clarification on this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze intently on Naruto, sensing that Naruto appeared to know everything. However, it seemed that there had been no unusual behavior from Naruto over the years, making it perplexing as to why he would inquire about the fourth Hokage today. Just then, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate and hurriedly arrived. Tsurugi Kamachi addressed Naruto, stating, the matter of the fourth Hokage and his child is a secret of Konoha and is not suitable for public disclosure at this time, as it is also to protect the child from potential assassins from other villages. You are aware that the fourth Hokage was known as the Yellow Flash, having fought his way through enemy ninja, which makes him a target for vengeance. I hope you will refrain from mentioning this matter again. Naruto cast a cold smile at Tsurugi Kamachi and retorted, let us hope so. With that, Naruto turned and left. After their departure, the four members of Konoha quickly gathered in the Hokage's office. Mito Gate and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, does the Jinchuriki know something? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, replying, it's hard to say. There are many who are aware of Naruto's identity. In truth, all four were aware that someone may have divulged Naruto's identity to him, likely the Inoshikacho trio. However, even if they knew, what difference would it make? The matter was already disgraceful, and pursuing it further would only lead to more complications. Tsurugi Kamachi glared at Danzo, saying, you have gone too far in this matter. If you had merely raised Naruto as an ordinary citizen, we wouldn't be facing such issues. Even if Naruto's identity were revealed, it wouldn't have caused much of a stir. Yet you insisted on labeling him a demon fox. If Naruto's identity is exposed now, before Tsurugi Kamachi could finish her sentence, Danzo interrupted, enough. You two failed to prevent the dissemination of the demon fox rumors back then. Don't presume to think I am unaware of your thoughts. As Tsurugi Kamachi was about to argue further, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. All right, since Naruto has not revealed the truth, it indicates there is room for reconciliation. What is urgent now is the matter of the Uchiha inheritance. After he spoke, the other three fell silent, saying nothing. Although Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate and had not directly involved themselves with the Uchiha inheritance, they had reaped benefits from other sources. Now that they had obtained what they were entitled to, they were naturally reluctant to engage with the Uchiha inheritance. Seeing that the three remained silent, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Danzo and stated, "This time, the root must produce 200 million ryo." Danzo, with a dark expression, responded, "I have already stated 2 years ago that I received nothing from the Uchiha clan's assets. I do not care whether you received anything or not. You must produce 200 million ryo. Additionally, I will also require 200 million ryo to provide Sasuke Uchiha with an explanation. Just for a mere child? What is there to explain?" Danzo retorted, "Do not forget, the Uchiha clan has Itachi Uchiha. You must acquire that money, whether you like it or not." Danzo understood that a resolution was necessary, yet the root truly could not produce that sum. He would have to seek compensation elsewhere. "Understood. I will expedite the delivery of 200 million ryo," he conceded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, satisfied with Danzo's agreement, then turned to Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate, stating, "You must also produce 200 million ryo." As soon as he finished speaking, Tsurugi Kamachi exclaimed, "Hiruzen, we have not had any dealings with the Uchiha's assets." "This is not a discussion, it is a notification," he asserted. Although Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate were reluctant, they nodded in agreement. After seeing that all three were willing to contribute the funds, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said, "I too shall provide 200 million ryo," bringing the total to 600 million ryo to be handed over to Sasuke Uchiha. Mito Gate questioned, "Is that not a bit excessive?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, replying, "Not at all. The matter has already become widely known. If we do not handle it generously, other ninja clans may begin to have their own thoughts." The three pondered this and found it reasonable. The inheritance issue would undoubtedly incite interest from the other ninja clans. If they continued to withhold the inheritance from Sasuke Uchiha, the common citizens of Konoha would also develop concerns. Should someone incite unrest, the four of them would surely face a thorough investigation, leading to even greater troubles. Since they had decided to grant the inheritance to Sasuke Uchiha, it could not be a meager sum. After all, the Uchiha clan was a prominent family in Konoha. If they offered too little, the other clans would certainly notice, and it would be better not to provide anything at all. Upon returning to the training ground, Naruto and Shikamaru were met with a frown from Shikamaru, who remarked, "You should not have mentioned the fourth's inheritance." Naruto chuckled, replying, "If I hadn't brought it up today, the fourth's inheritance would have truly been swallowed whole by them." Shikamaru, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Naruto glanced at Sasuke and said, "The Uchiha inheritance has surely been divided among the third and those advisors. By making a grand request for the inheritance today, I forced them into a corner to reclaim it. The reason I mentioned the fourth's inheritance is that I am certain it too has been consumed by them. By bringing it up openly, I am giving them time to return what they have taken." Chapter 45. Haruno Sakura. Shikamaru nodded in agreement, saying, "You have a point. The inheritance of the fourth's wife is no small amount, and even if the third and the others intend to gather it, it would require time." "Exactly. I am giving them 3 years to gather the inheritance, which should be sufficient. In 3 years, we will have graduated from the Ninja Academy. I believe the third has already prepared the inheritance and will have no excuse to withhold it any longer." He must have considered this as well. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly asked Naruto, "Why do you care about the fourth's inheritance?" Naruto smiled at Sasuke, but said nothing. Shikamaru also smiled at Sasuke, but shook his head, saying, "Although many know about this matter, it is perhaps better that you remain unaware." However, Shikamaru continued, glancing at Naruto, "You cannot deny that you have put us in a difficult position." Naruto laughed heartily. "Well, if it comes to that, I will treat you to barbecue every day." Shikamaru chuckled, not pressing the matter further. He too recognized that despite the commotion Naruto had caused today, the third would not dare to trouble their families. Now, expressing this merely serves as a reminder to Naruto, urging him to consider their feelings more thoughtfully. However, upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Shikamaru realized that Naruto had already contemplated everything that needed to be addressed. When Choji heard Naruto mention barbecue, his mouth began to water profusely. Thus, another half-month passed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen grandly handed over 630 million ryo to Uchiha Sasuke. The explanation for this transaction was that the Uchiha clan's inheritance and the rent from their shops had been combined, only discovered after thorough examination of the accounts. From now on, the rent for the Uchiha clan's shops could be collected at the Hokage building at the end of each year. Regardless of whether Sasuke believed it or not, Hiruzen had provided an explanation, and Sasuke chose not to pursue the matter further. In truth, Sasuke was acutely aware that, given his current status, he would not have been able to acquire this inheritance without Naruto and the others' assistance. The moment Sasuke received his inheritance, he invited Naruto and the others to a kimchi barbecue. With a flourish, Sasuke declared, "Today, you may feast to your heart's content, as I, the young clan leader, shall foot the bill." Naruto chuckled, "Of course, it's you paying. I'm a pauper, and while they live comfortably, they hardly concern themselves with finances." Choji, salivating, exclaimed, "Barbecue. I want barbecue right now." Just as everyone was about to dig in with laughter, Naruto suddenly turned to Sasuke and said, "Let me invite someone else to join us." "Who?" Sasuke asked. Naruto smiled, "You'll find out soon enough." After saying this, Naruto utilized the Kagura Shingon and quickly located Kakashi. He then used the body flicker technique to appear before Kakashi, stating, "Let's go eat together." Kakashi shook his head, replying, "I'm currently on a mission. But thank you for the invitation. TCH. No luck for you." In truth, Naruto's invitation was merely a formality, intended to leave a good impression on Sasuke in Kakashi's eyes, so that he wouldn't slack off when being taught by Kakashi in the future. Upon returning, Sasuke inquired, "Where's the person you invited?" "He's on a mission. Let's eat. I'll just bring him some leftovers later." Everyone chuckled, not probing further. Shikamaru had an inkling of who Naruto had gone to find, but chose to remain silent. After Sasuke acquired his wealth, Naruto prepared some herbal prescriptions for him, saying, "Your diet over the past 2 years must not have been satisfactory. Your body is quite depleted. I've prepared a prescription for you. Make sure to soak in herbal baths daily. For the next 2 months, avoid strenuous training, and once your body is revitalized, I will create a training plan for you." Sasuke, recognizing Naruto's good intentions, nodded and took the prescription to leave. Naruto smacked his lips, gazing at Shikamaru and the others, suggesting, "How about we train in the Uchiha clan grounds from now on? There's ample space and fewer prying eyes." Shikamaru pondered briefly before shaking his head, "Let's not. The reason you return to the village is to remain under everyone's watchful gaze. It keeps them wary. The Uchiha clan grounds are on the outskirts of Konoha, so it's better to be a bit more discreet." Sigh. Living under constant surveillance is hardly liberating. Shikamaru chuckled, "Haven't you mentioned it yourself? 3 years. Once we graduate, there won't be any issues." 3 months swiftly passed, and Sasuke had nearly restored his health. Naruto also devised a plan for Sasuke. He first taught him the shadow clone technique, aiming to allow Sasuke more time to study theoretical knowledge while simultaneously enhancing his mental strength. Aware of the drawbacks of the shadow clone technique, Sasuke refrained from creating numerous clones at once. Instead, he summoned just 2, one to study theory and the other to focus on chakra refinement. Furthermore, Naruto imparted the lightning release body forging technique to Sasuke. It must be said that Sasuke was quite formidable. Naruto only dared to frequently activate the lightning release body forging due to his access to the spring of eternity, while Sasuke kept it active as long as he didn't faint. Observing this, Naruto felt compelled to hand over the prescription that Might Guy had brought from Kakashi to Sasuke. With his newfound wealth, Sasuke was unafraid to spend, purchasing a considerable amount of medicinal herbs and even acquiring weights. Meanwhile, Sakura, who had long harbored feelings for Sasuke, often sought various excuses to visit him, only to be ruthlessly rebuffed by Sasuke. Naruto, noticing this situation, contemplated explaining the reasons to Sakura. However, recalling Sakura's behavior in the original story, where she sought Naruto when in need and Sasuke when it suited her, he decided against offering guidance. In truth, Ino had advised Sakura several times, yet Sakura stubbornly believed that Ino was vying for Sasuke's affection, leading to some friction between them, after which Ino ceased to involve herself in their affairs. One day, while Sasuke was training with Naruto and the others, Sakura approached again, causing Sasuke some annoyance. Consequently, he turned to Naruto and requested a sparring match. Naruto glanced at Sakura, finding her somewhat bothersome, and decided to assist Sasuke. "Alright, but let us clarify first. Are we practicing solely taijutsu, or will it be a comprehensive spar?" Sasuke pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us start with taijutsu, and then proceed to a comprehensive spar." "Fine, but be prepared for injuries." Sasuke nodded, settling into a stance, ready to face Naruto. Shikamaru and the others paused their practice, observing the duel between the two. Chapter 46. Graduation exam. Upon hearing that Sasuke might get hurt, Sakura anxiously called out, "Sasuke, maybe you shouldn't." "Shut it. My affairs are not yours to meddle in," Sasuke retorted before launching an attack at Naruto. Naruto, feeling it would be disrespectful to face Sasuke with his hands in his pockets, engaged in the duel earnestly, lest he provoke Sasuke's ire. The two exchanged a flurry of punches and kicks, and Naruto distinctly felt Sasuke's strength increasing, his movements becoming more agile. Evidently, Sasuke had indeed been significantly depleted before, but after recuperation, his innate talent was returning. They sparred for over half an hour, while it was labeled as a duel. It was more akin to Naruto guiding Sasuke through the motions. Sasuke recognized Naruto's intentions, but paid them no mind. As he grew weary, Sasuke unleashed the Great Fireball technique. This time, Naruto did not evade. Instead, he dispersed the fireball with a swift motion of his hand. This left everyone astounded, especially Sasuke, who gazed at Naruto in disbelief. Exclaiming, "How is this possible? Was that your ninjutsu just now?" Naruto shook his head, clarifying, "What I used was not ninjutsu, but rather a sealing technique. Rather than dispersing the fireball, I effectively sealed it." Sasuke nodded in understanding. "I see." Ino stepped forward with a smile. "I thought it was just the result of your body training. Turns out it was a sealing technique." Shikamaru scoffed, "If one could disperse a fireball with their bare body, how strong would that physique need to be? That is simply impossible." Naruto chuckled, shaking his head at Shikamaru. "You're mistaken this time, Shikamaru. There are indeed individuals capable of enduring a fireball with their physical body. In fact, most ninjutsu can be withstood." The others looked at Naruto in disbelief, assuming he was jesting. However, Naruto inquired of Shikamaru, "Surely you've heard of the third Raikage?" Shikamaru pondered for a moment before replying, "Are you referring to the Raikage who perished during the Third Great Ninja War?" Naruto affirmed, "Exactly. He was known as the strongest spear and shield, fighting off thousands of rock ninjas for 3 days and nights until he succumbed from exhaustion. His physical prowess allowed him to withstand most ninjutsu." Ino and the others expressed their astonishment. "Such a person truly exists?" Naruto nodded with a smile. "Indeed. And that is precisely why I consistently use the lightning release body forging technique to strengthen my physique." Ino rolled her eyes and remarked, "You are such a masochist." Now Sasuke has also taken up the same self-destructive tendencies, wailing in pain every day while persisting in relentless physical training. "I truly do not understand your thought process. It is not wartime, so why the excessive diligence in training? This compels me to join your daily regimen, lest I fall too far behind." Naruto, with a serious gaze, replied, "Sweat during practice, bleed less in battle. You must understand that if we do not endure hardship now, when we encounter formidable foes in the future, will you simply stand by and watch as the enemy slays Shikamaru and Choji? The Ino Shikicho trio has always been united. If you find yourself in peril, both Choji and Shikamaru will undoubtedly risk everything to save you. If you do not wish to be a burden, you must keep pace with them." This was the first time Ino had witnessed Naruto speaking so earnestly to them, acknowledging the truth in his words. She nodded and said, "I understand. That is why I have never dared to slack off. I fear falling behind them. Since you comprehend the reasoning, I shall refrain from saying more. It is getting late. Let us go enjoy some barbecue. Sasuke is treating us." Sasuke shot a glare at Naruto and said, "This is the 4th time this month I've treated everyone." "Well, you are wealthy," Naruto replied. With a haughty pout, Sasuke ultimately joined Naruto and the others for barbecue. In truth, Sasuke rather enjoyed training and dining with Naruto and the rest. It was one of the rare moments that alleviated his solitude. Sakura watched the 7 of them depart, seemingly without any intention of inviting her, leaving her to return home in solitude. Time passed, and 3 years flew by, culminating in Naruto and his friend's graduation exam. Due to Naruto's consistently low profile in school, he had become somewhat of an afterthought among his classmates, lingering in the middle to lower ranks during evaluations. On the eve of the graduation exam, Naruto suddenly recalled an unresolved matter regarding Mizuki. He found himself torn about whether to follow the original storyline. Although the Book of Seals contained numerous ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, he felt he could not utilize them all. The forbidden techniques he had at his disposal were limited to impure world reincarnation, mutual explosive tags, the 8 gates, and the Shiki FN. Aside from impure world reincarnation and mutual explosive tags, He seemed to have mastered the other two forbidden techniques. As for ninjutsu, he possessed the water release techniques left by the second Hokage, the shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, sealing techniques, and the Rasengan, with the dark walking technique being particularly useful to him. After careful consideration, it seemed unwise to intentionally fail the exam, and given his current relationship with Irika, which was not as strong as in the original storyline, he decided it was unnecessary to take such a risk. Having resolved these thoughts, Naruto chose to take the exam properly. However, when the exam commenced the next day, Irika announced that this year's graduation test would be the transformation technique. Prepare yourselves, he instructed. Naruto furrowed his brow upon hearing the requirement for all three forms of the technique. In the original story, it seemed they only tested the shadow clone technique. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. It was not a significant issue. The students took turns demonstrating their proficiency. When it was Naruto's turn, Irika noticed something peculiar about him, causing Naruto to feel quite irritated. In a moment of mischief, he executed the harem technique, which inherently included both the shadow clone and transformation techniques. This was not a misstep on his part. Having been bombarded with images of beautiful women, he transformed into captivating figures. Curious to see if his teachers could maintain their composure, all while avenging Irika's earlier scrutiny. As expected, both Mizuki and Irika were caught off guard by the alluring visions, resulting in an eruption of nosebleeds. The male students erupted in cheers, while the female students displayed a range of reactions. Some shyly averted their gaze, like Hinata. Others scolded Naruto for his shamelessness, like Sakura, and some covered their faces in embarrassment, like Ino. Seeing that Irika and Mizuki had managed to regain their composure, Naruto grinned and asked, "So, how did my transformation and shadow clone techniques fare? Did I pass?" Irika, his face flushed, nodded and replied, "The shadow clone and transformation techniques passed. Next is the substitution technique." No sooner had he spoken than Naruto raised his hand from his seat, declaring, "It seems my substitution technique has passed as well." In an instant, he transformed into a wooden log before Irika, who, along with Mizuki, failed to discern the moment Naruto executed the technique, thus allowing him to pass the exam. Irika tossed a forehead protector to Naruto, exclaiming, "Congratulations on becoming a genin." With a grin, Naruto caught the protector and said, "Congratulations to you too, Irika-sensei. You will no longer have to see this troublesome student of yours." Irika shot Naruto a glare, but said nothing. Deep down, he knew that Naruto was not responsible for his parents' deaths. It was the nine tails sealed within Naruto's body. Yet, he struggled to accept Naruto as his student. The remainder of the exam grew amusing, as Naruto's use of the harem technique inspired some mischievous classmates to follow suit. One particularly oblivious student transformed into his mother in the bath, nearly causing Irika and Mizuki to regurgitate their previous meals. Though they wished to disqualify this student, his transformation was technically sound, and they ultimately had to close their eyes and award him a ninja headband. After the exam concluded, Irika leaned against the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone. As Naruto and his friends prepared to leave, Irika suddenly called out, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I know I shouldn't harbor hatred towards you, but the death of my parents haunts me. I realize I should not blame you, yet I cannot help but feel this way." Before Irika could finish, Naruto interrupted. "That is all in the past. You need not apologize. Our paths may not cross again, so farewell." With that, Naruto departed with Shikamaru and the others, heading to their usual training ground. As Naruto gazed at Ino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and finally Sasuke, he stated, "Today, we graduated from the Ninja Academy. Tomorrow, we will be assigned to different teams, and opportunities to gather like this will diminish. I hope that regardless of which team you join, you all persist in your training. Even after mastering all ninjutsu, continue refining your physical techniques and chakra control. That is all I wish to say. Who is next?" Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at Naruto and said, "Why so formal? It's not like we won't see each other again." He sighed and added, "All right, let me say a few words. Since meeting Naruto, I found myself less lazy than before, so thank you, Naruto." The remaining five shared a few words before heading home, for among the seven, only Naruto and Sasuke were without parents. The others likely returned to homes prepared for celebratory feasts in honor of their graduation from the Ninja Academy. In the Hokage building, the leading jonin of each class had already received the list of students they would mentor. Kakashi Hatake would lead Team 7, consisting of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura Haruno. As for Team 8, it would be led by Kurenai Yuhi, mentoring Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Asuma Saratobi would take charge of Team 10, comprising Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Shoji Akimichi. Just like in the original series, the class assignments remained unchanged. The following day, the substitute teachers at the Ninja Academy announced the class assignments. Upon hearing the news, Naruto glanced at Sakura, perplexed as to why she was placed in their class. In the original story, Sakura shared bonds with both Sasuke and Naruto, which justified their placement together. However, now there seemed to be no connection between Sakura and Naruto, which left him confused about their class assignment. After all, Naruto and Sasuke trained together frequently, forming a strong bond. When Naruto saw Sasuke, he began to understand that Sakura was likely placed in their class to foster a connection with Sasuke. Whether or not Sakura could indeed form a bond with Sasuke appeared to be a matter of indifference to the third Hokage and the others. Regardless, Naruto decided not to dwell on it. If Sakura was to behave as she did in the original series, he wouldn't indulge her. As Naruto pondered these thoughts, the other Jonin had already taken their students away, leaving only the 3 members of Team 7, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Naruto found the situation rather ridiculous. After activating his Sharingan, he noticed Kakashi observing them from a distance. At that moment, Sakura, clinging to Sasuke's arm, exclaimed, "Sasuke, why hasn't TR Jonin arrived yet? This is taking too long." Sasuke merely cast a fleeting glance at Sakura, saying nothing, and closed his eyes. Since Sasuke had begun following Naruto's plan, he often appeared aloof. But in reality, he was refining his chakra. Only a few who trained with him were aware of this. The others mistakenly believed he was simply trying to look cool. Seeing Sasuke ignore her, Sakura turned her gaze to Naruto. However, upon noticing that he too had closed his eyes, she sighed and leaned against the desk, waiting quietly for their Jonin. Bored, Naruto decided to close his eyes and began refining his chakra as well. Kakashi, seeing the lack of interaction between the 3, shook his head in resignation. The girls attempted to engage with the 2 boys, but the boys had formed a tacit understanding that inadvertently excluded her. Such a class would be the most challenging to manage. Kakashi realized there was no need for further observation. No matter how long he watched, there would be no change. Lazily, he pushed open the classroom door and addressed the trio. "Well, how should I put this? My first impression of you all is quite unpleasant." Naruto nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Kakashi's words, recalling that in the original story, Kakashi had only said such things after being hit with a chalkboard eraser. Chapter 48. Self-introduction. However, now that he openly expressed these thoughts, it made Naruto want to laugh. Kakashi, aware that Naruto recognized him, feigned ignorance and said, "Follow me." Sasuke watched Kakashi's departing figure before looking at Naruto. With a grin, Naruto replied, "Let us go. He is actually quite skilled and would make a decent teacher for you." "Do you know him?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto smiled and exited the classroom. Meanwhile, Sakura approached Sasuke and remarked, "I doubt Naruto knows. He is just a student at the Ninja Academy. How could he possibly know a Jonin?" Sasuke merely cast a glance at Sakura and exited the classroom without a word. The trio soon arrived at the school's rooftop. Kakashi, still in his languid demeanor, asked, "So, what shall we do next?" "Oh right. First, self-introductions." Upon hearing this, Sakura tentatively asked, "What should we include in our self-introductions?" Kakashi shrugged and replied, "You can share what you like, what you dislike, your future dreams and interests. More or less." Sakura glanced at Naruto and then at Sasuke, finally turning back to Kakashi and suggesting, "How about you go first, teacher?" Kakashi pointed at himself. "Me? All right. I'm Kakashi Hitaki. I want to tell you what I like or dislike, and my interests are varied. That's about it." Sakura and Sasuke exchanged incredulous looks at Kakashi's response. Even Naruto, who was aware of the plot, found Kakashi's nonchalance absurd. Rolling his eyes, Naruto began, "Kakashi Hitaki. Graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 5, became a Genin at 6, Chunin at 12, and later a Jonin. He entered the Umbu, possesses a Sharingan, and has copied over 1,000 jutsu, earning him the title of Copy Ninja, also known as Konoha's top technician. He enjoys reading Makeout Paradise, dislikes tempura. And as for his dreams, I truly don't know." Kakashi's I twitched at Naruto's detailed introduction. "You know quite a lot, little brat. Now, it's your turn to introduce yourself. What is there to introduce? You all should know me. Less chatter. Just introduce yourself. I'm starting to dislike you, kid." "Humph. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, male, 12 years old, don't smoke or drink, have no bad habits, love being surrounded by beautiful women, dislike being manipulated. And as for my dreams, well, to have 10 or 8 beautiful wives. As soon as Naruto finished, Sakura, fearing he would lead Sasuke astray, immediately scolded him. Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you have so many wives? That's very irresponsible. With that, she swung her fist at Naruto's head. Caught off guard, Naruto was indeed hit by Sakura. However, he seemed unfazed while Sakura stood there, electrified and frozen. Kakashi, bemused, remarked, "Could you refrain from using your body enhancement technique for a moment? My apologies. I didn't know she would suddenly hit me." Naruto dispelled the lightning release body technique, allowing Sakura to slowly kneel on the ground. Kakashi shook his head at Sakura's smoking form. "Are you all right?" Sakura shivered, replying, "I'm fine. Do I look fine?" Naruto shrugged and quipped, "Who told you to act so rashly? Are we that close? Who told you to spout such nonsense? What if you lead Sasuke astray?" Naruto glanced at Sasuke. Does he need my influence to go astray? Even if he doesn't go bad, he must learn to. Both Sasuke and Kakashi stared at Naruto in astonishment, puzzled by his words. Sakura, incensed, prepared to strike Naruto again but hesitated, recalling the earlier shock. Instead, she extended her neck and shouted, "On what basis do you say Sasuke must learn to go astray? Why? Why?" Naruto regarded Sasuke. "You should introduce yourself first. After that, I'll speak." Sasuke glanced at Naruto, uncertain of his intentions, but nodded and began his introduction. "I am Sasuke Uchiha. I detest being interrupted during my training. Have no particular likes, and my dreams are not mere words. I am ambitious. I aim to restore the Uchiha clan and ultimately eliminate that man." As Sasuke finished, Sakura was left speechless, sensing the coldness and murderous intent in his tone. Kakashi scratched his head, muttering, "This is quite troublesome, a child filled with killing intent." Sakura disregarded Kakashi's muttering and turned to Naruto, saying, "Sasuke has finished his self-introduction. Can you explain why he has chosen to go down a dark path?" Naruto smirked and replied, "You don't seriously think that reviving the Uchiha clan means just becoming strong and making a name for yourself in the ninja world, do you? What else could it be?" Sasuke retorted. Naruto, exasperated, countered, "Your reasoning is rather juvenile. Have you forgotten the books I had you read in the Konoha library? Reviving the Uchiha clan requires a population. Currently, the Uchiha clan consists only of you and that man. To increase the Uchiha lineage, you either need to marry multiple wives and bear children or have that man do the same. Which option do you prefer?" Sasuke's lips twitched as he gazed at Naruto, his expression darkening, and he lost the desire to act cool. He couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in Naruto's words. Reviving the Uchiha clan indeed necessitated increasing its numbers. And with only himself and Itachi left, it was evident that increasing the population was essential for their revival. Sakura, upon hearing Naruto's explanation, felt a wave of dread wash over her. If she ended up with Sasuke, would she merely become a vessel for reproduction? The thought was terrifying. Kakashi, stifling laughter at Naruto's commentary, agreed. What Naruto says may hold some truth. Regardless of its accuracy, it is beneficial for Sasuke to release his murderous intent. By the way, you still haven't introduced yourself. Sakura, dejected, looked down and mechanically said, "As for what I like, or rather, the person I like, it's Sasuke. My dream is to become Sasuke's wife." Naruto burst into laughter, clapping Sasuke on the shoulder. "Congratulations. It seems you already have someone willing to bear your children." Sakura's anger flared, and she felt her head heating up. Kakashi, enjoying the commotion, inquired, "And what do you dislike?" Chapter 49. The two deceived Sakura glared at Naruto and shouted, "I dislike you, Naruto." Naruto rolled his eyes, replying, "I merely spoke the truth." Sakura continued to glare at him, her silence conveying her frustration. Sensing the moment had reached its peak, Kakashi decided to shift the conversation to serious matters. "Starting tomorrow, we will begin accepting missions, but before that, you will undergo a survival exercise." Sakura looked at Kakashi, puzzled. "Isn't it a mission? Why has it turned into a survival exercise?" "This survival exercise is entirely different from what you experienced in the Ninja Academy." Kakashi replied with a sinister smile that only grew more unsettling. Sakura, her lips twitching, remarked, "What is so funny about this, sensei?" Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. "I just imagined how startled you all will be, and that thought amuses me. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 will be recognized as genin, meaning 18 will be sent back to the academy. That implies a staggering 66% elimination rate. Both Sasuke and Sakura were genuinely taken aback by Kakashi's revelation. Realizing the high stakes involved, Kakashi laughed heartily. See? I told you it would be shocking. Sakura glanced at Naruto and then at Sasuke. Based on their training, she was confident they could easily pass the survival exercise, but she harbored doubts about her own capabilities. Sensei, didn't we already pass the Ninja Academy exams? Does that not qualify us as genin? The Academy exams merely assess your potential to become a ninja. They do not guarantee your status as genin, Kakashi clarified. Sakura felt disheartened. So that's how it is. Kakashi smiled. Well, I've said what needs to be said. See you at the training ground tomorrow. I will evaluate your competence. Remember to bring your ninja tools. We will meet at 5 in the morning. A friendly reminder, do not eat breakfast. With that, Kakashi jumped off the balcony. Sakura gasped and rushed to the edge to look down, but saw nothing. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke remained unfazed, with one casually shoving his hands in his pockets and walking away, while the other followed suit, imitating him. Left alone on the balcony, Sakura stood in a daze, unsure whether to call out to Naruto or Sasuke. The next day, before dawn, Sasuke and Sakura were already waiting at the training ground. Not seeing Naruto, Sasuke sensed something was amiss but chose not to comment, sitting cross-legged to refine his chakra. Sakura, anxious at Naruto's absence, asked Sasuke, why haven't Sensei and Naruto arrived yet? Sasuke, keeping his eyes closed, replied, if they haven't come, then wait. If you're bored, train, but please do not disturb me. Thank you. It was the first time Sasuke had spoken to Sakura so politely, leaving her feeling both elated and disheartened. While she was pleased that Sasuke was willing to speak kindly to her, it also indicated that he wished to maintain his distance. With a melancholic "oh," she sat down beside him. By around 9 o'clock, Naruto arrived at the training ground carrying 2 lunchboxes. Upon seeing him, Sakura exclaimed in frustration, Naruto, why are you so late? Sensei said to arrive at 5 o'clock. Are you aware that you're late? Naruto shrugged. I know I'm late. But isn't Sensei late too? Does that mean I am late? Sakura glared at him, unsure how to respond. It was clear they had been played by Kakashi, and Naruto had noticed but hadn't informed them. Sasuke also felt a twinge of irritation towards Naruto, since he had seen through the ruse. He wondered why Naruto hadn't spoken up sooner, forcing them to wait like fools. Naruto grinned and offered the breakfast he was holding to Sasuke and Sakura. Here, eat. Sakura hesitated, but Sensei said we shouldn't eat breakfast. Then don't eat. Sasuke, do you want some? Sasuke inquired, did you eat? Of course I did. Otherwise, where would I have gotten this breakfast for you? Sasuke nodded and accepted the breakfast from Naruto, beginning to eat. Seeing Sasuke eat, Sakura reluctantly took the breakfast as well and joined him. After they finished their meal, Kakashi still had not arrived. Sasuke turned to Naruto, asking, you know why Kakashi hasn't come, right? Naruto nodded, of course I know. Can you tell me why? I could, but it seems rather pointless. Just focus on your training. Naruto replied. Sasuke considered this and nodded. That makes sense. Thus, he decided not to press further and returned to refining his chakra. Meanwhile, Naruto summoned several shadow clones and began sparring to accumulate practical experience. In truth, Kakashi had arrived before Naruto but had chosen to observe his antics. He mused to himself. He really knows me well. If I had known, I would have shown up earlier to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Let's stick to the original plan. As the clock approached 11 and Kakashi still hadn't shown up, Sakura grew increasingly impatient, stating, Kakashi-sensei is taking too long. Naruto, after dismissing his clones, remarked, Kakashi-sensei must have been delayed by a cat. No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi appeared, extending a hand to greet Naruto and the others. The greeting lingered awkwardly in the air, as Naruto had already articulated the excuse he intended to offer. With a cheerful grin, Naruto directed his gaze at Kakashi, teasingly inquiring, are you striking a pose? Kakashi, feigning nonchalance, replied, good morning, everyone. I was delayed due to a black cat blocking my path. My apologies. Sakura, with a frown, retorted, your apology lacks sincerity. Seriously, let us not dwell on that. Following this, Kakashi produced an alarm clock, placing it atop a stone, and subsequently retrieved 2 bells. Chapter 50. Naruto's bell heist. Clearing his throat, Kakashi proclaimed, before noon, you must seize the bells from me. Those who fail to obtain a bell will forfeit their lunch and be tied to that post to watch me enjoy my meal. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in realization. No wonder we were denied breakfast. They were waiting for us here. Thankfully, Naruto brought breakfast. Otherwise, I would have surely faltered. Naruto, smiling, encouraged. Now you see my goodwill. Strive to seize the bells. Just as Naruto finished speaking, Sakura pointed at the bells in Kakashi's hand and exclaimed, Wait. Wait. Sensei. It seems you only have 2 bells, which means one of us will definitely miss lunch. Kakashi snapped his fingers and quipped, Clever. The one who misses lunch will be tied to the post, indicating a failed mission and consequently, a return to the Ninja Academy. In short, one of you will certainly return to school, so you must approach this task with the determination to defeat me and seize the bells. As a gentle reminder, feel free to use shurikens. Sakura, somewhat frightened, protested, Sensei, that's too dangerous. Kakashi shot her a sidelong glance and remarked, Do you truly perceive being a ninja as a mere game? Being a ninja is a profession where death is a constant companion. If you are not mentally prepared for that, it's not too late to withdraw. Sakura stood frozen, unsure of how to respond, while Kakashi continued with a grin. Are you ready? Let the game begin. 3, 2, 1, start. As Kakashi's countdown concluded, Sakura and Sasuke swiftly concealed themselves. Observing their adept hiding skills, Kakashi nodded approvingly. Well done. The fundamentals lie in concealing one's presence. However, he was taken aback to see Naruto standing there with his hands in his pockets. Kakashi's eyes twitched as he questioned, Are you planning to confront me head-on? Naruto nodded with a grin. I've been eager for a showdown. I wish to gauge my strength. Oh, you wish to test your limits against me? Kakashi mused, intrigued. Very well. Let us commence. Naruto, still with his hands in his pockets, cautioned, Be careful, Kakashi-sensei. With that, 5 chakra chains erupted from behind Naruto. He hesitated to unleash his full power, mindful of the fact that they were still in the hidden leaf and the 3rd Hokage was yet alive. He did not wish to jeopardize his years of training by becoming a rogue ninja over a momentary lapse in judgment. Kakashi, witnessing the emergence of the chakra chains, promptly utilized the body replacement technique. The chaos was palpable. As Naruto spotted the substitute log, he activated his Kagaya's Eye, quickly locating Kakashi, and sent the chakra chains after him. Kakashi, realizing the predicament, swiftly lifted his forehead protector, evading the chakra chains with acrobatic leaps, all the while attempting to close the distance to Naruto. Understanding Kakashi's intent, Naruto chuckled, You can still concede. If I catch you, your reputation as a teacher will be greatly tarnished. Kakashi sensed the challenge posed by Naruto, yet conceding would equally be an embarrassment. Consequently, he performed several backflips, employing the body flicker technique to distance himself by 10 meters before slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth style, earth wall. Naruto, grinning, remarked, Only you could create a wall of earth to block me. He shattered the earth wall with his chakra chains, but did not find Kakashi. Instead, his Kagaya's Eye detected Kakashi beneath the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto prepared to bind Kakashi with his chakra chains. Just as Kakashi aimed to grasp Naruto's ankle and execute the earth style, inner decapitation technique, Naruto's chakra chains ensnared Kakashi's hands, and he pulled with vigor. However, to Naruto's surprise, as he yanked Kakashi halfway out, Kakashi transformed into a puff of smoke. Recognizing the shadow clone technique, Naruto was about to activate his Kagaya's Eye when he suddenly heard Kakashi's voice from behind. Leaf body technique, 1,000 years of pain. Naruto recalled that Kakashi had previously used this technique against him in the original story. Kakashi's obsession with this move was amusing. Yet, Naruto was prepared, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he promptly performed the transformation technique. In a puff of smoke, he transformed into a beautiful woman clad in a swimsuit. Turning to Kakashi with a sultry gaze. Oh, you're so naughty. I like it. Kakashi, being a bachelor and having watched numerous romantic comedies, found himself flustered, his breath quickening and blood gushing from his nose, propelling him backward. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled as he used his chakra chains to flip Kakashi upside down. Once he returned to his original form, Naruto laughed. You truly are a lecherous old man. Kakashi, blushing, retorted, You fool. Who told you to perform such techniques in broad daylight? Naruto, still grinning, replied, What's wrong? Is this technique prohibited? You never expressly forbade it. And it seems I have acquired the bells. As he spoke, he used his chakra chains to retrieve the bells, clutching them triumphantly in his hand. Kakashi, witnessing Naruto's success, felt a pang of embarrassment and averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Naruto smiled, tossing both bells to Kakashi, stating, What I just used was the adamantine sealing technique, a form of sealing art. Now, I wish to test my taijutsu. Kakashi, catching the bells, looked at Naruto in astonishment, having not anticipated that Naruto was not finished yet. Chapter 51. A single punch to dismantle Kakashi. Given Naruto's current abilities, he could easily qualify as a Chunin or even a special Jonin. However, the fact that Naruto returned the bells to Kakashi left him perplexed. Holding the bells, Kakashi asked, "Are you certain you wish to challenge me in taijutsu?" "Absolutely," Naruto affirmed. Kakashi, grinning, responded, "Do not presume that merely training your body equates to proficiency in taijutsu. I can unequivocally state that body training and taijutsu are two distinct matters." Naruto nodded, maintaining eye contact with Kakashi. "I'm aware. I almost forgot. You should also know the 8 gates, right? Please explain the chakra flow to me. Are you certain you wish to learn?" "Indeed. Please enlighten me." After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi looked at Naruto and shared the method to unlock the first 6 gates of the 8 gates. Naruto feigned deep contemplation for a brief moment before directly opening the first gate, exclaiming, "Open." With a grin, he remarked to Kakashi, "This is quite simple." Kakashi responded, "Given your physical capabilities, it's quite normal for you to easily open the first gate." As soon as Kakashi's words faded, Naruto swiftly opened the remaining 5 gates. Kakashi was astonished to witness Naruto unlocking all 6 gates in one go, and he began to regret revealing the 8 gates technique to him. If Might Guy were to learn of this, the blow to his pride would be immeasurable. Guy trained tirelessly every day, and even he could only barely manage to open 6 gates. Yet, seeing Naruto's ease in doing so suggested a different story. In truth, Naruto could only effortlessly access 6 gates, while he could open the 7th gate. Doing so would lead to dire consequences after exiting the 8 gates, leaving him incapacitated. Naruto turned to Kakashi and said, "Let us see how my taijutsu measures up." With that, he executed the Bagua Dragon Step from the 8 Extremes Fist. Bolstered by chakra and the 6th gate, his speed was astonishing. Even Kakashi could barely discern how Naruto had arrived in front of him. Nevertheless, Kakashi's instincts kicked in, and he crossed his arms to block Naruto's incoming punch. While he managed to block it, the sheer force of Naruto's strike shattered Kakashi's arms. Surprised by the outcome, Naruto quickly dispelled his chakra and asked, "Are you alright?" Kakashi, with his arms hanging limply, retorted, "What do you think? Are you trying to kill me?" Seeing Kakashi's lighthearted banter, Naruto realized the situation wasn't dire and chuckled. "You did say that one must approach with the intent to kill if they wish to seize the bells. I am merely adhering to your exact words." As he spoke, Naruto approached Kakashi, realigning his bones and utilizing Healing Palm to mend Kakashi's injuries. Kakashi, astonished by the green glow emanating from Naruto's hands, exclaimed, "You've even mastered Healing Palm? What else would you expect?" Naruto replied, "You certainly surprise me. Sealing techniques, you've mastered the Diamond Lock. In taijutsu, you can open 6 gates, and in medical ninjutsu, you've learned Healing Palm. Your combat prowess is now on par with mine. All that remains is some practical experience." Naruto smiled and added, "I haven't even unleashed my ninjutsu yet." Kakashi squinted at him, chuckling, "Indeed, you have yet to deploy your ninjutsu. However, there's no need to. You've already garnered enough attention today." Taken aback momentarily, Naruto discerned the underlying message in Kakashi's words but chose not to dwell on it, focusing instead on treating Kakashi. Once he finished, he inquired, "Should we continue testing?" Kakashi glanced at the concealed positions of Sasuke and Sakura, nodding, "The time isn't up yet. We must continue. However, you may take a break." Naruto smiled, said nothing further, and picked up a bento, sitting down to eat leisurely. Kakashi observed Naruto devouring his meal and chuckled. "You truly have no reservations." Naruto replied, "What is there to be reserved about? After all, I've already disrupted your survival exercise today. Regardless of whether they manage to seize the bells, you should consider your assessment a success." Kakashi merely smiled, not uttering a word, and went to find Sasuke and Sakura. Within 2 minutes, Sakura was hoisted and placed before Naruto. Upon seeing her, Naruto realized she had fallen victim to a genjutsu and shook his head with a smile, continuing to eat his bento. Less than 2 minutes later, the sound of shurikens embedding into it reached his ears. Kakashi's substitution technique was indeed executed with great skill. In under 3 minutes, Sasuke was also restrained and thrown in front of Naruto. Just as the time concluded, the alarm clock Kakashi had set rang precisely at noon. Kakashi dispelled Sakura's genjutsu, and upon seeing Sasuke, she was about to speak excitedly. Kakashi interjected with a cold huff, "Regarding this exercise, Sakura, You performed the worst. Sasuke came in second, and Naruto, the best. According to my assessment, none of you are fit to be ninjas. His words left Sakura and Sasuke stunned. Kakashi continued to scrutinize them, stating, Sakura, throughout the exercise, you were solely focused on Sasuke, obsessively searching for him. Had this been a battlefield scenario, you would have been the first captured and the first to expose your comrade. Your frantic searching would only hasten Sasuke's exposure. Sakura, head bowed, understood the truth in Kakashi's words. She had indeed been fixated on Sasuke, fearing his disappearance. Kakashi then turned to Sasuke. While you performed slightly better than Sakura, it was only marginally so. I acknowledge that at your age, your taijutsu, ninjutsu, and shuriken techniques are exceptional among your peers. However, Kakashi paused, directing his gaze at Naruto. You all underestimate the role of a ninja. Perhaps you do not grasp why practical assessments are necessary even after class divisions. Kakashi noticed Naruto's calm demeanor and felt slightly irked. Sakura, anxiously looking at Kakashi, asked, why? Is there some hidden meaning? Kakashi chuckled softly. Indeed. The purpose of this assessment was never merely to seize the bells. You completely misinterpreted its true significance. True significance? They echoed. Yes. The real purpose of this assessment was to evaluate your teamwork. Sasuke and Sakura stared in astonishment at Kakashi, failing to anticipate that teamwork was the focus. Kakashi addressed Naruto. Among the three of you, Naruto possesses the strongest abilities, already rivaling that of AJ Nin. However, the two of you displayed no willingness to support him during his confrontation with me. I cannot discern whether this stems from a lack of understanding of Naruto or a lack of trust in one another. Had you tossed even a kunai or shuriken to assist Naruto, you would have passed this assessment. Alas, you have failed. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke lowered his head and admitted, you speak the truth. The reason for our failure lies with me. However, you also mentioned that Naruto possesses J-Nin level strength. I hope that should I return to the Ninja Academy, you will allow Naruto to pass. Kakashi was taken aback, surprised that the proud Uchiha would set aside his arrogance for Naruto's sake. Sakura, hearing Sasuke's words, interjected anxiously, no. Sasuke, I may not fully understand what it means to be a ninja, but I know how important it is for you. If anyone among us must return to the Ninja Academy, it cannot be you. Naruto, having achieved J-Nin level strength, has no reason to return. So I will be the one to go back. Tears streaming down her face, Sakura looked at Kakashi and declared, Kakashi-sensei, I voluntarily choose to return to the Ninja Academy. I hope you will allow Sasuke and Naruto to pass your assessment. Please. Both Kakashi and Naruto recognized the depth of Sakura's feelings for Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at Sakura but remained silent, fully aware that the disparity in their abilities was glaring. Naruto may possess J-Nin strength. Sasuke held the prowess of a Chunin, while Sakura had only recently graduated as a Genin, with barely any strength to speak of. Kakashi found himself somewhat troubled by the evident disparity in strength among the three students. Sakura could be considered a liability to Team 7. If she were to join Naruto and his companions, it would necessitate the allocation of someone to protect her, ultimately diminishing the team's overall effectiveness. However, Kakashi was also acutely aware that Naruto's prowess should remain concealed to prevent the higher-ups in the Hokage Tower from devising any nefarious schemes. With a heavy sigh, Kakashi's solemn expression led Sakura and Sasuke to mistakenly believe they had been eliminated. Yet, almost immediately, Kakashi's demeanor brightened as he beamed at the trio, proclaiming, Congratulations. You have passed. Sasuke and Sakura stared at Kakashi in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. We passed. Kakashi nodded with a smile, affirming, Indeed, you have passed. The previous ninjas assigned to me merely followed my commands. A true ninja must see through deception. In the world of ninjas, those who breach rules are scum. But those who disregard their comrades are even less than scum. Kakashi then led Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to the memorial stone, caressing its surface as he reminisced about comrades lost during missions, sharing tales of fallen ninjas to impart a lesson to Sasuke and Sakura. Do not presume that becoming a ninja is a remarkable achievement. Ninjas, too, may sacrifice themselves during missions. Once he had composed himself, Kakashi turned to Naruto and Sasuke and declared, The practical survival exercise concludes here. Team 7 has passed. We commence missions tomorrow. Tears of joy streamed down Sakura's face, though it was unclear whether they stemmed from her newfound status as a genuine ninja or the relief of not having to part from Sasuke. Even the stoic Uchiha Sasuke allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Naruto, however, remained unperturbed, while Kakashi regaled Sasuke and Sakura with tales. He had already devoured both lunchboxes. With a satisfied burp, he presented the empty containers to Kakashi, exclaiming, "Thank you for the meal." Kakashi's lips twitched in annoyance as he replied, "Did you consume both by yourself? What else could I do?" The luxurious seafood sushi was exquisite. Surely it cost at least 2,000 ryo for a box. Kakashi's face darkened as he retorted, "A box actually costs 2,300 ryo. Sakura, incensed, scolded, "Naruto, how could you eat everything? At least leave a box for Sasuke and me." Rubbing his stomach, Naruto lamented, "Oh, it was just too delicious. I couldn't help myself." "Don't worry about it. We'll just have Sasuke treat you to barbecue. I'm too busy." Sasuke scoffed, "I still need to train." Kakashi chuckled, "I must report the results of the survival exercise to Lord Hokage, so I, too, lack time for barbecue." With that, Kakashi and Sasuke departed together. Sakura glared at Naruto, suppressing the urge to punch him. Recalling the consequences of her previous outburst, she begrudgingly walked away, dejected. The following day, Sasuke and Sakura waited at the entrance of the Hokage building for Naruto and Kakashi. Kakashi had mentioned 7 o'clock, yet it was already 8:30, and neither had arrived. Sasuke remained calm, meditating to gather chakra, while Sakura grew increasingly impatient, grumbling about Naruto and Kakashi. Just as the clock approached 9, Naruto arrived, followed closely by Kakashi. Sakura, fuming, confronted them, "You two are so slow. Especially you, Kakashi-sensei. You said 7 o'clock, and now it's 9. Oh, come now. Don't be angry. I simply lost my way on the path of life. I arrived a tad late. Let us go and accept our mission." Kakashi's flimsy excuse was met with skepticism. Yet Sakura found herself powerless against him, as the other two team members were either training or equally tardy. Before long, Kakashi returned with a D-rank mission. Sasuke, eager for their first task, stood up, ceasing his meditation, ready to hear what Kakashi had to say. Naruto, already aware of the mission's nature, leaned against a tree, displaying no emotional response. Sakura, bubbling with excitement, rushed forward to inquire, "What is the mission, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi squinted with a smile, saying, "You will soon find out. Follow me." Sasuke and Sakura hurriedly kept pace with Kakashi, while Naruto ambled behind, hands in pockets. Chapter 53. Undertaking a D-rank mission. The quartet soon arrived at a field near the village. After conversing with the employer and clarifying the details of the task, Kakashi returned with the mission scroll in hand. "Do you see this? Today, your task is to weed." Naruto, having anticipated this, merely smiled without uttering a word. "What? Weeding? Nanny?" Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback, surprised that becoming ninjas would entail such menial work. Kakashi chuckled, waving the mission scroll, "You heard correctly. It is indeed weeding. You must complete the task before nightfall, or you will forfeit your reward." Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder, encouraging, "Come on. Most D-rank missions are like this." Seeing that Naruto had no objections to the weeding, Sasuke felt he had no choice but to follow suit. However, Sakura felt a pang of frustration. She had dressed up today, and now, with her companions in the field, she could hardly avoid joining them. Once in the field, Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, "Remember when I suggested you refine your chakra control?" Sasuke straightened up, curious about Naruto's intent. "What do you mean?" Naruto smiled, "Come here, let me demonstrate." Sasuke, puzzled, approached Naruto, eager to see what he had in mind. Sakura, intrigued, also moved closer, awaiting the demonstration. After refining your chakra control, not only can you conserve chakra while performing jutsu, but it also enhances the jutsu's potency. You can practice chakra refinement while undertaking tasks. It doesn't always require relentless training. With that, Naruto stepped forward, channeling chakra through his foot, causing it to spread to a blade of grass, which he then uprooted effortlessly, the entire root intact. This display astonished not only Sasuke and Sakura, but also Kakashi, who observed from a distance. They had not anticipated Naruto's chakra control to be this refined. Naruto smiled at Sasuke, imparting wisdom. Sometimes, rather than complaining about your circumstances, you should adapt to them. In life and death battles, the environment will vary. It won't always be favorable. Sasuke nodded in comprehension. "I understand. I know what to do now." Naruto grinned. "All right, I merely wanted to show you. You two need only clear this patch of weeds. Leave the rest to me." Sasuke glanced at the vast field, realizing it spanned several acres. Even with refined chakra, Naruto would require considerable time to finish alone. "Are you sure you can manage it by yourself?" Naruto nodded confidently. Don't worry. If it weren't for giving you both a chance to train, I could finish it all myself. With that, Naruto unleashed the multi-shadow clone technique, creating over 50 clones in an instant. Kakashi observed Naruto with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chakra is truly remarkable. Sasuke and Sakura also grasped Naruto's intention. Each selected a patch of land and emulated Naruto's method of using chakra to uproot weeds. With a smile, Naruto advised, "Your chakra control isn't refined enough to replicate my technique of using my feet. Begin by using your hands to pull the weeds." Understanding the task, Sasuke and Sakura bent down, shielding a blade of grass with their hands, and utilized chakra to extract it. In less than 2 hours, Naruto had cleared all the weeds, while Sasuke and Sakura had barely managed to remove 1/10 of theirs. Naruto chuckled but refrained from offering assistance, instead moving beside Kakashi. After glancing at Naruto, Kakashi remarked, "Your words carry significant wisdom. The battlefield environment may not always be favorable, and one must adapt." Naruto smiled in agreement, keeping his thoughts to himself, for his spirit was born from a bustling urban world where such motivational platitudes were commonplace. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, both Sasuke and Sakura exhausted their chakra and returned to Naruto's side to recover. Naruto turned to Kakashi and suggested, "Shall I complete the task? We can head back afterward." Kakashi nodded, stating, "The mission was assigned to you. The decision lies with you." With Kakashi's consent, Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura was eager to comply, not wishing to continue laboring in the dirt. Sasuke hesitated briefly before agreeing to let Naruto finish the task. Naruto summoned 2 shadow clones and completed the unfinished work in under 10 minutes. Kakashi took the mission slip to the employer for a signature, then returned to the Hokage Tower with Naruto and the others. Upon re-emerging, Kakashi held a stack of bills. For a task of this caliber, the remuneration typically ranged from 500 to 10,000 Ryo. This particular mission yielded 2,000 Ryo, from which I shall retain 40%, equating to 800 Ryo, leaving 1,200 Ryo to be shared among the 3 of you. After hearing the distribution plan, Naruto remarked, "So, we toiled all morning for a mere 400 Ryo, is that correct?" Kakashi nodded. "That is one way to view it, though the remuneration varies with each task. Perhaps the next weed-pulling mission will offer a higher reward, resulting in a more favorable distribution for you, while I will still claim my 40%. Understood. Is there anything else to convey?" "None. We continue tomorrow." Naruto merely nodded, but Sakura, with an indignant pout, exclaimed, "You two must not be late tomorrow." Both Naruto and Kakashi exchanged amused glances, opting for silence as they departed. The following day, Kakashi accepted another mission, this time collecting trash by the waterfall. Naruto instructed Sasuke and Sakura to practice their water-walking skills while gathering the refuse. The third day involved cat-catching, during which Naruto dispatched 50 shadow clones to swiftly capture the target. For the ensuing 6 months, they faced an array of mundane tasks, catching cats, weeding, and tilling the land. Even Naruto began to grow weary of the repetitive nature of these missions. Once again, Kakashi secured a mission, this time harvesting rice. In a fit of frustration, Naruto created 200 shadow clones and, armed with tools, accomplished the task in under half an hour. Observing this, Kakashi had no choice but to accept another mission. This time, the assignment involved cleaning a cattle pen. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a wry smile, but sent his clones once more, completing the task in less than an hour. Kakashi noticed Naruto's growing vexation and, feeling a bit awkward, accepted another mission after submitting the previous one. This task involved babysitting. Naruto was on the verge of tears from frustration. It felt absurd to impose such a task. Consequently, he handed the mission slip to Sasuke and Sakura, stating, "You two can handle this one. I refuse to participate." Sasuke and Sakura felt a touch of embarrassment, having completed 3 missions that morning solely on Naruto's behalf. Now, this babysitting task seemed like a deliberate attempt by Kakashi to make things difficult for Naruto. Unable to abandon their comrade, they reluctantly agreed to take on the challenge. Kakashi, with a sly grin, teased, "You little rascal. Let us see if you can still throw a tantrum. Do you truly believe ninjutsu can accomplish every task? Chakra is indeed something special." After saying this, he casually perched on a nearby branch, engrossed in a book. As for the children, they were, of course, under the care of Sasuke and Sakura. In truth, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had all misinterpreted Kakashi's intentions. The current missions were merely stepping stones to build their experience. Only after fulfilling a certain number of tasks could they undertake higher-level assignments. Had Naruto known that accumulating experience points was necessary to qualify for advanced missions, he would have insisted on accompanying Kakashi to select tasks from the mission board. Tasks such as weeding, transporting goods, and cleaning out cow dung were well within Naruto's capabilities to complete quickly. Thus, another month passed, and Sakura could no longer endure the monotony, insisting that Kakashi secure higher-ranking missions. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Kakashi with eager anticipation. Over the past 6 months, Kakashi had effectively tempered Naruto's temper. Observing their expressions, Kakashi chuckled. All right, I'll fetch you a mission outside the village. Sakura leaped with joy, pumping her fists and exclaiming, wonderful. Even Naruto and Sasuke felt a profound sense of relief, knowing that if they continued with low-level tasks, Naruto would merely dispatch a shadow clone in the future. Recognizing Naruto's burgeoning fatigue, Kakashi decided to abandon the low-level mission plan, concerned that Naruto might withdraw altogether. When Kakashi led Naruto and the others to accept a mission from an employer, Naruto's spirit plummeted. After all the fuss, the mission was once again linked to the bridge of the Land of Waves. However, this was not without merit. At least the scenario was familiar, and the execution would pose no significant challenge, merely an opportunity for a stroll beyond the village. Upon seeing Naruto and his companions, the employer expressed displeasure. Why are you all just kids? Can you truly protect me? Naruto recognized the drunkard's attempt to obscure the mission's true level. Despite his desire to explore, he could not allow such a man to speak disparagingly. Glancing at the inebriated old man, Naruto addressed Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen. We are here for a B-rank mission, correct? Sarutobi nodded, affirming, indeed, it is a B-rank mission. Is there a problem? I merely wish to inquire whether a B-rank mission would involve encounters with rogue ninjas. If we were to face such threats, would we be permitted to turn a blind eye? Sarutobi furrowed his brow at Naruto's inquiry, puzzled by the implications. Noticing the old man's peculiar expression, he began to grasp the underlying context. Thus, Sarutobi cooperatively replied, B-rank missions do not involve encounters with ninjas. You are certainly allowed to ignore any such threats. Naruto nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. After all, I am merely a child and would not engage in combat with ninjas. The old man trembled at the thought of Naruto's nonchalance regarding potential confrontations. Kakashi sensed the odd atmosphere and furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Sarutobi, who subtly shook his head, signaling that Kakashi need not intervene. Naruto, catching Sarutobi's cue from the corner of his eye, contemplated the situation, gradually piecing together the implications. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions have also taken a keen interest in the wealth of the Land of Waves and its wealthy figure, Kato. On the surface, they attract many to employ Kato, while secretly sending individuals to seize his riches. Realizing this, Naruto smirked. Since everyone coveted Kato's wealth, it would come down to who acted first. Ultimately, Dasna concealed the true level of the mission, remaining anxious throughout their journey. In fact, upon exiting the mission reception hall, everyone in Team 7 discerned that Dasna had hidden the mission's true rank, yet no one called him out on it. The 3 young members of Team 7 were keen to explore and were reluctant to engage in high-level missions any longer. Their supervising teacher, Kakashi, had also secretly received a mission and chose not to address the matter of the concealed mission rank. Once they left the village of Konoha, Naruto felt a sweetness in the air he breathed. After a day of travel, he activated his Kagaya's hard eyes, nearly exasperated by what he perceived. 2 Umbu were tailing him. Approaching Kakashi, Naruto whispered, "Are those 2 behind me coming for me, or are they here to supervise the mission?" Kakashi chuckled and replied, "Of course, they are here for you. Did you think that as a Jinchuriki, you could leave the village without protection? Huh, how ironic. I thought I was free." Upon hearing Naruto's mention of freedom, Kakashi glanced at him but said nothing. A Jinchuriki could never truly be free. Even his mentor, Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of the Hokage, had not enjoyed such liberty. In the initial days after leaving the village, Naruto and his companions were quite excited. Yet after a week, both Sasuke and Sakura seemed to have lost their previous vigor. Observing their demeanor, Naruto turned to Kakashi and said, "Don't you want to say something to them?" Kakashi smiled and replied, "You'll encounter various missions from now on. No amount of my words would compare to your first-hand experience. Haven't you been clamoring to undertake higher-ranked missions? Well, now you're experiencing it." Naruto shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm not complaining, merely expressing my distaste for these high-level missions. I just wanted a change of scenery outside the village. As for the nature of the tasks, I am indifferent. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, understanding Naruto's sentiments. But he also grasped some of Naruto's frustrations. Just as Kakashi intended to encourage Sasuke and Sakura, he sensed a faint chakra disturbance nearby. With a smirk, he decided not to continue his conversation with Naruto. Naruto had already sensed the two individuals using his Kagaya's heart eyes and glanced at Kakashi, who gestured for him to remain silent. Kakashi then looked at Dasna. Chapter 55, Forcing Sakura to Grow. Naruto understood Kakashi's implication, protect Dasna, while the two adversaries would be left for Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto wished to signal Sasuke, but was halted by Kakashi. Well, it seems this is another test for the newcomers. After all, they had been traveling for many days and were indeed fatigued. It would be beneficial to boost their spirits. However, neither Naruto nor Kakashi anticipated that Sakura would dash ahead, fixating on a puddle in the middle of the road. Even Sasuke readied himself with shuriken. Naruto chuckled and remarked to Kakashi, "It appears our Team 7 is quite exceptional." Kakashi replied with a grin, "Indeed, they are quite impressive. I thought they had become complacent." After saying this, Kakashi turned to Sakura and Sasuke. "Since you've discovered it, I leave it to you, Naruto, and I will provide support. You both have no objections, right?" Sasuke nodded and began forming hand seals. As Sasuke unleashed the great fireball technique, the puddle transformed into two individuals who swiftly dodged. Damn kids, the two ninjas, having turned into puddles, recognized that Kakashi and his team were not their match and aimed to swiftly eliminate Dasna. Thus, they strategically ignored Sasuke and Naruto, sprinting directly toward Dasna. Sasuke was not one to be outdone. He hurled a kunai, embedding the chain into a tree, and charged at the two ninjas alongside Sakura. Naruto smiled at Dasna and said, "Old man, if we didn't intervene, would those two ninjas have taken your life?" The old man trembled, about to speak, when Naruto interjected, "Considering he concealed the mission's rank, if we abandon this task, wouldn't it equate to completing a mission at that level?" Kakashi glanced at Dasna and shook his head. "That would merely be considered abandoning the mission, but we would still receive the reward." "Oh, I don't understand. He concealed the mission's rank first, so how can it not count as completing the mission?" Kakashi chuckled. "His concealment is his fault. But the fact remains that you did not complete the mission." "Well, I hadn't anticipated so many complications." Kakashi smiled and said, "You've only graduated for a little over 6 months. There's still much to learn. Take your time." The banter between Naruto and Kakashi left Dasna visibly shaken. Soon enough, Sasuke and Sakura managed to capture the two ninjas. Sasuke performed admirably, injuring one, while Sakura struggled slightly, needing Sasuke's assistance to subdue the other. Kakashi applauded, stating, "Sasuke, you were excellent. Sakura, though you fell short, you still did quite well." Sasuke huffed, turning away with a proud demeanor, his smirk revealing his satisfaction. Naruto noticed Sakura's discontent with Kakashi's assessment. With a smile, Naruto retrieved a kunai from his pouch and handed it to Sakura, saying, "Go and finish them off." Sakura stared at him in disbelief. "Do you realize what you're asking? This is murder." Naruto chuckled, tossing the kunai to Sasuke, "Kill one of them." Sasuke, without catching the kunai Naruto threw, instead drew one from his waist. With a swift motion, he redirected Naruto's kunai, plunging it into one ninja's neck, killing him instantly. Sakura watched in shock as Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Naruto addressed Sakura, "This isn't a game. Once outside the village, death is a constant possibility. Your mercy could endanger everyone. Go finish him." The calmness in Naruto's voice unsettled Sakura. Though he was not typically sunny, he had never seemed so ruthless. Sakura timidly looked to Kakashi for support, but he responded coolly, "Naruto is correct. If you cannot bring yourself to kill, you have no place in Team 7. I will request the Hokage to transfer you out." Sakura could hardly believe her ears. "You want me to kill?" Kakashi nodded firmly, implying that if she did not confront this reality, she would indeed be removed from the team. With trembling hands, Sakura drew a kunai, struggling to swallow her fear as she approached the ninja. Just as she was about to strike, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, "Stop." Sakura gripped her kunai tightly, eager to hear what Naruto had to say next. With a cheerful demeanor, Naruto addressed Kakashi, saying, "It seems you haven't interrogated him yet. He came after our employer. And if he is killed now, the evidence will vanish. What if he tries to wriggle out of this later?" Kakashi chuckled and turned to Dasna, asking, "Mr. Dasna, Are you still unwilling to speak the truth? Upon hearing Kakashi's question, Dazna's legs buckled, and he sat down, realizing that Naruto and his companions had already discerned that he had concealed the mission's true rank. After a moment of emotional adjustment, he began to lament his plight, eventually resorting to moral coercion. Naruto, with a twitch of his lips, looked at Dazna and remarked, "You can't afford to post a mission, yet you have money for drinks." Heh, our youth does not imply we are easily deceived. Sasuke and Sakura, initially moved by Dazna's words, felt a surge of sympathy for him. However, after hearing Naruto's comment, they snapped back to reality. Sakura fiercely declared, "How could you deceive us?" Kakashi smiled at Sakura and Sasuke, stating, "Now it's up to you to decide whether to continue the mission or abandon it. Rest assured, if you choose to forgo this task, it will not be recorded in your ninja files." Chapter 56. A strong enemy appears. Sasuke, furrowing his brows, turned to Naruto and said, "I mean, we should continue. What about you?" Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "I have no preference. Kakashi-sensei asks you both because he knows I am indifferent to this mission." Sasuke, still frowning, glanced at Kakashi, who nodded with a smile, explaining, "Naruto is simply tired of being cooped up in the village and wishes to explore. He has achieved his objective. So whether we proceed with the mission or return, he is fine either way." Understanding dawned on Sasuke, and he concluded, "Then let us continue the mission." Kakashi nodded approvingly, stating, "Continuing the mission is acceptable. However, Sakura must complete what she started." With a grim expression, Sakura looked at Kakashi and asked, "Do we really have to kill someone?" Kakashi replied, "What other choice do we have? This is a necessary hurdle." This time, Sakura acted with greater resolve than before, closing her eyes and plunging her kunai into the chest of the ninja. After pulling the weapon free, she lacked the courage to even look at him. Naruto shook his head with a smile, saying, "It's no big deal. It's just killing, after all. Easy for you to say. Have you ever killed anyone?" Sakura retorted. Naruto raised his hands in a shrug, admitting, "I've never killed anyone." Both Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise. Sakura, filled with fury, was about to lash out at him but hesitated, recalling Naruto's lightning release body technique, which made her cry in frustration. "You've never killed anyone. So how can you force me to do it? Just because I haven't killed doesn't mean I can't," just like Sasuke. It was his first time too, yet he managed to do it without a hitch. "That's the difference between you and us." Sakura looked at Sasuke, seemingly seeking confirmation of Naruto's claim. Sasuke nodded, saying, "It was also my first time killing. However, I was prepared for the possibility of killing or being killed. I believe Naruto is ready as well." Naruto nodded at Sakura and Sasuke, stating, "In truth, the moment I became a ninja, I had already mentally prepared myself." Sakura, having listened to their exchange, wiped her tears and resolved not to cry anymore. She understood the intentions of Naruto and Kakashi. Lowering her head, she said, "Let us go. I will adjust my mindset quickly." Kakashi and Sasuke nodded, ready to continue their journey. However, Naruto turned to Dazna, stating, "Originally, how much you paid for this mission was none of my concern, but because you referred to me as a brat in the mission hall and looked down on me, I have decided to increase your mission rank reward." Dazna, feeling regretful, pounded his head in frustration, realizing he had spoken too freely in the mission hall. "I can apologize, but I have no money." "No problem, you can owe it. When you have the funds, you can repay the village, and we can secure your mission commission from the village up front. This should be acceptable, right?" Kakashi pondered for a moment and nodded. "That works. However, this mission must at least be of a higher rank. If no more ninjas appear later, we can revert to the original rank." Those two ninjas were rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, and once they accepted the mission, they were committed to completing it. "I suspect this mission will ultimately escalate to a higher rank, perhaps even an S rank." Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "It seems we are in for quite a substantial reward this time." After saying this, he looked at Dazna, asking, "Have you made up your mind? Do you wish to continue hiring us?" Dazna sighed and nodded, declaring, "I am willing to increase the mission rank and will write an IOU." "Excellent. The mission continues." Kakashi chuckled, shaking his head as he followed Naruto onward. Dazna, relieved, finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Thus, they traveled for another 2 days and finally reached the seaside. Dazna informed Kakashi and the others, "We need to stealthily cross into the land of waves tonight." Under the cover of the thick fog, Kakashi smiled, saying, "You decide how we get to the land of waves. We will ensure your safety." Dazna, Noticing the amiable demeanor of Kakashi and his team, as long as payment was assured, arranged for a smuggling boat. After several hours, they finally arrived in the land of waves. After resting for a few hours, Naruto and his companions resumed their journey at dawn. However, not long after they set off, Naruto sensed an exceptionally powerful chakra through his enhanced sensory abilities. He looked at Kakashi and warned, "It seems we are in for a fierce battle." Kakashi's expression turned serious as he glanced at Naruto and inquired, "How many are there?" "Two. Both possessed the chakra of elite Jonin." This was troublesome. "It shouldn't be a problem. We'll each handle one, while Sasuke and the others protect Dasna," Kakashi concluded. Just as they walked another 5 minutes, Naruto was about to inform Kakashi that the enemy was approaching. However, to their surprise, Sasuke suddenly threw a shuriken. Quickly, he dashed forward to investigate. Upon discovering it was merely a rabbit, he smirked. "I might have been overly cautious." Naruto, however, shook his head with a smile, saying, "No, it's not that you were overly cautious. It's that someone dodged your shuriken. Typically, we use wooden dummies for substitution techniques, while the enemy used this rabbit." No sooner had Naruto finished speaking than Kakashi shouted, "Get down." Naruto, hearing the sound of a large blade spinning through the air, quickly assessed its trajectory. He crouched slightly, and as the blade approached, he seized the opportunity to catch it. His actions took everyone by surprise. The once cocky Zabuza Momochi, who intended to showcase his prowess by leaping onto the blade, was now forced to remain on the tree. "You've got some skills, kid," Zabuza exclaimed. Naruto grinned and remarked, "This blade should fetch a good price, right? I'll kill you." Perhaps Zabuza viewed his executioner's blade as his second life. Upon hearing Naruto's intention to sell it, he exploded with rage, exuding a murderous aura directed at Naruto. Though initially intimidated by Zabuza's killing intent, Naruto quickly regained his composure. "Your killing intent is strong. It might scare those without strength, but..." Before Naruto could finish, Kakashi urgently warned him, "Don't underestimate him. He is Zabuza Momochi, a formidable mist ninja." Zabuza narrowed his eyes at Kakashi, stating, "Copy Ninja Kakashi. No wonder the Ghost Brothers fell into your hands." Chapter 57. Confrontation with Zabuza. Sasuke and Sakura stood resolutely in front of Tazuna, protecting him. Zabuza Momochi smiled as he looked at Kakashi and Naruto, saying, "I have no intention of being your enemy. May I take the large blade and that old man?" After finishing his statement, Zabuza fixed his gaze intently on Naruto and Kakashi. Kakashi touched his forehead protector and asked Naruto, "Shall I go, or will you?" This was Kakashi inquiring who would be on guard against the unseen enemy. Naruto replied, looking at Zabuza, "The sword is in my hands. If you have the ability, take it back. If not, it belongs to me. An interesting little brat. I've killed at least 200 kids like you." After Zabuza uttered those words, he waved his hand, and mist began to rise all around. Naruto then saw Zabuza leap onto the surface of the river, employing the hidden mist technique, thickening the fog further. Naruto shook his head in silence, placing his right hand in a sword gesture over his chest and taking a deep breath. Wind release, great breakthrough. Indeed, Naruto utilized the great breakthrough to disperse the mist. Zabuza, standing on the water's surface, looked grave as he regarded Naruto. Kakashi, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, remarked, "Your wind release is rather exaggerated. With just a hand seal, you display such power. You truly are impressive." Naruto smiled but said nothing, instead focusing on Zabuza, standing atop the water. "Without the cover of the thick fog, your silent killing technique is rendered useless. What other skills do you possess?" Just as Naruto's words fell, there was movement on Sasuke's side. Another Zabuza, wielding a kunai, prepared to ambush Tazuna. Having absorbed Naruto's strategy, Sasuke, markedly improved, immediately sensed the danger, drew a kunai, and engaged in battle with Zabuza. Naruto chuckled, saying to Sasuke, "That is a water clone. Its strength surpasses yours. It's a perfect match for you." Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto's words, felt exhilarated. He lacked an opponent of suitable caliber. Although he often sparred with Naruto, Naruto's overwhelming strength left little room for Sasuke's growth, making this water clone a perfectly fitting adversary. Seeing that Naruto and Zabuza were already engaged, Kakashi moved to stand beside Tazuna, remaining vigilant against any unseen foes. Naruto looked at Zabuza and asked, "Are you not going to make a move? Little brat. Don't think that a large chakra reserve makes you impressive. I will show you what a true ninja is." With that, Zabuza, holding a kunai, charged towards Naruto. Naruto smiled slightly, drawing his own kunai, and they began to engage in close combat. To be fair, Zabuza's combat prowess was indeed formidable, and Naruto appeared somewhat flustered in his response. Zabuza's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. A flower in a greenhouse is merely superficial. Naruto understood the meaning behind Zabuza's words. Indeed, Zabuza spoke the truth. While Naruto's overall strength was significant, his lack of combat experience was a critical weakness, particularly in this life-and-death struggle, where this shortcoming was glaringly evident. Before long, Naruto found himself with several cuts from Zabuza's kunai. Though they were not fatal, they still stung. Naruto gritted his teeth, looking at Zabuza, and exclaimed, "So you think being a killer is impressive? Today, I will show you that even without having killed, you will still call me father." With that, Naruto sheathed his kunai and unleashed the adamantine sealing chains, 5 chakra chains slithering towards Zabuza like agile serpents. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and stated gravely, "Let us see if you remain so arrogant. Don't think that excelling in theory translates to exceptional strength. You still have a long way to go." Zabuza noticed the chakra chains behind Naruto and knew he was in trouble. Sure enough, the 5 chakra chains were relentless, forcing Zabuza to dodge left and right, struggling to fend them off. Ultimately, with no other options, Zabuza leapt back onto the water's surface and executed the classic water dragon jutsu with 44 hand seals. Seeing this iconic move, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, forming a Rasengan with one hand, which then transformed into a spiraling shuriken. Kakashi, witnessing the Rasengan, was taken aback and then realized it had evolved into a spiraling shuriken. Kakashi, with a serious expression, remarked, "The Rasengan has advanced." Naruto smiled slightly and declared, "The Rasengan's evolution, wind release, spiraling shuriken. You'd best step back and prepare your defenses. If you get hurt, don't blame me for not warning you." Just as Zabuza completed the 44 seals for the water dragon jutsu, Naruto hurled the spiraling shuriken. Upon seeing the chakra sphere coalescing in Naruto's hands, Zabuza frowned deeply, realizing that this was a significant threat. As the water dragon collided with the wind release spiraling shuriken, the water dragon jutsu failed almost instantaneously, being engulfed by the spiraling shuriken, which then surged toward Zabuza's previous location. When the spiraling shuriken struck the water's surface, it erupted in a tremendous explosion, rapidly expanding. At that moment, Zabuza had yet to escape the blast radius and was injured by the edges of the wind release spiraling shuriken, leaving his back a mangled mess. As Naruto was about to use the chakra chains to bind Zabuza, a masked figure suddenly leaped out, launching a sunbon that pierced Zabuza's neck. However, Naruto still managed to restrain Zabuza with the chakra chains, pulling him before him. The newcomer was Haku, Zabuza's ally. Seeing Naruto's actions, Haku, fearing Naruto, immediately killed Zabuza. Though his expression remained tense beneath the mask, he forced himself to appear calm, maintaining a hand seal in his sleeve, ready to freeze Zabuza at the slightest indication of movement from Naruto. Feigning an inspection, Naruto left a flying thunder god technique on the back of Zabuza's head. Unless Zabuza shaved his head, the mark would remain undetected. Without turning back, Naruto said, "The pursuit team of the mist. Haha, forget it. You might as well take him away." Understanding that the newcomer was Haku, Zabuza's ally, Naruto decided it was best to have Haku take Zabuza away for the sake of future plans. Chapter 58, reporting to Kakashi. Kakashi, worried that Naruto might have made an error in his assessment, stepped forward to check and found that Zabuza showed no signs of life. He too agreed to let Haku take Zabuza away. Haku hoisted Zabuza, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance." Naruto smiled and replied, "We will meet again." Haku, unsure of Naruto's meaning, hurriedly departed. Once Haku left, Kakashi looked at Naruto and asked, "What did you mean by that?" Naruto smiled and explained, "Do pursuit teams take entire corpses away?" After that, Naruto went to find Sasuke. Kakashi, realizing what Naruto was implying, angrily confronted him. "Since you know the pursuing ninja is Zabuza's accomplice, why let him go?" Naruto chuckled, "They can't defeat us anyway, so why not let him go? If they come back, we can just beat them again. It's no big deal." Kakashi glanced at Naruto with a hint of irritation and said, "Naruto." However, Naruto waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Don't worry, Zabuza is unlikely to return. He isn't foolish. Let's check on Sasuke's injuries." Kakashi sighed, realizing that further discussion was futile. Yet Naruto's attitude towards their adversaries troubled him greatly. Upon seeing the numerous wounds on Sasuke's arms and legs, and a deep gash on his back, Naruto swiftly employed his healing palm technique. How are you faring? Did you gain anything from this battle? Sasuke nodded with difficulty, stating, I have made significant gains. He then revealed his two-tomo Sharingan. Naruto, noticing the dual tomo in both eyes, smiled and said, not bad. Between life and death lies great terror. One cannot witness a rainbow without enduring a storm. Keep striving. Sasuke, slightly displeased, tucked away his Sharingan and retorted, stop lecturing me. Your injuries are hardly less than mine. Yes, Sasuke is the strongest. Is that satisfactory? Naruto replied with a smirk. Sasuke, in his usual prideful manner, turned his head aside, though the smile at the corner of his mouth was hard to conceal. Kakashi observed as Naruto healed Sasuke's wounds, and then turned to Naruto's own injuries, saying, you should treat your own wounds as well. You don't want to bleed to death. Naruto rolled his eyes and responded, healing my own injuries isn't that simple. He then closed his eyes, a faint chakra emanating from his body, and visibly, his wounds began to heal. In truth, Naruto had entered the spirit spring space using his mental energy, drawing some spirit spring water into his mouth and swallowing it, which facilitated his rapid recovery. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke watched in disbelief as Naruto's wounds visibly healed. Sakura pointed at Naruto's injuries and asked, how did you accomplish that? Naruto smiled and explained, from the moment we met, I stressed the importance of refining chakra. This is the result of refined chakra. The foundational requirement for performing medical ninjutsu is refined chakra. And I have refined mine to a remarkable degree. I can now unleash healing palm techniques from my entire body. Sasuke, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, remarked, you truly are quite the anomaly. To refine chakra to this extent is impressive. Kakashi was the most astonished, never imagining Naruto could refine chakra to such a degree, something even the legendary medical ninja Tsunade might struggle to achieve. Alright, don't look at me like I'm a monster. I simply have a greater volume of chakra and a stronger mental capacity, which allowed me to create numerous shadow clones to practice chakra refinement, Naruto explained. Kakashi and Sasuke nodded in understanding, particularly Sasuke, who had been urged by Naruto to refine his chakra but had not taken it seriously until now. With Naruto, as an example, Sasuke recognized the importance of chakra refinement. Kakashi understood the difficulty of achieving such refinement and acknowledged that creating so many shadow clones for chakra refinement was an extraordinary feat. Though Sakura understood the significance of chakra refinement, she had never pursued it. After Naruto's explanation, she resolved to focus on this aspect of her training. After another day of travel, they finally arrived at Tezuna's home. Upon their arrival, Naruto turned to Kakashi and said, you should take extra care regarding the bridge. Kakashi frowned and asked, what do you intend to do? Naruto smiled and replied, if the village is feasting, I wish to partake in some soup as well. Otherwise, what was the point of coming here? Kakashi, initially confused by Naruto's words, soon grasped the implication and stared at Naruto in disbelief. Don't act recklessly. If the village discovers you, it could spell danger. Fear not. I won't be doing it myself. Don't you recall Zabuza? Kakashi pointed at Naruto, astonished. You had this planned all along, didn't you? What else could it be? Rest assured, I will leave no trace. After saying this, Naruto activated his Kagayazai technique to locate two Umbu watching him. Adjusting his angle, he created a shadow clone, transforming his true form into Tezuna's daughter-in-law. This should be foolproof, he mused. Kakashi, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, remarked, you certainly have thought this through. Be cautious. Confidently, Naruto's shadow clone left Tezuna's house, heading straight to a nearby forest. Once the clone had diverted the Umbu's attention, Naruto departed from Tezuna's home and, finding a secluded spot, used the Flying Thunder God technique. When he reappeared, he stood before Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza drew a kunai and glared at Naruto, asking, Kid, how did you find us? Naruto shrugged, saying, put away your kunai. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. I saw through your little tricks at the time. Realizing he was no match for Naruto, Zabuza's face darkened as he asked, what do you want? What do I want? Quite simple. Take me to Kato. I wish to help him spend some of his wealth. Zabuza frowned and replied, you want me to betray my employer? That's impossible. I'm not asking you to betray him. You need only wait. Kato will surely come looking for you, and the rest is up to me, Naruto explained. Zabuza pondered, realizing that failure in his mission would inevitably lead Kato to confront him. Resigned, He lay back on the bed and said to Haku, "Fetch me some herbs. I'm injured and require treatment. I know nothing of other matters." Naruto chuckled and said, "That's more like it. You could let your little sidekick accompany me. He could easily gather some meat, which would yield more than your current task." Zabuza's eyes darted around, and after a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, I'm too injured. I'll faint and want to awaken for 10 days or so, and Haku has no money to buy me medicine." With that, Zabuza collapsed back onto the bed, closing his eyes. Naruto glanced at Haku with a smirk. "Isn't Zabuza known as the demon of the mist? What should I say about this?" Haku chuckled softly and said, "Mr. Zabuza is quite gentle at heart. I have no funds for medicine, so I asked this young man to assist me." Naruto smiled and said, "Let us go. Take me to Kato." "Of course, but how should I address you?" Haku inquired. "You can call me Naruto. I'm Haku." After walking for about half an hour, Haku said, "We are nearing Kato's villa. Should we prepare?" Naruto nodded. "Certainly. Preparations are essential for both of us." With that, he used the transformation jutsu to become a large, stout man. Patting his belly, Naruto looked at Haku and said, "If you wish to avoid trouble for Zabuza, you should transform quickly." "Understood, Naruto-kun." Haku replied, transforming into a muscular figure, following closely behind Naruto. With confidence, Naruto and Haku approached the villa's entrance, only to be stopped by guards. Without hesitation, Naruto drew a kunai and swiftly dispatched the guard. Haku, not to be outdone, also pulled out a kunai. The commotion at the entrance attracted the guard dog of the villa. Naruto swiftly threw a few shurikens, killing the dog. The dog's yelps summoned Kato's henchmen from within the villa, who, upon witnessing the demise of both the dog and the guards, rushed forward with knives drawn, intent on attacking Naruto and Bai. There exists a distinct disparity between ninjas and warriors, particularly with these nomadic samurai. In less than 10 minutes, Naruto and Bai had vanquished all the samurai. In truth, the warriors summoned by Kato were mostly ruffians, lacking any significant combat prowess. Utilizing his divine eye, Naruto quickly located Kato. He pressed a kunai against Kato's neck, stating, "I find myself in a tight spot financially. I wonder if Lord Kato could extend a sponsorship?" Kato chuckled, "If the esteemed ninja is in need of funds, you should have mentioned it sooner. How much do you require? Would 20 million suffice?" Upon hearing the sum, Naruto realized they were being underestimated. He reversed the grip on the kunai, plunging it into Kato's shoulder, declaring, "You truly think me a beggar? We demand 500 million each. Should you fall short by 1,000, I will sever a toe. By 10,000, I will take your foot. By 50,000, I will remove your hands and feet, leaving you a mere worm. And if it is 10 billion short, I shall end your life." Kato, sensing the gravity of the situation, shook his head with difficulty. "I do not possess such wealth. The total in the villa amounts to only 800 million. The rest is elsewhere." Naruto smirked. "Very well. Let us settle for the 800 million now, and you may retrieve the remainder later." Trembling, Kato nodded vigorously, agreed. Naruto and Bai escorted Kato to the safe where the funds were stored. Once Kato opened the safe, he took a step back and said, "This is all my money. If you spare my life, it is all yours." Naruto let out a cold laugh, recognizing Kato's true intentions. Once inside, Kato would promptly close the safe, leaving Naruto and Bai to perish from thirst or hunger, and the money would remain his. Did he truly think I am a fool? Initially, I considered sparing you. But now, before Naruto could finish, Kato fell to his knees, bowing his head. I was wrong. I promise I will not dare again. Take all the money. I will reveal another hiding place. Please spare my life." Naruto smiled. "Then tell me where this other hiding place is. If I find the money, your life will be saved. If not, well, you may as well await your demise. I swear I will not deceive you again. I have drawn a treasure map, and it is inside the safe. I will retrieve it now." Kato stood, preparing to enter the safe. Naruto utilized his shadow clone to follow closely. However, to his surprise, Kato had learned his lesson this time and produced a box containing a treasure map. After securing the map, Naruto remarked to Kato, "Congratulations, your life is spared." Thank you. Kato exclaimed, ready to bow again. Yet, Naruto swiftly incapacitated him with a strike. Turning to Bai, he said, "Go in and collect the funds. He claims there are 800 million. We shall split it, but the treasure will be mine." However, Bai shook his head. "We do not need that much. A few tens of millions will suffice." With that, Bai retrieved a large chest and began filling it with money. Once finished, Naruto chuckled. You have not even gathered 800 million, have you? I smiled and nodded. 76 million. This will be sufficient for me and Zabuza. If you have no further matters, I shall leave this to you. Naruto nodded and allowed Bai to depart. Once Bai was gone, Naruto wasted no time and filled his spiritual space with all the cash from the safe. Upon exiting, he tossed Kato back into the safe. I have stated I would not kill you, and I shall not. Your survival is now your own concern, he said, closing the safe behind him. He then examined the treasure map closely. Upon completion, he discovered that the treasure was not far from the land of waves, approximately 20 kilometers east in a valley. Armed with the precise location, Naruto employed the body flicker technique to depart from Kato's villa in search of treasure. Chapter 60. Revealing the night of the Uchiha massacre. Upon arriving at the valley, Naruto utilized his divine eye to quickly sense about 10 individuals guarding the treasure site. Not detecting any chakra fluctuations from the guards, he realized they were not ninjas. Remaining cautious, he left a flying thunder god mark before dispatching shadow clones to deal with the guards. Within 20 minutes, the clones returned with news that all guards had been dealt with, and the money was secured in the safe. Naruto arrived at the safe, only to find it required a password. After surveying the area, he pressed his hand against the safe door, contemplating utilizing his spiritual space to simply remove it. His first attempt was unsuccessful, so he had his shadow clone use a Rasengan to loosen the surroundings of the safe. On his second try, he easily removed the safe door. Inside the treasure vault, he discovered it was filled predominantly with gold and silver, with cash comprising only a small fraction. This is a fortune, he exclaimed, before entering a collecting frenzy. Once everything was gathered, he replaced the safe door, albeit a bit loosely, making it difficult for an ordinary person to open. After tidying up, Naruto used the flying thunder god to arrive near the home of Dazna. He created a shadow clone and quickly retracted it. Meanwhile, the clone at Dazna's home ventured to the market in the land of waves, while Naruto took the opportunity to disperse the clone and purchase some rice and oil before returning home. When Kakashi saw Naruto returning with supplies, he did not suspect that Naruto's true self had already come back, as it had only been 2 days since he left. Noticing that Sasuke and Sakura were absent, Naruto inquired, "Where are Sasuke and Sakura?" Kakashi lazily pointed towards the nearby woods. "They are training over there." Nodding, Naruto proceeded to find them. He spotted Sasuke's 2 shadow clones sparring, while the real Sasuke meditated to refine his chakra. Sakura was practicing chakra control nearby. Neither acknowledged Naruto's arrival, engrossed in their own pursuits. Approaching Sasuke, Naruto said, "Come with me. I have something to discuss." Just as Sasuke was about to respond, Sakura interjected. Her voice laced with anger. "Naruto, is there something you cannot say here? We are a team. What could possibly be so secretive?" Naruto shot a glance at Sakura before addressing Sasuke. "It's regarding your family's massacre. If you wish for her to know, I have no objections." Sasuke frowned, questioning. "You wish to speak of that man?" Naruto considered for a moment, then shook his head and nodded. "It is both true and not. The implications are vast. So you must decide for yourself. Can you elaborate on how vast?" Sasuke asked. "It involves the higher echelons of Konoha." Sasuke stared at Naruto in disbelief, the weight of Naruto's words igniting a flurry of thoughts in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke glanced at Sakura and said, "Naruto and I will be leaving for a while. It might be better if you remain uninformed about certain matters." Sakura cast a worried look at Sasuke and then at Naruto, sensing an unspoken rift between them. An unsettling intuition gripped her. If Naruto took Sasuke away now, it could lead to a future where Sasuke might abandon her. However, Sasuke's resolute demeanor left her with no choice but to lower her head in melancholy acceptance of their departure. As Naruto and Sasuke had barely taken a few steps, Kakashi suddenly emerged. After scrutinizing Naruto for a moment, he cautioned, if you reveal it to him now, he could be in danger. Naruto sighed helplessly. "If I don't speak up now, I fear that once we return to the village, I may never have the chance again. You know how closely we're monitored back home." Kakashi understood the precarious situation Naruto and Sasuke faced in Konoha. While there was surveillance outside the village, it maintained a certain distance. However, once they returned, the watchful eyes would be inescapable. With a sigh, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique and disappeared, tacitly allowing Naruto to disclose the Uchiha clan's tragic fate to Sasuke. Soon, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at the lakeshore. After using the Kagaya's heart eye to probe the area, Naruto began to explain the reasons behind the Uchiha clan's relocation from the village center. The the growing estrangement between them and the village, the true circumstances of Shirsue's death, and Itachi's massacre of their entire clan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's emotions became volatile, his Sharingan showing signs of evolving into the three-tomo state. Noticing this, Naruto placed a reassuring hand on Sasuke's shoulder, saying, "Anger will never resolve anything. What you need now is calmness. Conceal your emotions and clarify the situation before taking action." Sasuke took Naruto's words to heart, retracting the impending evolution of his Sharingan. Seeing Sasuke regain his composure, Naruto exhaled in relief, fearing Sasuke might succumb to darkness. Once Sasuke had steadied himself, he looked at Naruto and asked, "Are you implying that the Uchiha clan's annihilation was orchestrated by the higher-ups of the Hokage?" In a manner of speaking, Naruto replied. After the third Hokage's ascension, Konoha has targeted the Uchiha clan. Although the fourth Hokage attempted to mend relations, his tenure was too brief. The events of the Ninetales attack only exacerbated tensions. "Are you suggesting that the Uchiha clan manipulated the Ninetales during that night?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto shook his head, stating, "That's not my implication. It's the narrative the higher-ups propagated among the villagers." On that fateful night, the entire Uchiha clan was under the surveillance of Danzo's root, making it impossible for anyone to control the Ninetales. Moreover, only your father, Fugaku Uchiha, had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. The others lacked such prowess. Sasuke, still muddled, questioned, "You say my father awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, yet he was still killed? This doesn't add up." "That is because your father willingly faced death," Naruto explained. "Willingly faced death? Why would he do such a thing?" Naruto sighed and replied, "As the clan leader, your father desired the Uchiha to integrate into Konoha. However, the higher-ups' injustices, coupled with the clan's dissatisfaction, left him in a dire predicament. He was under immense pressure. Had he failed to suppress potential dissent, Konoha would have faced severe repercussions. When it became unsustainable, the higher-ups resolved to eliminate the Uchiha, selecting Itachi for the task. Your father, despite his heartache, faced Itachi with acceptance, willingly sacrificing himself." Sasuke's heart ached at this revelation. "Do they believe they can forsake everything for the village, leaving me to bear the hatred of our entire clan?" Naruto shook his head, saying, "You are mistaken. It was Itachi who placed the burden of the Uchiha's hatred upon you, not your parents." "What do you mean?" Sasuke asked. "This matter is rather complex. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolves from 1 tomo to 2 tomo, and then to 3 tomo. The Mangekyou Sharingan is a higher state. Previously, villagers were only aware of the 3 tomo Sharingan. Few knew of the Mangekyou. However, one crucial fact remains. Those who excessively rely on the Mangekyou's power will inevitably go blind." Sasuke was taken aback, astonished at the revelation of such a flaw within the Mangekyou Sharingan. "Do not be too shocked. Allow me to finish," Naruto urged. Sasuke nodded, signaling for him to continue. During the Warring States period, those who awakened the Mangekyou encountered similar fates. However, before Konoha was established, there existed an Uchiha with boundless ocular power, Madara Uchiha. His eyes evolved into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan because he transplanted his brother's Mangekyou Sharingan. Just before his brother's demise, he entrusted his eyes to him, hoping his brother could envision a brighter future. Sasuke, now even more astonished, stared at Naruto in disbelief. "Are you implying that the man left me behind because he understood the shortcomings of the Mangekyou, intending to take my eyes once mine evolved?" Naruto looked at Sasuke, exasperated. "If Itachi were to disregard family ties, do you truly believe he would harm you? Is it not possible that he wished to bestow his eyes upon you?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's emotions erupted, his chakra surging uncontrollably, and his 2 tomo Sharingan rapidly transformed into 3. With this revelation, everything became clear to him. Naruto, observing Sasuke's emotional outburst, sighed in resignation. "Calm down. What purpose does this rage serve?" Sasuke glared at Naruto fiercely. "What do you know? You understand nothing." Naruto, equally irked, replied, "Yes, I may know little, but one thing I am certain of is that regardless of the circumstances, one must maintain clarity of mind. Your impulsiveness and inability to control your emotions will only complicate matters further." Sasuke, still seething, retorted, "Who are you to lecture me? Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me now?" Naruto, facepalming, thought to himself how true the saying was, "When the weather clears and the rain stops, the fool feels empowered." I would relish the opportunity to teach you a lesson and clarify matters, but I find it unnecessary. You appear to be a puppet at the hands of others. It is of no concern to me. With that, Naruto employed the body flicker technique and vanished from the lakeshore. Sasuke, left in stunned silence, expected Naruto to confront him, but was taken aback when Naruto chose to leave instead. Why? Why avoid confrontation? Did he think he couldn't defeat me? Surely, that must be the case. Just as Sasuke was about to unleash his Uchiha wrath, Kakashi suddenly appeared before him. Sasuke gazed at Kakashi and remarked, "Are you here to lecture me as well?" Kakashi shook his head in response, saying, "How you choose to act is not my concern. I merely wish to convey that Naruto is not afraid of you. Rather, he is indifferent to you. From the very beginning, he sought to impart wisdom, yet you insisted on resorting to brute force. Throughout, Naruto has been your ally, aiming to enlighten you in order for you to form your own judgments. You may believe yourself strong now, but I can assure you, even with his hands in his pockets, you remain no match for him." With that, Kakashi disdainfully utilized his body flicker technique to depart. Once Kakashi had left, Sasuke gradually regained his composure, reflecting on Naruto's words from earlier that day. Upon deeper contemplation, Sasuke realized that Naruto intended to disclose everything to him, encouraging him to perceive matters with his own heart and eyes, rather than allowing the actions of others to cloud his judgment. Having come to this understanding, Sasuke retracted his Sharingan and silently returned to the home of Tazuna. Not seeing Naruto or Kakashi, he felt an unfamiliar sense of unease. It was the first time he had experienced such feelings. When Sasuke finally located Naruto, he found him sealing various items into a scroll. Sensing Sasuke's presence, Naruto tossed the sealing scroll to him without looking back, saying, "This contains everything I have regarding your Uchiha clan. I now entrust it all to you. From this point on, your affairs are no longer my concern." As Sasuke caught the scroll, he looked at Naruto's unyielding back, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. He longed to inquire about the origins of the items within the scroll, but judging by Naruto's demeanor, he feared he would not receive an answer. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Sasuke was overwhelmed by an indescribable sorrow. Since their first encounter, Naruto had devised various training plans for him, and the growth in his strength was evident. In Sasuke's eyes, Naruto was both mentor and friend. However, in a moment of impulsiveness, he understood that he had not only lost Naruto as a teacher, but also as a friend who had supported him unconditionally. Chapter 62. The reason for guidance and the village's perspective. Not long after Naruto departed, he encountered Kakashi. It was perfectly natural for him to find it difficult to accept the situation. Why should he concern himself with the minutiae? Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi and said, "Did you truly believe I was eager to guide Sasuke?" Kakashi looked at Naruto in surprise, having assumed that Naruto had ulterior motives for frequently training the second-generation heirs of various clans in Konoha. However, from Naruto's tone, it became clear that he was not particularly willing to mentor them. "Then why do you continue to train them?" Kakashi inquired. With a resigned sigh, Naruto reclined on the grass, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. "I am willing to train the Inoshikacho trio because I owe a favor to Nara Shikaku. I trained Hinata because she was the first to show me kindness. As for Sasuke, I agreed to mentor him out of obligation. To be precise, I was compensated for it." Kakashi, hearing about Shikaku, felt puzzled and asked, "What favor do you owe Shikaku?" Naruto glanced at Kakashi and replied, "Did you really think I could replicate the lightning release body technique solely through the shadow clone technique? I exchanged a ninjutsu useful to the Nara clan with Shikaku for the lightning release body technique. Initially, it was merely a fair trade. But then Shikaku offered me the lightning release chakra mode." Kakashi nodded, beginning to understand. If the lightning release body technique was a fair trade, then the lightning release chakra mode served as a means to encourage the Inoshikacho trio to strive for improvement. Kakashi refrained from inquiring further about who was guiding Sasuke. Recognizing that there were only a handful of Uchiha left, pursuing the topic would be imprudent. In truth, Naruto regretted revealing the situation to Sasuke too soon. His original plan had been to mutually call upon each other's chakra, hoping to attain the power of the universe together. However, he had not anticipated Sasuke's volatility. Nonetheless, Naruto did not harbor regrets, believing that with time, the desired outcome would eventually materialize. In the following days, Naruto ceased accompanying Sasuke and Sakura in their training. Sakura noticed the change but hesitated to ask, observing Sasuke diligently practicing nearby. She considered questioning Kakashi and Naruto about the matter, yet Kakashi merely smiled and shook his head, advising her to focus solely on her training. When she attempted to approach Naruto, he seemed to be avoiding her, even when they did cross paths. Discussing Sasuke's situation felt inappropriate. While the construction of the bridge was halfway complete, an Umbu operative sought out Kakashi, the details of their conversation remaining unknown. However, the next day, Kakashi approached Naruto, asking him to demonstrate the Kagura Shingon and remarked, "You were rather ruthless. You took all of Kato's wealth without leaving even a little behind." Naruto chuckled and replied, "Did you not grasp the meaning behind it?" "What do you mean?" Kakashi inquired. With a smile, Naruto clarified, "On the day I helped Sasuke claim his inheritance, I also sought someone else's legacy, namely, the fourth Hokage." Kakashi's eyes widened in realization as he comprehended Naruto's implication. "You mean the third Hokage intended to seize Kato's wealth and give it to you as the fourth's legacy? What other explanation is there?" Naruto stated, "As it stands, my visible strength is on par with the Chunin. Given my rate of growth, it won't be long before I reach the level of an elite Jonin. If they do not placate me soon, have you considered the possible consequences? Let us not forget I harbor the Nine Tails within me." Kakashi exhaled deeply, astonished by the third Hokage's intentions. Naruto coldly laughed, saying, "Did you truly believe the third would willingly hand over such immense wealth to me? Is that not the case?" Kakashi questioned. Shaking his head, Naruto replied, "You remain too naive. Do you not recall that I released the Nine Tails when I first entered the Ninja Academy? By now, they have likely deduced that I was the one who unleashed the beast, and they are terrified, hence their urgency to placate me. Now I understand." After a moment of reflection, Naruto added, "In truth, you should have realized this long ago. You simply weren't willing to consider it. Ever since I assisted Sasuke in reclaiming his inheritance, have you not noticed that the whispers calling me the demon fox have grown quieter? They must have recognized my unusual behavior at that time, prompting them to alter their approach." Kakashi shook his head, stating, "That may not be accurate. You were still young then, and they could easily control you. Controlling me is one thing, but controlling the Nine Tails is an entirely different matter. How could I have forgotten? They feared losing control over me, which is why I released the Nine Tails, correct? Then it follows that this is why I have remained in the village and have not returned to the riverside cabin," Naruto explained. Kakashi chuckled. "You've effectively leveraged the entire village's leverage. They have no choice but to yield." Upon hearing Naruto's comprehensive reasoning, Kakashi felt reassured about Naruto's future. He smiled, stood up, brushed off his pants, and turned to leave. 2 days later, during his usual sign-in, Naruto obtained an extraordinary treasure. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving Senjutsu Training Method. Elated by the revelation of the Senjutsu Training Method, Naruto nearly leapt with joy. However, as he was currently having breakfast surrounded by everyone, he restrained his excitement, deciding to discuss it after finishing his meal. Kakashi, sensing Naruto's enthusiasm, chose to ignore it and continued to eat with his head down. Once Naruto completed his breakfast, he promptly exited, seeking a secluded spot to inquire about the system specifics. Sasuke and Sakura watched Naruto's departing figure, one with a dimmed gaze, while the other appeared anxious. They are aware that even if they summon Naruto back, what difference would it make? Naruto arrived at a desolate, uninhabited place and inquired of the system, "Can I begin training in sage arts now?" The response was affirmative. However, it cautioned that upon completion of the training, all chakra within him would be transformed into sage chakra, and the host must exercise caution. Upon hearing this warning, Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. He realized that within him resided the Nine Tails, a formidable reservoir of chakra, should all his chakra be converted to sage chakra. The Nine Tails would inevitably be included in that transmutation, resulting in its demise. Furthermore, Naruto also possessed Ashura's chakra, and if that were to be transformed as well, Ashura would vanish too, drawing the attention of the Sage of Six Paths, Chapter 63. Negotiation with the Nine Tails if Naruto refrained from practicing sage arts. The Sage of Six Paths would likely remain oblivious to his existence. However, should he pursue sage arts and consume Ashura's chakra, it would undoubtedly attract the sage's scrutiny. If discovered to be an altered version of Naruto, the consequences could be dire. Resolving these thoughts, Naruto queried the system, "Can I extract Ashura's chakra from my body and transfer it to another?" The system replied that Ashura's chakra had been sealed within the host's mental space upon Naruto's replacement, alongside the Nine Tails. Did the Nine Tails not notice? He asked. The system reassured him of its efficacy in sealing. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto inquired, "So, if I were to practice sage arts, I must first release the Nine Tails?" The system replied that it was not a necessity. Shaking his head, Naruto insisted, I must separate the nine tails from my being. Otherwise, complications will arise. And I have others to contend with. The system advised him to make his own decision. I understand that I can choose. But I am grappling with a dilemma. If the nine tails is separated from me, will I not perish as well? The system assured him no. The reason a Jinchuriki dies upon the separation of a tailed beast is that their chakra is intertwined. When the tailed beast is removed, the chakra of the Jinchuriki is also extracted, leading to their demise. However, if you immediately begin training in sage arts upon the nine-tail separation, it will be entirely manageable. Understanding the course of action, Naruto resolved to learn sage arts at the very moment the nine tails was extracted. With everything in place, he could not let the nine tails' presence go to waste. Thus, he settled cross-legged into his mental space. The nine tails, noticing Naruto's arrival, raised an eyebrow and asked, What is it? I have two matters to discuss. First, I may be training in sage arts. The nine tails responded, What does your training in sage arts have to do with me? Naruto grinned mischievously. That leads me to my second point. Once I train in sage arts, all chakra within me will be converted. Initially, the nine tails was perplexed. But upon the completion of Naruto's statement, its eyes widened in realization. Are you implying that I too will be transformed into sage chakra? Naruto raised a finger, gesturing, No. No. I am referring to sage arts, not sage chakra. What I am practicing is pure human sage arts, which is entirely unrelated to chakra. You will merely be regarded as a form of energy within me, rapidly transformed. Hearing this, the nine tails felt a surge of trepidation. If Naruto's words were true, it would indeed be in peril. Naruto, sensing its fear, reassured, Do not worry. I will not begin my training in sage arts just yet. When the time comes, I will grant you your freedom. However, it's time for you to pay your rent. You've been residing within me for nearly 14 years. How much do you think is appropriate? The nine tails smirked ominously. Would I dare to pay rent if you would dare to accept it? Naruto chuckled. As long as you are not afraid of my training in sage arts, I am indifferent. The chakra of the nine tails was imbued with malice and resentment. If uncontrolled, it would undoubtedly seep into Naruto. Initially intending to intimidate Naruto, the nine tails realized that such tactics would be futile, especially as Naruto had turned the tables on it. With a resigned sigh, the nine tails sat upright and extended a fist, stating, Come, take it. Naruto, observing the nine tails' fist, smiled. Aren't you going to struggle a bit more? The nine tails replied, We are both aware of the situation. Why should I engage in futile resistance? Besides, as the reincarnation of Ashura, it is only fitting that you receive my chakra. Naruto shook his head. I am not Ashura. Ashura's chakra and soul were sealed when I assumed Naruto's form. Thus, I am now Naruto, and Naruto is me, but I am unequivocally not Ashura. What do you intend to do with Ashura? Naruto pondered for a moment before smiling. In a year's time, you will certainly understand my intentions. The nine tails nodded in agreement. Very well. As long as you do not harm Ashura, you may extract my chakra every 3 days. Is this a transaction? The nine tails asked. Think as you wish. After this exchange, Naruto bumped his fist against the nine tails. The moment their fists made contact, Naruto felt the overwhelming power of the nine tails chakra. He guided it, storing it near his heart, ensuring that as long as he lived, the nine tails chakra would not disperse. After absorbing the nine tails chakra, the creature appeared visibly diminished. Though its size remained unchanged, it was clear that it had lost considerable bulk. Naruto chuckled. Is this acceptable for you? The nine tails, with a hint of pride, retorted, I am a reservoir of chakra. I can replenish it in a day or two. Now leave. Naruto smiled and exited the mental space. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a radiant golden aura enveloping him and hastily retracted the nine tails chakra. He then activated his Kagaya's eye. Relieved to find no ANBU operatives in surveillance, he had narrowly avoided disaster. Had the ANBU witnessed him, it could have led to lethal consequences. In truth, the ANBU had departed after learning that Kato's wealth had been plundered. Having witnessed the might of the Jinchuriki, they understood that should anyone target him, they would be of little assistance. At most, they could report back to the village. But it was far more prudent to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen and have Kakashi monitor the situation. Sarutobi recognized that maintaining surveillance over Naruto had become redundant. Thus, he called back the ANBU assigned to Naruto and those dispatched to investigate Kato's affairs. 2 months later, the bridge in the Land of Waves was finally completed, and it was named the Naruto Bridge. This time, there were far fewer incidents. Hence it was referred to simply as the Bridge of the Land of Waves. During these 2 months, Naruto consistently extracted chakra from the Nine Tails every 3 days, amassing at least 20 units of young Nine Tails chakra within him. Kakashi, Sasuke, and the others could distinctly feel Naruto's significant increase in strength, sparking their curiosity as to how he had become so powerful despite his recent ordinary training. Chapter 64. Return to the village. Sakura, being the weakest among them, felt Naruto's newfound strength most acutely. Although he had previously exuded an aura of strength, it was never intimidating. Now, however, he emanated a palpable pressure, a dominance of the strong over the weak. Upon their return to the village, Kakashi briefed Sarutobi Hiruzen on the mission and its proceedings. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long been aware of the mission's developments and that they had encountered the formidable Zabuza Momochi. Consequently, he elevated the mission's rank and presented the reward to Kakashi. As he puffed on his pipe, he inquired of Kakashi, "Is Naruto now strong enough to be considered an elite jonin?" After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi replied, "Indeed, his strength could be likened to that of an elite jonin. But in terms of combat prowess, he falls just short of a special jonin." "Ah, is it due to his lack of practical experience?" Hiruzen asked. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Kakashi affirmed. Nodding thoughtfully, Hiruzen concluded, "Very well, you may take your leave." Once Kakashi departed, Hiruzen murmured to himself, "The new generation has finally begun to blossom. As long as we ensure a solid foundation, there should be no significant issues ahead." Kakashi subsequently distributed the rewards among Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. In the past, Naruto would have suggested that Sasuke treat them to a barbecue, but today, after receiving the reward, he said nothing and simply turned to leave. This left Sasuke waiting in vain for Naruto to extend the invitation, only to feel a sense of disappointment. With a scoff of disdain, Sasuke turned away as well. Sakura, noticing the increasingly tense atmosphere within Team 7, anxiously turned to Kakashi and asked, "What should we do?" Ever since Naruto and Sasuke spoke last, it seems they haven't exchanged a single word. Kakashi sighed, "I have no effective solutions. Naruto is a person of strong convictions, while Sasuke harbors deep-seated resentment. Each has their own perspectives. But Kakashi-sensei, I can clearly see that Sasuke wishes to mend things with Naruto. Yet Naruto offers no opportunity for that. Could you not speak with him?" Kakashi shook his head. "It would be futile. Naruto has grown disillusioned with Sasuke. No amount of discussion will yield any results." "Disillusioned? Is it regarding their training?" Sakura asked. Kakashi chuckled softly. "In a sense, yes. After all, mastering one's temperament is indeed a part of training." Sakura, frustrated, exclaimed, "How could Naruto act this way? Sasuke is not like him, a freak who progresses so rapidly in his training." Kakashi merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Some truths were perhaps better left unspoken for a common ninja like Sakura. After Kakashi's departure, a dejected Sakura sought out Ino. Coincidentally, Ino had also heard of Naruto's return from a mission and was on her way to find him. The two met halfway, where Sakura briefly recounted the events of their recent mission before delving into the discord between Sasuke and Naruto. Ino listened thoughtfully for a moment before shaking her head. "I advise you to stay out of it." "Why?" Sakura pressed. "Just trust me on this. Sasuke carries his own burdens of hatred, while Naruto bears his responsibilities. If Naruto is already disappointed in Sasuke, it means they have diverged on his separate paths. Even if you force them together, they will only grow to resent one another. But Sasuke still wants to reconcile with Naruto. What you call reconciliation is merely Sasuke's desire for Naruto to continue guiding his training. In reality, they have taken different paths, and you cannot impose your will upon them. Is that so? But if Team 7 continues like this, it will inevitably disband." Ino sighed, looking at Sakura. "Sakura, apart from the Ino Shikicho trio, all other teams will gradually dissolve. Especially after becoming Chunin, every ninja will have their own missions. It is quite common for other teams to requisition a Chunin from your group for tasks. You will never remain Genin, nor can you expect others to lead you." "Is that truly the case?" Ino nodded. "Of course. Once you become Chunin, you will possess the autonomy to choose your own missions. Upon completing a task, you will keep the entire reward. Currently, the rewards for your group's missions are divided, with 40 going to the supervising Jonin, leaving only 60 to be split among the three of you. How much do you really earn?" Sakura began to understand the implications, but the thought of separating from Sasuke and the others upon becoming Chunin left her feeling uneasy. Ino, aware of Sakura's inner turmoil, having once harbored feelings for Sasuke herself, realized that, in comparison to Naruto, Sasuke simply could not measure up. One was refined and knowledgeable, while the other was consumed by vengeance. Given the choice, she would prefer the former over the latter. Yet, seeing Sakura's current state, Ino felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder to prevent her from spiraling into despair. Sakura, deep down, you should realize that both Sasuke and Naruto have already attained Chunin-level strength. It would be best not to entertain any other notions. If you were to hinder their growth, Naruto may remain silent, but Sasuke would surely turn against you. Sakura was taken aback by Ino's sudden admonition. Yet she had indeed entertained such thoughts. After reflection, she recognized that it would be inappropriate to impede their ascension to Chunin status. I understand. I won T overstep. That's good to hear. Do you know where Naruto went? Sakura shook her head. No. After he received the mission reward, he left without a word. After speaking, Sakura wandered off in a daze, barely aware of how she was returning home. Although Ino noticed Sakura's discontent, she refrained from further comment, understanding that some matters required Sakura to reach her own conclusions. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's compound, Sasuke eagerly unsealed the scroll that Naruto had given him. Since receiving it during the mission in the Land of Waves, he had longed to open it. However, Sakura's constant presence and Kakashi's occasional appearances had deterred him from doing so. Now that he was back, Sasuke could hardly contain his anticipation. As he unwrapped the scroll, he was surprised to find an array of scrolls inside, along with a letter. Chapter 65. A reunion with Hinata. Sasuke opened the letter and, after reading it, was left with a mixture of emotions. Uchiha Sasuke, I never wished to engage in extensive communication with you, but I have been entrusted to look after you. Moreover, I have made a promise to another. If you seek me out, I shall offer you guidance. You have now awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan, which signifies your progress. However, I am not obligated to continually instruct you. Moreover, I can see that you do not desire my incessant admonitions. Therefore, I am entrusting you with all the fire release techniques of the Uchiha clan. Additionally, I offer you my final pieces of advice. Seek counsel from Kakashi. His combat prowess, instincts, and strategies are certainly on par with Itachi's. Furthermore, Kakashi possesses a unique lightning release technique that aligns well with your abilities. If you approach him, he will undoubtedly share his knowledge without reservation. This concludes my message. From this point forward, the Uchiha clan and I shall owe each other nothing. After finishing the letter, Sasuke set it aside and regarded the scrolls scattered on the floor. Most contained fire release techniques, with a few offering lightning and earth techniques, albeit in lesser quantities. Upon inspecting the scrolls, he noticed the Uchiha clan insignia, confirming their origin. He speculated on how they had ended up with Naruto. Either Itachi or his father, Fugaku, must have entrusted them to him. Only those two had any reason to ask Naruto to look after Sasuke. As for the transactions that were made, Sasuke no longer cared. For Naruto had fulfilled his promise. After incinerating the letter, Sasuke declared, from this moment forth, we owe each other nothing. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Kakashi and the others, Naruto sought out Hinata. In the Hidden Leaf Village, aside from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Hinata was the only one Naruto could converse with. When Naruto found Hinata, she was engaged in a cat-catching mission under the guidance of Kurenai Yuhi. Once Hinata and her team completed their task, Naruto approached Kurenai and Hinata, saying, Kurenai-senpai, after you submit the mission, would you care to join us for a meal? I have long wished to express my gratitude for your care, but have been unable to do so until now. I hope today presents an opportunity. Kurenai, upon seeing Naruto, smiled and shook her head. There is no need for thanks. Assisting you with your literacy was a command from Lord Third. Besides, I have already received your grilled fish as a token of gratitude. I shall submit the mission. You are all classmates of the same year, so you may go on your own. Kurenai was well aware that Naruto had come to find Hinata, and with the heirs of various clans striving to befriend him, she felt her presence might be somewhat intrusive. Moreover, she could discern from Naruto's gaze that he was indeed seeking Hinata. Naruto intended to invite Kurenai again, but upon seeing her gentle shake of the head, he understood that it was best not to press further. Very well. I shall wait for an opportunity to thank you properly, Kurenai-senpai. Kurenai smiled and said no more, proceeding to submit the mission. After she left, Kiba held his trembling dog, Akamaru, who was visibly frightened of Naruto. Akamaru, fear not. Naruto would never harm us, Kiba reassured. Akamaru let out a weak whimper and buried his head deeper into Kiba's embrace. Observing this, Kiba sighed. You saw it too, Naruto, Akamaru. I understand, Naruto nodded. Since he had released the seal on the Nine Tails, its aura was constantly leaking, which Akamaru, being a small dog, was particularly sensitive to. No worries. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. Kiba knew Naruto was merely being polite. He and Akamaru were inseparable, and with Naruto harboring the Nine Tails, it would be impossible for them to meet unless they left their pets behind. Nevertheless, some formalities needed to be observed. Indeed, we shall meet again when we can. Farewell, Kiba said, cradling Akamaru as they departed, fully aware of Akamaru's emotions and fearing he might be frightened. Naruto chuckled and shook his head, turning to Shino and Hinata. Come. Let us indulge in some grilled meat. I have completed a C-rank mission. Allow me to boast a little. Hinata blushed and giggled softly, nodding. Why yes, Naruto-kun. Noticing Hinata's bashful demeanor, Naruto felt a playful urge and extended his right hand towards her, saying, let us go. Hinata, upon seeing Naruto's outstretched hand, was overwhelmed with thoughts, her face turning crimson as if she were a ripe tomato. Seizing the moment before she fainted, Naruto teased, please don't faint. If you do, I might not dare to get close to you again. Hinata immediately stiffened at his words, mustering her resolve. I will try my best. I won't faint again. As she placed her hand in Naruto's, her face reddened further, and Naruto feared that a mere brush against her cheek might cause her to swoon. Shino, standing nearby, observed the scene for a while, glanced in the direction Kiba had left, and murmured, Kiba should have taken the dog food with him. Why do I feel so full? Naruto felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Shino's remark, having completely forgotten about him. I'm sorry, Shino. It's fine, I understand. You two are on a date. I shan't be a third wheel, Shino replied nonchalantly, his hands in his pockets as he walked away. Seeing Shino's carefree demeanor, Naruto chuckled and resumed teasing Hinata. Hand in hand, they made their way to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Along the way, Naruto wondered if Hinata could hear everything he was saying. She seemed to be mechanically following his lead. Once they arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Naruto, well aware of Hinata's appetite, ordered a substantial amount of grilled meat, effectively spending the entirety of his reward for the C-rank mission. After their meal, Naruto escorted Hinata back to the Hyuga clan's compound, waiting for her to leave before approaching a clan member stationed there. Please inform the Hyuga clan leader that Naruto has a few words to share with him. The Hyuga ninja frowned, pondered for a moment, then nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 66. After returning to the village, it wasn't long before Hayashi Hyuga arrived, maintaining his usual stern expression and piercing gaze. You sought me for something? Naruto nodded. I would like to speak in a secluded place. Hayashi furrowed his brow but ultimately agreed, following Naruto away. Once they reached an open area, Hayashi stated, Speak your mind here. There is no one within 100 meters. Naruto nodded. What I wish to discuss concerns the Byakugan of your clan. Hayashi frowned, regarding Naruto with suspicion, as matters concerning his clan were not for Naruto to meddle in. Nevertheless, he remained silent, allowing Naruto to continue. With a sigh, Naruto addressed Hayashi. Have you not noticed that your daughter, Hinata, has never had her fill within the Hyuga clan? Hayashi's expression darkened, and he activated his Byakugan, the veins on his temples bulging as he glared at Naruto. Are you accusing me of neglecting Hinata? Naruto shook his head. I am not suggesting you abuse Hinata. I merely wish to present some facts for your consideration. You want me to pay attention to whether my daughter is well fed? Is that it? Naruto sighed again. Hayashi, please. Do not rush to judgment. Let me finish. Hinata's eyes are purer than those of your other clan members, thus requiring more energy, which must be derived from the food she consumes. However, as you are aware, due to Hinata's nature, she does not dare to voice her hunger. Hayashi frowned at this, pondering for a moment before asking, then why did you not mention this before? Previously, Hinata often trained with us, and I made sure she had extra portions. Now that I have begun undertaking missions, I can no longer look after her. Furthermore, as her eyes are evolving, the energy she needs has increased, which is why I felt compelled to speak with you. Hayashi frowned at this. Evolving? Can the Byakugan evolve like the Sharingan? Naruto's lips twitched slightly as he regarded Hayashi. Surely, Hayashi, you cannot be unaware. A dojutsu that stands alongside the Uchiha clan must possess the potential to evolve. The ultimate form of the Byakugan is the Rinnegan. Its abilities post-evolution are not inferior to those of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Do you have any evidence to support these claims? Naruto longed to share the tale of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Himura with Hayashi, yet he lacked concrete proof. Even if he did, Hayashi might not believe it. Moreover, these matters were not suitable for discussion with Hayashi at this time. With a sigh, Naruto admitted, "I have no evidence. You may consider my words mere fabrication. Nonetheless, I implore you to pay closer attention to Hinata's diet." From Naruto's tone and demeanor, Hayashi could clearly sense that Naruto held unspoken concerns, and the information he provided, while unusual, was not without merit. Regarding Naruto's request, it posed no significant challenge. It merely entailed ensuring that Hinata was well fed, a trivial matter indeed. Understood. Is there anything else to discuss? No. Upon hearing Naruto's silence, Hisashi did not exchange pleasantries, but promptly turned to depart. He had genuinely taken Naruto's words to heart, intending to thoroughly examine the Hyuga clan's records upon his return. Thus, Naruto meandered through the village for 3 days, during which no missions were assigned, granting him and his companions a brief respite. However, on the 4th day, Kakashi resumed assigning them missions. Sasuke had completely lost interest in the tasks, yet he was uncertain how to refuse Kakashi's requests. He recalled some of Naruto's suggestions and sought an opportune moment to consult Kakashi. Naruto, too, had grown disinterested in these missions and had expressed his desire to refrain from accepting such assignments. Nevertheless, Kakashi replied, "Certain missions are imperative. Your refusal does not exempt you from their necessity." Naruto discerned the underlying implications in Kakashi's words, suspecting that Hiruzen Sarutobi had noticed the tensions between him and Sasuke, and thus encouraged Kakashi to take on several missions to foster their bonds. Sakura's perspective was less convoluted. As long as she could be near Sasuke, she was content to undertake missions. Perhaps this opportunity to leave the village for a task would illuminate the harsh realities of being a ninja for her. Hence, she found joy in these assignments. Given Sakura's background and upbringing, her attitude was quite natural. After all, she had supportive parents in the presence of someone she cherished. Alongside the prospect of earning money from these missions, what more could one desire? For half a month, Kakashi consistently led them through various missions. On this particular day, as Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were returning home after completing a task, fate intervened, and they encountered Konohamaru, who had collided with Kankuro of the Sand Village. The trio witnessed Kankuro gripping Konohamaru's collar, lifting him off the ground. Sasuke and Sakura were immediately averse to Kankuro's bullying. Sasuke kicked a pebble towards Kankuro, striking his hand, prompting him to release Konohamaru. "Who dares disrupt my affairs?" Kankuro exclaimed, glancing up to see Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. "You insolent brats, do you dare defy me?" Just as Sasuke was about to retort, Naruto cleared his throat and interjected, "Surely, the grandchild of the 3rd Hokage has Umbu protection. Do you need to meddle?" With that, Naruto turned and walked away. Sasuke, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words, understood that he was being admonished for his interference. With a huff, he shoved his hands into his pockets and prepared to leave. However, Kankuro persisted, seeking trouble with Sasuke and Naruto. "You little brats are quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you think so little of me?" Kankuro was about to provoke them further, but Naruto exhibited no inclination to engage. He raised his right hand, swiftly gathering chakra into a Rasengan. "Should you wish to fight, I would not hesitate to engage in a deadly duel." With unwavering intensity, Naruto fixed his gaze on Kankuro, prepared to act should Kankuro utter a single word of challenge. Kankuro, recognizing the formidable Rasengan forming in Naruto's hand, understood that he was not a worthy opponent. Even Temari positioned herself defensively, ready for any sudden confrontation. Kankuro, too, realized from the sheer power of Naruto's Rasengan that he would not stand a chance. As Naruto and Kankuro faced off, a mound of sand gradually coalesced between them, forming a figure bearing a large gourd on its back. Upon seeing the sand, Naruto recognized that Gaara was about to make his entrance. Gaara, with his distinctive panda-like eyes and an aura of menace, fixed his gaze on Naruto and declared, "You are strong. Killing you would suffice. I think the same. I hope to encounter you during the Chunin exams." After speaking, Gaara turned to Kankuro and said, "Let us go." Kankuro attempted to deliver a parting threat, but Temari restrained him with a subtle shake of her head. Once Gaara and his companions had distanced themselves, Temari inquired, "Was that blonde boy truly strong?" "Very strong. He could easily kill you. Kankuro, should you provoke him further, I shall be the first to eliminate you." "Gaara, please allow me to explain." They silence. "Otherwise, I will kill you." After Gaara's group departed, Sakura timidly asked Naruto, "They surely aren't from our village, are they? What brings them here?" Sasuke, too, regarded Naruto with curiosity, awaiting his response. Naruto observed the retreating figures of Gaara and his companions and explained, "Did I not mention? The Chunin exams occur periodically, wherein the 5 great shinobi villages convene to showcase their strength. You should have learned about this in the Jonin Academy. I hope you haven't forgotten." Sakura nodded in understanding. "I see. So, does that mean we will also participate in this Chunin exam?" Naruto shook his head. "That is uncertain. Participation in the Chunin exams requires the recommendation of a supervising Jonin. If Kakashi endorses us, we may partake in the exams." As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi leaped into view. "It seems you are already aware," Naruto inquired. "So you are recommending us for the Chunin exams? It appears nothing escapes your notice." "Indeed. I have recommended you for the Chunin exams. Here is the application." Kakashi produced 3 sheets of paper, inscribed with the recommendation, requiring their names and personal details. Naruto turned to Sasuke and Sakura. "Have you decided whether to participate in this Chunin exam? I must forewarn you, such exams often lead to fatalities." Sasuke frowned at Naruto's question but remained silent. While he did not comprehend Naruto's motives for asking, he was reluctant to relent. Conversely, Sakura, without hesitation, queried, "Naruto, what do you mean? Do you not wish to participate in the Chunin exam?" "I am indifferent. Even if I remain a genin for eternity, I bear no objections. It primarily hinges on your decisions." "What do you mean? Must we partner up to participate?" "You could say so. Typically, Jonin recommend teams for the Chunin exams. And if any one of us declines, the entire team's eligibility is revoked." Sasuke and Sakura exchanged enlightened glances, realizing the implications. "I understand now." Sakura glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, and declared, "Let us participate. I am aware that my abilities may be lacking, but I do not wish to hinder you." Naruto nodded in affirmation, looking towards Sasuke. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke stated, "Will we face off against others?" "Indeed, and there may be casualties." Sasuke regarded Sakura and concluded, "Then let us participate." With that, Sasuke took an application form from Kakashi, and Sakura, though somewhat disheartened, followed suit. "Since you all consent to participate in the Chunin exams, I shall refrain from further commentary. A little adventure is certainly welcome." With that, Naruto accepted the final application form. Kakashi, seeing that all 3 had taken their forms, nodded. "In 5 days, bring the application forms to classroom 301 at the Ninja Academy to register." After Kakashi finished speaking, he utilized the body flicker technique and vanished. Naruto cast his gaze downward at the application form and remarked, "Sakura, your decision to participate in this Chunin exam seems somewhat forced. Nevertheless, since you have made up your mind, we shall meet 5 days hence." With that, Naruto tucked the application form into his jacket and turned to leave. Sasuke opened his mouth, intending to inquire about any additional considerations for the combined Chunin exam, but upon seeing Naruto's hasty departure, he merely scoffed and followed suit. Sakura observed the 2 departing figures, acutely aware that even if the 3 of them failed to become Chunin, Team 7 would soon disband. Shortly after their separation, they were ambushed. Naruto furrowed his brow upon recognizing the attackers, whose strength was on par with Sasuke's. Just as Naruto was prepared to retaliate, Kakashi suddenly intervened, exclaiming, "Stop!" In truth, Naruto had already activated his Kageyazai during the ambush and had sensed Kakashi's presence. Uncertain whether this was a test from Sarutobi Hiruzen or for some other reason, he engaged with his assailants. Had Kakashi delayed his intervention by even a second, Naruto's Rasengan would undoubtedly have struck the attacker squarely in the chest. Maintaining his Rasengan, Naruto awaited Kakashi's explanation. Kakashi sighed and said, "Irika, I have informed you before. They are my subordinates, and I am fully aware of their capabilities. There was no need for you to test them. Had I arrived even a moment later, you would have certainly perished." From Kakashi's words, Naruto discerned that the person before him was Irika, and he subsequently dissipated the Rasengan, standing upright to address Irika. "Why conduct such a test?" Once Irika dispelled his transformation technique, he sheepishly replied, "I was somewhat concerned about this year's graduates. After all, you have only recently graduated and are now to partake in such an examination. I was genuinely apprehensive, which is why Lord Third Hokage permitted me to conduct this test." Naruto rolled his eyes at Irika, hands shoved into his pockets, and remarked, "Boring." With that, he departed. After Naruto's exit, Irika turned to Kakashi and inquired, What has caused such a drastic change in Naruto's demeanor? He was once quite cheerful and optimistic. Now he seems imbued with an air of detachment. Kakashi glanced at Iruka and shook his head. I do not know. In truth, Kakashi understood perfectly well that Naruto's previous cheerfulness was merely a facade. Now that he had gained strength, he no longer felt the need to pretend. 5 days later, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura reconvened at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Naruto regarded Sakura and said, "It is not too late to have regrets." After submitting the application, the stakes of life and death become uncertain. Chapter 68, Rock Lee. Sakura glanced at Sasuke and then at Naruto, saying, "Perhaps this will be the last time we fight side by side. I do not wish to miss it." Being a girl, Sakura's thoughts were more nuanced, and she likely sensed the growing distance between the three. As Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, they shared a silent understanding before proceeding into the academy. Sakura, feeling despondent, trailed behind them. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered two individuals blocking the classroom entrance, preventing applicants from registering. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously grimaced, showing no interest in the duo's antics, and continued walking forward. However, one of the gatekeepers shouted, "Hey, you two brats! Did we not tell you? You are not allowed to enter here. If you dare to move forward, do not blame me for being unfriendly." Completely disregarding the gatekeepers, Naruto and Sasuke strolled confidently onward. If not for their differing appearances and hair colors, one might easily mistake them for twins sharing a psychic bond. Naruto had long noticed this, realizing Sasuke had developed a habit of mirroring his gestures and expressions, leading to their frequent synchronicity. Sakura, unsure of Naruto and Sasuke's thoughts, kept closely behind them. The gatekeepers, one being Kamizuki Chuyun and the other Gongzi Tai, were determined to teach the two a lesson due to their brazen demeanor. Kamizuki swung his fist at Naruto, while Gongzi targeted Sasuke. To everyone's astonishment, Naruto and Sasuke did not evade the strikes and took the punches head-on. Even more surprising was that they remained unscathed, while Kamizuki and Gongzi froze in place, as if electrocuted. Just as Naruto was about to dissipate the lightning release body technique, a figure clad in a green jumpsuit with a bowl haircut and thick black eyebrows burst forth, swiftly disarming Kamizuki and Gongzi. Recognizing the newcomer as Might Guy's disciple, Rock Lee, Naruto felt no apprehension, having a general understanding of the character. Sasuke, however, remained wary, having not sensed the sudden arrival and the swift rescue. Before Sasuke could speak, Lee's two companions, Tenten and Neji, approached. Neji regarded Sasuke and inquired, "Are you the top graduate of this class?" "Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke, suppressing his anger and glancing at Naruto, asked, "And you are?" "Neji. Hyuga Neji, the top graduate of last year," he replied. "Humph. Top graduate? Merely a joke," Sasuke retorted before turning to ascend to the third floor. Naruto observed Neji for a moment, recalling the theme song Blue Bird from Naruto, which seemed to resonate with Neji's situation as a caged bird. Perhaps Naruto's gaze caused Neji discomfort. "You must be Naruto. Keep your distance from Hinata. She is not someone you can approach." Naruto found Neji's words rather absurd, perceiving him as an overly protective brother, albeit with a rather peculiar approach. Rolling his eyes, Naruto said nothing and utilized the body flicker technique to find Sasuke. Sakura sighed in resignation, hastily following suit. Neji, annoyed by Naruto's demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Just as Neji was brooding, Lee grasped Neji's shoulders and exclaimed, "What did you just call him?" "Naruto?" Tenten, observing Lee's excitement, interjected, "So what if his name is Naruto? Why are you so worked up? You do not understand. He is the taijutsu prodigy that Gai-sensei often mentions. Gai-sensei always says Naruto is a genius in taijutsu. I must seek him out," Lee declared, racing off in pursuit of Naruto and Sasuke. Neji and Tenten exchanged glances, concerned about Lee's impulsiveness, and hurriedly followed after him. As Naruto and his companions reached the second-floor hall, Lee caught up, calling out, "Wait." Upon seeing Lee approach, Naruto turned to Sasuke, recalling that in the original story, Lee challenged Sasuke. However, to Naruto's surprise, Lee was there to seek him out. "Gai-sensei said you are the taijutsu genius of Konoha. The greatest regret is not having you as a disciple. Today, I challenge you to prove to Gai-sensei that my taijutsu is no less than yours, Uzumaki Naruto." Hearing Lee's declaration, Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, but not having become Gai-sensei's disciple does not diminish the truth that whether mastering taijutsu or ninjutsu, what matters is becoming a formidable ninja, regardless of classification." Are you dismissing Gai-sensei? Not at all. Akai-sensei is an exceptionally formidable ninja whom I have always admired. Given this, you should undoubtedly accept my challenge, declared Xiao Li as he assumed a standard horse stance, one hand behind his back and the other extended forward, inviting a duel. Naruto observed Xiao Li's fervor with a sense of contemplation. He was uncertain whether he should engage in a battle with Xiao Li. It was undeniable that Xiao Li was a tenacious genius, and defeating him through taijutsu could potentially undermine his confidence. Conversely, if Naruto were to triumph without employing taijutsu, it would fail to validate Might Guy's discernment. As Naruto wrestled with his thoughts, Xiao Li charged forward. Just as Naruto prepared to block, Sasuke interposed himself in front of Naruto. Frowning, Naruto admonished Sasuke, "You are no match for him." Angrily, Sasuke retorted, "Silence. I acknowledge your strength, but you cannot dismiss my abilities." Seeing Sasuke's ire, Naruto turned and said, "If you both wish to fight, then go ahead. I shall register." With that, he departed. At that moment, Neji and Tenten caught up. "Xiao Li, do not act rashly. Now is not the time for a duel." However, Xiao Li disregarded Tenten and Neji, continuing his confrontation with Sasuke. Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's inability to defend himself, hurried after Naruto and stood before him, saying, "Naruto, please stop them. If Sasuke gets injured, he won't be able to participate in the Chunin exams." Chapter 69, Yakushi Kabuto. Observing Sakura's anxious expression, Naruto recognized that Sasuke had no reason to remain entangled with Xiao Li. Sighing, he unleashed the adamantine sealing chains, which materialized behind him, propelling towards both Sasuke and Xiao Li. Sasuke, being familiar with Naruto's chakra chains, swiftly performed several backflips to evade them. "What are you doing? The registration deadline is imminent. Let us go." Glancing back at Xiao Li, still dodging the chakra chains, Sasuke reluctantly followed Naruto and Sakura. After retracting 2 of the chakra chains, Naruto continued to entangle with Xiao Li using the remaining 2. He then led Sakura and Sasuke to classroom 301. Hearing Naruto's words, Xiao Li executed a series of backflips, realizing that further engagement was futile. Noticing Xiao Li's cessation of hostilities, Naruto withdrew the chakra chains. Tenten and Neji approached Xiao Li, asking, "Are you all right?" Xiao Li shook his head, replying, "I'm fine. He meant no harm. He simply aimed to push me back." Neji, observing Naruto's retreating figure into classroom 301, remarked solemnly, "He is quite powerful. You may not be his equal." Tenten echoed, "Who exactly is he?" "He is incredibly strong." Xiao Li retorted stubbornly, "No matter how powerful he is, he remains my opponent." Neji glanced at Xiao Li and replied, "Let us go. We should also register." As they walked, Naruto remarked to Sasuke, "Although the Sharingan can perceive Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu, allowing for swift counterattacks or defenses, Taijutsu is particularly unique. Even if your eyes can follow a Taijutsu user's movements, your body may not keep pace with your opponent's speed. To put it simply, you may see the moves, but your body may not respond in kind. There are 2 types of strong individuals, geniuses and diligent workers. If you embody the genius of the Uchiha clan, then the Xiao Li you just encountered is a product of relentless training. When facing such an opponent, one must either possess exceptional defense or resort to long-range ninjutsu or attacks to swiftly conclude the battle. Otherwise, defeat is assured. Sasuke, listening to Naruto's insights while reflecting on their earlier skirmish, reluctantly conceded that he might not be able to overcome Xiao Li if the fight persisted. Sakura, noticing Naruto's willingness to mentor Sasuke, smiled. Upon entering classroom 301, the trio found Kakashi waiting. After observing Sakura for a moment, Kakashi said, "Naruto has made his intentions clear. Why are you still here?" Sakura, with a downcast expression, replied, "I know I am the weakest among the 3, but I wish to give it one last shot. Even if it means perishing in this Chunin exam, I have no regrets. Why go through that? Well, since you have made your choice, I shall not dissuade you. Just make sure to handle it well. Now, go submit your application." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." After they submitted their applications, Kakashi accompanied them a final distance. Just before entering the examination hall, Kakashi cheerfully addressed them. "Though you all have your various flaws, I must admit, you 3 are my proudest subordinates. Now go in." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged smiles as they entered the hall. Initially filled with excitement, their smiles faltered upon witnessing the atmosphere within the examination hall. Sakura tugged at Naruto's sleeve, whispering, "Why do I sense such a heavy aura? And there seem to be far too many people." Isn't it normal to feel that way? Every team here is essentially our competitor, and we are theirs in turn, so they want to be particularly friendly. As for the numbers, it does seem a bit excessive. Sakura and Sasuke nodded in silence. Just as they were about to find a place to sit, Ino rushed up to Naruto, exclaiming, "Your speed is rather slow." Naruto shrugged. "What can I say? We encountered last year's genius class and wasted some time." At that moment, Hinata and Shikamaru joined them. Hinata, in her gentle voice, said, "Naruto-kun, you made it." "Indeed. Hinata, you all arrived rather early. We just got here a little while ago." As they chatted, an outsider's voice intruded. "I advise you all to keep quiet. This is probably your first Chunin exam, right? Moreover, you are fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, aren't you? Acting this way will easily draw others' attention." Ino bristled at the stranger's comment. "And who are you?" "I am Yakushi Kabuto. Rather than concerning yourselves with my name, you should be aware of how much attention you have attracted." Ino, Sakura, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and the others glanced around. To their shock, they noticed that all the participants were staring at them, and even those who weren't overtly watching were subtly focused on them. This realization heightened their anxiety, even causing Akamaru, who was perched on Kiba's head, to appear apprehensive. Kabuto quietly remarked, "Everyone is a bit anxious before the exam. Your behavior might easily lead to trouble. Considering you are newcomers, I am merely offering a word of caution." Sakura, puzzled, inquired, "So, does that mean you, Kabuto-senpai, are participating in the joint Chunin exam for the second time?" "No. This is my 7th time participating." Everyone was astonished to learn that Kabuto had attended this exam 7 times. Kabuto smiled, explaining to Naruto and the others, "Such exams are held twice a year, and this is my 4th consecutive year taking part. So, you must be quite familiar with this exam, right?" "Fairly well. It seems you have a significant advantage." Just then, Shikamaru quietly commented, "But if you failed 6 times, is the Chunin exam really that challenging?" Kabuto shrugged. Participating in the Chunin exam does not necessarily equate to aspiring to become a Chunin. As he spoke, Yakushi Kabuto produced a series of cards. "These are the ninja identification cards I have created. Each year during the examination, I collect information about the candidates." After finishing his explanation, Yakushi Kabuto began demonstrating the cards in his hands. Chapter 70. The first examination. Upon hearing Yakushi Kabuto's introduction, Naruto stroked his chin and inquired, "Do these cards contain our information?" "Of course," Kabuto replied. "Great. Then pull up the information for Uzumaki." Naruto. Kabuto was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Naruto wished to access his own information. This astonishment was shared by Ino and the others. Nevertheless, Kabuto smiled at Naruto and said, "All right. I will retrieve it for you right away." After performing a couple of hand seals, a card materialized in his palm. "Here it is." The group turned their curious gazes toward the card in Kabuto's hand. With a grin, Kabuto flipped the card and began to read aloud. Uzumaki Naruto, age 13. Mission experience, 96 D-rank missions, 1 C-rank mission. Team leader, Jonin Kakashi. Teammates, Uchiha Sasuke, a civilian ninja Haruno Sakura. Proficient in sealing techniques, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Possesses the strength of an elite nin. After reading, Kabuto expressed his surprise. "Oh my, I didn't realize you were quite formidable. You have even completed a C-rank mission." Listening to Kabuto's information collection, Naruto understood that Kabuto had only gathered surface-level data and likely had not obtained much more. However, he could not be entirely sure whether Kabuto had any hidden information. After all, someone like Kabuto, acting as a spy, would certainly have secrets. The likes of Shikamaru and Hinata, who trained frequently with Naruto, lost interest in Kabuto's identification cards, recognizing that the information collected was merely superficial. With a smile, Naruto waved his hand and said, "Let's find a place to sit and talk. Standing here is rather conspicuous." As soon as Naruto finished speaking, several ninjas could no longer contain themselves and hurled 3 shuriken. However, Naruto noticed that the shuriken were not aimed at them, but rather directed at Kabuto. Kabuto swiftly dodged, but the assailant immediately launched a taijutsu attack at him. Kabuto evaded once more, a smile forming on his lips, only to have his glasses shatter. As Sakura and Ino rushed forward to assist Kabuto, Naruto extended his hand to stop them. Sasuke frowned at the scene, stating, "They shouldn't have hit Kabuto-senpai." Just as Sasuke finished speaking, Kabuto collapsed to the ground in agony, expelling some stomach acid. "Who gave you the audacity to gather our information after 4 years as a genin?" Sakura, frustrated at Naruto for blocking her, exclaimed, "Kabuto-senpai, is injured. Why are you stopping me? He's fine. Just as Sakura was about to argue with Naruto, a tremendous sound erupted from the center of the classroom, accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke. From the smoke emerged a furious voice. Silence. You worthless fools. This dramatic entrance startled those unfamiliar with the situation. Naruto, somewhat exasperated, unleashed a small wind jutsu to disperse the smoke. Marino Ibiki glared at Naruto, initially intending to scare the newcomers, but their lack of fear thwarted his plans, and the process had to continue. Finally, I am the proctor for this CHNIN exam, Marino Ibiki. He then pointed at the three ninjas from the Sound Village. Warning. You three better not cause any trouble during my examination. If you wish to forfeit your eligibility, just say the word. There's no need for violence. The trio, aware of the consequences, quickly apologized and retreated to their seats. Seeing them comply, Marino Ibiki continued. Now, present your stamped application forms to exchange for your number tags. Once you have your tags, take a seat in the designated area as we will commence the written examination. This time, no chaos ensued. Each candidate submitted their stamped forms to Ibiki in exchange for their number tags. Once everyone was seated, the proctors distributed the examination papers. Perhaps by fate's design, Naruto found himself seated next to Hinata once more, and they exchanged greetings. Next, Marino Ibiki announced the examination rules. Naruto knew that even without writing anything, he could pass this exam, yet he was curious about the difficulty of the CHNIN exam questions. Once the exam commenced, everyone pondered the rules. When Shikamaru, Ino, and the others grasped the examination regulations, they nearly burst into laughter. As they were all capable of silent communication, this blatant method of cheating was rather easy for them. After completing the exam paper, Naruto's mind resonated with Ino's voice. Hey, Naruto, have you finished? Hurry and tell me the answers. Naruto glanced back at Ino, confirmed her position, and was about to use silent communication to relay the answers when Marino Ibiki bellowed out the numbers for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, issuing them a warning. Ibiki then called out the numbers of Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji, who also received a warning. Naruto was at a loss. Merely glancing at Ino resulted in being flagged for cheating. Feeling embarrassed, Ino whispered, "This examiner is so annoying. How can he be like this?" Naruto replied, "What can you expect? He's the chief. All right, I'll give you the answers now. Quickly, quickly." After conveying all the answers to Ino, Naruto laid his head on the desk and dozed off. Marino Ibiki discerned that Naruto and Ino were indeed cheating, yet he remained unaware of their method. As the time for the written exam concluded, Marino Ibiki shouted, "Put down your pens. From this moment on, anyone who writes another word is forfeiting this exam." Naruto jolted awake at Ibiki's commanding voice, glaring at him. "Why are you shouting? You're waking me up. Idiot. This is the examination hall. If you wish to sleep, you can forfeit and return to your slumber." Naruto glared at Marino Ibiki. "You haven't announced the final question yet, right? Do you have any objections?" Naruto scoffed. "This examination should test our ability to gather intelligence." After saying this, Naruto raised his right hand, gathering an enormous Rasengan. Naruto smirked at Ibiki, saying, "Sometimes, intelligence can also be seized by force. Isn't that right, Proctor Marino Ibiki?" Seeing the massive Rasengan in Naruto's hand filled Ibiki with dread. If it were to explode in the examination hall, very few candidates would survive. With a dark expression, Marino Ibiki warned, "You better disperse that jutsu in your hand, or I won't hesitate to revoke your examination eligibility." "Oh, really?" Naruto replied, casting a cold glance toward the center of the classroom. This smile from Naruto only escalated Ibiki's anxiety. He genuinely feared that Naruto might unleash a jutsu that could endanger many lives. As the candidates observed Naruto's mischievous grin, they feared he might act impulsively, silently preparing their defensive jutsu. "You little brat. If you don't disperse your jutsu, I will summon the Umbu," warned the examiner. Marino Ibiki. Naruto chuckled. "Oh dear. There's no need to be so tense, Ibiki. I merely intended to inform you about the methods of intelligence gathering. Not all of it is done stealthily. There exists a more straightforward approach. If your strength reaches a certain level, acquiring any information becomes exceedingly simple." After uttering these words, Naruto dissipated his Rasengan, only to conjure 3 chakra chains that swiftly snatched the exam papers from the 3 sound ninjas who had provoked him earlier. Having just dispelled their defenses, the 3 sound ninjas were taken aback by Naruto's audacity as the papers landed in his hands. "See, Ibiki, was I not correct?" Naruto teased, waving the exam papers in front of Marino Ibiki. Shikamaru, Ino, and Sasuke exchanged glances, astonished at Naruto's reckless provocation of the examiner. However, Ibiki found himself powerless against Naruto's antics, as the examination rules did not prohibit such actions. With a scowl, Ibiki glared at Naruto. "You are quite bold. Flattery will get you nowhere," he retorted, his voice rising as he called out the numbers of the 3 sound ninjas. "You 3 are disqualified." The trio glared at Naruto, their desire to confront him palpable, yet they knew they were no match for him, especially with the examiners present. Reluctantly, they accepted their fate and exited the examination room, leaving a stir among the remaining candidates, some eager to emulate Naruto and seize others' papers. Recognizing the situation could not continue, Ibiki banged his hand on the desk, declaring, "We shall now commence with question 10. No one is permitted to act recklessly, otherwise, you will be disqualified." His words quelled the unrest in the classroom, as the candidates understood they had missed their opportunity. Upon announcing the 10th question, the atmosphere grew even more tense than in the original narrative, especially after Naruto's earlier display of power had shaken the confidence of many. Seeing the desired effect, Ibiki continued to exert pressure through his words. Originally, 78 candidates were expected to remain, but when Ibiki announced the results, only 54 were left. Sakura, puzzled, inquired, "How did we pass? What about the 10th question?" Ibiki chuckled. "The choices you made earlier constituted the 10th question." After his explanation, Naruto grinned. "Shouldn't you thank me? Without my disruption, I wager there would have been significantly more candidates remaining." Ibiki shot him a stern look. "Had it not been for your interference, those 3 sound ninjas might have also passed." Just as Ibiki finished speaking, a large object flew through the window, shattering the glass. A striking woman clad in fishnet stockings descended, a cloth drifting down behind her, bearing the inscription, "Second Exam Proctor, Yuhi Kurenai." Kurenai, arms crossed, addressed the remaining candidates. "Now is not the time for celebration. I am your proctor for the second exam, Yuhi Kurenai. The next examination will commence shortly. Follow me." Had she left immediately after announcing this, the candidates would surely have followed. However, Kurenai stood frozen, fist raised, creating an awkward silence. Ibiki cleared his throat. "Next time, refrain from being so theatrical. It's quite embarrassing." Kurenai, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, "Ibiki, you're not exactly exemplary either. You only managed to retain 54 candidates, 18 teams. That is not particularly impressive. If you eliminate half in the next round, you will be left with only 9 teams." After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. "Indeed, that is not many." She then proceeded to announce the time and location for the next day's examination. Once all candidates had departed, Ibiki began collecting the exam papers. Upon reaching Naruto's desk, he glanced at the paper and laughed. "You answered them all correctly. It appears this kid holds a grudge." After exiting the examination room, Shikamaru curiously asked Naruto, "Why did you argue with the proctor during the exam? Didn't you risk embarrassing him?" Naruto chuckled. "This exam isn't particularly significant. It's primarily about our courage and ability to gather information. As long as I abide by the proctor's rules, everything else is permissible. Even if I challenge the proctor, I won't face any repercussions. While you're not wrong, you shouldn't disregard his dignity. Threatening and stealing papers. I'm genuinely concerned he might disqualify you out of spite." Naruto smirked. "Do you really think I would be expelled?" Shikamaru paused before quickly realizing the implications. Given Naruto's current prowess, it was evident he had reached the level of AJ Nin, and considering his age, the higher-ups were undoubtedly wary of him. To manage Naruto within the confines of the rules, they would have to elevate his ninja rank. Otherwise, assigning him a reasonable task would be quite the challenge. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others had to operate within the parameters of the rules, or else they would invite trouble from various clans. Chapter 72. The consent form equals a life or death contract. Having grasped this, Shikamaru couldn't help but admire Naruto. Initially believing the Nara clan to be the most astute, he now recognized that Naruto matched their cleverness. After exiting the Ninja Academy, each Nin took their respective teams away. Kakashi led Naruto and the others to a nearby gathering point for the next day, cautioning them, "Tomorrow, assemble there. You still have time to withdraw. The likelihood of death is quite high." His words were primarily directed at Sakura, as she was relatively weaker compared to the others. While some claimed Sakura had equaled Ino, it was critical to remember that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans operated as a cohesive unit, their combined strength far surpassing that of a typical ninja squad. Sakura recognized that Kakashi's warning was aimed at her. After a moment of silence, she raised her head, gazing at Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto, declaring, "I will participate tomorrow. Even if I perish, I will have no regrets. Since you have made your decision, I shall say no more. I wish you all the best. You are dismissed." With that, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique to depart. Naruto glanced at Sakura, reassuring her, "Don't worry. You won't die, though some hardship is likely." Sakura, heartened by Naruto's confidence, nodded with a smile. "I knew you would be reliable. I'm not afraid of hardship. Don't celebrate too soon. Bring plenty of substitute wood and ninja tools back with you. You'll definitely need them tomorrow." "Understood. I will prepare," Sakura responded before glancing at Sasuke. Uncertain whether she sought comforting words from Sasuke or wanted him to assure her as Naruto had, she found him silent, instead turning his attention to Naruto. "Can you defeat Rock Lee in a straightforward physical confrontation?" Naruto, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Does winning or losing truly matter? Strength is intrinsic, not merely defined by the foes one has vanquished. Yet, I yearn to comprehend the extent of the disparity, otherwise, I remain oblivious as to whether I could even defeat him." Naruto massaged his temples and remarked, "With my current prowess, if I were to spar with Itachi Uchiha, I could prevail. However, in a life-and-death battle, Itachi could indeed take my life. How can that be possible? Your strength is surely on par with Kakashi's, isn't it? Sasuke, why do you still fail to grasp this? Strength does not equate to combat capability. Although I possess considerable strength, I have scarcely experienced true life-and-death struggles. Itachi, on the other hand, has endured countless such encounters and even participated in the Third Shinobi World War. That level of brutality cannot be compared to us merely slaying a few enemies." Sasuke, disheartened, lowered his head and said, "Does that mean I will never be able to defeat him? It appears you have disregarded my words entirely. While Kakashi's strength may not rival Itachi's, his instincts, reflexes, and adaptability in battle are invaluable lessons for you. Enough. You must decide your own path." With that, Naruto turned and departed. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Sasuke felt a tumult of emotions. Upon returning to the village, he meticulously reflected on Naruto's words spoken in the Land of Waves and discerned their meaning. The Uchiha clan's annihilation was inextricably linked to the village's higher-ups, yet Itachi was the one who executed the massacre, an undeniable truth and an unforgivable sin. Even if those in Konoha deserved punishment, Itachi remained beyond redemption. Filled with resolve, Sasuke returned to the Uchiha compound, contemplating Naruto's suggestion to seek Kakashi's guidance. Deep down, he recognized Naruto's wisdom, but the village's complacency stifled his growth. He knew well that the village would not allow Naruto to flourish. Would they permit him, an Uchiha orphan, to thrive? The following day, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived punctually at the entrance of Training Ground 44, where Anko Mitarashi awaited them. After outlining the rules for entering the examination, she began distributing the waivers. Naruto chuckled as he held the waiver, pondering whether it could be construed as a release form. Fearing that other ninja villages might cause trouble for Konoha. "Ah, little one, you are quite perceptive," Anko remarked with a grin. "Not entirely, just a tad," Naruto replied. "You are clever. Indeed, it serves as a disclaimer to deter other villages from causing issues. Of course, you are not obliged to sign." Uncertain if Anko was aware of his circumstances, Naruto still felt that her words implied he was an orphan and thus no one would seek him out. He raised the waiver and said, "Since you have established the rules, I shall adhere to them." With a smile, he took the waiver and found a spot beneath a large tree to sit and enjoy the shade. While observing everyone else grappling with the decision to sign, he noticed Hinata. Perhaps sensing someone watching her, she glanced in his direction. Naruto waved cheerfully, causing Hinata to shyly lower her head, yet she still approached him. "Naruto-kun, is there something you need? I've told you numerous times, just call me Naruto. Why can't you change that?" Aye. All right, I won't press you. You can call me whatever you wish. Have you signed the waiver?" Hinata shook her head, murmuring, "No. Is something amiss? Are you worried about your strength and the potential dangers inside?" Hinata nodded, "Yes. My abilities are indeed lacking, and I fear I might hinder Kiba and Shino." Seeing the concern etched on Hinata's face, Naruto contemplated for a moment before instructing, "Extend your hand." Oh. Unsure of his intentions, Hinata complied and offered her hand. Naruto grasped her wrist with a smile, saying, "I'll mark your wrist with a seal. Should you need me, simply channel your chakra into it, and I will come to you immediately." With that, He inscribed a flying thunder god seal on her wrist, resembling a watch without a band. The technology in the world of Naruto is peculiar. While there are computers and televisions, it remains somewhat underdeveloped. Hinata blushed as she gazed at the seal on her wrist. Lost in thought, her head visibly steaming. Chapter 73. Entering the Forest of Death. Naruto, bemused, looked at Hinata and said, "Please don't faint. If you do, you won't be able to participate in the Chunin exams." Hinata, upon hearing this, stood straight and assured, "I won't faint." "Good. Be sure to sign the waiver and find your teammates." "Okay, I'll be going now. Please take care, Naruto-kun, and don't get hurt." Naruto nodded with a smile as he watched Hinata depart. Just as she left, Sakura and Sasuke approached. "Have you both signed?" Naruto inquired. They nodded, confirming they had completed the task. "Since that is settled, let us exchange our scrolls." With that, Naruto stood, dusted off his pants, and led them to the exchange point. After acquiring their scrolls, Naruto turned to Sasuke and Sakura, suggesting, "Let us discuss our strategy. Should we rush to the central tower or proceed cautiously through the Forest of Death? As long as we arrive punctually at the tower, either approach will suffice." Sasuke naturally favored a slow advance towards the tower, yet Sakura's abilities posed a potential liability. Sakura recognized the implications of Naruto's two options. One considered Sasuke's best interests, while the other prioritized her own. After a prolonged silence, Sakura finally spoke. "Let us take our time getting to the central tower." Sasuke immediately countered, "No, we will combine both approaches. Sakura, you and Naruto should hurry to the tower, while I will proceed at a slower pace. But that is dangerous for you. You could face a 1 versus 3 scenario, which is unacceptable. Stop the chatter. We will do as I suggest." "Naruto, you have no objections, right?" Naruto shrugged. "I don't mind." "All right, we'll proceed as I proposed." Sakura attempted to argue further, but both Naruto and Sasuke seemed disinclined to entertain her input. While they awaited the others to exchange scrolls, Naruto suddenly queried the system. "If I were to inject Hashirama's cells, would there be any complications?" Beep. The system does not recommend the host inject Hashirama's cells. Once the host has mastered Sage Mode, whether through learning or signing in for wood release techniques, the host will be able to utilize wood release. "Are you implying that as long as I learn Sage Mode, I can perform any jutsu?" "Correct. As long as the host understands chakra manipulation, any jutsu can be executed using Sage Mode." "Is Sage Mode truly that formidable? What about the unique properties of wood release?" "The wood release of the Senju clan is not the same as Hashirama's. His wood shield can absorb an opponent's chakra. The host has yet to learn wood release techniques. Thus the system cannot provide an assessment." "Great." Naruto initially intended to remain in the village after the Chunin exams, but it seemed he must accompany Jiraiya for a journey. Otherwise, acquiring the wood release ninjutsu would prove quite challenging. As Naruto pondered, Anko Mitarashi announced that they could now enter the Forest of Death. Shortly after entering, Naruto employed the Kagura Shingon and swiftly detected 2 teams trailing them. One of the ninjas from one team possessed a chakra level comparable to 10 Kakashi's, presumably belonging to Orochimaru. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, uncertain whether to intervene in Orochimaru's impending attack on him. As Naruto hesitated, one member from the pursuing team quickly approached. He turned to Sakura and Sasuke, instructing, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Understanding his intent, both nodded and stood still. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Naruto positioned himself before the approaching ninja. "Ah, a mist ninja. Do you have a ninjutsu scroll? If you do, it might save your life. If not, you might lose it," the mist ninja sneered. "Enough of your bravado. Die," he exclaimed, throwing a kunai. Naruto had no desire to play games. He immediately unleashed 5 chakra chains, swiftly eliminating the opponent. Searching the fallen ninja's body, he retrieved a scroll of earth and remarked, "What a waste. It's merely a scroll, just a Chunin exam. There's no need to sacrifice your life for it." With that, he activated the body flicker technique again, rejoining Sasuke and Sakura, holding 2 scrolls aloft. "All set. Should we split up now? There's a formidable opponent behind us." Sasuke hesitated but nodded. "Let's split up now." However, Sakura insisted, "No? On our first day as ninjas, Kakashi-sensei said we are a team. Not to mention, Naruto just mentioned a powerful foe is following us." As soon as she finished speaking, a massive serpent lunged at Naruto. Recognizing it as Orochimaru's summon, Naruto braced himself against the serpent's snout, being pushed back at least 50 meters. Once the serpent halted, he performed several backflips. Landing atop a tree, I wonder if this serpent has a gallbladder. That thing is quite nourishing, he mused, retrieving Zabuza's sword from his spirit realm. No matter. I'll slay it first. With that declaration, Naruto swung the sword and engaged the serpent. However, the serpent, lacking any sense of honor, swallowed Naruto whole, holding his nose. He cursed, "Is the suction this intense? It reeks." Realizing he had to fight from within, he coated the sword with lightning chakra and traced a circle in front of him. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted, and he found himself drenched in blood. After kicking the serpent's head away, he stood atop the severed body, pondering, where's the gallbladder in such a massive creature? Never mind, let's skin it first. I can have Hinata's father make her some armor from it. Perhaps it will help her sustain less injury. If there's any left over, I might give some to Niji. He seems to have perished. Perhaps it could save his life. Chapter 74. Confronting Orochimaru after quickly processing the serpent's skin and gallbladder. Naruto activated the Kagura Shingon to locate Sasuke. Upon his arrival, he found Sasuke trembling in fear of Orochimaru. Naruto shook his head in exasperation. "And you claim you seek vengeance?" He then shouted at Orochimaru. "Is it amusing to scare children?" Orochimaru, upon hearing Naruto's voice, emitted a sinister laugh. "I didn't expect you to return so soon. Did you deal with that serpent?" "I did. I kept the gallbladder and skin. Do you have any more?" "2 pieces might not suffice for armor. 1 more would be perfect," Naruto replied. "Child, are you jesting? That serpent is not something a mere genin can handle." "Whether I can handle it, you can summon another and find out," Naruto retorted. "Then so be it." Orochimaru responded, forming hand seals and summoning another serpent of similar size. Surprised by Orochimaru's compliance, Naruto retrieved the sword again, knowing he could not afford a prolonged engagement. He charged into the serpent's mouth, slicing it in half from within once more. After bathing in blood again, he kicked the serpent's head aside and proclaimed, "I told you, it's not resilient. Just 1 cut." Orochimaru's lips twitched as he gazed at Naruto and the slain serpent, astonished by Naruto's method of dispatching the creature. "Child, quite clever. But you should know, strength is trivial compared to such cleverness." Naruto nodded in agreement. "I concur. So, shall we engage now?" With a sinister laugh, Orochimaru declared, "You could have fled after slaying the first serpent, yet you returned. Prepare to perish here." Naruto smiled, addressing Sasuke and Sakura. "The scrolls are gathered. You two should head straight to the central tower. Leave the rest to me." Sasuke looked at Naruto with concern. "Can you handle this alone? Killing him is challenging. But I can escape if necessary." Orochimaru laughed mockingly. "Child, you overestimate your chances of escaping from me." He then activated the body flicker technique, aiming to eliminate Naruto. Raising the sword, Naruto blocked the kunai in Orochimaru's hand. "No more testing. Show me your true power." "Sakura, Sasuke, hurry and leave. The jutsu I am about to use may affect you. If you wish to avoid my injury, move swiftly." Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru and said, "Be careful." He then grabbed Sakura and utilized the body flicker technique to depart quickly. "Huh, child, do you believe you can withstand me? The legendary 3 shinobi of Konoha, Orochimaru. Defending against me should be manageable, but killing you, that poses a challenge. If only I had learned Jinjutsu, I could have ended you in 1 move." Orochimaru, taken aback by Naruto's knowledge of his weakness, glared fiercely. "You seem well informed." "Just average," Naruto replied, positioning the sword defensively and activating the adamantine sealing chains, which sprouted 5 chakra chains from behind him. Orochimaru, incredulously staring at the chains, remarked, "You are Kushina's child?" "So it is. You are the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails." "What? Do you wish to meet the 9 tails?" "I can grant your wish, but you must offer something in return." "Oh, what is it that you desire?" "I find your Kusanagi sword rather appealing." "To acquire my Kusanagi, you'll have to prove your worth," Orochimaru replied, unleashing a fireball jutsu. Naruto formed a shield with 1 chakra chain to block the fireball, while the others advanced toward Orochimaru. Despite the creativity of Orochimaru's soft body modifications, he evaded the chakra chains with remarkable agility. Watching Orochimaru's serpentine movements, Naruto laughed and clapped. "Is this the dance of the serpent lady? Quite graceful. Shall I add some flair?" With that, Naruto began gathering chakra into a Rasengan, gradually enlarging it into the shape of a shuriken. Orochimaru, upon witnessing Naruto's wind release, Rasen Shuriken, felt a pang of trepidation. While such a technique may not claim his life, it was undoubtedly capable of inflicting considerable harm. "Child, what do you desire?" What I desire has been articulated quite clearly. Surrender the Kusanagi sword, and you may depart. Oh, and do not forget the scroll in your possession. Hand that over as well. It holds no value for you. As Naruto's words echoed, he sensed an anomaly. Activating his Kagaya's eye, he discerned that Orochimaru had already utilized Earth Release to vanish from the scene. You seek death. With that, Naruto hurled the Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken with determination. He summoned a shadow clone to deal with the remnants of Orochimaru's snake skin and gall while he pursued the rogue ninja. Orochimaru, perhaps sensing the imminent danger, swiftly emerged from the earth, rapidly forming hand seals and striking the ground. Triple Rashomon. Yet, feeling insufficiently secure, he continued to weave seals in rapid succession. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Just as Orochimaru was about to execute a fourth defensive technique, the Raisin Shuriken collided with the Triple Rashomon. After a resounding explosion, the Triple Rashomon, Earth Flow Wall, and Water Formation Wall were utterly obliterated by the Raisin Shuriken. Orochimaru, not unscathed, felt as though countless wind blades had perforated his body, collapsing weakly onto the ground. As Naruto approached, he admonished, "Do not feign death. I am aware you still live." As if in response, Orochimaru slowly expelled himself from his mouth. Naruto, witnessing this act, felt a wave of nausea. Gasping for breath, Orochimaru regarded Naruto and remarked, "I truly underestimated you. The advancement of the Raisin Shuriken, a feat even the fourth could not achieve, you have accomplished. The advancement of the Raisin Shuriken transcends mere wind release. Would you care to experience lightning release? That will surely intensify your sensations." With that, Naruto conjured a lightning release Raisin Shuriken in his hand. Orochimaru's heart tightened at the sight. Realizing Naruto's earlier assertions were undeniably true, while he could not kill him, inflicting grievous injury was entirely within reach. Given his current injuries, another strike from Naruto's lightning release Raisin Shuriken would undoubtedly leave him severely wounded. Chapter 75. Threatening Orochimaru. The injuries he sustained were tolerable, healing within days. But a severe wound would impede his future plans. Wait, you seek only the Kusanagi sword? Aside from that, you desire the scroll as well? No problem. I can provide both. However, I require your vow to refrain from striking me for 2 months. Naruto contemplated this. Understanding Orochimaru's true intent, he feared Naruto's potential interference in his plans to dismantle Konoha, which would hinder his farewell to his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto nodded in agreement. Very well. But you must assist me in eliminating 2 individuals. Who? The 2 prominent advisors of Konoha, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Those 2 are rather difficult to eliminate. I cannot acquiesce to that request. That is your concern. You are currently classified as a rogue ninja, and your return to Konoha will surely not be for benevolent purposes. Furthermore, my prohibition against engaging you for 2 months indicates you must be plotting something significant during this time. The Chunin exams are an opportune moment for disruption. Are you perhaps planning to assassinate the daimyo? That would be quite entertaining. Naruto intentionally provoked Orochimaru, eager to observe his reaction. Orochimaru's expression soured as he heard Naruto's deductions. While Naruto had not uncovered his true intentions, he had accurately surmised the timing and location of his plans. Should Naruto disclose these insights to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would complicate his strategy. I can provide both the scroll and the Kusanagi sword, but those advisors are indeed challenging to eliminate. I reiterate, that is your issue. By the end of the Chunin exams, you must have eliminated them. Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate were the most insufferable in Konoha, constantly wielding their authority for nefarious purposes. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's misdeeds were evident, then the wickedness of the 2 advisors lay cloaked in shadows. Orochimaru, perceiving Naruto's unwavering confidence, felt a surge of anger. Child, you overstep your bounds. Naruto fixed Orochimaru with a glare, declaring, "It appears we have reached an impasse." With that, the lightning release chakra Raisin Shuriken in his hand expanded further. You would do well to abandon thoughts of escape. You are aware of my Uzumaki lineage. And you must have heard of Kagaya's eye. Every movement you make is under my scrutiny. The commotion we just caused is bound to attract the attention of the Umbu. Should you attempt to flee then, it will not be so simple. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you kill, or will you not? Orochimaru yearned to unleash the 8-headed serpent technique and confront Naruto. Yet, Naruto's assertions rang true. Naruto's prowess was undeniable, and should he choose to flee, escape would be feasible. However, he feared that Naruto's relentless pursuit would draw the Yambu's attention, making escape an impossible endeavor. Child, you have triumphed. With that, Orochimaru expelled the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, followed by the earth scroll. Placing the items on the ground, he remarked, sooner or later, we shall clash. I eagerly anticipate it. However, when next we battle, I shall certainly have mastered Jinjutsu, and when that time comes, your escape may not be guaranteed. Orochimaru snorted derisively and utilized Earth Release to burrow underground and make his exit. Naruto sensed the approach of allies through Kagaya's eye and promptly stowed the Kusanagi sword and Earth Scroll before employing Flying Thunder God to locate Hinata. Yukashi Akira, accompanied by the Yambu, arrived at the site of Naruto's previous confrontation with Orochimaru. We must locate Orochimaru swiftly. Naruto appeared beside Hinata, startling Inuzuka Kiba and Shino. Do not be alarmed. It is I, Naruto. Kiba, incensed, bellowed, Naruto, you fool. Do you have any idea how close we were to killing you? Naruto chuckled, saying little in response, instead addressing Kiba and Shino. I have an Earth Scroll. Do you wish to have it? Upon hearing that Naruto had come to deliver the scroll, their faces brightened with joy. Hinata produced a Heaven Scroll, exclaiming, we just happen to possess the Earth Scroll. We require the Heaven Scroll. Naruto smiled, tossing the Heaven Scroll to Hinata. Take it. Now, make haste to the central tower and avoid lingering. Kiba, irritable, questioned why? Do you not comprehend? Tomorrow, those who fail to collect their scrolls will undoubtedly rush to ambush those of you who have gathered everything. Thus, you must reach the central tower within 2 days. Kiba and Hinata quickly grasped the situation. Thank you. But what of you? Have you gathered your scrolls? As for us, do not concern yourself. Acquiring a single scroll is quite manageable. Then I am grateful. We shall take our leave. Kiba and Shino, perceptive enough, recognized that Naruto had clearly come to deliver the scroll for Hinata's sake, and it was evident he wished to afford them privacy. Hinata, blushing, lowered her gaze, her fingers fidgeting as she murmured, Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto, smiling, responded, If you wish to express gratitude, ensure you do not faint the next time I hold your hand. Hinata's face flushed deeper at Naruto's words. All right, I shall cease my teasing. If I continue, you may indeed faint. I must take my leave. With that, Naruto activated Flying Thunder God once more, returning to the site where he had first vanquished Orochimaru. Naruto, employing the Kagura Hard Eye, was unable to locate Sasuke and the others, presumably having departed from the range of his detection. Thus, he hastened towards the direction they had taken. When Naruto encountered Sasuke and Sakura once more, he found Sasuke still afflicted by the cursed seal. Upon seeing Naruto, Sakura, holding a kunai, inquired with trepidation, Are you Naruto? Noticing her anxious demeanor, Naruto sighed and unleashed the adamantine sealing chains, which danced fervently in the air. Recognizing the chakra chains, Sakura, tears streaming down her face, knelt and implored, Naruto, where have you been? Just now, there was someone. Before she could finish, Naruto interjected, You need not say more. I have an inkling of what transpired. The one I fought has fled, likely to pursue Sasuke. After speaking, Naruto examined the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck, confirming his suspicions that no natural energy could be detected. Chapter 76, Stalling for Time. The unbloomed Sakura unperturbed by the inability to detect anything further. Naruto deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it. He intended to practice sage techniques soon, but first, he needed to seal this cursed mark. He began to form hand seals, channeling chakra to inscribe the seal upon Sasuke. At that pivotal moment, 3 Sound Ninja arrived, observing Naruto's unwavering focus on the sealing process. Sakura understood the necessity of not interrupting him. Thus she resolved to confront the 3 intruders herself. Addressing the trio of Sound Ninjas, Sakura asserted, You should have been eliminated. Why are you still lurking in the forest of death? One of them retorted with a laugh, who said being eliminated means we can't come back. It merely requires a bit more effort. Indeed, the trio were the same ninjas from whom Naruto had stolen the exam papers. Toss, stop babbling. Complete Lord Orochimaru's orders swiftly. We ought to leave before any unforeseen incidents occur. Another replied, It's fine. Don't you see that those 2 over there seem to be in trouble? There's just this one girl left. As a fellow female ninja, wouldn't you like to test your mettle against her? I have no interest in that. She snapped back. As I said, let us finish this quickly and get out of here. All right. You're as dull as ever. I'll take care of them now. Sakura recognized the necessity of stalling for time, so she refrained from interrupting their banter. However, when it became apparent that they intended to strike, she turned to the female ninja and said, "Your companion made a valid point. Aren't you curious about your own strength? But with two formidable allies, it seems superfluous for you to exhibit great prowess." The female ninja, Kintsugi, scoffed at Sakura's provocation, "A feeble attempt at provoking me. Do you think I would fall for that? I suspect you are merely stalling for time. Toss, stop dragging your feet. Do you really intend to wait until that little brat is finished before making your move? We are not his match." Toss, realizing the urgency, raised his modified arm and swung a fist towards Sakura. Prepared for battle, she grasped her kunai and shuriken, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, Toss easily blocked her projectiles and continued his assault. Just as his fist was about to connect with Sakura, Rock Lee intervened, declaring, "Leaf Hurricane. Rock Lee has arrived." Before he could finish his sentence, he sent Toss flying with a powerful kick. Upon seeing Lee, Sakura's face brightened momentarily, but her expression quickly shifted to one of concern. "I suppose I am your adversary now, too. As a leaf ninja, how could I forsake my comrades for a mere chance at promotion? That would betray my ninja way." Toss regarded Lee, calculating his chances as a taijutsu specialist. Lee posed both advantages and disadvantages, and the fight would likely be evenly matched. Having made up his mind, Toss produced a geological scroll and tossed it to his comrade, Sak, saying, "You handle the task of eliminating Sasuke. I will engage this taijutsu ninja. Be careful." Sak replied, catching the scroll. Toss, brandishing his modified arm, prepared for close combat with Lee. However, having witnessed Toss's previous encounter with Kabuto, where his opponent had sustained injuries without even landing a hit, Lee was reluctant to engage him directly. Instead, he uprooted a tree root from the ground to defend against Toss's attacks. Meanwhile, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were searching for Naruto and the others. Choji, perched atop a tree, spotted Lee battling and noticed Sakura and Naruto behind him. Shikamaru, Ino. It seems Naruto and the others are in trouble. Where are they? As they leaped onto the branches, Shikamaru observed, Sasuke appears injured, and Naruto is in the midst of crucial treatment. Lee is struggling against 3 opponents. We must assist him. Just as Lee was on the verge of defeat, Choji charged in with his human bullet tank, barreling towards Toss and his companions. The trio, startled by the sudden assault, scattered in different directions. Choji, not wasting chakra, quickly returned to Shikamaru and the others. Upon rejoining, Shikamaru advised Lee, "Do not engage them head-on. Focus on stalling for time." "Understood," Lee replied. Seeing the arrival of another team, Toss frowned. What had begun as a 3-on-1 fight was now a 3-on-5. Although one of their opponents was incapacitated, there was still the potential to throw kunai at the right moment. At that instant, Niji and Tenten joined the fray, overhearing Shikamaru's strategy. Only the weak require assistance. The strong confront challenges head-on. Toss, realizing the futility of their mission, instructed, "Sak, you too should retreat. I will buy time for you. This mission has failed." Sak understood the gravity of their situation, yet he knew that retreat would lead to death regardless. "Where would we go? If we fail, Lord Orochimaru will not spare us. It is better to fight to the death and fulfill Lord Orochimaru's orders, thus showing our loyalty." As Sak concluded his statement, Naruto's voice rang out, "Sealing technique. Seal." Hearing that Naruto had completed the sealing process, Sak urgently warned Toss and Kintsugi, "Quickly, you two must flee, even if it means becoming rogue ninjas. Do not return to the Sound Village." With that, Sak grasped Kintsugi and Toss by their hands, forcefully propelling them away. To his astonishment, Naruto ensnared the two with chakra chains, dragging them back and slamming them down before Toss. Why seek death when you can live well? Sak produced the geological scroll, placing it on the ground and stepping back, declaring, "I am willing to surrender the scroll. Spare my companions. I am prepared to die. Do you believe you alone are worthy to quench my wrath?" Naruto, sensing a murderous intent, watched as Sak knelt before him, pleading, "I beseech you, spare them. We are merely following orders." Just as Naruto was about to respond, Sakura tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Let it be. They too are pawns of Orochimaru. Allow them to leave." Turning to glance at Sakura, Naruto noticed her unchanged appearance, realizing that she remained the same Sakura from ninja school, having not grown much at all. Chapter 77. Journey to the Central Tower. Ino witnessed Sakura pleading, and though she was uncertain of the situation, their childhood bond compelled her to assist Sakura. "Naruto, perhaps we should let them go. Didn't they mention that even if the mission fails, they will still face dire consequences upon returning? It may be wiser to release them and allow them to escape. After glancing at Ino, Naruto replied, "Since you've spoken up, I shall grant them clemency." He then turned to Toshi and the others, saying, "Depart. I don't wish to see your faces again, otherwise, you know the repercussions." "Thank you, esteemed sir," Sokka responded, bowing his head in gratitude before leading Kintaro and Toshi away. Shikamaru observed the retreating figures, remarking, "Weren't they eliminated in the first exam?" Naruto looked at Shikamaru and explained, "I openly seized their exam papers. Given the nature of the Hokage, it would not be difficult for their jonin to cause a stir and allow them to participate in this exam." The others understood the situation but refrained from further discussion, recognizing it as a matter for the higher-ups of Konoha. Neji scoffed, addressing Naruto, "I expected you would eliminate them. Does it truly matter whether I kill them or not? For us, it might not hold much significance, but for you, they were intent on taking your life. To let them go so easily is either naive or foolish." Ino and Sakura frowned at Neji's words, as they had pleaded with Naruto to spare the trio. Neji's comments seemed to suggest that they were the ones being foolish. Just as Ino was about to retort, Naruto interjected, "To you, it may appear naive, but to me, they are merely young girls. It is natural for them to possess a modicum of kindness. There is no need to undermine their dignity. Ridiculous. A ninja must not harbor kindness. Nor should we regard them as mere girls. Once you become a ninja, it's a matter of life and death with your enemies. If you protect them too well, you will inevitably face grave consequences." Naruto chuckled. "Whether or not they suffer losses in the future is uncertain, but I believe I should respect their choices. After all, ninjas are still human." He then smiled radiantly at Ino and Sakura. Sakura felt touched by Naruto's thoughtfulness, while Ino pondered deeper matters, blushing and turning her head aside. Muttering, "You already have Hinata. Why must you tease me? You stir feelings within me, yet you remain irresponsible." Shikamaru knocked his head, exclaiming, "Women are indeed troublesome." Choji, cheerfully munching on chips, observed the unfolding dynamics of love and conflict among them. Tintin, hearing Naruto's words, felt her cheeks flush, wishing for a partner as considerate as him. Lee, somewhat oblivious, waved his fists, exclaiming, "Naruto-kun is indeed favored by Gai-sensei. He articulates such caring words for girls. Why didn't I think of that?" Seeing Lee's excitement, Naruto laughed heartily. "I cannot find joy in your praise. Enough of the antics. Who among you can utilize the earth scroll on the ground? Please take it." Shikamaru, taken aback, responded, "Have you all gathered your scrolls?" "Yes, we have completed our collection." Shikamaru sighed. "Unfortunately, ours is also an earth scroll, thus of no use to us." He then turned to Neji and the others. "Can you make use of it?" Neji said nothing and turned away. Tintin shrugged. "We also have an earth scroll. It appears we cannot use it either." Naruto grimaced, addressing Tintin and the others. "What a remarkable coincidence." Shikamaru sighed, tossing the earth scroll to Naruto. "You should keep it safe." After catching the scroll, Naruto pondered and placed it beside Sasuke. He wondered when Sasuke would awaken. If it were today, he would still have 3 days of practice, but if tomorrow, they would need to head directly to the central tower. Shikamaru frowned, questioning, "Are you truly going to leave him to train alone in the forest of death?" "It is his own choice." Shikamaru, contemplating Sasuke, shook his head. "In that case, let us search for more scrolls." Naruto nodded. "All right. Thank you all for today. After this exam, I shall treat you to barbecue." Shikamaru and Ino smiled and nodded in agreement. Choji, shyly beaming, added, "Barbecue." "Barbecue." Naruto turned to Neji and Tintin, saying, "You should join us as well." Just as Neji was about to decline, Tintin interjected, "Sure, that sounds wonderful." Neji scoffed and turned away. "Let us go. We still need to gather scrolls." Seeing Neji's urgency, Tintin smiled at Naruto. "He is not usually like this. Please don't take offense." "Not at all. That is good. Farewell," Tintin exclaimed, grabbing Lee's hand as they hurried after Neji. Ino smiled at Naruto and Sakura. "We should be off too. See you at the central tower." "See you at the central tower." Once Ino and the others departed, Naruto looked at the unconscious Sasuke and pondered, "What should we do? Should we wait here for him to awaken or head directly to the central tower?" Sakura gazed at Sasuke, unsure of the right course of action. If they took him to the central tower without waiting, he might resent them. After some contemplation, Naruto suggested, "How about we wait near the central tower? If he wishes to train, it would be suitable there." Sakura nodded, agreeing, "That would work. Once he finishes his training, We can enter the central tower together. Seeing Sakura's agreement, Naruto hoisted Sasuke onto his back and made their way to the central tower. After 4 hours of travel, Sakura and Naruto finally beheld the central tower. Upon reaching its entrance, Naruto looked at Sakura and asked, "Have you prepared the tent?" Sakura shot him an incredulous glance. "I lack your strength to treat this exam like a vacation." Naruto pouted, "If you didn't bring one, so be it. Why insult me? You realize I'm mocking you?" Naruto looked around helplessly. "I've never learned to use earth release to build a house. Where shall we sleep tonight? We can't just sleep on the ground. I have no issues with that." "Really? After spending 2 days in the forest of death, haven't you noticed you might have developed an odor?" Chapter 78. Mark of Heaven. Upon hearing Naruto's comment about his odor, Sakura retrieved a large stick from seemingly nowhere and pointed it at him. "Don't think your strength intimidates me. Even if I stay in the forest of death for another 3 days, I will still smell delightful. If you dare mention my odor again, I shall strike you." Naruto was taken aback by Sakura's fiery demeanor, reminiscent of the animated series. Just as he was about to respond, Sasuke stirred awake. Ignoring Naruto, Sakura rushed over and placed Sasuke's head on her lap, asking, "Sasuke, are you all right?" Upon hearing Sakura's voice, Sasuke opened his eyes wide and surveyed his surroundings. Noticing Naruto's presence, he relaxed slightly, sitting upright and asking, "What happened to me? Was I poisoned?" Sasuke, while caressing the cursed seal on his neck, inquired about its nature. Naruto, shaking his head with a smile, clarified, "You are not poisoned. That is a cursed seal, which I have sealed for you." "A cursed seal? What is that?" Sasuke pondered, contemplating where to begin. Both he and Sakura nodded in unison, eager to understand the situation. Naruto, in a rather muddled state, recounted his encounter with a grass ninja, where Sasuke had been afflicted with a cursed seal whose purpose remained unclear. Gathering his thoughts, Naruto explained, "The grass ninja we encountered today is a rogue ninja from Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru." "The legendary Sannin?" Sakura interjected. "Indeed. The Sannin are the disciples of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, the sage of toads, Tsunade, the princess of slugs, and finally, Orochimaru, whom we encountered today. They are not only immensely powerful, but also have signed contracts with the 3 great summoning realms, allowing them to summon creatures of equal strength to their own." As Naruto finished, Sakura eagerly raised her hand to inquire, "What are the 3 great summoning realms?" "They are Mount Myaboku, where toads are summoned, the Wetbone Forest, which summons slugs, and the Dragon Cave, from which snakes are summoned." Upon hearing this, Sasuke muttered something under his breath, looking at Naruto with curiosity. "The 3 great summoning realms must not merely be a source of powerful creatures for battle, right?" Naruto nodded. "Precisely. Each realm has its own unique sage training system. Orochimaru, having practiced a forbidden technique, is unable to master sage arts due to his incomplete soul. Thus, he created the cursed seal on your neck to absorb natural energy, allowing for temporary use of sage techniques." Sasuke touched the cursed seal again, questioning, "So, this cursed seal is beneficial?" Naruto shook his head. "If it were simply a cursed seal, it would indeed be advantageous. However, it harbors a fragment of Orochimaru's soul, and prolonged residence within your body could lead to his essence gradually eroding your physical form. This represents the second purpose of the cursed seal." "The second purpose?" Sasuke queried. "Exactly. As I mentioned, Orochimaru's forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation, allows him to inhabit your body through the soul within the cursed seal, seizing control of your physical form and your Sharingan bloodline. This is at the core of Orochimaru's forbidden arts, and it explains the deterioration of his soul." Both Sakura and Sasuke regarded Naruto with disbelief. Sakura turned to Sasuke, expressing her concerns. "Doesn't that mean Sasuke is in grave danger?" Naruto acknowledged, "Indeed. Sasuke is currently at risk. However, if he were to master powerful Jinjutsu, the danger would shift to Orochimaru." "What do you mean?" Sasuke inquired, intrigued. "I previously mentioned that Orochimaru's soul is incomplete, rendering him particularly vulnerable to Jinjutsu. If you grow strong and learn potent Jinjutsu, you could potentially consume Orochimaru, inheriting his extensive combat experience and various jutsu. Yet, there is a caveat. Should you absorb Orochimaru without sufficient chakra to suppress his soul within the cursed seal, you would be in peril." Sasuke fell into contemplation, as Naruto had elucidated the advantages and disadvantages of the cursed seal. Observing Sasuke's deep thought, Sakura's expression grew more somber, her concern for Sasuke evident. After all, Orochimaru's power was formidable, and should Sasuke lack the strength, he could indeed be consumed by him. Seeing that Sasuke had absorbed most of the information, Naruto continued. The impure world reincarnation has a strict condition. One cannot use it again within 3 years after its initial use. If you have any plans, be sure to time it well to avoid being devoured by Orochimaru before you have had the chance to grow. Sasuke nodded, understood. Afterward, he reclined on the ground, gazing at the stars, lost in thought. Concerned for him, Sakura turned to Naruto, asking, will the curse seal affect Sasuke now? Naruto confirmed, there is indeed some influence. If Sasuke utilizes the cursed seal, the jutsu he performs will bear the essence of Sage Chakra, significantly amplifying their power. Furthermore, due to Orochimaru's soul's influence, Sasuke may subconsciously seek him out. This will depend on Sasuke's willpower. Sakura's worry deepened. She understood the implications of Naruto's words. Sasuke might stray from the village and become a rogue ninja. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly questioned Naruto. Is there a chance for me to sign a summoning contract with the 3 great summoning realms and learn sage arts? Naruto pondered for a moment before nodding. Orochimaru possesses the summoning scroll from the Dragon Cave. Whether you can learn sage arts depends on your passing the tests of the 3 great summoning realms and gaining their approval, but learning sage arts carries significant risks. How dangerous? Naruto sighed. I've never practiced the sage arts of the 3 great realms, so I cannot ascertain the extent of the danger. Sasuke glanced at Naruto but refrained from commenting, realizing his growing reliance on Naruto. He had often viewed Naruto as a living encyclopedia, turning to him whenever he encountered confusion. After some time, Naruto instructed Sasuke, you keep watch. Sakura and I need to rest properly. Sasuke accepted this, knowing that Naruto and Sakura had been caring for him throughout their journey and likely hadn't rested well. As the night progressed, Sasuke endured until late. When Naruto sat up and said, you should rest, I'll take the watch. Sasuke nodded, but as he was about to lie down, he recalled Naruto's earlier words about the Konoha higher-ups' intolerance of the Uchiha clan. Who exactly are the higher-ups who harbor such disdain for the Uchiha? Sasuke asked, looking down at Naruto. This is not the place for discussion. Just remember that one of those intent on eradicating the Uchiha is Danzo Shimura. That is all you need to know. Sasuke intended to argue further, but realized Naruto's gaze had shifted to Sakura, and he understood the situation. The following day, after Naruto awakened, Sasuke prepared to venture into the Forest of Death, where he often returned battered, requiring Naruto's healing. Once Naruto treated him and rested, he returned to the forest. As the designated time approached, Sasuke staggered back, injured. Naruto paid no mind to the injuries, supporting Sasuke into the examination hall. Upon unfurling the 2 scrolls, they revealed a reverse summoning technique. Iruka was there, passionately discussing the will of fire, showing no signs of stopping. Noticing Naruto's demeanor, Iruka sighed inwardly, recognizing he had not paid much attention to Naruto during his time at the Ninja Academy and felt no justification to reprimand him now. Once Iruka concluded his lecture, Naruto healed Sasuke's wounds. Take a breather. We have a one-on-one match coming up. Sakura, astonished, looked at Naruto. Is it not over yet? Of course not. It has not been long since we graduated. The ascent to Nin is not an easy endeavor, as it often involves a considerable accumulation of tasks. The exam we are undertaking is a special promotion, and thus, it is imperative to demonstrate our strength. Following the one-on-one duels, the remaining participants will engage in further individual battles within the village, ultimately determining who is worthy of ascending to Nin. Sakura, upon hearing this, sighed dejectedly and remarked, so that's how it is. Shortly after their brief respite, Kakashi arrived to summon them to the Central Tower's hall for the one-on-one matches. Realizing that Naruto's words were indeed accurate, Sakura followed Sasuke and Naruto, feeling somewhat disheartened as they made their way to the hall. Upon their arrival, most of the successful candidates from the second round had gathered. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, began to explain the rationale behind the Nin exams among allied nations. Just as he was about to outline the rules for the third round, a rather frail-looking ninja interrupted him, asserting, Lord Third, the remaining details are my responsibility. Hiruzen glanced at the frail ninja and chuckled. Very well, I shall leave it to you, Kageyama. Kageyama then addressed the assembly, stating, I will now announce the rules for the third round of the exams. However, he was soon overtaken by a fit of coughing, eliciting concern from Naruto, who feared Kageyama might cough up a lung. Before proceeding with the third round, a preliminary match was deemed necessary, prompting a wave of murmurs among the attendees. Silence, please. Some of you may not understand the need for a preliminary round. This is due to the simplicity of the first two rounds, resulting in an excessive number of remaining participants. We must conduct a preliminary round to ensure a manageable number for the third round, Kageyama explained, followed by another bout of coughing. He added that any injured individuals unfit for the preliminary match could withdraw at this time. Oh, and I should mention that the preliminary match will be an individual contest. Should one person withdraw, it will not affect the others. You have 5 minutes to decide. As Kageyama finished speaking, Kabuto, who had been observing Sasuke closely, stood up and declared, "Referee, I withdraw." The crowd was taken aback by Kabuto's sudden decision. Sakura, puzzled, inquired, "Kabuto, why are you withdrawing?" He replied, "I sustained an injury during the first exam, and I can no longer hear from my left ear." Sakura nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further. Once Kabuto exited, Kageyama proceeded to elaborate on the rules of the preliminary match. The forthcoming preliminary matches would take the form of actual combat. With Kabuto's withdrawal, 20 participants remained, necessitating 10 battles, with victors earning the right to advance to the third exam. There were no specific rules. A victory could be declared if an opponent was killed, incapacitated, or conceded defeat. In cases where a participant was deemed incapable of continuing, I would intervene to prevent fatalities. And that too would count as a victory for the opponent. Are there any questions? At that moment, Gaara interjected, "So, if one concedes, killing the opponent is prohibited?" "Indeed." "Any further questions?" Silence fell over the assembly, indicating no further inquiries. "Excellent. Now, let us proceed with the electronic bulletin board to determine the matchups." Soon, the names of Sasuke and Lee appeared on the screen. "Now, Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee, please step forward. The rest may observe from the second floor." Once everyone had settled in the observation area, the match commenced. For Sasuke, this duel presented a considerable challenge, as he had been engaged in intense battles over the past few days, leaving him with dwindling chakra and waning energy. The exchange of blows between the two was spirited. However, Naruto had overlooked Lee's unique ability, which allowed him to siphon chakra and mental energy from others. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, he found his remaining chakra and mental strength drained by Lee, compelling him to resort to the Cursed Seal's power. As the Cursed Seal surged forth, Sasuke felt an excruciating pain coursing through his muscles. He recalled Naruto's words about the Cursed Seal drawing upon the natural energy of the world. Chapter 80, The Duel. Sasuke was acutely aware of the dangers of overusing the Cursed Seal, as it harbored Orochimaru's spirit within. After regaining a modicum of mental energy and chakra, he quickly repressed the Cursed Seal. With his strength restored, Sasuke resolved to end the bout swiftly, knowing he could not afford to delay any longer. Employing the rapid strikes Naruto had taught him, he dispatched Lee with a flurry of kicks, culminating in a finishing move that sent Lee soaring into the air. Exhausted, Sasuke collapsed on the ground, breathless, fortunate that Lee had been rendered unconscious. Otherwise, he would have faced defeat. Kageyama approached, confirming their states, and informed Sasuke, "If you cannot rise, the match will be declared a draw, and both of you will be eliminated." Upon hearing this, Sasuke staggered to his feet, assuring, "Do not worry. Though I was caught off guard, I still possess the strength to exit the arena." Kageyama nodded, declaring, "The victor is Uchiha Sasuke, who advances through the preliminary round." The subsequent matches were similarly uneventful. Shino, benefiting from Naruto's presence, exhibited enhanced strength, concluding his bout in under 5 minutes. Next came the match between Kankuro and a generic opponent, which ended just as swiftly. Following that was the clash between two women, Ino and Sakura. This contest had little significance. It devolved into a comical tussle of hair-pulling and ear-grabbing, quite a sight to behold. However, this was merely the prelude, as Ino had indeed matured under Naruto's influence. After their playful skirmish, the two friends transitioned into a genuine showdown, showcasing impressive taijutsu and shuriken techniques. Yet, Ino continuously held back, waiting until Sakura was thoroughly exhausted. Looking at her friend, Ino remarked, "We've known each other since kindergarten. Before we entered the Ninja Academy, you would always compete with me. However, since enrolling, I've come to realize my previous perspective was rather narrow. Those trivial contests pale in comparison to true strength. Upon graduating from the academy, you told me that when you donned your forehead protector, you would be a true ninja and challenge me. Yet today, your tactics reveal that you remain the same Sakura from kindergarten, lacking any real growth. After delivering her speech, Ino produced a blue ribbon from her clothing and tossed it to the ground. You are unworthy of being a ninja. With that, Ino executed the body flicker technique, appearing behind Sakura before she had a chance to react, delivering a swift strike that rendered Sakura unconscious. As Sakura fell, Kageyama approached to assess the situation, proclaiming, Yamanaka Ino is victorious and advances through the preliminary round. Following the announcement of the results, Kakashi leaped down to the first floor, preparing to carry Sakura back upstairs. Ino wiped her face, marked by Sakura's earlier strikes, and stated, "Leave her to me. She has been overly sheltered by all of you and is no longer fit to be a ninja." With that, Ino hoisted Sakura and ascended to the second floor. After Kakashi followed Ino to the second floor, he let out a sigh. He was well aware that Sakura had been overly protected, yet there was little he could do about it. With someone like Naruto, an eccentric, and a genius like Sasuke in the team, how could Sakura possibly find space to grow? It was quite a headache. Naruto, too, understood Kakashi's frustrations and was acutely aware that Ino was blaming him. However, what could he do? He certainly couldn't allow Sakura to face a stronger opponent, knowing she stood no chance. Next up was the match between Tintin and Temari, which was utterly one-sided. Tintin found herself completely outmatched and could barely put up a fight. A single gust of wind sent all her shurikens and kunai flying. Even if Temari refrained from using her wind techniques, simply wielding her fan would suffice to deflect Tintin's attacks, rendering them harmless. Following that was the duel between Shikamaru and Kankuro. True to form, Shikamaru relied on his astute intellect to outmaneuver his opponent. During their clash, Naruto sensed that Shikamaru was concealing his true strength. He cast a glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi and sighed lightly. The third Hokage remained unyielding, and thus geniuses dared not reveal their full potential. As Naruto was lost in thought, the names of the next combatants were announced. He turned to Kiba with a smirk and asked, "Do we really need to fight?" Kiba, looking dejected, replied, "I want to fight you too, but Akamaru is scared of you. How can I fight you under those circumstances? Then how about you don't let Akamaru join in, and we go at it ourselves?" Kiba scoffed, "I'm not foolish. Without Akamaru's support, I'd just be a punching bag for you, and I refuse to be that." With that, he turned to the referee, Yugao, and declared, "I forfeit." "Are you certain?" came the reply. "Of course. There's no way I can compete effectively." Yugao glanced at Naruto and said, "The winner is Naruto Uzumaki." Advancing through the third preliminary round. As Naruto returned to the stands, he noticed the electronic scoreboard displaying the names of Hinata and Neji. "Ah, what a fateful matchup," he muttered under his breath before encouraging Hinata. "Go and give him a good thrashing. If you win, I'll personally grill fish for you." Hinata, blushing and looking down, replied shyly, "Okay." Once they reached the arena, Yugao announced the start of the match. Neji looked at Hinata and said, "Before we begin, I have some advice for you. Lady Hinata, forfeit. You are simply not cut out to be a ninja. Your heart is too kind, always yearning for peace and avoiding conflict, constantly yielding to others' feelings. You lack confidence, harboring a sense of inferiority, which leads you to believe that being a genin is sufficient. However, the registration requires 3 people, and you cannot refuse your comrades, hence your reluctant participation in the Chunin exams. Am I wrong?" Hinata, trembling and anxious, protested, "That's not true. I just want to change the version of myself that you speak of." "Ah, Lady Hinata, a true member of the main branch," Neji retorted, "one cannot change themselves alone. Those who lag behind will never change. It is precisely because change is unattainable that disparities arise, giving birth to terms like elite and those who lag behind. People are judged by their appearance, intellect, abilities, physique, and temperament, and they, in turn, judge others. We all live under the burden of these immutable factors. It's a fact that you are from the main family while I am from the branch." Naruto, overhearing Neji's words, was rendered speechless. If one wanted to be a protective older brother, they should do so properly without disparaging Hinata. This was a blatant attack on her confidence. Unable to bear it any longer, Naruto shouted at Neji, "Hey, are you afraid of losing? You're just spouting nonsense. You know nothing. I'm merely trying to prevent her from getting hurt." Neji shot back, "You're the one who's afraid of getting hurt, aren't you?" Just as Neji was about to retort, Naruto turned to Hinata and encouraged, "Hinata, go and teach him a lesson. If you impress me, not only will I grill fish, but I'll also make you your favorite braised pork." Hinata was about to agree when Ino urgently urged her, "Hinata, make sure to give Niji a good beating. That way, Naruto will be compelled to make more braised pork." Shikamaru and Choji watched with eager eyes, and had it not been for the match rules, Choji would have rushed in to pummel Niji himself. Even Sasuke was fixated on Hinata, as if silently communicating that if she didn't deliver a proper thrashing to Niji, she'd be in for it. Previously, during their training sessions by the riverside, Shikamaru and the others often stayed late, waiting for Naruto to cook for them. It became a tradition, and after returning to the village, Naruto had cooked less frequently due to circumstances, leaving Sasuke with a lingering desire for those meals. Niji, noticing Hinata's friends staring at him with expressions that said he should just stand there and take the beating, felt a twinge of anxiety. Hinata, seeing the encouragement from her friends, found her resolve strengthening. Her gaze, once timid, now bore a steely determination. "Niji, I cannot let my friends down." Niji, recognizing the shift in Hinata's demeanor, angrily assumed his gentle fist stance. "Then I can only say I'm sorry. You might just disappoint your friends." With that, the two began their duel, each employing the gentle fist technique. Their movements mirrored each other, as if they were dancing with shadows. From the initial stance to the execution of techniques, Naruto's training bore fruit as Hinata matched Niji blow for blow. Niji sealed one of Hinata's chakra points, only for Hinata to retaliate by sealing one of Niji's in turn. The match reached a stalemate, both fighters retreating 2 steps simultaneously. Niji, incredulous, gazed at Hinata. "How is this possible? You should be the one lagging behind. How could you be this strong?" Hinata, shyly smiling, replied, "It's all thanks to Naruto's training." "That obnoxious blonde," Niji exclaimed, charging at Hinata again. Furious at Niji's insult towards Naruto, Hinata's brow furrowed as she unleashed her Tai Chi techniques, using his force against him. With a flurry of moves, grasping the bird's tail, single whip, rising hand, White Crane spreads its wings, embracing the knee, advancing block, and closing techniques, she sent Niji crashing to the ground. Perhaps too immersed in the fight, Hinata, panting, stared at the fallen Niji. The spectators gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this seemingly fragile girl had defeated a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, leaving him utterly defenseless. The arena fell silent, save for Naruto's exuberant cheer. "Hinata, you did wonderfully. When we get back, not only will you have braised pork, but also sweet and sour pork." Hinata blushed at Naruto's words, shyly murmuring, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yugao smiled as she announced Hinata's victory. Niji was carried off on a stretcher by medical ninjas, still in shock. Unable to believe he had been bested by Hinata, Lee and Guy shared the same disbelief, realizing that Niji, whom they regarded as the strongest of this generation of genin, had been defeated by Hinata. Hinata timidly returned to the viewing platform on the second floor and approached Naruto and the others. Naruto smiled and said to Hinata, "You did beautifully." Hinata shyly lowered her head and replied, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Ino, filled with joy, wrapped her arms around Hinata's neck and exclaimed, "Hinata, you're going to have a grand feast when you get back. Aren't you excited? You mustn't forget about us. We were cheering for you too." "I won't. We can all go eat together," Hinata assured. "That's what I've been waiting to hear." Ino leaped in delight. But Shikamaru and Choji felt too shy to be as close to Hinata as Ino was, so they stood beside her, gazing at her as if to say, "Don't forget us, we want to join too." Even Sasuke silently positioned himself next to Shikamaru, while Shino stood beside him as well. Hinata understood their intentions and glanced nervously at Naruto, concerned that he might be worn out from cooking, which was indeed a laborious task. It was only right to consult Naruto's opinion. Naruto chuckled and said, "Since everyone wants to gather, let's head to the riverside cottage after the exam concludes." Upon hearing Naruto's agreement, Shikamaru and the others were overjoyed, their spirits soaring as they raised their fists in preparation for the celebration. Naruto then turned to Yugao and Kakashi. "You should join us too." Kakashi had long wished to taste Naruto's culinary skills, but hesitated, feigning politeness. "Wouldn't that be inconvenient?" "Oh, if you find it inconvenient, then never mind," Naruto replied knowingly, sensing Kakashi's true thoughts. Kakashi quickly altered his stance, "Even if it's inconvenient, I must supervise you all to prevent any excessive revelry that might lead to injuries." Yugao chuckled at Kakashi's demeanor and looked at Naruto, saying, "I suppose I will join." As she began, Naruto eagerly interjected, "Yugao-senpai, you helped me when I was starting out, and you're also Hinata's mentor. It's imperative that you attend." With Naruto's second invitation, Yugao felt she could no longer refuse without losing face. All right, I will be there on time. We shall await your arrival, Yugao-senpai. After inviting Yugao, Naruto turned his gaze to Asuma. To be honest, Naruto was reluctant to invite Asuma, considering his father was the third Hokage. However, since he had invited Asuma's 3 students, not inviting Asuma would have seemed inconsiderate. Asuma-sensei, would you like to join us? I hear you're the son of the third Hokage, so you must be quite wealthy. How about you cover the expenses for our gathering? Naruto's words carried multiple meanings, an invitation to Asuma, a nod to his lineage, and a mention of his wealth. Those unaware of the context might have thought Naruto was jesting, but those in the know pondered deeper implications. Naruto, too, was the son of a Hokage, but his upbringing had been far from easy, a fact everyone was aware of. It was uncertain whether Asuma was oblivious or politically naive, but he responded with a smile, sure, I'll cover the dinner. Since we all have the opportunity to gather, let us invite Guy and his team as well. Naruto smiled, of course. I also want to ask Guy-senpai about the latter 2 gates of the 8 gates. His words caught the attention of several jonin from Konoha, surprised to learn that Naruto had already opened the 6th gate. Guy excitedly rushed to Naruto and asked, You can open the 6th gate? Naruto nodded. I can barely manage the 6th gate, but I haven't learned about the 7th and 8th gates yet. So I'd love to ask Guy-senpai for guidance. Guy enthusiastically nodded, absolutely. I will share everything about the 8 gates with you. While they were discussing the gathering, the electronic screen displayed the names of Gaara and Lee. Naruto frowned at the thought of their match. Currently, Lee was not Gaara's match. If Lee could open the 6th gate without Gaara summoning Shikaku, Gaara would surely be at a disadvantage. However, as it stood, Lee was no match for Gaara and would inevitably face a harsh defeat. Should he intervene? After all, a hard-working genius is far rarer than one with a bloodline limit. During Naruto's brief hesitation, Lee had already opened the 4th gate. Seeing this, Naruto sighed helplessly. It was too late to intervene. Lee's muscles were beginning to tear, and he could only wait to rescue Lee at the end. After Lee unleashed the 5th gate and executed the primary lotus, Naruto turned to Guy and said, Guy-senpai, Lee has already lost. Kakashi and Guy exchanged incredulous glances at Naruto. Naruto sighed. Gaara's sand shield is not to be underestimated. If Lee uses the primary lotus and Gaara can still perform ninjutsu, you must intervene. Otherwise, Lee's path as a ninja could end here. After hearing this, both Guy and Kakashi fell into contemplation. In that brief moment, Lee had completed the primary lotus and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Gaara still capable of ninjutsu confirmed Naruto's warning, prompting Guy to leap to the 1st floor to stop Gaara's sand coffin. Gaara glared fiercely at Guy and demanded, Why? Why did you save him? Because he is my most cherished subordinate and my most valued disciple. After rising, Gaara turned to leave. I'm done. Perhaps Gaara had thought of those he cherished or admired Guy's affection for Lee, not wanting to destroy that bond. Just as the announcer was about to declare Gaara the winner, Lee shakily rose and declared, I can still fight. Gaara glanced back at Lee, saying nothing, and ascended to the 2nd floor. Guy looked at Lee and said, That's enough, Lee. You've proven yourself. But, Guy-sensei, I haven't won yet. Proving oneself doesn't necessarily mean victory. All right then. With that, Lee collapsed. Guy swiftly caught him, calling for medical ninjas. After Lee was taken away, the announcer declared Gaara the victor. The final match was between Choji and Toshi. Despite Choji having trained extensively with Naruto, Toshi's augmented arm proved too formidable, resulting in Choji's loss. The announcer declared the selection concluded, and the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, announced that the formal 3rd round exam would take place in a month. The participants were then asked to draw lots for their matches. Just as Hiruzen was about to announce the matchups, Naruto stepped forward and addressed Gaara. Are you interested in having a match with me? Oh, since you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Hiruzen sighed. Naruto, don't be foolish. This is a fair competition, and you are not permitted to choose your opponent. Naruto smiled at the other victors. I want to fight Gaara. Do any of you have objections? Among the victorious 10, 6 were from Konoha, while the remaining 4 included 1 from the Sound Village and 3 from the Sand Village. As Naruto made his request, the members of Konoha had no choice but to comply. The only ones left to decide were Kankuro, Temari, and Toshi. Kankuro and Temari were also apprehensive about facing Gaara. Thus, it seemed preferable to establish a duel between Gaara and Naruto at this moment. Toshi, recalling how Naruto had spared them in the Forest of Death, was more than willing to return the favor, especially considering the uncertainty of his participation in the upcoming exam. Ultimately, all 8 participants agreed to the showdown between Gaara and Naruto, leaving the third Hokage with little to contest. With the consensus of all competitors, what objections could the organizer raise? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was eager to gauge Naruto's true strength, given that Gaara possessed at least the prowess of an elite Genin. If Naruto emerged victorious, it would speak volumes about his abilities. Conversely, should he falter, Hiruzen could still assess Naruto's capabilities. Chapter 83. The feast. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the 10 victors. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with the duel between Gaara and Naruto. The matchups were decided. Sasuke would face Hinata, Naruto would clash with Gaara, Kankuro would take on Shino, Shikamaru would battle Temari, and Toshi would confront Ino. After announcing the matchups, the group dispersed. Upon returning to the village with Kakashi and the others, Naruto turned to Kakashi and said, "You should impart your ultimate techniques to Sasuke. No more slacking off. If one day even Sasuke and Sakura can defeat you, it would be rather embarrassing for you as a teacher. I need to procure some ingredients. Let us meet at the cabin later." With that, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique and transformed, sending his clones out to shop. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke watched Naruto's retreating figure, sensing he was up to something significant, yet unwilling to share. Kakashi turned to Sasuke and Sakura, saying, "You two should prepare as well for our meeting at the riverside cabin." After Kakashi departed, Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances before silently making their way to the cabin. As they walked in silence for quite some time, finally, with no one around, Sakura broke the stillness, asking, "After the Nin exams, are you planning to leave the village?" "That's not for you to inquire." Sasuke's lack of a definitive answer served as an implicit affirmation. "Will you take me with you?" Sakura asked hopefully. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at her and, after a long pause, replied, "The path I must take is not one you should follow. You still have your parents in the village." With that, he quickened his pace, leaving Sakura momentarily stunned. Ultimately, she silently followed him. Upon arriving at the riverside cabin, they found one of Naruto's clones waiting. "Why are you both here so early? Didn't you go home to freshen up?" Sasuke and Sakura paused, suddenly remembering their 5 days without proper hygiene since their return from the Forest of Death. Embarrassed, they lowered their heads and said nothing. With a sigh, Naruto gestured toward the cabin. "You can go wash up. As for your clothes, I'll dismiss the clone and let my original self bring back 2 sets." With that, he dispelled the clone. Naruto had sent a clone to the cabin early because the place was protected by a Jinjutsu barrier. Without dispelling it, no one could enter. Seeing the clone vanish, Sakura and Sasuke hurried into the cabin. Sakura, particularly, felt mortified. On the 3rd day in the forest, Naruto had remarked on her odor, and now it was even worse. After receiving the memories from his clone, Naruto felt a bit awkward, realizing they were acting like children, oblivious to such basic matters. He hastened to gather ingredients and seasonings, also visiting a clothing shop to procure outfits for Sakura and Sasuke. As Naruto returned to the riverside cabin with a throng of clones laden with supplies, they encountered Hinata, Kiba, Shino, and their supervising teacher, Yuhi Kurenai. Kiba exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit excessive? You've bought so much." Naruto shrugged. "You should consider how many will be here today. Just from our 4 classes, that's already 12. Add in the teachers, and we have 16. I suspect this won't be enough, as I still need to catch some game and fish." Kiba, calculating, replied, "It does seem like quite a few. Can you manage all this alone?" With a grin, Naruto replied, "Of course not. I have my clones to help." Kiba conceded, "You make a fair point. Having abundant chakra is quite impressive." Naruto laughed, "Come on. I still need to deliver the clothes to Sasuke and Sakura." Hinata shyly offered, "Naruto-kun, I can help too." "Oh, thank you, Hinata-chan." No, it's us who should be sorry for intruding," Naruto chuckled. Hinata's demeanor amused not only Naruto but also Kurenai, who noticed how smitten Hinata was with him. As dusk approached, the 12 young ninjas, along with their 4 teachers, gathered, with the exception of Niji, who had been reprimanded by Hinata, and even Lee, who had been nearly beaten to a pulp, was brought along. Asuma had intended to find some sake, but Naruto's words left him speechless. "Acquiring these ingredients has been challenging enough. Where would I find alcohol? We aren't even 18. Which tavern would sell to us?" Naruto's comment struck a nerve with Asuma, who felt the weight of being the 4th Hokage's son while struggling to procure everyday supplies, let alone allowing an underage child to buy alcohol. Asuma sensed Naruto's animosity toward him, yet he couldn't fathom the reason behind it. In truth, Naruto felt a bit unjust toward Asuma, who had long been serving as a guard for the daimyo, and was unaware of the events transpiring in Naruto's life. Just as Asuma prepared to light a cigarette, Ino, concerned that Naruto might throw another jab at Asuma, slammed her hand on the table and said, "Teacher, we are all minors here. Can you please refrain from smoking?" Reluctantly, Asuma set down his pack. All right. Why does it feel like I can't do anything right?" Shikamaru, recognizing Ino's attempt to defend Asuma, chimed in. "Aren't you the one who said you were preparing a feast? How long until it's ready? I'm about to starve." "It's nearly done. Kakashi-sensei, could you please bring out a table?" Kakashi, gazing at Naruto with his trademark deadpan expression, replied, "I can't perform wood release. How could I create a table? Don't you have earth release? Just use a Doton technique, then rock transformation, and finally lay the tablecloth on it. It's not that difficult." Embarrassed, Kakashi scratched his head, conceding to Naruto's suggestion. After setting up the table, Naruto summoned more clones to arrange the dishes and drinks, instructing everyone to wait nearby. Chapter 84. The commotion caused by the gathering. Once everyone was seated, Naruto began serving the dishes. This time, Naruto poured forth all his culinary prowess, preparing over 50 exquisite dishes using ingredients from his past life that could be found in this world. As for those he couldn't create, it was either due to a lack of spices or insufficient ingredients, resulting in a flavor that was entirely off. When Naruto finally laid out the spread, everyone stared in astonishment at the table. Kurenai, visibly surprised, looked at Naruto and remarked, "With this spread, you could open a grand restaurant." Asuma nodded in agreement, adding, without even tasting it, "The presentation and aroma of your dishes surpass that of the finest chefs from the land of fire." Kakashi, too, felt that Naruto's feast was somewhat extravagant. If these dishes were to be sold in a restaurant, they would fetch an exorbitant price, perhaps hundreds of thousands of ryo in a lavish establishment. Naruto shrugged and said, "If you have food, dig in. After preparing such a grand feast, I certainly won't invite so many for dinner again. Not only is my wallet at stake, but the effort of cooking nearly exhausts me." Kakashi, Kurenai, and the others readily concurred, recognizing the considerable effort involved in preparing such an elaborate meal. However, Ino was somewhat discontent and attempted to cling to Naruto's arm in a playful manner, only to remember his constant training regime, and with a hint of frustration, she said to him, "If you stop inviting us to gatherings, how can we enjoy such delicious food?" Choji nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Yes. Can we start eating now?" As he spoke, he drooled in anticipation, making it clear to everyone that he was quite famished. Naruto chuckled and replied, "We'll discuss gatherings later. Let us eat." Upon his command, everyone grabbed their chopsticks and exclaimed, "Let us dig in." Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Naruto and the others' outdoor gathering through a crystal ball in the Hokage Tower, was lost in thought. The 4 teachers Naruto had invited were the very pillars of Konoha, and with the inclusion of students from the 4 classes, nearly all the major and minor clans of Konoha were represented. If all these families were to unite through Naruto to overthrow him as Hokage, Hiruzen found himself at a loss for how to counteract it. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was already on their side. It seemed imperative to hasten Jiraiya's return. Otherwise, significant turmoil could ensue. Not only was Sarutobi observing Naruto's gathering, but even Orochimaru was keeping a watchful eye on them through a small snake. While the prominent clans of Konoha had not dispatched anyone to monitor the event, they were eagerly awaiting their children's return. It was evident that Konoha's clans were closely watching Naruto's actions. Should he take any significant steps or harbor intentions, they would likely follow suit. After all, their children had matured, and failure to curtail Sarutobi and Danzo's influence could jeopardize their futures. Once everyone had their fill, Naruto sought out Might Guy to inquire about the 8 gates. Kakashi, on the other hand, scrutinized the gathering attendees, attempting to discern whether they were privy to any of Naruto's plans. Disappointingly, he found that conversations revolved around trivial matters, with no discussions regarding the village at all. The gathering continued late into the night, and after sending everyone home, Naruto returned to the riverside cabin. During the gathering, Kakashi and Kurenai had each assigned training tasks to the 12 young ninjas and emphasized the few who needed to participate in the upcoming final examination. Since Might Guy's entire team had been eliminated, once Lee's injuries healed, they would be ready to accept missions. especially with the upcoming ninja tournament attracting numerous nobles and distinguished guests eager to commission escort missions. Naruto returned to the riverside cabin because he felt no need to remain in the village any longer. Previously, he had to consider the entire village's interests, but now he was free to leave at any time. He possessed the strength to safeguard himself in any part of the ninja world. Upon returning to the cabin, Naruto activated the illusion barrier, wishing to avoid constant surveillance and to evade Jiraiya. In the original narrative, after the conclusion of the second exam, Jiraiya had returned to Konoha, and it was likely that Sarutobi sensed the tension, prompting him to summon Jiraiya for support. Once the illusion barrier was in place, Naruto employed his Kagaya's mind eye to scan the surroundings and discovered a small white snake. In exasperation, he wrote a note on a piece of paper, seized the snake, and stuffed the note into its mouth, commanding, "Scram." The little white snake understood his intent and wriggled in an attempt to leave, but the illusion barrier thwarted its escape. With no choice left, Naruto deactivated the barrier. After ensuring the snake had vacated the premises, he reactivated the illusion barrier. When Orochimaru saw the note clutched in the snake's grasp, his expression darkened. The note read, "Jiraiya is coming back soon. Eliminate the two." Orochimaru recognized this as Naruto's final warning, a clear indication that his subterfuge would no longer be tolerated. Crushing the note in his hand, Orochimaru muttered to himself, "Though I detest Konoha's decay, I will not be trifled with." However, he found himself at a loss. If he were to eliminate Tsunade and Mito now, it would undoubtedly disrupt his plan to bring Konoha to ruin. Conversely, if he delayed, he would be unable to act against them in the coming month, forcing him to wait until his plan was set in motion. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. That insufferable brat. Days passed, and Jiraiya returned. Though he did not immediately seek an audience with Sarutobi, the Hokage remained oblivious to Jiraiya's return until reports surfaced about someone peeping at the women's bathhouse. Only then did he realize Jiraiya was back. While Sarutobi was irritated with Jiraiya, he understood that Konoha desperately needed his presence to restore order. Thus, he dispatched several Umbu to monitor the various women's bathhouses and informed Jiraiya as soon as they located him. Chapter 85. Jiraiya the Umbu were swift in their actions, locating Jiraiya in less than half an hour. However, upon receiving the news, Jiraiya did not rush to meet the Hokage, choosing instead to visit the Hokage Tower around noon. Sarutobi sensed Jiraiya's presence outside the window and welcomed him with a stern tone. "You've gone a bit too far." Jiraiya laughed heartily, responding, "Come on, old man. Don't be so stubborn. I'm here now, aren't I?" "Ah, Jiraiya, please come back. Konoha needs you now more than ever." Jiraiya shook his head, replying, "I can't do that. Old man, I still need to find the child of prophecy. Besides, with you in charge, what problems could possibly arise?" "I'm getting old," Sarutobi remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Sarutobi, Jiraiya chuckled. "You're the Hokage now. Who would dare cause you trouble?" "Relax. Jiraiya, I'm not joking. You should take over as the 5th Hokage." "Are you kidding? With my personality, how could I ever be Hokage? Find someone else. If there's nothing more, I need to go gather materials." With that, Jiraiya made to leave, but Sarutobi quickly called after him. "Wait, is there something else? If you insist on making me do something like being a Hokage, then spare me the details. This isn't about that. It concerns the children of Minato and Kushina." "Naruto." "Yes. What about Naruto?" Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a considerable time, unsure of how to respond to Jiraiya's inquiry. He certainly couldn't reveal that he had taken Naruto from the orphanage when the boy had just learned to walk, allowing him to live a life filled with scorn and derision, branded as a demon fox. Although Naruto had acquired some means of self-defense, his stance towards the village remained uncertain. Noticing Hiruzen's prolonged silence, Jiraiya surmised that both he and Danzo had engaged in some unsavory actions. Thus he refrained from pressing further. "Where is Naruto now?" Hiruzen sighed and briefly recounted Naruto's situation at the cabin by the river. Upon receiving this precise information, Jiraiya promptly departed. However, Hiruzen had forgotten that the cabin was ensconced within an illusionary barrier. When Jiraiya arrived at the supposed location of the cabin, he found nothing and began to search around, inadvertently wandering into the illusion. Upon entering the illusion, Jiraiya immediately wondered how such a barrier could exist in Konoha. Who had set it up? Who had permitted it? His curiosity piqued. He began to explore the confines of the illusion. Sensing an intrusion, Naruto utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu to investigate, soon discovering it was Jiraiya. With a resigned sigh, Naruto chose not to engage much, as Jiraiya had not ventured deep into the illusion. Given Jiraiya's capabilities, he would likely find his way out soon enough. As expected, after more than half an hour of searching without locating Naruto, Jiraiya exited the illusion and returned to the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen informed Jiraiya about Naruto's placement of the illusion. Frowning, Jiraiya remarked, "Old man, what have you all done? Why is the Jinchuriki living on the outskirts of the village? This poses a significant risk. What if someone with ill intentions were to abduct Naruto?" Realizing he could no longer evade the issue, Hiruzen divulged everything about Naruto's circumstances to Jiraiya, placing the blame for all the dark deeds squarely on Danzo, while he maintained his image as the rightful Hokage. Anger surged within Jiraiya, his fists clenching in frustration. Wishing to confront Danzo immediately, Hiruzen, recognizing Jiraiya's rage, hastily advised, "The past is done. I have another pressing matter for you." "What is it?" "It pertains to the inheritance of Minato and Kushina." Jiraiya's expression darkened upon hearing this. Hiruzen had just detailed Naruto's living conditions. If Naruto had wealth, why was he living in such squalor? Surely, the inheritance of Minato and Kushina had not been divided among you? Hiruzen shot Jiraiya a glare, stating, "At the time, we had no choice. After the Nine Tails ravaged the village, we needed substantial funds for reconstruction. Konoha's finances were strained, so we temporarily utilized that inheritance." As soon as Hiruzen's words fell, Jiraiya erupted with potent chakra. "Old man, that wealth was meant for Naruto. Even if you utilized those funds, you should have ensured Naruto's well-being. What kind of life are you subjecting him to? This is too much." With that, Jiraiya made to leave through the window. Hiruzen quickly interjected, "Jiraiya, I acknowledge our missteps, but what's done is done, and we must strive to make amends." "How can we make amends?" "Should I tell Naruto that his father was the fourth Hokage, who died protecting the village, only for the village to seize his family's wealth and leave him in poverty? And now we hope he won't hold it against us?" "I cannot utter such words. That's not what I meant. We have gathered part of Minato and Kushina's inheritance. You should take it to Naruto." Jiraiya paused, pondering Hiruzen's words, then shot him an incredulous look. "You speak so lightly of it. Minato and Kushina's inheritance is worth at least 2 billion ryo. I refuse to believe that the funds for the village's repair were exhausted in one go. Surely, what you are handing me now is merely what's left after years of expenditure by the village. Old man, you've gone too far." Without further delay, Jiraiya utilized body flicker technique and departed through the window. After hearing Hiruzen's explanation, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards Naruto, Minato, and even Kushina. Jiraiya returned to the river cabin, stationed at the entrance of the illusionary barrier, awaiting Naruto's emergence, eager to ascertain his well-being. However, as night fell without Naruto appearing, he was left with no choice but to leave a shadow clone behind. For the next 2 days, Jiraiya personally stood guard at the entrance during the day, while a clone took over at night. Perseverance bore fruit, as on the 3rd day at noon, Hinata came to seek Naruto. Recently, she had been training at home under Hayashi's guidance, but since Hayashi had no knowledge of the Tai Chi she was practicing, he directed her to find Naruto. Chapter 86. Jiraiya's shame upon spotting Hinata. Jiraiya quickly approached her. "Are you here for Naruto Uzumaki?" Hinata looked at him warily. "Who are you?" "I am Jiraiya. I wonder if you've heard of me? I'm also here to find Naruto, but there's an illusionary barrier here that prevents me from entering. Do you have a way to reach him?" Unsure of Jiraiya's identity, Hinata hesitated, then replied, "If I enter the illusion, Naruto-kun will come to meet me." Jiraiya frowned. "What if upon entering, Naruto mistakes me for a stranger and doesn't come to greet me?" Realizing this, he asked Hinata, "Could you go in and deliver a message? I am Jiraiya, disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and I have matters to discuss with him. He should be willing to see me." Upon hearing that Jiraiya was a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Hinata relaxed a bit. She timidly nodded, saying, "All right, I will tell Naruto-kun." With that, Hinata hurriedly entered the illusion. The moment she stepped inside, Naruto sensed her presence and used body flicker technique to appear before her, ready to escort her to the small courtyard. Suddenly, Hinata spoke up, Naruto-kun, Jiraiya, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, wishes to see you. Shouldn't you go meet him? He seems to have been waiting outside for quite some time." Considering Hinata's words, Naruto felt it inappropriate to continue avoiding Jiraiya. Nodding, he said, "I'll escort you to the courtyard for a rest, then I will go to see him." Hinata agreed with a nod. After ensuring Hinata was comfortably settled, Naruto exited the illusion. Jiraiya, seeing Naruto approach happily, exclaimed, You are Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto nodded. I am. What do you need? I am. Just as Jiraiya began to introduce himself, he was interrupted by Naruto. I know who you are, disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, the great Jiraiya, and the Toad Sage, also known as the Perverted Sage, am I right? Hearing the initial titles, Jiraiya felt pleased, believing Naruto was a fan. But the last phrase left him somewhat embarrassed, especially the mention of Perverted Sage. While all those titles are accurate, the last one is a slander. I merely gather material. Do you understand? Jiraiya, observing Naruto's calm demeanor as he gazed at him, found himself unable to continue the argument and instead shifted the topic. While the names you mentioned are all accurate, there is one crucial aspect that has been overlooked. Oh, are you referring to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's master? You know? Indeed. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? If not, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Naruto's intention to depart, Jiraiya hastily interjected, Wait. There are matters I wish to discuss with you, and some things I need to share. Are you asking about my childhood? I can answer that now. Ever since I learned to walk, I have lived alone. Before the age of 4, I survived on expired instant noodles and scraps. With a monthly allowance of 500 Ryo, I could scarcely make it through the month. When I ventured out, I was branded as the Nine-Tails Fox and often pelted with stones, subjected to the scornful gazes of all around me. That is my story. Do you wish to ask anything further? Listening to Naruto's recounting, Jiraiya felt a profound sense of shame. From Naruto's attitude, he could sense that Naruto was well aware of the truth. At that moment, Jiraiya felt utterly embarrassed to remain. As for informing Minato and Kushina about their inheritance, he decided it would be best left to Hiruzen Sarutobi to address. With a sheepish glance at Naruto, Jiraiya said, I have no more questions. I shall take my leave. With that, he utilized the body flicker technique and swiftly departed. Seeing Jiraiya leave, Naruto entered a Genjutsu barrier to seek out Hinata. Meanwhile, Jiraiya reappeared at the Hokage building, his demeanor markedly less amiable than before. He forcefully kicked open a window, storming inside, which attracted the attention of the Umbu guarding the Hokage's office. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's enraged state, Hiruzen Sarutobi realized that Jiraiya had already met with Naruto. He waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to stand down. Jiraiya fixed a steely gaze upon Hiruzen, recalling how just days prior, Hiruzen had mentioned that Naruto's life in the village was far from pleasant, lacking the details that would reveal the true extent of Naruto's suffering. Jiraiya had initially thought Naruto was merely facing some hardships, but now it became evident that it was nothing short of abuse. The two remained silent for a protracted moment, until Jiraiya finally broke the stillness. Old man, do you truly believe you are honoring Minato and Kushina? Those actions were orchestrated by Danzo. At that time, I was preoccupied with the reconstruction of Konoha. When I learned that Naruto was dubbed the Nine Tails, it was already common knowledge throughout the village. Hiruzen began, but was cut off by Jiraiya. Enough. If you cannot even manage the public opinion within Konoha, you are unworthy of being Hokage. Perhaps Danzo should take your place. I will not concern myself with the inheritance of Kushina and Minato. With that, Jiraiya transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, uncertain of what had transpired between Jiraiya and Naruto, understood from Jiraiya's furious demeanor that Kushina's inheritance must be returned in full. He quickly summoned the other 3 leaders of Konoha for a meeting in the Hokage's office. When Hiruzen broached the topic of Kushina's inheritance, Danzo immediately became agitated. Enough, Hiruzen. Is 400 million Ryo not sufficient for that Nine-Tails brat? I believe you are indulging him too much. Mito and Koharu chimed in agreement. Indeed, Hiruzen. 400 million Ryo is already considerable. That Nine-Tails brat is simply too greedy. Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon his 3 companions. Is it Naruto who is greedy, or is it you? Kushina's inheritance alone included an entire street of shops, not to mention the cash reserves. The rents from those 2 streets alone amount to several tens of millions of Ryo. Is it Naruto who is unsatisfied, or is it you? Understand that if Naruto discovers he is the son of the 4th, it could become a scandal for Konoha's higher-ups, one that the daimyo might pursue. Upon hearing Hiruzen mention the daimyo, Mito and Koharu fell silent, aware of the ramifications of escalating the issue. Chapter 87. Konoha's financial dilemma. Yet Danzo remained unfazed, dismissively stating, if the daimyo is uncooperative, we can simply replace him. Fool. Danzo, do you comprehend the magnitude of your words? Are you seeking to antagonize the entire shinobi world? The political landscape within the Hokage world was indeed chaotic. A cadre of formidable shinobi was expected to submit to the rule of the daimyo while annually seeking financial allocations from him, a notion that seemed utterly nonsensical. Koharu quickly interjected. Danzo, refrain from speaking such nonsense in the future. If word gets out, the entire Konoha will suffer. Mito rapped on the table. We've digressed. Let us return to the matter of Minato and Kushina's inheritance. After Mito's remark, he turned to Hiruzen. Those 2 streets owned by Kushina were appropriated by the Sarutobi clan. Each of us received 350 million ryo, and the remainder was invested in Konoha's reconstruction. Koharu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hiruzen, we 3 each received a total of 1,500 million ryo. We can return that, but what of the remaining funds? Where will the money for the investments in Konoha's development come from? What about the rent from those 2 streets? Do we need to return the shops as well? Koharu's inquiries were grounded in reality. Following the Nine Tails incident, the reconstruction of Konoha had consumed 300 million ryo, and considering the amounts appropriated by Koharu, Mito, and Danzo, the total came to approximately 1,350 million ryo. Adding in the rents from 14 years of shops and other expenses, the total could easily reach 2 billion ryo. After all, Kushina had brought with her the entire legacy of the Uzumaki clan to Konoha. And even 2 billion ryo was likely an underestimate. A detailed accounting might well reveal 30 billion ryo as the true figure. Originally, Hiruzen had planned to plunder from Kato and supplement that amount slightly, estimating that they could gather around 17 or 18 billion ryo. While this would not fully cover Kushina and Minato's inheritance, it would suffice to provide Naruto with an explanation. If others disagreed, they could simply claim that a portion of the funds had been spent during Konoha's reconstruction and that they would gradually repay Naruto Uzumaki, thereby achieving a semblance of resolution. However, the entire plan had now been thrown into disarray. If they were forced to produce 20 billion ryo, it would severely cripple the 4 prominent clans, particularly the Sarutobi clan, which had faced minimal danger since Hiruzen's ascension as Hokage, resulting in an exponential increase in the number of shinobi. Over 3,000 unregistered shinobi alone. Not to mention the registered ones. Koharu and Mito's clans were no different. Even if they didn't reach 3,000 unregistered shinobi, they certainly had around 2,000. The sudden withdrawal of substantial funds would undoubtedly impact their businesses, creating significant issues for the livelihood of these individuals. The 4 remained in contemplative silence until nightfall. Yet no solutions emerged. Just then, Jiraiya burst through the window, addressing the 4. Now, how much funding can you provide? Do not withhold any information. If I find out otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the faces of the 4 turned grim. Koharu, Mito, and Danzo looked to Hiruzen for his response. After exchanging glances with his 3 old friends, Hiruzen replied calmly. The rent from those 2 streets over the years totals 400 million ryo, which the Sarutobi clan can manage to pay. Transferring the ownership of the shops to Naruto is also feasible. We can simply pay him rent annually moving forward. Though Hiruzen spoke of the shop rents, the underlying meaning was clear to all. He was merely attempting to maintain a semblance of dignity. The trio of Tien Kamaru, Mito Gaidon, and Shimura Danzo gazed incredulously at Sarutobi Hiruzen upon hearing his response. Hiruzen's stance was utterly untenable. If the Sarutobi clan were to produce 400 million ryo, they could scarcely hope to develop for the next 3 to 5 years, let alone regain their vitality. Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully before turning his attention to Kamaru and the others. What about you? Do not attempt to mislead me. If your answers do not satisfy me, I will conduct a thorough investigation, and if further discrepancies arise, our discussions will become decidedly less amicable. Danzo's dark expression deepened as he replied, all the inheritance I acquired has been expended on the route. Currently, the maximum amount I can procure is 150 million ryo, and anything beyond that is simply unattainable. Do not compel me to investigate, Danzo. Jiraiya interjected. I act with a clear conscience. What I have done is in service of Konoha. And what of the remaining 200 million ryo? Do you intend to evade your obligations? Danzo retorted. I have never claimed to avoid my responsibilities. Every ryo I spent was for the route, and thus the village must bear this cost. While Danzo's assertions held some merit, he had indeed allocated all funds to the route. What remained uncertain was the actual contributions of the ninjas he trained to Konoha. The 5 individuals present were acutely aware that the route ninjas responded solely to Danzo, effectively rendering them his private army, yet their existence had been sanctioned by the Hokage. leaving them with little recourse against Danzo. As the matter of the inheritance appeared to reach a resolution between Danzo and Hiruzen, Midogate and Tien Kamaru grew increasingly anxious. If they were compelled to produce 350 million Ryo, their clans would be irreparably harmed. Jiraiya, unable to make headway with Danzo, turned to Hiruzen and remarked, "Since Danzo claims that the funds have been utilized for the village, let the village cover this expense. You have no objections, do you? If the village were to produce 200 million Ryo now, they would be left without funds to settle the ninja's mission rewards the following day." Jiraiya, upon realizing this, couldn't he help but chuckle in frustration. "You truly play your cards well. I wash my hands of this matter." With that, he began to depart. However, Hiruzen would not allow him to leave so easily. "Wait, I still have inquiries for you." Jiraiya halted mid-step, turning back to Hiruzen and asking, "What is it? Is it true that Naruto is aware of everything?" After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya answered, "I cannot ascertain the full extent of his knowledge, but he is undoubtedly aware of quite a bit." "Who informed Naruto? Do you know?" Hiruzen inquired. "I have conducted my own discreet investigations, and no one has mentioned his heritage to him." "How did he come to know?" Hiruzen's implication was clear. If no one from the village had disclosed Naruto's lineage, then who had? Could it be a spy from another ninja village? If that were the case, had Naruto been led astray? If so, should they not apprehend him? This would alleviate their concerns about repaying nearly 2 billion Ryo. Chapter 88. Jiraiya's arrogance. Jiraiya, his expression darkening, retorted, "Are you attempting to shift the blame onto Naruto?" "I am merely expressing a reasonable suspicion." Danzo, growing increasingly shameless, countered. However, Hiruzen's suspicions were not without merit. After much contemplation, Jiraiya turned to the four and said, "Have you not considered why the seal on Naruto suddenly vanished? Who originally placed that seal?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Hiruzen's eyes widened in realization. "Are you suggesting it was Minato? Who else could it be? Currently, who in Konoha possesses the knowledge of the 8 trigram seal? Furthermore, the key to the 8 trigram seal has always resided in Mount Myaboku. If the seal on Naruto has disappeared, and if the key was used to unlock it, the seal would still remain. It would merely require Naruto to close it himself. Yet now, the seal is entirely gone. Consider who could accomplish such a feat." Jiraiya had made his point abundantly clear. If the four remained oblivious, they would indeed appear foolish. Minato undoubtedly left contingencies in place, concerned for Naruto's safety when Danzo seized him, which led to the complete unsealing of the 9 tails. Danzo, realizing the implications, slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair in frustration. "Damn it, Minato should have placed Naruto under my care. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this mess." Before Danzo could finish his thought, Jiraiya executed the body flicker technique and struck Danzo, sending him crashing against the wall. "If you dare speak out of turn again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. I care not whether you, Danzo, have squandered the funds. The 350 million Ryo must be in my hands by tomorrow. Otherwise, I will obliterate your clan and eradicate the entire root." As Danzo picked himself up from the ground, he glared at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, you are openly assaulting a high-ranking official of Konoha. Do you intend to betray the village?" Jiraiya, undeterred, met Danzo's gaze defiantly. "Oh, I look forward to seeing how you will label me a rogue ninja." Recognizing he was at a standstill with Jiraiya, Danzo turned his ire towards Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, look at the disciple you have raised." "Enough, Danzo. Minato was the 4th Hokage, who sacrificed himself to save the village. Your disregard for the Hokage is becoming increasingly intolerable. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Whatever your intentions, you must never disregard the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." "Danzo, I am the Hokage." Danzo, intending to storm out as he usually did, was halted by Jiraiya's voice. "Do not forget the 350 million Ryo. If I do not see the funds before nightfall, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Danzo, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, felt a chill run down his spine. Given Jiraiya's standing in the village, should he truly infiltrate the root, many secrets would undoubtedly be uncovered. Should he gather the various clans of the village, Danzo's fate would be sealed. Trembling, he gripped the door handle, hesitant to leave. If a proper resolution was not reached today, his aspirations of becoming Hokage would be dashed. Merely surviving would be a blessing. Midogate and Tien Kamaru recognized Danzo's predicament and sighed, urging him, "Danzo, perhaps it is best to return and discuss the matter of the inheritance. We can address other issues later." With a means of retreat, Danzo complied and sat back down. "Hiruzen, taking a drag from his cigarette, turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "Did Minato leave any other contingencies?" Jiraiya, with a furrowed brow, replied, "I cannot say for certain. You all know well how Minato and Kushina met their end. And considering Kushina's heritage as a member of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their sealing techniques, if Minato had contingencies, it stands to reason that Kushina would have as well. Indeed, and we cannot overlook Kushina. Hiruzen and the others had momentarily forgotten about her. If Minato had left contingencies, it was inconceivable that Kushina would not have done the same, especially since Minato's sealing techniques were taught by her. If Kushina had devised some peculiar sealing technique that allowed the Nine Tails to rampage within the village, then the next individual to perform the dead demon consuming seal might very well be Hiruzen himself. Observing the expressions of the four, Jiraiya shook his head in resignation. You should cease pondering contingencies and focus on the matter of the inheritance. The 350 million Ryo from Elder Danzo and the 400 million from me already amount to 750 million Ryo. Mito and Watergate. Your 350 million Ryo, combined with my 400 million, would yield a total of 1,550 million Ryo for Naruto, providing a satisfactory resolution. The remaining 500 million Ryo can be allocated at 50 million Ryo per year from the feudal lord's grants to Naruto over the next decade. If we proceed in this manner, the issue can be satisfactorily concluded. Do any of you have objections? The four individuals remained silent, grappling with the predicament. Although Jiraiya's proposal was feasible, the issue lay in their inability to procure such a substantial sum of money. They had already bled once over the inheritance of the Uchiha clan, and this time the sacrifice was even greater. How could they possibly come to terms with that? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Mito and Tika, saying, "Each of you must contribute 450 million Ryo, and Danzo should bring all the funds from the root. Tomorrow, we shall present everything to Jiraiya and allow him to resolve the inheritance matter once and for all." Upon hearing Hiruzen's demand, Tika erupted in protest. "Do you have any idea how much 450 million Ryo is? I can barely manage 350 million Ryo as it is. And now you want me to come up with an additional 100 million? Are you suggesting I resort to robbing the daimyo?" Mito echoed her sentiments. "Indeed. For my clan, contributing 350 million Ryo is already a stretch. Shall we then collectively resort to thievery against the daimyo?" Hiruzen recognized that his request was indeed excessive for Tika and Mito, yet it was the only viable solution at present. Shimura Danzo sighed, "Very well. I shall take care of my 350 million Ryo without troubling you further. I will gather it from the Shimura clan." With that, Danzo turned and exited the Hokage's office, marking the first time he left without slamming the door. After casting a glance at Hiruzen, Mito and Tika followed suit and departed the office. Jiraiya regarded Hiruzen and remarked, "You've changed, old man. The once great shinobi has transformed into a mere parasite, seeking only to benefit his own family and friends." After stating this, Jiraiya leapt out of the window. Hiruzen murmured to himself, questioning whether he had indeed changed. "But everything I do is for Konoha." Chapter 89. Kakashi visits Jiraiya after leaving the Hokage's office. Jiraiya sat atop the Hokage rock, overlooking the entirety of Konoha. He found himself wrestling with doubts, pondering whether his steadfastness had been misguided. Should he have sought out the child of prophecy? Had he remained in Konoha, would Minato and Kushina still be alive? When he learned that Hiruzen and the others had divided Minato and Kushina's inheritance, despair washed over him. The self-sacrificing Hokage was reduced to having his legacy divvied up by others. If it had been left for the village, he might have accepted it. But this was too disheartening. Jiraiya felt increasingly stifled upon returning to Konoha, yearning to leave the village. However, considering Naruto's plight, he realized that if he did not assist Naruto in reclaiming the inheritance, he would have no face to show Minato and Kushina in the afterlife. Hiruzen, Mito, Tika, and Danzo, despite their shortcomings, still held some influence in the village and managed to gather the necessary funds in less than half a day. Danzo even approached the Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga clans, negotiating simple terms. They would refrain from selecting candidates for the route for 5 years. Although the major clans sensed the implicit threat in Danzo's request, they found themselves with limited options. Moreover, Danzo held a promissory note from the route, which facilitated his borrowing of funds. Once Danzo secured the money, the younger generation of various clans rushed to inform Naruto. It was evident that the clans suspected Danzo's borrowing was intended to assist Naruto in obtaining the inheritance, as some debts could not be evaded. Upon seeing Shikamaru and Hinata arrive, Naruto immediately dispelled the illusion barrier. Shikamaru said, "You should refrain from using the illusion barrier for the next few days." Both Shino and Hinata nodded in agreement. "What has transpired?" Shikamaru muttered, employing a jutsu to discreetly inform Naruto of Danzo's borrowing activities. Understanding the situation, Naruto smiled and replied, "I see. In that case, I shall await their arrival with the funds." Once the serious matters were addressed, Ino suggested that Naruto prepare a grand feast for them. Hinata gazed at Naruto with twinkling eyes. Ruffling Hinata's hair, Naruto said, "All right, I'll cook for you." His sudden affection caused Hinata's face to flush crimson, steam rising from her head. Naruto, exasperated, playfully tapped his forehead and remarked, "If you keep fainting like this, I fear we may not be suited for each other." Embarrassed, Hinata straightened up and insisted, "I am fine." Ino, finding Hinata's reaction amusing, chimed in, "Hinata, you are too entertaining. Why not faint again? Honestly, I think you and Naruto aren't compatible. How about you let him go?" Hinata, panicked, stammered, "I can't. I want to give up on Naruto." Perhaps in her moment of anxiety, Hinata had let slip a near confession, only to redden even more, steam billowing from her head, yet she steadfastly refused to faint. Naruto, slightly annoyed, thumped Ino's head. "You're picking on Hinata again." Ino rubbed her head, protesting, "Who's picking on her? I'm simply speaking the truth. Enough of this nonsense. I'll send out some shadow clones to gather ingredients while you help me procure seasonings." Ino, Shikamaru, and the others nodded, responding to Naruto's directives. From a nearby tree, Jiraiya observed Naruto orchestrating the other young heirs, feeling a sense of harmony that indicated Naruto had earned their respect through his efforts. As long as Naruto remained loyal to the village, his prospects of becoming Hokage seemed promising. Standing beside him, Kakashi remarked to Jiraiya, "Are you still planning to leave?" After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya replied, "I must depart. However, the village requires your presence to maintain stability. Without you, chaos may ensue. Do not underestimate the old man. As long as he is here, there will be order." Kakashi cast a glance at Jiraiya, uncertain whether the latter genuinely misunderstood or feigned ignorance. The villagers needed Jiraiya's guidance not to align with Hiruzen, but to counterbalance him. Yet Jiraiya's words clearly indicated his support for Hiruzen, causing Kakashi to swallow his subsequent comments. After a while, Jiraiya told Kakashi, "I must leave to assist Naruto in reclaiming the inheritance." "Reclaim it? Is it possible to retrieve everything?" Jiraiya pondered for a moment before responding, "Retrieving half would suffice. It would be enough for Naruto." With that, Jiraiya departed, leaving Kakashi to sigh in resignation. Kakashi had tried to subtly signal Jiraiya several times, but the latter continued to play the fool. Upon encountering Hiruzen, Jiraiya noted the latter's posture had become even more stooped. Hiruzen glanced at the scrolls on his desk, his countenance obscured beneath the Hokage hat, and stated, "This contains 15,500,000,000 Ryo, and the other scroll pertains to the lease agreements for 2 street-side establishments." Jiraiya regarded the scrolls and inquired, "What of Minato's house? Don't tell me it was also destroyed during the Ninetales incident. Even if it was, it would still belong to Naruto. Minato's house remains intact, though it is currently occupied. I will expedite their relocation." "Ah, the Sarutobi clan has moved in, I see." Hiruzen fell silent, saying nothing further. Jiraiya clenched his fists in anger and exclaimed, "At Minato's home, there are numerous medicinal herbs and training resources prepared for Naruto by Minato and Kushina, as well as various garments made by Kushina. Old man, doesn't your heart ache at all?" After speaking, Jiraiya departed with 2 sealing scrolls in hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, lowered his head, lost in thought. Upon arriving at the cabin, Jiraiya found Naruto and the others excitedly shouting, "Let us dig in." Not lifting his head, Naruto greeted Jiraiya, saying, "To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of you, but since you helped me reclaim my inheritance, do sit down and eat with us." Chapter 90, Naruto and Jiraiya with a sigh. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and remarked, "You truly know everything, don't you? I don't wish to discuss this today. If you don't want to eat, you may leave." Jiraiya chuckled, "How could I not want to eat? It looks appetizing." After taking a seat, Naruto fetched a bowl and chopsticks for Jiraiya. With Jiraiya's presence, Ino, Shikamaru, and the others adopted a more refined manner of dining, unlike the boisterous meals they shared with Naruto. Once the meal concluded, Shikamaru and the others bowed their heads to Naruto in unison, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for the hospitality. We have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Naruto nodded. All right, do visit when you have the time. Shikamaru and Ino acknowledged him before turning to depart. After sending off his friends, Naruto utilized his shadow clones to tidy the table and then brought out a pot of tea. Pouring a cup for Jiraiya, he said, "Speak your mind. How much do you know about your parents?" "I know far more than you do. I am well aware of both what can and cannot be known." "Have you met your father?" Naruto cast a glance at Jiraiya, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Upon seeing Naruto's nod, Jiraiya sighed. "The seal that contains the 9 tails was indeed broken by your father." Sigh. Danzo may have acted improperly, but he did so with the intention of protecting Konoha. "I hope you can refrain from harboring resentment towards him." Naruto frowned and retorted, "One cannot counsel others on virtue without experiencing their suffering. If you have not endured my hardships, you cannot claim to understand my goodness. My affairs do not require your intervention. Do you despise the village?" When Jiraiya posed this question, Naruto shook his head, replying, "I've been asked similar questions in the past. My answer remains that it is quite good here." Naruto referred to Uchiha Shisui, acknowledging that life in Konoha was significantly better than in other small villages, and he could not genuinely claim to hate the village, viewing its citizens as merely ignorant. "Has anyone ever inquired about this before?" "Who? Inoshikacho?" Naruto shook his head, looking at Jiraiya. "It wasn't he them, it was Uchiha Shisui." Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's name, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Uchiha? The mention of Shisui brought many thoughts to Jiraiya's mind, but with the Uchiha clan now extinguished, he chose not to dwell on it. "This is 1,550,000,000 Ryo, along with property deeds for 2 streets left to you by your parents, and 500 million Ryo borrowed from the village after the 9 Tails incident for Konoha's reconstruction. Over the next 10 years, you may collect 50 million Ryo annually from the Hokage building." "Understood. Is there anything else you wish to convey?" "Additionally, regarding your parents' house, there are still occupants living there, but the old man has instructed them to vacate as soon as possible." "Anything else?" Jiraiya shook his head. "No, that's all." Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, a hint of anger in his voice. "Surely my parents left behind at least 1 scroll of jutsu? They couldn't have possibly left no insights into their techniques. Could they? Ah, I forgot about that. I will ask the old man for it." With a sigh, Naruto lowered his head and spoke to Jiraiya. "No need. I've long since come to terms with who they were, which is why I prefer living on the outskirts of the village." "Naruto," just as Jiraiya called out. Naruto raised a hand, blocking Jiraiya's words. "No more explanations on their behalf. I neither want to hear them nor care for them. They only returned my inheritance because they could no longer hide the truth. If they could have concealed it, do you think this inheritance would have reached me?" Jiraiya understood Naruto's meaning and grasped his feelings all too well. Just as Jiraiya was about to say something more, Naruto looked at him firmly and stated, "Leave. You have been searching for the prophesied child, so do not return. Your presence has agitated many." Jiraiya, hearing Naruto's words, frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "What do you mean? Is it not clear? Aside from the 4 prominent clans in Konoha, which clan does not wish for Sarutobi Hiruzen to die sooner? Which clan does not wish for those 3 elder advisors to perish? Just look at what Sarutobi and those advisors have done to the village. The talents of various clans are either taken by Danzo or are too afraid to show their prowess, remaining safely within their clan's confines, fearing assassination. Who do you think they fear? You're talking nonsense. The old man is not that kind of person. It's all Danzo's doing." Naruto gazed at Jiraiya in silence, finally understanding the phrase, "You can never awaken someone who is pretending to be asleep." Jiraiya's expression revealed that he was fully aware, yet unwilling to accept Hiruzen's misdeeds. Noting Naruto's calm demeanor, Jiraiya realized he had been too hasty and recognized Naruto's true feelings towards Konoha's high-ranking officials. "Just leave. If you go, do not return." Jiraiya was taken aback by Naruto's maturity at such a young age, exhibiting the poise of a clan leader. Is the third truly that incompetent? Naruto sipped his tea, saying nothing. Recognizing Naruto's reluctance to converse further, Jiraiya rose and stated, "I shall come to visit you again. Do not reopen this illusionary barrier." Naruto pondered Jiraiya's words, but concluded that it was unnecessary to keep the barrier active. The only visitors would be Inoshikacho, Hinata, Shino, and perhaps Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke's team. With Jiraiya added to the mix, it seemed the barrier served little purpose. As for the observing Umbu, given Naruto's current strength, it would require Kakashi's prowess to remain undetected. Having clarified his thoughts, Naruto returned to his training. 2 days later, having observed Naruto's routine of training and dining with little else occupying his mind, Jiraiya approached him once more, eager to promote his book, The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. Naruto rubbed his temples, remarking, "What is so appealing about this drivel? It's merely a compilation of your voyeuristic escapades. I could write a better book in my sleep." Jiraiya, incensed by Naruto's words, pointed at him and retorted, "You may insult me, but you cannot undermine my work. This is the result of my extensive travels and countless experiences throughout the ninja world." Chapter 91. Jiraiya's persistence. Naruto shot Jiraiya a glance and replied, "Fine, you said it. So I can insult you?" Jiraiya paused for a moment before hearing Naruto's barrage of insults. "Jiraiya, you big fool. You're a loser and a pervert." Naruto unleashed a torrent of vulgarities, each more offensive than the last. Jiraiya's face darkened as he listened to Naruto's scathing remarks. After Naruto finished, he looked at Jiraiya and asked, "So, which do you prefer, my insults or an affront to your work? You little rascal, you have provoked my ire. And if I do not impart some lessons upon you, I would not be Jiraiya, the Toad Sage." With that, Jiraiya swung a powerful punch towards Naruto. However, Naruto did not evade. Instead, he received the blow head-on, only to transform into a cloud of smoke the next instant. Recognizing the smoke for what it was, shadow clone technique, Jiraiya's frustration boiled over, causing him to stomp about in anger. After venting his ire, he stormed towards Naruto's training room. Upon hearing the door creak open, Naruto quickly summoned a dozen shadow clones to enact the harem technique. When Jiraiya entered, he was met with a captivating array of scantily clad beauties casting flirtatious glances in his direction. The shock overwhelmed him, causing a spray of nosebleed that shot 2 meters into the air as he hunched over, hands reaching out in excitement. Naruto merely rolled his eyes and dispelled the clones. Jiraiya continued to grin lecherously, only to be kicked out by Naruto, who exclaimed, "Get out. Don't disturb my training." Jiraiya, lost in his own thoughts, remained on the ground in a comical pose, still wearing that insufferable grin. Naruto, with a grimace, shut the door. Not long after, he began meditating to refine his chakra. A knock resounded on the door again. Irritated, Naruto flung it open, only to find a leering Jiraiya nearly pressing his face against him. Startled, Naruto kicked him out once more, exclaiming, "Are you insane?" Jiraiya, unfazed by the fall, sprang back up and approached Naruto eagerly, inquiring about the technique he had just performed. "What ninjutsu was that? Please show me again. I can teach you powerful techniques." Naruto glared at him and retorted, "I'm not interested in your ninjutsu. While I'm still calm, I suggest you vacate this place immediately." With that, he closed the door again. Yet, Jiraiya persisted, knocking and shouting for Naruto to demonstrate the harem technique once more. Ignoring him, Naruto ascended to the second floor to continue his meditation. For the next few days, Jiraiya relentlessly pursued Naruto, begging him to perform the technique, and each time, Naruto would kick him out. It was perplexing how Jiraiya could shamelessly continue to bother him, even after sustaining injuries. Overwhelmed by Jiraiya's incessant pestering, Naruto resolved to teach him the harem technique. However, Jiraiya refused to learn it, insisting on Naruto performing it instead. This infuriated Naruto, leading him to deliver another thrashing to Jiraiya. Feeling as if Jiraiya relished the abuse, no matter how many times he was beaten, he continued to cling to Naruto like a first love. Eventually, Naruto had no choice but to reopen the illusionary barrier he had set up. Yet this time, Jiraiya escalated matters by summoning Fukasaku, the toad from Mount Myaboku, within the illusionary realm. The materials Naruto had used to create the barrier were ordinary and could not withstand such an assault. Within 3 minutes, the barrier was shattered. Enraged by the turn of events, Naruto summoned 6 chakra chains, ready to eliminate Fukasaku. 4 chains ensnared Fukasaku's limbs, while 2 were aimed directly at his eyes. Realizing that Naruto was genuinely furious, Jiraiya intervened, blocking the 2 chains and swiftly dispelling the summoning technique. Naruto glared at Jiraiya and commanded, "Leave. If you continue to pester me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." With that, Naruto retreated to his wooden cabin, sealing away the anger. Jiraiya recognized that he had overstepped his bounds, so he left some materials for the illusionary barrier at Naruto's doorstep before departing. His intention was to guide Naruto in learning ninjutsu and to secure a contract with Mount Myaboku. However, he had inadvertently ignited Naruto's disdain. when Naruto activated the sealing technique. Jiraiya genuinely felt the threat of death. He was certain that had he not intercepted those chakra chains, Naruto would have killed Fukasaku. After that incident, Jiraiya refrained from pestering Naruto, granting him a few days of peace. A week before the Chunin exams, Jiraiya returned. Seeing him, Naruto frowned. "What do you want? If you're still harboring those sordid thoughts, I suggest you leave immediately." This time, Jiraiya did not respond with his usual levity. Instead, he appeared solemn as he addressed Naruto. "I have come to discuss serious matters with you." Noticing Jiraiya's serious demeanor, Naruto calmed down. "What is it? Can we discuss this inside?" Without further ado, he opened the door for Jiraiya to enter. After preparing tea, Naruto urged, "Speak your mind." Jiraiya looked at Naruto and declared, "I wish to take you as my apprentice and teach you ninjutsu." "No need. I am not interested in your ninjutsu." "Naruto, hear me out. I hope you will not be evasive. I have no time for childish games." "How is teaching you ninjutsu a childish game?" Naruto glowered at Jiraiya. "Are you certain this isn't a game? After you took Minato as your student, I doubt you taught him anything substantial. You merely bestowed upon him the title of apprentice." "That's not true. Minato learned the summoning technique from me, and I had him sign the contract with Mount Myaboku. He even studied sage techniques there." "Oh, and what then?" "Those seem to be teachings from Mount Myaboku, not yours." "What did you actually teach him? Pray, enlighten me." Naruto's retort left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. When he had taken Minato under his wing, it was due to Minato's radiant personality. Jiraiya had believed him to be the prophesied child of the Toad Sage. However, shortly after taking him on, Jiraiya had been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. After the war, Jiraiya was meant to return to the village to instruct Minato, but he encountered Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan along the way. Upon seeing Nagato's Rinnegan, he mistakenly assumed that Nagato was the prophesied child and remained in the Land of Rain to teach them. By the time Jiraiya returned to Konoha, Minato had set off for battle once more, and they missed each other again. When they finally met on the battlefield, Jiraiya had other obligations and hastily had Minato sign the contract with Mount Myaboku before rushing off. By the time the war concluded, Minato's strength had surpassed his own, earning him the title of the Yellow Flash in the shinobi world. After the war, Jiraiya wandered the shinobi world, and Minato's accomplishments were largely unrelated to Jiraiya's teachings. Seeing Jiraiya's despondent expression, Naruto scoffed. "Well, speak up. Why the silence?" "I do not deny that I did not impart much ninjutsu to Minato, but you cannot deny that my philosophy influenced him. Indeed, your philosophy did affect Minato, turning him into an empty shell of a Hokage." "A Hokage is still a Hokage." "What do you mean, an empty shell?" Naruto glared at Jiraiya, retorting, "After he became Hokage, he didn't even possess command over the Umbu. What else could he be but an empty shell? Your philosophy led him to sacrifice himself to save the entire village, leaving behind a newborn son. That is the legacy you passed on to him. Where the leaves dance, the fire perpetually thrives. Its glow shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the newborn leaves, consuming the fallen foliage and nourishing the roots, enabling the tender sprouts to flourish. This embodies the will of fire you and your teacher uphold, and it is what you imparted to Minato. Yet, what has been the outcome? On the night of the 9 tails, the leaves continued to fall, while the new buds chose to protect the village at the cost of their own existence. The leaves remained unchanged, and Konoha remained as it always was, leaving behind only an orphan known as the 9 tails. This is the fire's will you imparted to Minato, the influence you bestowed upon your disciple. Jiraiya discerned Naruto's resentment towards Minato. Even now, Naruto referred to him by name, lacking even the basic title of father. However, Naruto's words left Jiraiya speechless. It was indeed true that Naruto was labeled a demon fox, isolated by the villagers, deprived of sustenance and warmth, and frequently subjected to insults and beatings. During this time, Jiraiya sought to make amends with Naruto, but the latter had never granted him the opportunity. It was understandable that Naruto was reluctant to accept Jiraiya as a mentor now. After a long silence, Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said, "Regardless of your thoughts, I truly wish to compensate for my shortcomings towards Minato." "Compensate?" Naruto retorted. "You speak so lightly of it. You've been back in the village for nearly a month now. What have you done to make amends? Don't even mention reclaiming my inheritance. I refuse to accept that notion. That was not my intention. I merely wish," Jiraiya faltered, realizing how deeply Naruto harbored grievances against him and Minato, and that no amount of words would rectify that. Naruto scoffed. "Just what? Speak up. Even you find it hard to continue. don't you? Jiraiya lowered his head in shame, acknowledging his inadequacy as a teacher. However, Naruto sensed that it was still insufficient. The legendary Sannin Jiraiya, the Sage of the Toads, the great literary figure, such grand titles. Yet, you are, in truth, a complete failure. You lost your parents in childhood, your beloved in youth, your comrades in the height of success, and now, when you have relinquished everything, you have lost your disciple. Now, in your later years, what do you possess? Oh, right. The prophecy of the Sage of the Toads, the child of prophecy, I assent it? Then allow me to inform you. The child of prophecy who would come to honor you as a master will never do so. He will not save the ninja world. Even if the entire realm of ninjas were to perish, he would continue on, living quietly by himself. Naruto's previous statements plunged Jiraiya into memories. Yet the final remark left him incredulous as he gazed at Naruto. You. Naruto smirked and declared, indeed, I am the child of prophecy spoken of by the Sage of the Toads, the blue-eyed youth mentioned by the nine-tailed beasts. How can this be possible? You are deceiving me, aren't you? Naruto regarded Jiraiya with a cold smile. What purpose would it serve for me to deceive you? Yet, I am aware that upon revealing this to you, you will likely believe I am merely trying to hurt you or make excuses to inflict more pain, correct? Jiraiya's gaze burned with intensity as he sought the truth in Naruto's words. Observing Jiraiya's expression, Naruto smiled and said, let me tell you a story, and then you shall discern the truth. Upon hearing that Naruto was about to share a story, particularly one concerning truth and falsehood, Jiraiya took a sip of tea, steadied his emotions, and awaited the tale. Naruto, too, calmly sipped his tea, cleared his throat, and began his narrative. You all believe that the Sage of Six Paths is merely a legend, but he indeed existed. The ninja way is derived from him. The sage had two sons, Indra and Ashura, both endowed with exceptional talents, effortlessly mastering any ninjutsu they encountered. However, their personalities were starkly opposed. One sought to impose order through force, while the other aimed to enlighten through love. Consequently, their differing ideologies often led to conflicts, escalating to violent confrontations, yet neither could determine who was right. Thus, the Sage of Six Paths sent them down the mountain to validate their beliefs. Naruto paused to sip his tea, observing Jiraiya. Jiraiya, pondering, inquired, in the end, Ashura was proven correct, was he not? Naruto cast a sidelong glance at him, stating, if Ashura were correct, would the Warring States period have ever occurred? That was a time when clans fought each other to the death. Ultimately, both brothers died without reaching a conclusion. Jiraiya responded, but that does not negate that Ashura could be wrong. If it is impossible to prove Ashura wrong, can we then prove Indra is wrong? Chapter 93. Jiraiya's confusion. Naruto's words left Jiraiya at a loss for rebuttal. He acknowledged the truth in Naruto's statement. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya asked, has your story reached its conclusion? It seems you still cannot prove you are the child of prophecy spoken of by the Sage of Toads. I never claimed my story was complete. Please continue listening. After Indra and Ashura's deaths, their chakra and souls were collected by the Sage of Six Paths, who selected suitable families for their reincarnation, hoping they would gradually accept each other's ideologies. However, the sage was disappointed, for each reincarnation remained in opposition. The latest reincarnations of Indra and Ashura were Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Jiraiya, astonished, rose to his feet, staring at Naruto. Ashura's philosophy indeed aligned with Hashirama's, while Indra's corresponded with Madara's. This revelation compelled Jiraiya to believe Naruto's tale. Trembling, Jiraiya gazed at Naruto and stammered, are you the reincarnation of Indra? Naruto chuckled and shook his head. I am not the reincarnation of Indra. I am the reincarnation of Ashura. No, to be precise, I am simply myself. Ashura's soul and chakra have been sealed within me. What? You sealed Ashura's chakra and soul? Indeed. Therefore, I am who I am, not the reincarnation of Ashura. It all made sense now. No wonder Naruto possessed such extensive knowledge. If he gleaned this information from Ashura's memories, it would indeed be explicable. If it could be verified that Ashura and Indra were real, it would imply that Naruto might truly be the child of prophecy heralded by the Sage of Toads. Jiraiya stood up, biting his finger, and summoned Fukasaku. Jiraiya, what is the reason for summoning me? Jiraiya addressed Fukasaku. I apologize for disturbing you, but I wish to ask you a few questions. Have you heard of Ashura and Indra? Fukasaku pondered briefly before shaking his head. I don't remember much. I believe I heard the name mentioned by the Sage of Toads when I was young. Why do you inquire about them? Jiraiya shook his head. I cannot be certain yet. Can you summon me back in reverse? I wish to ask the Sage of Toads a few questions. Fukasaku nodded. Very well. That can be arranged. After Fukasaku concluded the summoning, Jiraiya observed Naruto's calm demeanor, beginning to believe his words. However, if Naruto truly was the child of prophecy spoken of by the Sage of Toads, it would mean he had squandered half his life. In his quest to discover the prophesied child spoken of by the Toad Sage, he lost his beloved, his companions, and even his disciples. Now, having reached the age of 50, he finds himself utterly alone. Ultimately, the prophesied child turns out to be the son of his apprentice, who is reluctant to accept him as a master. He reflects on the futility of his half-life spent in pursuit of this prophecy. Just as Jiraiya ponders his inner turmoil, the Sage of Deep Thought employs reverse summoning to whisk him away. After Jiraiya's departure, Naruto lifts his teacup, intrigued, and remarks, "Wouldn't it be amusing if Jiraiya, in his search for the prophesied child, ultimately found himself to be that very person?" Upon meeting the Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya directly inquires, "Great Toad Sage, have you ever heard of the names Ashura and Indra?" The sage, incredulous, gazes at Jiraiya and asks, "Where did you hear those names?" Observing the sage's astonishment, Jiraiya realizes that Naruto must be truthful. Jiraiya continues, "Do Ashura and Indra perpetually reincarnate?" The sage is once again taken aback, pondering how Jiraiya came to know such matters. Seeing the sage's expression, Jiraiya becomes increasingly convinced that Naruto truly is the prophesied child. "Young Jiraiya, you still have not answered my question. Where did you learn of these things?" Jiraiya, feeling despondent, replies, "It was Naruto who told me. He has sealed Ashura's chakra and soul, claiming to be the prophesied child you mentioned. But is he truly still the prophesied child? Sealed? How can that be?" The sage exclaims, "Who is this Naruto you speak of?" Jiraiya lifts his head, dejected, and responds, "Naruto is the son of Kushina and Minato. He asserts he is the prophesied child, the blue-eyed boy who has awaited the nine-tailed beasts." Upon hearing this, the Great Toad Sage is now convinced that Naruto is indeed the prophesied child he spoke of. "How could this be? How could this be?" he murmurs to himself, lost in thought. Seeing the sage's distress, the Sage of Deep Thought suggests to Jiraiya, "Perhaps it would be best for you to return home now. The Great Toad Sage may no longer be able to answer your questions." Acknowledging the sage's plight, Jiraiya nods and allows the Sage of Deep Thought to escort him back. Upon his return, he finds Naruto still seated, leisurely sipping tea. Naruto smiles and inquires, "Have you confirmed the outcome? Are you satisfied?" Jiraiya, filled with despair, questions, "Why did you do this? Was it to take revenge on me?" Naruto retorts, "Why should I not act this way? Why should I seek revenge? Am I not allowed to live for myself? Why must I adhere to your prophecies? Did you ever consider my feelings when you dictated my fate? Did you ever ask whether I wished to comply?" Confronted with Naruto's probing questions, Jiraiya cannot help but reflect on his own thoughts. In a daze, Jiraiya glances at Naruto before departing the wooden cabin. Naruto watches his retreating figure, shaking his head in disbelief. It seems he has taken quite a blow. Once the third Hokage passes, there shall be even more amusement. I will make him the prophesied child, and it will surely be entertaining. A month swiftly passes, leading to the final round of the Chunin exams. Thanks to Naruto's reminders to Kakashi and Sasuke, combined with Sasuke's lack of injury, Kakashi takes Sasuke for special training after the preliminaries, avoiding any tardiness. With Sasuke on time, and due to a change of opponents between him and Naruto, it is now Sasuke and Hinata who step onto the field. Chapter 94, Sasuke vs. Hinata. Hinata wins. After the third Hokage's lengthy preamble, Sasuke and Hinata enter the arena. Being members of two prominent clans in Konoha, their match draws considerable attention. The crowd erupts in cheers as they take their positions. Having trained together frequently, both are acutely aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, leading to a moment of hesitation before either makes a move. Naruto, observing the two, finds himself uncertain of the outcome. Sasuke's ninjutsu and taijutsu have improved significantly. However, his only weakness lies in jinjutsu. He wonders if Kakashi has had the opportunity to teach Sasuke any jinjutsu during their month of training. If Sasuke has indeed learned, Hinata's chances of victory would diminish greatly. Yet, Naruto suspects Kakashi had little time to teach, given Sasuke's packed schedule of learning new techniques and honing his combat instincts. Lost in thought, Sasuke suddenly takes the initiative, unleashing a great fireball technique. Hinata counters with the 8 trigrams palms, dispersing the fireball effortlessly. Having trained with Naruto, Hinata not only mastered the 8 trigrams techniques, but also incorporated the Tai Chi movements he taught her into the 8 trigrams 64 palms. This combination allows her to attack swiftly within a defined range, making her formidable even against Sasuke's long-range attacks. While Sasuke is cautious, Hinata seizes the opportunity, creating 2 shadow clones and swiftly surrounding Sasuke in a triangular formation. Not wanting to be trapped, Sasuke dodges and weaves until he finds himself caught in the center of the triangle. In desperation, he employs the shadow clone technique, transforming into a shuriken and launching himself through the smoke created by his clone. However, Hinata's Byakugan quickly detects the ruse. Hinata utilizes the 8 trigrams empty palm to strike the thrown shuriken, only to realize it is a clone. Seizing the moment, Sasuke unleashes a barrage of techniques. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Hinata, witnessing this onslaught, executes 2 backflips before employing the 8 trigrams palms once more. Sasuke, taking advantage of the distraction, gathers chakra for the Chidori, eager to test his newly acquired technique. Just as Hinata completes her technique, Sasuke's Chidori surges toward her. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, Hinata smiles and dispels her shadow clones. Realizing he has fallen into her trap, Sasuke attempts to retreat, but he hears Hinata's voice behind him. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With a flurry of strikes, Sasuke collapses to the ground, unable to rise. Noara Jinin assesses Sasuke, declaring Hinata the victor. From the stands, Hayashi watches his daughter's victory, a rare smile gracing his features. He never anticipated Hinata could defeat the prodigy that is Sasuke. However, the thought of prodigies brings a deeper smile. Neji, once hailed as a genius, was also bested by his daughter, and now Sasuke, similarly renowned, has fallen to her as well. As Naruto witnesses Hinata's triumph, he finds himself caught between laughter and tears. Her victory underscores Sasuke's momentary lapse in focus, compounded by his desire to test his new technique, ultimately leading to his defeat in this match. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Sasuke too was not one to take things lightly. However, Hinata was somewhat restraining him, and coupled with his current chakra reserves, he could manage only 2 uses of the Chidori at most. Prior to this, Sasuke had already executed 3 fire release techniques and the multiple shadow clone jutsu, leaving him with just enough chakra for a single Chidori. Hinata jogged up to the spectator stands and immediately sought out Naruto. Her bashful demeanor was infused with joy as she approached him. "Naruto-kun, I won," she exclaimed. Naruto smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Congratulations. But don't let it get to your head." As Naruto's hand rested on Hinata's head, she stood at attention, her face flushed and exuding an air of determination, as if to say she would not swoon. Seeing Hinata's blushing persistence only made Naruto find her even more endearing, yet he withdrew his hand nonetheless. Not far away, Hayashi observed the interaction between Naruto and Hinata with an intensity that could almost transform his Byakugan into Sharingan. Sitting beside him was Hanabi, who sensed her father's chilly demeanor and followed his gaze. Upon witnessing a blonde boy seemingly bullying her sister, she leapt from her seat and rushed between Naruto and Hinata. "You big bully, don't you dare pick on my sister," Hanabi declared, positioning herself protectively in front of Hinata like a mother hen. Naruto found Hanabi's indignant display rather adorable, and as he reached out to tousle her hair, Hinata quickly scooped Hanabi up and protested, "Don't say such things. Naruto-kun hasn't he bullied me? Liar. Just now, your face was all red from anger, and smoke was coming out of your head. Don't be scared of him. I'll protect you." Hanabi's words only deepened Hinata's embarrassment, prompting her to cover Hanabi's mouth and insist, "Be quiet. Don't say anything more." However, Hanabi was not one to be easily intimidated. She pushed Hinata's hand away and continued, "You don't need to be afraid of him. Even if we can't win, we have Father. He was watching you too just now. If he dares to make a move, Father will definitely come to your aid." Upon hearing that Hayashi was watching them, Hinata felt a shiver run down her spine and turned to find him glaring at them with his Byakugan. Naruto, too, caught wind of their conversation and glanced at Hayashi. Realizing that he had perhaps been a bit too familiar with Hinata, he understood that he should not have ruffled her hair. If it were not for Hayashi's good upbringing, Naruto would likely have already faced the wrath of a swift reprimand. Feeling somewhat awkward, Naruto offered an embarrassed smile and nodded at Hayashi. Just as he contemplated whether to greet him, Kakashi approached and said, "What are you still doing here? It's your turn to compete." Chapter 95. The showdown with Gaara. Naruto sheepishly smiled at Hayashi before responding to Kakashi. "Alright, got it." After speaking with Kakashi, Naruto discreetly communicated with Hinata, "Stay close to Hanabi. Something might happen soon." Hinata looked at Naruto in surprise, her worry evident as she replied, "You be careful." Naruto smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Go on, Hayashi." "Okay." Just as Naruto was about to leave, Hanabi piped up, "You big bully. My sister won, so you must win too, or I'll never call you brother-in-law, and will always call you a big bully." Before Naruto could respond, Hinata, her cheeks flushed, swiftly carried Hanabi away. Kakashi squinted and remarked, "Youth is truly wonderful." Naruto shot a glance at Kakashi and retorted, "You could find a girlfriend too. Stop reading those unhealthy books." With that, Naruto activated his body flicker technique and appeared at the center of the arena. Gaara, in a rather ostentatious manner, floated down to the arena atop a swirling mass of sand. Observing this, Naruto stroked his chin, contemplating acquiring a flying technique of his own for dramatic effect. Otherwise, it seemed a bit unfair. Gaara, angered by Naruto's vacant expression, glared at him. "Do you truly underestimate me?" His words jolted Naruto back to reality. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear you," Naruto replied, feigning ignorance. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Gaara's words were barely out of his mouth when sand flew from his gourd, launching toward Naruto. Seeing this, the referee, Noera, remarked, "Since both of you are eager to begin, then start." With that, he swiftly retreated, thinking to himself how the youth today were increasingly fiery and lacked composure. As soon as Noera left, Gaara's sand shuriken flew toward Naruto. Aware of Gaara's formidable strength, Naruto quickly summoned his Vajra lock, forming 2 chakra chains into a protective shield to deflect the incoming shuriken. The remaining 4 chains surged toward Gaara. Gaara's surrounding sand promptly coalesced to shield him. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, both employing long-range strategies. Yet, Naruto's approach differed from Gaara's. He wielded chakra chains that, even if the sand dispersed the front end, could still encircle Gaara and bind him. Gaara recognized this flaw and began expanding his sand wall, slowly creating space to evade Naruto's chains. Observing this, Naruto smirked. "So you're choosing to stand your ground and compete with me, are you?" As he spoke, he gathered chakra into a wind release, Rasengan. "Do you think you can escape when I throw this?" Gaara narrowed his eyes at the sight of the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, causing his sand wall to constrict further until only a small portion of his head was visible. Naruto, eager to test whether the wind release Rasengan could breach Gaara's absolute defense, hurled it forward. In response, Gaara reinforced his sand wall, and Naruto caught a glimpse of Gaara activating his ultimate defense, utilizing every defensive measure at his disposal. When the Rasengan collided with the sand wall, an explosion erupted, followed by a whirlwind of sand and wind. Meanwhile, Naruto's protective sand shuriken came to a halt, adhering to the principle of striking while unscathed. Naruto swiftly maneuvered his chakra chains to attack the spot where Gaara had previously stood, regardless of whether he had been incapacitated, aiming to inflict damage nonetheless. As the chains struck the ground, a pained cry echoed, indicating that Gaara was still alive. Seizing the moment, Naruto continued to unleash his chakra chains upon him. His ruthless approach caught everyone off guard, as he offered his opponent no respite. Yet, in the world of ninjas, once one became an enemy, it was a matter of kill or be killed, leaving no one in a position to criticize Naruto's actions. Just as Naruto reveled in his apparent victory, the 4 chakra chains suddenly tightened. Sensing something amiss, he attempted to retract them, only to discover that Gaara was countering him. In a hurry, Naruto unleashed a wind release, great breakthrough, dispersing the smoke. It was then that he saw Gaara transformed into a miniature one-tail, gripping a chakra chain in each hand. With a murderous glare, Gaara declared, "I will kill you." With that, he yanked hard on the chakra chains, attempting to pull Naruto towards him. Naruto swiftly retracted the chakra chains, recognizing that Gaara's agility now surpassed that of the tailed beasts. Coupled with Gaara's newfound strength, employing the diamond lock would only put Naruto at a disadvantage. Just as Naruto withdrew the diamond lock, Gaara landed a powerful punch to Naruto's face, sending him flying, rolling twice upon hitting the ground. Rising to his feet and rubbing the bruised spot, Naruto glared at Gaara and declared, It seems one of us must perish today. With that, he discarded his weights, flinging them to the edge of the arena, causing the very ground to tremble upon impact. Naruto then remarked to Gaara, "Just because Lee's taijutsu didn't defeat you doesn't imply your strength." After shedding his outer coat, he activated the 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest. Third gate, shock. In one swift motion, Naruto unlocked the 7 gates, blue steam enveloping him, creating an overwhelming pressure that bore down on Gaara. From this moment, "It is either your demise or mine," he proclaimed, executing the ninja world's version of the 8 trigrams air palm. Before Gaara could react, Naruto was already before him, delivering a palm strike that sent Gaara hurtling through the air, white feathers beginning to drift down from the sky. Due to the instability of his chakra from the 8 gates, Naruto was immune to illusions, unlike most spectators who were not so fortunate. Oh no, I forgot about Hinata and the others. Naruto had initially intended to use Flying Thunder God to transport Hinata and Hanabi to the Hyuga clan, confident that Orochimaru would not dare openly challenge the Leaf's major clans. However, with the 8 gates activated and chakra in disarray, the use of Flying Thunder God was rendered impossible. Naruto instinctively glanced at Hinata, who was just then witnessing Hayashi effortlessly repel several sand shinobi. Following this, Hayashi cradled Hanabi and escorted Hinata away from the viewing platform. In that brief moment of distraction, Gaara had recovered, utilizing body flicker technique to appear before Naruto and deliver a punch. Sensing the force of the impending blow, Naruto raised his arms to block. Though he managed to intercept Gaara's fist, he still slid back over 2 meters. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Naruto focused entirely on Gaara. Meanwhile, the third Hokage sought to confront the Wind Shadow, Raza, only to be taken hostage. When the barrier of the 4 purple flames formation was finally lifted, Raza revealed his true intentions. Seeing Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen jested, "Orochimaru, I anticipated this day would come. However, taking my head will not be so simple. I have long advised that you choose the 5th Hokage promptly, for the 3rd is on the verge of death here." With that, Orochimaru licked his kunai and erupted into laughter. Sarutobi glanced back, noticing tears streaming down Orochimaru's face. "What is this, Orochimaru? Are you so overjoyed that it brings you to tears? Or perhaps you feel a tinge of sorrow for having slain your own mentor?" "No," Orochimaru retorted, then performed an unexpected act, driving the kunai into the palm of his other hand. Yawning as he stated, "I've been quite sleepy since earlier. Now, I am finally awake." Hee hee. What followed was a nostalgic exchange between master and disciple. Meanwhile, Naruto observed that Gaara was struggling, half of his body beginning to transform into a tailed beast. At that moment, Kakashi leaped into action, urging, "We must seal him. If he erupts within the village, it will spell disaster for all of Konoha." Naruto had initially contemplated facing the fully transformed Shikaku but, realizing he lacked a suitable steed, conceded to Kakashi's directive. As Naruto prepared to agree, Kankuro and Temari jumped in, positioning themselves beside Gaara. Temari, wielding her 3-star fan, implored, "Please do not harm Gaara. We surrender." Before Naruto could respond, Gaara retaliated with a sand fist that sent Temari flying. Kankuro, witnessing this, hastily employed body flicker technique to aid his sister. Turning to Kakashi, Naruto inquired, "It should be fine to eliminate him, right?" Kakashi, his expression grave, replied, "As long as the one tail remains dormant, it can be done." "All right, I'll create a diversion. Wait for the right moment to strike," Naruto instructed. Kakashi nodded in agreement. In less than 5 minutes of their skirmish, Naruto and Gaara engaged in a fierce battle until Kakashi unleashed a powerful Raikiri, piercing Gaara's skull. At the moment Gaara's head was penetrated, both Naruto and Kakashi heard a furious roar, not emanating from Gaara himself. Upon collapsing, Gaara ceased to exhibit any signs of transformation, reverting to his true form. The gourd on his back morphing into a sand sculpture of his mother, hovering protectively above him. Witnessing this scene deeply moved Naruto. The power of a mother's love is indeed profound. Alas, I will never experience it. Kakashi shot Naruto a sidelong glance, misinterpreting his contemplative expression as nostalgia for Kushina, prompting Naruto to lower his head in melancholy. In truth, Naruto lamented that in 3 lifetimes, he had never encountered his mother, adhering to a principle that traversing dimensions inevitably led to parental sacrifice. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder, urging, "This is not the time for sorrow. We have many foes yet to confront. Let us proceed." Before Kakashi could finish his thought, Naruto feigned exhaustion, collapsing dramatically to the ground. I may not be able to continue fighting. You should send me back. Kakashi, unsure if Naruto was genuinely fatigued or merely acting, considered the toll that forcibly opening the 7 gates had taken on him. Just as Kakashi was about to nod in agreement, Hinata suddenly leaped forward, wrapping her arms around Naruto. Naruto, are you alright? Seeing Hinata, Naruto pretended to grimace in pain. The side effects of opening the 8 gates are hitting me. Please take me back to the wooden hut. Of course, Naruto-kun. You must hold on. With that, Hinata lifted Naruto in a princess carry, departing the scene. Feeling embarrassed as he rested his head against Hinata's developing figure, Naruto's face flushed crimson. He silently reassured himself, I am not taking advantage of a child. Once Hinata reached the riverside cabin, Naruto ceased his act, sitting up and addressing Hinata. Alright, Hinata, you can set me down now? I'm fine. Hinata paused, gazing at Naruto in her arms. With a smile, Naruto wriggled free from her embrace, stating, I only pretended to be incapacitated because I didn't wish to continue fighting. You should refrain from joining the battle. It would be unfortunate if you got hurt. Hinata, conflicted, replied, Is that really appropriate? It's nothing to worry about. Should anyone inquire, you can simply say you were tending to me, and they would have no grounds for objection. After all, it is true that I collaborated with Kakashi to eliminate the one-tailed Jinchuriki using forbidden techniques, Naruto reassured her. After a moment of hesitation, Hinata nodded in agreement, deciding to heed Naruto's advice, knowing that her father had been reluctant to let her leave, but had permitted her only because of Naruto's influence. After Naruto successfully calmed Hinata, he led her into the wooden cabin. At the very moment he stepped inside, he created a shadow clone to accompany her, while his true self swiftly utilized the flying thunder god technique to return to the village. Naruto had not forgotten the pact he made with Orochimaru. Tsunade and Mito were still alive. If he did not seize this opportunity to eliminate them, he might never have another chance. Upon arriving in the village, Naruto no longer concealed his power. He fully unleashed his Kagura mind's eye to seek out Mito and Tsunade. 5 minutes later, Naruto finally located them, only to be taken aback to find they were hiding in the shelter beneath Hokage Rock, significantly complicating his mission to eliminate them. After careful consideration, he employed the transformation technique to disguise himself as a masked Umbu and decided on a surprise attack. Chapter 97. The Fall of 3. When Naruto reached the refuge, 2 Umbu were stationed at the entrance. Password. Step aside. I need to see Advisor Mito and Advisor Tsunade, Naruto declared, pushing his way in. The 2 guarding Umbu exchanged uncertain glances, aware of the chaos outside where their comrades were fighting desperately. Reluctantly, they allowed him through, suppressing their grievances. Upon spotting Tsunade and Mito, who were boasting in the shelter, Naruto wasted no time. Advisor Mito, Advisor Tsunade, Lord Hokage may not hold on much longer. Mito frowned and inquired, what is the situation? Orochimaru has performed the impure world reincarnation, resurrecting the second and first Hokages. What? Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Naruto swiftly drew 2 kunai from his sleeves, targeting Mito and Tsunade's necks, and hurled them with precision. Mito was instantly killed, while Tsunade narrowly evaded the attack. Naruto quickly closed the distance, retrieving another kunai and thrusting it into Tsunade's heart with all his might, pinning her against the wall before he finally withdrew. As the reality of their demise sank in, chaos erupted within the shelter as onlookers cried out in horror at the deaths of the 2 elders. Amidst the turmoil, Naruto severed Tsunade's head and returned to claim Mito's, storing them within his spirit spring space before using the transformation technique to disguise himself as a civilian and escape the refuge. Once in a secluded area, Naruto retrieved the severed heads from the spirit spring space and discarded them on the ground. It was not that he relished such brutality. Rather, time was of the essence, and he had no way of confirming the 2 were truly dead without resorting to such a drastic measure. Glaring at the heads on the ground, he seethed, Orochimaru, since you refused to uphold our agreement, do not blame me for the consequences. With that, Naruto again used the flying thunder god technique to arrive at the exam site. Disguised as an Umbu, he approached the 4 purple flames formation, observing the battle within. It was not until Sarutobi Hiruzen initiated the Shiki F gene that Naruto began gathering chakra for his lightning release, Raisin Shuriken. Stand back. Allow me to see if I can break the barrier. He commanded the nearby Umbu, who, unfamiliar with his identity, complied upon seeing his Umbu attire and mask. As Naruto amassed the full power of his Raisin Shuriken, he retreated and hurled it at the barrier. The impact caused a tremendous explosion, electrifying the barrier and causing it to shatter. The four maintaining the formation simultaneously spat blood. Seeing his success, Naruto feigned weakness, saying, "I have exhausted my chakra. If you attack again, we should be able to break the barrier." The Umbu nodded and unleashed powerful jutsu, shattering the barrier. The four sustaining the formation were left bloodied and on the brink of death without immediate assistance. Both Orochimaru and Hiruzen, witnessing the barrier's collapse, bore expressions of despair. Hiruzen, having already summoned the souls of the first and second Hokages, knew his fate was sealed. Orochimaru, sensing the encroaching Umbu, prepared to flee, but was caught off guard when Sarutobi seized his soul amid the confusion. "Come, my obedient disciple. Let us together enter the belly of the death god," Sarutobi declared, as Orochimaru, now ensnared, beheld the looming figure of the death god behind his master. "What is that?" he thought, realizing the Shiki F gene was a sealing technique that exchanged souls with the death god, leading to mutual destruction. "Rest assured, we shall not ascend to the Pure Land. We shall be entwined in the death god's belly for eternity." Orochimaru's soul was trapped, rendering him immobile and panicked. Just then, Kabuto arrived. Lord Orochimaru. Seeing Kabuto, Orochimaru felt a glimmer of hope. "Kabuto, quickly kill this old fool." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto responded, launching 3 shuriken. Just as they were about to strike Sarutobi, the summoning beast Enma intervened. In a fit of rage, Orochimaru shouted, "Kill him." Aware of the futility of engaging Enma, Kabuto created several shadow clones, surrounding Sarutobi and targeting his vital points with a flurry of shuriken. Despite sustaining numerous hits, Sarutobi remained unfazed, chuckling, "It is useless. I am already dead. My soul belongs to the death god. Come along, my dear disciple." He intensified his chakra output, nearly extracting Orochimaru's soul entirely. Seeing Orochimaru still unable to move, Kabuto summoned a chakra scalpel, positioned himself before Sarutobi, and severed his head. Without chakra to sustain it, the death god could only extract half of Orochimaru's soul. A far graver fate than in the original narrative where he merely lost his hands. Orochimaru screamed in anguish as his body above the abdomen began to lose its vitality. Kabuto, noticing Orochimaru's plight, frowned. "Lord Orochimaru, we cannot remain here any longer. I will take you away at once." Meanwhile, Naruto, having witnessed Kabuto's escape with Orochimaru, deliberately drew his attention, removing his mask and gesturing at him. Upon recognizing Naruto, Orochimaru grasped that the barrier had been breached by him and that the entire scenario was a calculated trap. "You vile brat, I will surely kill you." Chapter 98. The recommendation of the 5th Hokage. Regretting his earlier decisions, Orochimaru lamented that he should have sent someone to eliminate Tsunade and Mito. After Orochimaru's escape, the prominent clans of Konoha confirmed Sarutobi's death and promptly dispatched their own ninjas to the fray. In less than half a day, Princess Shaku and the Crown Prince Kinjiro of Sunagakure were captured. Seeing the defeat was inevitable, the leading jonin of Sunagakure, Maki, notified all Sand Shinobi to surrender and accept supervision from Konoha. The Sound Shinobi, witnessing Orochimaru's retreat, also recognized the futility of continuing the battle and withdrew from Konoha. Naruto, observing that the situation was settled, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the riverside cabin. After the shadow clone dispelled itself, Naruto informed Hinata, "Ninjas from all major clans have been mobilized, and the enemy has been repelled." Hinata, somewhat dazed, nodded and asked, "Oh, should we return to the village?" Naruto pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "For now, let us refrain from returning. The village is in disarray and will surely require some organization. We wouldn't be of much help. Let's discuss it again tomorrow." "All right." Naruto smiled, adding, "If someone comes looking for us, just say that I am suffering from severe aftereffects of a forbidden technique and need care. Can you manage that?" Hinata, somewhat bewildered, nodded. "Understood, Naruto-kun." After giving her the necessary instructions, Naruto lay down to rest. Meanwhile, Hinata busied herself around the house, wiping tables and sweeping floors, embodying the role of a dutiful wife. As dusk approached, Kakashi arrived at the riverside cabin. Observing Hinata cooking, he inquired, "Where's Naruto?" Hinata, feeling bashful and compelled to lie, replied, "Naruto-kun. He is resting due to the severe aftereffects of a forbidden technique. Kakashi, already aware of Naruto's condition, understood that Naruto wished to avoid involvement in the village's reconstruction. Sighing, Kakashi remarked, "Since Naruto is resting, I shall not disturb him. However, he must attend the third Hokage's funeral in 3 days." "I understand." Kakashi sighed and used the body flicker technique to return to the Hokage building. He then informed Jiraiya of Naruto's condition. Jiraiya, feeling disheartened, said, "Does Naruto truly feel no attachment to the village?" Kakashi, looking down with no emotion, replied, "For Naruto to feel attachment, the village must also feel attachment to him." Jiraiya, taken aback by Kakashi's words, realized the truth. If the village harbored no feelings for Naruto, how could he possibly feel for the village? Enough about Naruto. With the third's death, we must appoint a new Hokage. Who do you think can shoulder the responsibility of the fifth Hokage? Kakashi regarded Jiraiya and said, "Currently, Konoha is in dire straits. The only one capable of becoming the fifth Hokage is you, Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya shook his head, saying, "My temperament is ill-suited for the role of Hokage. I propose that Tsunade be brought back to assume the position. Her reputation and qualifications surpass mine. However, Tsunade is not in the village at present, and with Danzo lurking, if we do not swiftly select the fifth Hokage, I fear Konoha may descend into chaos." "You mean Danzo?" Kakashi lowered his head and said nothing, but his demeanor confirmed Jiraiya's assertion. With 3 of the high-ranking officials gone, and uncertainty surrounding who killed the advisors, without the restraint of the 2 deceased, it was unknown how much turmoil Danzo might incite. Now was not the time to investigate their deaths. The urgent matter was to convene the clan leaders and hold a Jonin meeting to confirm the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback, understood Kakashi's implication. If the clan leaders were not summoned promptly, Danzo would send people to threaten them. By then, even if the clans were unwilling to support Danzo, it would be too late. "Kakashi, notify the Umbu to gather the clan leaders for a Jonin meeting and inform Danzo to arrive at the Hokage office within half an hour." "Understood, Lord Jiraiya." After Kakashi departed, Jiraiya murmured to himself, "Thank goodness for Kakashi's reminder. Otherwise, the fifth Hokage would truly fall into Danzo's hands." During the Hokage meeting, Danzo boldly took a seat in the place formerly occupied by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jiraiya cleared his throat and addressed Danzo. "Danzo, that is not your seat. Now that Hiruzen is dead, who else but I can assume the role of the fifth Hokage? Is it you?" Jiraiya shook his head, asserting, "Whoever is elected as the fifth Hokage, you are not qualified to sit in that position." Danzo understood Jiraiya's implication. He could not occupy that seat until he became the fifth Hokage. Glaring at Jiraiya, Danzo rose and moved to the position he was meant to occupy. Once everyone was seated, Jiraiya addressed the clan leaders and the representatives of the common shinobi. With the third Hokage slain and the elders Minyin and Koharu murdered, Konoha is now leaderless. Therefore, I have gathered you to recommend candidates for the fifth Hokage. The clan leaders, initially confused by Jiraiya's intentions, exchanged glances. Eventually, a leader from a minor clan spoke up. "Lord Jiraiya, cannot you yourself be the fifth Hokage?" Jiraiya shook his head, saying, "My temperament is not suited for the role of Hokage, so I encourage all of you to nominate candidates." Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment before asking Jiraiya, "Do you have any candidates in mind?" Everyone expressed their opinions, sharing their preferred candidates. If no one had a suggestion, Jiraiya would provide one. Shikaku, quick to grasp Jiraiya's intent, speculated on whom he might recommend. However, they could not disclose Jiraiya's choice, lest Danzo bear a grudge. Yet, some less astute individuals suggested, "I nominate Asuma Sarutobi for the fifth Hokage." It was evident that this proposal came from members of the Sarutobi clan, who had benefited greatly during Hiruzen's tenure and were unwilling to relinquish their advantages. Just as Jiraiya was about to agree, Danzo slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Asuma has only just returned from his duties and is unfamiliar with the village's current situation. He is unqualified to be Hokage. I nominate myself as the fifth Hokage. Who is in favor and who is against?" The clan leaders exchanged glances with Danzo and then turned to discuss among themselves who should become the fifth Hokage. Seeing that no one was supporting him, Danzo, enraged, banged his fist on the table, demanding, "Do I not have the right to be the fifth Hokage?" A representative from the common shinobi, undeterred, replied, "Danzo, your reputation in Konoha is not particularly high. If you were to become Hokage without broad support, Many would likely oppose you. Danzo, angered by this remark, gripped his cane tightly. Two other common shinobi echoed. Indeed, Danzo, while we recognize your contributions to Konoha, most are unaware of them. The elder's reputation remained in the shadows, lacking public acknowledgement, which could lead to discord among the villagers. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, saying, Danzo, perhaps you should take a seat. They speak the truth. Reputation is indeed vital. After returning in anger, Danzo looked at Jiraiya and said, if what you say is true, then in Konoha, the only one with both prestige and capability to become the 5th Hokage is you. Do you intend to take on that role? Jiraiya chuckled and shook his head, responding, I've stated before that I am not suited for the position of Hokage. Since there is no suitable candidate, why not let me recommend someone? Kakashi interjected eagerly. I believe Lord Jiraiya must have a fitting choice. Please, share it with us. His remark was a clear hint at Tsunade. Realizing the urgency, Jiraiya decided to dispense with the suspense. I recommend Tsunade for the role of 5th Hokage. Her strength, experience, and capabilities make her more than qualified. Danzo, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I oppose this. We do not even know if Tsunade has overcome her blood phobia, and her current whereabouts are unknown. How can she be appointed as the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya smiled and replied, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Her minor fear of blood is not a significant concern. As for her absence from the village, I plan to bring her back personally after we lay the 3rd Hokage to rest. As Danzo opened his mouth to protest, Kakashi quickly spoke up. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans all support Tsunade becoming the 5th Hokage. The Aburame clan supports Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. The Hyuga clan supports Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. The civilian ninja representatives agree with Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Agreed. Agreed. Apart from the Shimura clan, all other clan leaders consented to Tsunade's appointment. Seeing the unanimous support in the meeting room, Danzo's grip on his cane tightened in anger. Jiraiya turned to Danzo, asking, Do you have any further objections, Danzo? Through gritted teeth, Danzo glared at Jiraiya. None. Since you all agree on Tsunade, what can I say? With that, he stormed out of the meeting room. After his departure, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and several clan leaders who had suffered under Danzo's machinations sighed in relief. They could hardly endure any more of Danzo's schemes. Meanwhile, Sasuke observed the chaos in Konoha and retreated to a riverside cabin. When Naruto saw Sasuke arrive, he remained silent, preparing tea for them to share. Sasuke glanced at the tea on the table and remarked, 3 high-ranking officials from Konoha died today. The 4th was deliberately left alive by you, wasn't he? Naruto nodded, then shook his head. It's a bit of both. Sasuke frowned at Naruto. Stop being cryptic. I don't know where you get your information, but I am certain you know much more than you let on. I hope you can share your entire purpose with me. Naruto sighed, sipping his tea. I initially intended to eliminate all 4 high-ranking officials, but as you know, I am alone and could not possibly take on all of them. So you used Orochimaru to kill the 3rd Hokage, and you personally dealt with Koharu and Hamura, correct? Yes, but why not eliminate Danzo as well? As I mentioned before, it's not that I don't want to kill him, it's that I cannot. I chose to leave him for you. Sasuke looked at Naruto, perplexed. What do you mean? Danzo commands Root, which possesses strength rivaling Konoha's Umbu. If I were to assassinate him in the village, it would create a significant commotion. I might not only fail to kill him, but also find myself accused of attempting to assassinate a Konoha advisor, which would be counterproductive. Hence, I left him for you. I see. Thank you. Naruto shook his head. You need not thank me. The harm and ostracism I faced as a child were largely orchestrated by those 4. And I seek revenge for myself. Sasuke nodded, refraining from further expressions of gratitude. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke suddenly said, I plan to leave the village in some time. Don't wait too long. Leave immediately after the 3rd Hokage's funeral. The current chaos in Konoha presents the perfect opportunity for your departure. If you wait until the 5th Hokage is in power, it will be much more difficult to leave. Sasuke nodded in agreement. All right. After the 3rd Hokage's funeral, I will leave. I wish to find Orochimaru. Finding Orochimaru is acceptable, but do not seek him out immediately. He has been afflicted by the 3rd Hokage's Reaper Death Seal, and before long, he will undoubtedly use the impure world reincarnation. With your current strength, you are no match for him. Venturing there now would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Sasuke, feeling conflicted, replied, You urge me to leave the village now, yet also advise against seeking Orochimaru immediately. What do you mean? Naruto rolled his eyes in exasperation. Leave the village now, find a place to train for half a year, and then seek Orochimaru. It's not that complicated. Embarrassed, Sasuke lowered his head, took a sip of tea, and said, I understand what I must do. Naruto nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The path ahead was now Sasuke's to walk, and how far he would go depended on him. In truth, Naruto had contemplated directly bestowing Ashura's chakra upon Sasuke, which would grant him both Indra's and Ashura's powers, possibly allowing him to awaken the Rinnegan in due time. However, he feared that Sasuke's body might not withstand the overwhelming power, leading to disastrous consequences. Noticing Naruto's prolonged silence, Sasuke looked down, feeling uneasy. Is there anything else you wish to convey? No, I have said all I need regarding your matters. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. The path you take is yours to navigate, even if it leads you to your knees. Understood. I shall return now. Naruto lightly nodded, allowing Sasuke to leave. As he watched Sasuke's departing figure, he murmured to himself, I wonder if confiding everything to you was right or wrong. 3 days passed, and the sky was draped in a fine drizzle, the somber weather seemingly bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The streets of Konoha had been restored, and the damaged buildings were gradually being repaired. Dressed in black attire, Naruto attended the funeral of the third Hokage. Once everyone had departed, Naruto stood before Hiruzen's grave and spoke. Do you realize how many people in Konoha wished for your early demise? The moment you passed, various clans dispatched their ninjas to restore order. Do you know why? You probably don't. Even at the moment of your death, you believed you were a remarkable Hokage, acting solely for the benefit of Konoha. But do you understand that there is a significant gap in Konoha's strength? When you first became Hokage, Konoha thrived visibly, but now, the number of individuals capable of supporting Konoha is dwindling. After standing in silence for a moment, he called out to the air, Come out. I have said all I needed to say, and you have heard my words. What are your thoughts? Jiraiya slowly emerged from behind a tree, standing behind Naruto. You killed Koharu and Hamura, didn't you? Yes. What of it? Are you going to apprehend me? Do you harbor such hatred for the village? Naruto shot Jiraiya an exasperated glance. I've said countless times that while I hold no affection for Konoha, I have never hated it. Then why did you kill them? I killed them because the misfortunes of my childhood were caused by those four. With Hiruzen dead, they no longer have a reason to live. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya spoke, You cannot kill Danzo. Naruto nodded and replied, I understand, which is why I left Danzo for Sasuke. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean? What enmity exists between Uchiha Sasuke and Danzo? The massacre of the Uchiha clan was orchestrated by the 4 senior leaders of Konoha, with Danzo as a principal conspirator. Shouldn't it be Sasuke's right to avenge his clan by killing Danzo? Jiraiya clenched his fists, incredulous. What evidence do you have? Evidence. Danzo's ambush on Uchiha Shisui. And after Shisui fled, I encountered him. Does that count as evidence? I witnessed Uchiha Itachi annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Does that qualify? Uchiha Itachi entrusted me with certain items to pass to Sasuke. Does that constitute evidence? After hearing this, Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said, That makes it even less plausible. If the elders orchestrated the Uchiha massacre, how could they allow you to witness the entire affair? Naruto chuckled, Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Deep down, Jiraiya actually believed Naruto. However, for the sake of Konoha, he felt compelled to defend Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya declared, I must go retrieve Tsunade to assume the role of the 5th Hokage. I am not among the higher-ups of Konoha. You need not share this with me. I intend to bring you along. After a lengthy pause, Naruto asked, Is it because someone in the village is concerned for me, or is it someone from outside? Both sides. Jiraiya was taken aback by Naruto's perceptiveness and was forced to speak candidly. Fine. I shall consider it an excursion. When do we depart? Tomorrow morning. After a moment of silence, Naruto suggested, Let us set off the day after tomorrow. I suspect guests will arrive in Konoha by noon tomorrow. Jiraiya, now wary, inquired, Who? It should be Uchiha Itachi. With Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kurenai Yuhi, and Mito Gates Ino deceased, Hiruzen held some reservations regarding Itachi. He would certainly protect Sasuke. However, with Hiruzen gone, Danzo is free to entertain some dangerous notions. After a thoughtful pause, Jiraiya remarked, Are you implying that Uchiha Itachi's appearance in Konoha serves as a warning to Danzo? What else could it be? Danzo has coveted the power of the Uchiha clan for quite some time. He knows the Uchiha better than anyone and fully comprehends their might. Itachi's appearance will extinguish any inappropriate thoughts Danzo may harbor. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. Understood. We shall depart the day after tomorrow. After Jiraiya left, Naruto sighed. Why bother? If you stood up and listened openly, Jiraiya would not say anything. Kakashi leaped down from a nearby tree to join Naruto. Eavesdropping is one thing, but hearing it in front of Jiraiya is another. You continue to feign ignorance, just as before. You know full well I am the son of your master. Yet you watch me suffer in silence. Naruto's words struck a chord with Kakashi. I realize you resent me for not helping you back then. But you understand the situation in Konoha. Even if I wished to assist, my hands were tied. Perhaps by aiding you today, I would find myself dispatched to the borders tomorrow. By not intervening, I can at least ensure your safety. If I leave, I will see nothing. Naruto understood Kakashi's predicament. Yet knowing and understanding are two different matters, as is forgiveness. In truth, after Kakashi intervened to prevent Danzo from taking him to the route, Naruto had harbored little resentment. Chapter 101. Jiraiya meets Uchiha Itachi. Ultimately, Naruto recognized that Kakashi had stood by him during perilous times. They remained silent for a while, and Naruto advised Kakashi. When you encounter Uchiha Itachi, do not act recklessly. You are no match for him. If escape proves impossible, notify Guy promptly. He possesses insight into dealing with the Sharingan. Are you so certain that Uchiha Itachi will come tomorrow? Naruto shrugged. Even if he does not arrive tomorrow, he will undoubtedly come the day after. Given Itachi's protective nature towards his brother, he will hasten to Konoha. And if Uchiha Itachi arrives the day after, then you should let them leave without interference. They? Indeed. Uchiha Itachi's accomplices. Kakashi nodded. Understood. I will handle it. Shortly after Naruto returned to his cabin, Sasuke entered, carrying a backpack and a small box. Are you leaving? Yes. Have you said farewell to Sakura? Sasuke shook his head. There was no need. As a seeker of vengeance, I should not be encumbered by attachments. It appears you have not heeded my words. Very well. Your choices are yours alone. Sasuke placed the wooden box on the table, sliding it towards Naruto. This contains all the deeds and contracts for the Uchiha clan's properties. They are yours now. I do not require these. I know. But once I depart, I have no idea who will benefit from these properties. It is better to hand them to you now for your management. After pondering for a moment, Naruto nodded. Very well. Should you achieve revenge and have children, they may come to me, and I will pass these deeds to them. Sasuke remained silent for some time before responding. As you wish. With that, he turned to leave. Naruto hesitated, watching Sasuke's retreating figure before finally deciding to speak up. Wait. Without turning back, Sasuke asked. Is there something else? Uchiha Itachi may visit Konoha in the next couple of days. Do you wish to see him? Sasuke paused, contemplating before replying. There is no need. I am aware of all that I must know. I will certainly kill Uchiha Itachi, and as for your notion of continuing the bloodline, I will consider it. Sasuke did not linger any longer, and Naruto refrained from calling him back. Alone, Naruto sat in silence for a long while, feeling a sense of discomfort as he murmured. Is there something wrong with the people in this world? In the midst of peace, it seems they are either killing or being killed. The following day at noon, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai encountered Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki once more. This time, upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi refrained from acting rashly and, recalling Naruto's warning, immediately notified Guy. Uchiha Itachi's objectives had been fulfilled, rendering further entanglement with Kakashi unnecessary, and he signaled Kisame to withdraw. However, Kisame desired a confrontation with Guy. Just as Uchiha Itachi contemplated the situation, Jiraiya arrived on the scene. Having heard Naruto's extensive discourse the previous day, Jiraiya suspected Uchiha Itachi might be a double agent, thus refraining from escalating the conflict. State your purpose for being here, and I will allow you to leave. Kisame brandished his sword, eyeing Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya, I am curious to know just how formidable you are, and if you can defeat me. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi utilized Tsukuyomi against Jiraiya. Jiraiya instinctively attempted to disrupt his chakra to break free from the illusion. Yet, Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared before him, respectfully addressing him as Lord Jiraiya. Do you have something to say to me? Indeed. To avoid suspicion, I must resort to this method to deliver intelligence to you. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Jiraiya sighed. The village owes too much to your Uchiha clan. Lord Jiraiya, this is a path chosen by the Uchiha clan themselves. Jiraiya was taken aback by Uchiha Itachi's response. Uncertain of what to say, Any words spoken would seem insincere. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya suddenly inquired of Itachi Uchiha, "How much do you know about Naruto?" Itachi reflected for a moment before replying, "Naruto. It's difficult for me to say. The first time I encountered Naruto, Danzo was attempting to seize Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan, but Shisui managed to escape. Subsequently, Itachi recounted in detail to Jiraiya his experiences after meeting Naruto several times, including how Naruto destroyed the Mangekyou Sharingan as soon as he acquired it, as well as his views on the village, covering every detail meticulously. After finishing his account, Itachi looked at Jiraiya and remarked, "Naruto gives me the impression that he is indifferent to everything. Whether the village is destroyed or the ninja world faces annihilation seems inconsequential to him." Jiraiya sighed and responded, "I thought I was the only one who felt that way. It appears Naruto truly has an attitude of indifference towards everything." Itachi shook his head and said, "I believe you are mistaken, Jiraiya. If someone were to threaten Naruto, he would undoubtedly retaliate." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, stating, "That was in the past. Nowadays, no one dares to trouble Naruto. If that is the case, then Naruto truly has become indifferent to everything." Jiraiya fell silent for a moment before continuing, "Are you certain that Naruto destroyed all of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan after acquiring them?" Itachi pondered for a while and shook his head, saying, "I cannot be certain. But one thing I can affirm is that Naruto would not transplant any Uchiha Sharingan. I am also confident of this. Although Naruto appears indifferent, I can discern an underlying pride within him." Jiraiya asked, "What is your perspective on Naruto being aware of so many secrets of the ninja world?" Itachi shook his head. "I cannot say for sure. A year before I annihilated the Uchiha clan, Naruto predicted that I would eradicate the entire clan. At that time, I felt he had deduced it, but many things cannot simply be analyzed. Hence, I am somewhat uncertain. Do you suspect that Naruto has awakened a bloodline limit that allows him to foresee the future?" Itachi replied, "It should not be a bloodline limit. Typically, those who possess the ability to foresee the future incur a significant cost. Yet Naruto has exhibited no abnormalities thus far, and his strength continues to grow. In my opinion, he has not awakened such a bloodline limit." Chapter 102. Intelligence of the Akatsuki Organization. Jiraiya found Itachi's reasoning sound. The bloodline limits that allow for foresight indeed come at a great price. Even the great sage Toad could only glimpse vague fragments through his dreams. After discussing for a lengthy period, they could not reach a conclusion. Finally, Jiraiya shrugged and said, "Let it be. Regardless of how Naruto foresees the future, it seems he has no intention of intervening, so let us not dwell on him." Itachi nodded and asked Jiraiya, "Has the fifth Hokage been decided?" "Yes, Tsunade." "Tsunade, you say? I understand." Jiraiya nodded and continued, "Now, tell me about the organization you infiltrated. Who are its members and what are their objectives?" Subsequently, Itachi began to outline the members of the Akatsuki organization and the ninjutsu skills they excelled in. After he finished speaking, he looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" Jiraiya shook his head, still contemplating the Rinnegan. Coming back to his senses, Jiraiya gazed at Itachi and said, "We have been here for quite some time. Is everything all right outside? There will be no issues. Spending 72 hours in Tsukuyami means only 2 seconds have passed outside. That is reassuring. Once I escape from Tsukuyami, I will swiftly leave with Kisame." "All right, understood." After Jiraiya broke free from Tsukuyami, Itachi's left, I shed blood tears. Kisame did not expect that Itachi had already met with Jiraiya. "Is everything all right, Mr. Itachi? Let us go." "Who is repairing the water dam?" After performing the jutsu, Kisame assisted Itachi in leaving quickly. Just as Asuma, Kurenai, and others were about to pursue, Jiraiya intervened. "Do not chase them. Konoha village cannot afford any further losses." Everyone comprehended Jiraiya's meaning. Konoha was already without a Hokage and had just endured turmoil. It could not withstand any more devastation. Once the crowd dispersed, Jiraiya arrived at the riverside cabin and found Naruto. "Itachi just came by. Did he provide you with the information?" Jiraiya was surprised that Naruto was aware of this. And he nodded. "He informed me." "Are you aware of what the Akatsuki organization is doing?" "Knowing or not knowing changes nothing. You currently have no means to deal with them." Jiraiya retorted angrily, "I may not be able to confront them, but I can rally the entire ninja world to devise a strategy. Does the entire ninja world heed your call? Do not overestimate your influence. Your ideals may not align with those of others. Even if others share the same ideals, the paths they take may differ. Naruto subtly hinted at the notion of peace in the ninja world. Jiraiya interpreted it as mutual understanding, but how many could truly achieve mutual comprehension? After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said, "If you are aware, please share it with me. Even if we cannot unite the major ninja villages, we must at least prepare them for what lies ahead. What I know is not significantly more than what Itachi knows. Your disciple, Nagato, possesses the Rinnegan and has created 6 puppets. Their Rinnegan vision is interconnected. The 6 puppets are known as Deva Path, Asura Path, Human Path, Animal Path, Preta Path, and Naraka Path, with the Deva Path as the core and the others as support. Their abilities are." Naruto elaborated on the 6 paths of pain in detail. After listening, Jiraiya looked at Naruto and asked, "Are you implying that they are all controlled by Nagato?" "Indeed. Only Nagato possesses the true Rinnegan." "Then what is their purpose in forming Akatsuki?" "Their aim is to achieve peace in the ninja world by collecting the 9-tailed beasts to awaken the 10 tails, creating a weapon of war that surpasses the entire world so that everyone, after experiencing pain, will hesitate to initiate conflict again." "Doesn't that mean?" "Exactly. They intend to wage war using the 10 tails, allowing everyone to understand the horrors of war." Jiraiya's eyes reflected terror as he processed Naruto's words. If what Naruto said were true, the entire ninja world would descend into chaos, resulting in countless casualties. Jiraiya seemed to grasp the meaning behind the prophecy of the child destined to prevent the ninja world war, which presumably referred to the war instigated by the 10 tails. "Naruto, I hope you can shoulder your responsibility, for you are indeed the child of prophecy." Jiraiya's words were cut off by Naruto, who interjected, "Stop, stop. The child of prophecy is a title you all imposed upon me. I have never aspired to be such. I wish for you to refrain from mentioning it again. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to find Tsunade. I am expecting a guest." Jiraiya sighed, surprised by Naruto's strong aversion to the identity of the child of prophecy. "Who are you waiting for?" "Itachi Uchiha." Jiraiya looked at Naruto incredulously. "You mean to say Itachi Uchiha will come looking for you? What else would it be? You have not been overly concerned with Sasuke, so of course Itachi would come to inquire about him." Jiraiya nodded in comprehension. "Very well. I shall wait for you at the village entrance at 8 tomorrow morning." "Understood." Not 5 minutes after Jiraiya departed, Itachi appeared before Naruto. In the Valley of Despair, the cold wind blows. Cicadas sing in spring and autumn as the youth returns. You could have simply come directly. Why resort to a crow clone? Itachi Uchiha did not respond to Naruto's inquiry. Instead, he candidly inquired about Sasuke. Naruto gazed at Itachi's clone and stated, "I have disclosed all matters concerning the Uchiha clan to Sasuke, including the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan." Itachi furrowed his brow and remarked, "You should not have told him. He is a person, not a puppet. His actions should not be orchestrated by you. Sasuke should have departed from the village of Konoha by this morning. He intends to seek Orochimaru." This revelation unsettled Itachi, who fixed his gaze on Naruto and asked, "Did you encourage him to seek Orochimaru?" Naruto replied, "I have made it clear to him the implications of his choices, allowing him to decide for himself." Noticing Itachi's concern, Naruto smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, there will be no issues. Sasuke has awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. If he masters some formidable genjutsu, it will be Orochimaru who suffers. I have communicated all of this to Sasuke, and he will be fine." "Are you so certain?" Itachi questioned. "If I were uncertain, what could I do? After all, you have driven him nearly to madness. The peaceful environment of Konoha has constrained Sasuke's growth." Chapter 103. The impact of Sasuke's departure. Itachi fell silent, recognizing the truth in Naruto's words. Given Konoha's current situation, there were few life-and-death struggles to facilitate Sasuke's growth. "Thank you." Naruto chuckled, saying, "There is no need for gratitude. It is merely a fair exchange. How is your health now?" Itachi remained silent, uttering not a word. "Well, it seems I have struck a chord," Naruto thought, contemplating whether to offer Itachi some sacred spring water to see if it could cure his ailment. After careful consideration, Naruto abandoned the idea. The sacred spring was his ultimate trump card, and given Itachi's loyalty to Konoha, he would undoubtedly disclose any cure he received to the village, leading to numerous complications. "Should I transplant your father's eyes to you now?" Itachi, after a prolonged silence, replied, "Now is not the time. If your conjecture fails, my Mangekyou Sharingan will be wasted." "Huh, you are on the brink of death, yet you are concerned about the potential waste of your Mangekyou Sharingan?" I am truly astounded by you. This is for Sasuke. Fine, fine, fine. Let us pretend I never said anything. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Without uttering a word, Itachi transformed into a flock of crows and departed. After Itachi's exit, Naruto turned to a nearby toad and said, "Now that everyone is gone, will you not leave?" The toad, realizing Naruto was addressing it, turned and hopped away. It seems there is an eternal absence of trust among ninjas. As Naruto's words faded, Jiraiya appeared before him using the body flicker technique. Why did you not report Sasuke Uchiha's departure to the village? Would reporting to the village even matter? Do you comprehend what you are doing? Sasuke Uchiha has left the village without permission. He will be labeled a rogue ninja. And so what? Hasn't Konoha always been reluctant to accept the Uchiha? Isn't it better that he has left? Jiraiya shouted in anger, Naruto, do you not care for the existence of the village? Not at all. You. Naruto's blunt response left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. He understood Naruto's disregard for the village and his indifference toward its well-being, yet he had not anticipated such a direct reply. Enraged, Jiraiya turned to leave. Naruto smiled and addressed Jiraiya. I previously spoke to you about Ashura and Indra. I am the reincarnation of Ashura. Can you guess who the reincarnation of Indra is? Jiraiya's body trembled at Naruto's words, incredulously turning to him and asking, are you saying that Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra? With a playful smile, Naruto replied. What do you think? Naruto, I do not have time for your riddles. All right. He is Indra's reincarnation and also the other half of the prophecy's child foretold by the great toad. Do you intend to send someone to retrieve him? The other half of the prophecy's child? Indeed. The prophesied children are divided into yin and yang. I represent the yang, while Sasuke embodies the yin. The union of yin and yang will generate the power of all creation. Surprising, isn't it? Jiraiya clenched his fists, glaring at Naruto and saying, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? What purpose? You want Sasuke to leave, don't you? After a moment of thought, Naruto nodded and said, I indeed have a vested interest in Sasuke's departure. Is there a problem with that? Why? Why would you do such a thing? Do you genuinely wish for the entire ninja world to be destroyed for your satisfaction? Naruto shook his head and replied, the destruction of the ninja world matters not to me. There is no question of joy or sorrow in that regard. Jiraiya trembled with rage. No longer wishing to remain in Naruto's presence for even a minute longer, fearing he might lose control and end Naruto's life. Just as Jiraiya turned to leave, Naruto suddenly spoke up again. You intend to send someone to retrieve Sasuke, do you not? I advise you against it. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in anger, asking, why not? Currently, Konoha lacks the means to facilitate Sasuke's growth. If you only care about the prophecy of the child who can save the ninja world, yet disregard the child's strength, what good will it do to retrieve him? Do you truly believe that the prophesied child can become who he is meant to be simply by remaining under your watchful eye and calling you master? That. Enough with the excuses. Sasuke has his own path to follow. Bringing him back will only cause him to direct his hatred toward Konoha. With Itachi serving as Sasuke's formidable opponent, he now has the motivation to continue his growth. Do not interfere. The prophesied child cannot be coerced into existence by your meddling. Jiraiya remained silent for a prolonged moment before turning to leave, increasingly questioning his life's choices, taking Nagato and Yahiko as his disciples, only to see them seek to overthrow the ninja world, taking Minato as a student, only for Minato to perish. The child who was meant to be the prophesied child. Naruto refused to acknowledge him as a master and consistently opposed him. Jiraiya was utterly lost, forsaking everything, wandering the ninja world, contemplating whether it was right to search for the prophesied child. Observing Jiraiya's bewildered figure retreating, Naruto shook his head with a smile, murmuring to himself, is this confusion? Greater surprises await you. Once Jiraiya had completely left the riverside cottage, Naruto began to feel a headache coming on. He should not have reminded Kakashi. He should have let Kakashi remain unconscious and taken the opportunity to replace one of his eyes with a three-tomo Sharingan. During his earlier conversation with Jiraiya, Naruto had suddenly thought of Obito. A decisive battle with Obito was inevitable, and if Obito emerged victorious, he would surely seek to reclaim Kakashi's Sharingan. At that point, Naruto might not be Obito's match. What a dilemma. Never mind. I shall wait for Tsunade's return to address it. As night fell and Naruto prepared to rest, Sakura unexpectedly appeared before him. Observing Sakura, who was in tears, Naruto asked, is something the matter? Has Sasuke already left? Yes. What of it? Why did you not stop him? Why should I stop him? Do you not realize that he will become a rogue ninja by doing this? Whether I realize it or not, it makes no difference. Naruto, you are being unreasonable. Naruto furrowed his brow, looking at Sakura and asking, unreasonable? In what way am I being unreasonable? I have long told you that Sasuke is a vengeful spirit with his own path to tread. He will not halt his quest for vengeance for your sake, but he can still seek vengeance within the village. Seek vengeance within the village? Are you jesting? Look at you. You disrupt his training every day. Do you truly believe he can grow in such an environment? Chapter 104. Leaving the village of Konoha, Sakura, tears streaming down her face, gazed at Naruto and asked, on what grounds do you say that? I have never interfered with Sasuke's training. Naruto furrowed his brows and said to Sakura, do you think that training consists solely of mastering ninjutsu and taijutsu? Let me enlighten you. True training also involves nurturing the spirit. Your frequent presence before Sasuke stunts his emotional growth. Enough with the personal exchanges. If you genuinely wish to stand beside Sasuke, then elevate your own strength. Do not merely serve as a decorative figure who cowers behind others at the first hint of danger. That will only deepen Sasuke's aversion towards you. Depart. Return and inform Kakashi that Team 7 is dissolved. I will no longer partake in any missions as part of Team 7. Sakura was taken aback by Naruto's vehement response. Yet she recognized the truth in his words. Since the formation of Team 7, she had been the one holding them back. Now that Sasuke had left, Naruto's detachment became even more apparent. It seemed as though he had always existed independently from the team, akin to his second Kakashi. With a heavy heart, Sakura departed from the riverside cabin, understanding that the dissolution of Team 7 was inevitable, albeit not in this manner. The following day, while waiting at the village entrance for Jiraiya, Naruto was approached by Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi regarded Naruto and asked, why didn't you inform me of Sasuke's departure? Would it have made a difference? Can you truly hold onto the heart of a vengeful soul? Have you considered the consequences? Are the consequences significant? Do you think they matter to a vengeful spirit? Both Kakashi and Sakura fell silent, acutely aware that in Sasuke's eyes, eliminating Itachi Uchiha took precedence over the notion of becoming a rogue ninja. Perhaps Team 7 should remain intact. Once the 5th Hokage assumes office, I will ensure that new members are added. No need. After the 5th Hokage takes office, barring exceptional circumstances, I will not accept any further missions. Kakashi lowered his gaze, a sense of despondency washing over him. Deep down, he understood that Naruto had long since been disinclined to accept high-ranking missions, which inherently carried significant risks. And it was unreasonable to expect Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, to undertake them. Upon hearing that even Kakashi could not persuade Naruto against disbanding Team 7, Sakura was genuinely heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. It dawned on her that she was the only one who cherished the bonds of Team 7. Both Naruto and Sasuke regarded them with disdain. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she turned and walked away, fully aware that she lacked the power to prevent the dissolution of their team, let alone reconstitute it. Kakashi, witnessing Sakura's forlorn departure, turned to Naruto in frustration. Do you realize the weight of your words? Do you truly not care about Sakura? Care about her? Why should I? Since the inception of Team 7, what has she contributed? What indelible mark has she left? Naruto's incisive questions momentarily stumped Kakashi. Most of Team 7's missions had been executed by Naruto and Sasuke. Out of 96 missions, at least 90 had been accomplished by Naruto alone through his shadow clones. The remaining 6 were time-consuming tasks that required patience, such as babysitting, which had fallen to Sasuke and Sakura, while even Kakashi had minimal involvement in those missions, let alone Sakura. With a sigh, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Do as you wish. With that, he turned and walked away. Just as Kakashi departed, Jiraiya leaped beside Naruto. You truly are heartless, such a lovely girl, and you show no compassion at all. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, ready to express his intention to depart when he noticed Hinata nearby. Naruto approached Hinata, who shyly lowered her head and, with trembling fingers, said, I heard that Naruto-kun will be away for quite some time, so I came to see you off. With a smile, Naruto nodded. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I have something to give you. He discreetly retrieved a storage scroll from his backpack. This contains the snake gallbladders and skins I collected during the second stage of the ninja exam in the Forest of Death. Please take it back to your father. He will know what to do with it. Hinata blinked and replied, Okay. After receiving the scroll, Hinata said, You should head back. She looked at Naruto with trepidation and stammered, You all go ahead. I. I. Understanding Hinata's shyness, Naruto said, "All right, we will take our leave now." Turning to Jiraiya, he added, "Let's go. It's quite ridiculous for an old man to be eavesdropping on young lovers." "Hey, you little brat. I wasn't eavesdropping. I was simply observing, all right? Then why don't you avoid it? Why should I? You two are openly on a date. Why should I have to avert my gaze?" Thus, Naruto and Jiraiya bickered jovially as they departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, arriving in a quaint town. Jiraiya led Naruto to a street filled with food stalls, saying, "I'm going to gather information. You can explore around here. I will have a contact frog reach you later." Naruto rolled his eyes and replied, "You should have taken me to find a hotel first. Then we wouldn't have to stand around like fools on the street." "You're right." After checking into a hotel, Jiraiya set off to gather information on Tsunade, while Naruto wandered through the food stalls, sampling various treats and enjoying games. It was evident that the prices in this town were significantly more affordable than those in the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto indulged in a plethora of delicacies and games, barely spending 300 Ryo. Had he done the same in the Hidden Leaf, he would have easily spent 800 Ryo, indicating that the prices in the Leaf Village were more than double those of this town. Indeed, it appeared that ninjas were a high-income, high-consumption demographic. Naruto noted that a simple plate of fried noodles cost only 15 Ryo here, while a bowl of Ichiraku ramen cost 60 Ryo back home, an astonishing fourfold difference. Though the ingredients for Ichiraku ramen might be pricier, the disparity seemed excessive. Chapter 105. Finding Tsunade after satisfying his hunger, Naruto continued to enjoy games along the food street. As he passed by an establishment, he overheard Jiraiya's laughter. Curious, Naruto hesitated at the entrance, contemplating whether to step inside. In his previous life, he had known countless beautiful women, but as Naruto, he had yet to encounter even a provocatively dressed lady. Glancing down at himself, he shook his head, muttering, "What am I thinking? Even if there were beautiful women, what could I do? I'm just a kid." With a sigh, he dismissed the thought and entered the establishment, where he found Jiraiya surrounded by women, sitting down beside him. Jiraiya, noticing Naruto, awkwardly asked, "How did you find your way here?" Naruto shot him a sidelong glance. "I heard your laughter and came to see. Isn't this place restricted to those over 18? If you didn't mention my age, who would know?" Now, Naruto was no longer the small child depicted in the original story. Though now merely 14 years of age, Naruto has already reached a height comparable to Jiraiya's. Years of rigorous training have rendered his physique muscular and robust, lending him an air of maturity and composure. His demeanor and actions exude a certain sophistication, making it easy for an unobservant bystander to mistake him for someone in their 20s. Jiraiya, bemused, cast a glance at Naruto and remarked, "Even if I don't say anything, this is not a place for you. If you have nothing to do, you should return to the inn. Uft. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. How does that interfere with you?" With that, Naruto stood up and began to wander around the establishment. Jiraiya, at a loss for how to handle Naruto, resumed his drinking and conversation with the two women accompanying him. As Naruto meandered through the establishment, he noted that it was not as chaotic as he had initially imagined. Most patrons were simply enjoying drinks in the company of the women, with nothing overly inappropriate occurring. After a brief exploration, Naruto found it uninteresting and returned to Jiraiya's table, saying, "You carry on. I'm heading back." Jiraiya looked at Naruto in surprise, saying, "I thought you would want to stay and have some fun. Do you think I'm like you, not discerning, capable of enjoying any woman?" This remark displeased the two women accompanying Jiraiya. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Literally, are you not satisfied? Kid, I think you're asking for a beating. Do you want me to have someone break your legs? Go ahead, bring someone and let us see." The two women glared fiercely at Naruto, saying, "Just wait. I'm going to summon someone right now." Seeing the situation escalate, Jiraiya quickly intervened, saying, No. He is just a child. Don't argue with him." After addressing the women, he turned to Naruto and said, "Can you stop causing trouble? I have important matters to attend to." "Important matters?" Naruto pondered for a moment, realizing that Jiraiya was indeed here to gather information. Establishments like these are often frequented by all walks of life and are prime spots for acquiring intel. Understanding this, Naruto rolled his eyes at Jiraiya and said, "Suit yourself. I'm leaving. If you're not back at the inn tomorrow, I'll go find her by myself." Though Naruto did not utter Tsunade's name, Jiraiya understood he was referring to her. After a moment of thought, Jiraiya nodded and replied, "Got it." After resting for the night and having breakfast, Naruto decided he could not wait any longer when Jiraiya had still not returned. He packed his belongings, checked out, and headed straight for Shortbook Street. By the time Jiraiya returned to the inn, it was already noon. Upon learning that Naruto had left, he slapped his forehead in frustration, saying, "Couldn't you have waited half a day longer?" With that, Jiraiya also packed his belongings and checked out to pursue Naruto. Naruto moved swiftly and, after a week of travel, finally arrived at Shortbook Street. He casually inquired around the vicinity of the casino and soon learned which establishment Tsunade frequented. Her reputation as a big catch was well known, and word spread easily. When Naruto arrived at one of the gambling houses, the two guards stopped him, asking, "Are you over 18? Naruto shot them a disdainful glance and walked right in. The guards exchanged glances and murmured, "That kid doesn't he look 18? Who knows? It doesn't he matter. He's just here to give us money." True enough. Upon entering the casino, Naruto spotted a familiar figure with blonde hair and twin ponytails, draped in a green coat emblazoned with a large character for gamble. Perfect. No need to search further. That's Tsunade. Approaching her table, he finally got a clear view of her face. Tsunade was indeed quite striking, especially with her ample bosom, which accentuated her femininity. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Tsunade snapped, "Kid, have you finished staring yet?" Naruto smiled and produced some cash, saying, "What's the matter? Can I look?" Seeing such a young child in a casino, Tsunade chuckled and replied, "Of course you can look, but there's a fee." As she spoke, she reached for Naruto's money. Naruto smirked and placed his cash atop hers, saying, "You're robbing even a child's gambling funds now. You've really honed your skills." He intended to commend her as one of the legendary three of Konoha, but the words caught in his throat. Tsunade shot him a glare and remarked, "Coming to places like this at your age, coupled with that look you gave me, you're certainly not a good kid." As Naruto was about to retort, other gamblers grew impatient. "Hey, if you two want to chat, take it outside." "Yeah, are we gambling or not?" Tsunade, hearing the uproar, slammed her palm on the table. "Everyone shut up. Who said I'm not gambling? Since this kid has bet big, I'll bet small." With that, she placed a stack of cash on the small side. Seeing this, other gamblers also began placing their bets on the big side. Chapter 106. Confrontation with Tsunade. After the dealer rolled the dice, he declared, "Bets are closed." After repeating this 3 times, he revealed the dice. 4, 5, 6. 15 points. A big win. Naruto waved his cash in the air, flashing a challenging grin at Tsunade. Annoyed by his smugness, Tsunade pulled out a large stack of cash and slammed it onto the small side. "I'm betting small again." She glared at Naruto, as if daring him to continue betting big. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "No one to quit. I'm just playing for fun. I've already won, so I'm not losing anything." With that, he swaggered out of the casino, cash in hand. Tsunade's fists clenched, making a cracking sound. Just then, the dealer revealed the dice again. 3 ones. A complete win. Tsunade, recalling Naruto's earlier words, turned to Shizune and said, "Pack up. We're leaving." Delighted to see the remaining money on the table, Shizune began gathering it up, saying, "All right, Lady Tsunade. Finally, we won't be sleeping on the streets tonight. And we have enough for dinner." As Tsunade and Shizune emerged with their pet pig, they spotted Naruto leaning against the wall opposite the casino, arms crossed. Upon seeing Tsunade, Naruto waved. Tsunade approached him and asked, "Are you a ninja from Konoha? Here to see me?" Naruto nodded and then shook his head. "I am indeed a ninja from Konoha, here to find you. However, I'm not representing the village. I'm here on personal business." Intrigued, Tsunade looked at him and asked, "Oh, personal business? Are you seeking my assistance to heal a relative?" Naruto chuckled and shook his head, extending his right hand to demonstrate the healing palm technique. "I consider my medical ninjutsu quite competent. I can treat others with some confidence. As for relatives, strictly speaking, you're my only one now." Tsunade, taken aback, stared at Naruto in shock as chakras surged around her, causing her coat to billow. "Kid, do you even know what you're saying?" Unfazed, Naruto calmly replied, "By familial hierarchy, you would be considered my aunt." "Aunt? Are you joking?" "I, Tsunade, only have one brother and no sisters. You better clarify yourself, or I won't hesitate to break a few of your ribs." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto sighed and shook his head, remarking, "It seems you truly do not regard her as family. Otherwise, why were you absent during her childbirth?" The young boy continued, "Stop playing coy with me." With that, Tsunade unleashed a punch against the wall behind Naruto, causing the entire structure to collapse. "If you dare to be coy again, I won't hesitate to strike you a couple of times." Naruto, unfazed, looked at Tsunade and declared, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Surely, you can deduce whose son I am. He then retrieved some money from his pocket and approached a startled bystander, saying, I apologize. This is for the repairs. I hope it suffices. The man, glancing at the money, nodded with a smile. That's more than enough. My sincerest apologies for the trouble. No worries. No worries. The man recognized Tsunade's formidable presence, understanding she was a powerful ninja, and refrained from provoking her for fear of dire consequences. Upon hearing Naruto's introduction, Tsunade stood there, momentarily taken aback. She realized the significance of his name. Kushina Uzumaki was the granddaughter of her grandmother's cousin. Technically, Kushina was Tsunade's cousin, making Naruto her distant relative. As Tsunade observed Naruto's retreating figure, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Shizune anxiously asked, Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Should I go after him? Tsunade lifted her gaze, blinking away her emotions, and replied, No need. Let us go see where he resides. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Naruto sensed that Tsunade and Shizune were following him, and with a smile, he entered a tavern. Tsunade, witnessing Naruto's entrance, scolded, You little rascal. At such a young age, already straying from the right path. It seems I must discipline you on behalf of Kushina. With that, she stormed into the tavern with evident fury. Once seated, Naruto addressed the server. Please bring a few appetizers and 2 jugs of sake for 3. Thank you. The server, noticing Naruto's youthful visage, inquired, Excuse me, but are you over 18? Just as Naruto was about to respond affirmatively, Tsunade glared at him, exclaiming, You impudent child, who permitted you to drink? Ignoring Tsunade's wrath, Naruto turned to the server and said, Fear not. The one who is of age has arrived. The sake is for her. The server glanced at Tsunade and nodded with a grin. Understood, esteemed guest. Tsunade overheard Naruto's comment and, blushing, lowered her head as she took a seat across from him. Shizune hurriedly joined Tsunade's side, scrutinizing Naruto curiously. Moments later, the drinks and appetizers arrived. After taking a sip of her sake, Tsunade asked Naruto, How have you fared these years? What does it matter? Naruto replied indifferently, I am merely an orphan, unloved by a father and mother. With her eyes glistening, Tsunade urgently insisted, That is not true. Your parents loved you dearly. Waving his hand dismissively, Naruto replied, Let us not dwell on them. Their virtues or faults are irrelevant to me. I have grown just fine without them. You enjoy your drink while I savor my meal. If you wish to discuss other matters, I welcome it, but let us not speak of them. From Naruto's response, Tsunade discerned his lingering resentment towards Kushina and Minato. However, she understood his feelings. After all, how could an orphan who had never known his parents not harbor some bitterness? Wiping her eyes, she took another drink and asked, So, what brings you to me? Are you seeking to learn medical ninjutsu? Naruto shook his head, saying, I have already mastered much of medical ninjutsu. I have come to inquire about the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, as well as the wood release techniques of the Senju clan. In addition to your Yin sealing and the 100 healings technique. Tsunade frowned and replied, Did the old man not teach you the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? He imparted some, including the adamantine sealing, for symbol sealing, corpse demon sealing, and evil sealing method. But beyond these, there was nothing more. Tsunade nodded. Aside from the adamantine sealing, the others are techniques accessible to the Leaf Village ninjas. The old man did not bestow upon you the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Hence, what I seek are indeed the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan.